I have capitalized every word in such terms of the author's own coinage, even when Althusser capitalizes only one. Thus imperial repressive data becomes repressive state apparatus. I have not capitalized other terms, such as productive forces or state, that Althusser generally tends to capitalize. To my readers, I would like to call readers' attention to certain features of a book that may, in many respects, surprise and disconcert them. 1. This short book is the first volume of a work that is to comprise 2 volumes. Volume 1 is about the reproduction of capitalist relations of production. Volume 2 will be about the class struggle in capitalist social formations, for reasons of theoretical and political urgency obvious to everyone. I have decided to publish the present volume, Volume 1, without delay. In a certain way, it forms a whole that can stand on its own, aside from the liminal chapter on philosophy. While the theoretical basis for this volume has not been improvised, I have had to write the 200 pages it contains very quickly so that the text could appear rapidly. I thought it might be useful to recall the basic principles of Marxist-Leninist theory concerning the nature of capitalist exploitation, repression and ideologization. Above all, it seemed to me imperative to show clearly what sort of system ensures the reproduction of the conditions of capitalist production being nothing but a means to the end of capitalist exploitation, since, under the capitalist regime, the production of consumer goods obeys the law of profit alone, and thus the law of exploitation. A full discussion would consider 1. The reproduction of the productive forces, and 2. The reproduction of the relations of production. Since Marx discusses the reproduction of the productive forces at length in Capital Volume 1, the theory of wages, reproduction of labor power in Capital Volume 2, the theory of the reproduction of the means of production, I have treated this question cursorily. On the other hand, I have discussed the reproduction of the relations of production at length. Marx has left us important pointers on this subject, but they are unsystematic. The system that ensures the reproduction of the relations of production is the system of state apparatuses, the repressive apparatus and the ideological apparatuses. That explains the title of Volume 1, the reproduction of the relations of production, exploitation, repression, ideology. As the reader will see, I have taken the considerable risk of putting forward theses on these 2 points which, while they are in perfect conformity with the theory and practice of the Marxist-Leninist workers' movement, had not yet been stated in systematic theoretical form. Thus I have sketched the theory of what I call the ideological state apparatuses and also of the functioning of ideology in general, since the analyses in Volume 1 depend, in certain cases, on principles to be worked out in Volume 2. One asks readers to grant me a kind of theoretical and political credit. I shall try to honor the obligation thus incurred in Volume 2, in which I shall broach the problems of the class struggle in capitalist social formations. 2. The present volume, Volume 1, begins with a chapter that will seem surprising. It is about the nature of philosophy. It will seem the more surprising in that, after marking off the terrain with a few signposts, I leave the question of philosophy in abeyance and make the very long detour in order to discuss the question of the reproduction of the capitalist relations of production. Why have I begun with this first chapter on philosophy when I could simply have begun with chapter 2 on the mode of production? I do so for reasons that are very important both theoretically and politically. They will appear at the end of Volume 2, when we will be in a position to answer the questions. Question mark. What is Marxist-Leninist philosophy? In what does its originality consist? Why is it a revolutionary weapon? The present account of the reproduction of capitalist relations of production has not been placed under the aegis of the question of philosophy, simply to facilitate the exposition. The fact is that we cannot say what Marxist-Leninist philosophy is without making the long detour through Volume 1, reproduction of the relations of production, and Volume 2, the class struggle. But why foreground the question of Marxist-Leninist philosophy this way, as well as the logically prior question of philosophy tout court Volume 1? I have not chosen to proceed in this fashion because I am, academically speaking, a philosopher, that is. Because I am a specialist eager to talk about a subject I know a little about, or because I want to praise my wares. I have done so for political and theoretical reasons, as a communist. Here are those reasons in brief. Everything that falls within the purview of the science founded by Marx, especially, in this volume, the theory of the reproduction of the relations of production, depends on the revolutionary science that Marx was only able to found on the basis of what the Marxist tradition calls the philosophy of dialectical materialism, very precisely, as we shall point out in also proof, on the basis of a proletarian class position in philosophy. It is, consequently, impossible. Lenin admirably understood and showed this, to grasp or, before Shilrai, expound and develop Marxist theory, even on a single, limited point, without adopting proletarian class positions in the realm of theory. The characteristic task of each and every philosophy is to represent, in theory, the given class position. The characteristic task of Marxist philosophy is to represent, in theory, the proletarian class position, whence the primordial importance, for every exposition and every development of Marxist theory of dialectical materialist philosophy, that is, the proletarian class viewpoint in philosophy. We shall show in Volume 2 that the role of Marxist-Leninist philosophy is not only vital for the development of Marxist science and the concrete analysis of concrete situations, Lenin, which alone makes Marxist science possible, but that it is also vital for the political practice of the class struggle. If this is so, it is no wonder that our first volume begins by asking what is philosophy, or that our second volume should culminate in a definition of the revolutionary nature of the Marxist-Leninist conception of philosophy and its role in scientific and political practice. When we have reached that point, we will understand why and how philosophy is, in a concrete sense, the revolutionary weapon. While my communist comrades, at least, will be willing to grant me, at the outset, what I have just said about the importance of Marxist-Leninist philosophy and scientific practice, above all in the theory of history founded by Marx, but in the other sciences as well, and also in the communist practice of the class struggle, an objection can nevertheless be raised against it, even from the Marxist standpoint. It may be objected that others have long since said and written what needs to be said about Marxist-Leninist philosophy, called, in the classical tradition, dialectical materialism, for everyone knows that there are many celebrated texts on the philosophy founded by Marx and his successors. For example, the Theses on Feuerbach and the afterword to the second German edition of Capital. For example, Engels and Titering and Ludwig Feuerbach. For example, Lenin's Materialism and Imperial Criticism and Philosophical Notebooks. For example, Stalin's essay Dialectical and Historical Materialism. For example, Mao's On Practice and On Contradiction 1937, and Where Do Correct Ideas Come From? Why? Under these circumstances, should we raise the question of Marxist-Leninist philosophy again? 1. Let us say, in order to take stock of things, but also in order to spell out certain crucially important points, while throwing the political and theoretical character of our class practice in philosophy into sharper relief. 2. We cannot, however, stick to this still speculative expository standpoint. It is not just a question of making the reader see and understand the specificity and novelty of our philosophy. It will also be a question from now on of putting that philosophy to work in a practical way, in short, of putting it to work on scientific problems that will appear in short order. Beginning with our simple analysis of the unity comprised by a mode of production, the unity between productive forces, relations of production, but also in all that follows, that we are absolutely incapable of clearly perceiving these scientific questions and thus advancing the state of our knowledge unless we bring our philosophy directly into play. That is why we affirm for all the historical, theoretical and practical reasons just stated that the time is ripe and that the moment is propitious, at least in our country, for taking critical stock of the state of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, demonstrating its revolutionary nature, refining certain aspects of it and putting it to work, without delay, on various scientific problems, some of which have a direct bearing on the class struggle today. 1. The time is ripe because we need to take stock of things and are capable of taking stock of things. We have learned a great many new things since Marx and Engels and even since Lenin's Materialism and Imperial Criticism. Today, we have at our disposal the extraordinary experiences of the Soviet Revolution and the Chinese Revolution, the lessons offered by the various forms of the construction of socialism and their diverse results, the lessons of all the working class struggles against the capitalist bourgeoisie, and all the popular mass struggles as well, the struggle against fascism, the liberation movement for the Third World countries, the Vietnamese people's victorious struggle against French and then American imperialism, the struggle of Black Americans, student revolts, and so on. We have not only the experience of the great victories of the workers' movement at our disposal, we also have that of its defeats and crises. Lenin told us 20 times over that when we succeed in thoroughly analyzing the causes of a failure in order to draw its lessons, it always has more to teach us than a victory, since its consequences force us to go to the bottom of things. This holds a fortiori for a serious crisis stop. When we consider the lessons that Marx drew from the initiatives of the popular masses under the Commune and from an analysis of the reasons for its failure, or the lessons that Lenin drew from the popular masses, invention of the Soviets during the 1905 revolution and the failure of this dress rehearsal, we can only say, what about us? What lessons are we to draw from all the unprecedented experiences, all the defeats, failures and victories we now have at our disposal, and from the crisis we are living through, can all this stupendous experience leave philosophy indifferent? Should it not, rather, guide, nourish, and enrich the revolutionary philosophy that the Marxist workers' movement has handed down to us? 2. We also think that the moment is propitious for taking stock of the present state of Marxist-Leninist philosophy. The moment is propitious because it is urgent to invest or reinvest Marxist-Leninist philosophy with all its revolutionary force, so that it can fulfill its ideological and political function as a revolutionary weapon in the crisis that we are currently living through, as at other times. But the crisis we are living through should not be allowed to mask another that is infinitely more important. Let there be no mistake. We need only become aware of the unprecedented crisis into which imperialism, beleaguered by its contradictions and its victims and assailed by the people, has now plunged, in order to conclude that it will not survive. We are entering an age that will see the triumph of socialism across the globe. We need only take note of the irresistible course of popular struggles in order to conclude that in the relatively near future, despite all the possible twists and turns, the very serious crisis of the international communist movement included, the revolution is already on the agenda. 100 years from now, perhaps only 50 years from now, the face of the world will have changed. The revolution will have carried the day from one end of the earth to the other. That is why it is urgent to provide all those who are finding their way to communism, and more people are, especially among young men and women in the factories, the fields, and the schools, with the means they need to arm themselves with Marxist-Leninist theory and the experience of the class struggle, the philosophy of Marxism. Leninism is one of these means, for it is a revolutionary philosophy. It is the only revolutionary philosophy. To put it very simply, taking stock of the current state of Marxist-Leninist philosophy means understanding clearly, and as profoundly as possible, what this philosophy is, how it produces its effects, and how it must be utilized so as to serve, in Marx's phrase, not to interpret the world, but to change it. Taking stock of the current state of Marxist-Leninist philosophy also means recalling, in order to explain and understand that philosophy, the basic acquisitions of the new science founded by Marx, historical materialism, without which Marxist Leninist philosophy would not exist. Again, it means recalling that if Marx had not adopted a proletarian, dialectical materialist class position in philosophy, the science that he founded, historical materialism, would not exist. It follows that we have to put this philosophy to work in order to refine and advance the state of our knowledge in Marxist science, so that we can more lucidly analyze the current concrete situation. To make our expose clearer, let us indicate the structure of what follows. To grasp the sense in which Marxist-Leninist philosophy is revolutionary, we have to know what distinguishes it from earlier philosophies. In order to be able to make this distinction, we have first to know what philosophy in general is. Hence the order of our questions. First question, what is philosophy? Second question, what is Marxist-Leninist philosophy? It appears at a glance that it is imperative to ask these two questions in the order just indicated. Yet they do not define the structure of our study. Why not? Because, as we shall see in a moment, it is impossible to answer the second question, what is Marxist-Leninist philosophy, without making a very long detour, that is, without proceeding by way of an exposition of the basic results of the Marxist science of history, of which historical materialism is the general theory. As a matter of fact, contrary to what all philosophers, including many Marxist philosophers, spontaneously think, the question what is philosophy does not fall under the jurisdiction of philosophy, even Marxist-Leninist philosophy. If it did, this would mean that it is philosophy's task to define philosophy. This is what philosophy has thought and done throughout its past history, constantly, with a few rare exceptions. This is what makes it fundamentally idealist, for to maintain that it is, in the last instance, the duty and right of philosophy and philosophy alone to define itself is to assume that it can know itself, that it is self-knowledge, that is, absolute knowledge, whether it uses this term overtly, as Hegel does, or practices the concept shamefacedly, without saying so, as all philosophy did before Hegel, with a few rare exceptions. Thus it is no wonder that, if we want to propose definition of philosophy that does not merely repeat philosophy's purely subjective, hence idealist, hence non-scientific self-consciousness, but rather comprises objective knowledge of philosophy, we have to turn to something other than philosophy itself, namely, the theoretical principles of the science or science is capable of providing us with the scientific knowledge of philosophy in general that we are looking for. As will appear, we shall have to refine some of these principles and advance the state of our knowledge in some cases, to the extent that we have the means to do so, as will appear. That science and the other sciences deriving from it all depend on the unprecedented discovery thanks to which Marx opened up a new continent, the continent of history, to scientific knowledge. The general theory of this scientific discovery is known as historical materialism. That is why we shall have to make a long detour through the scientific results we need, produced by historical materialism, in order to reach our goal. The scientific definition of philosophy, in the last analysis. This long detour will explain the structure of our study. Here, in the order in which they occur, are the chapter titles. Chapter 1, What is philosophy? Chapter 2, What is a mode of production? Chapter 3, The reproduction of the conditions of production. Chapter 4, Base and superstructure. Chapter 5, Law. Chapter 6, The state and its apparatuses. Chapter 7, The political and associated ideological state apparatuses. Chapter 8, The reproduction of the relations of production. Chapter 9, The reproduction of the relations of production and revolution. Chapter 10, Law as an ideological state apparatus. Chapter 11, Ideology in general. I wish to warn readers from the outset, solemnly, as it were, in order to avoid all misunderstanding, all confusion, and all unfounded criticism, that the order of exposition I have adopted has a serious disadvantage, one no other order of exposition can overcome. It is that the present volume proposes to discuss, above all, the mode of functioning of the superstructure, the state apparatuses, as reproduction of the relations of production. It is, however, impossible to talk about the state, law and ideology without bringing class struggle into play. Proper logic would therefore seem to indicate that I should have adopted the opposite order of exposition, and begun by talking about the class struggle before talking about the state, law and ideology. The latter order of exposition, however, would have run into the same difficulty the other way around. For it is impossible to talk about classes and class struggle without first talking about the state, law and ideology. Thus we are caught in a circle, since we would have to talk about everything at once. The reason is quite simple. In reality, all the things that we would like to discuss go hand in hand, and all depend, albeit in a very precise way, on each other. They pay no mind at all to their complex functioning and the distinctions we must make to understand them. The fortiori, they are oblivious to the order of exposition we have to adopt to explain how they work, since the essence of what I have to say, to the extent that it involves new theoretical refinements of certain limited points, bears on the superstructure. It is legitimate, because one must choose in any case, to choose the order of exposition that offers as many theoretical and pedagogical advantages as possible, for, as readers will eventually see, we also have reasons of principle for thinking that the order of exposition we have chosen is the right one. The class struggle will therefore constantly come into play after a certain very early point in our analysis. It will do so by way of a whole series of effects that remain unintelligible unless we refer to its reality and presence outside the objects we analyze, but inside them as well. However, as we are unable for good to present a theory of the class struggle beforehand, we shall constantly have to bring its effects into play without first having provided a thorough explanation of their causes. It is the more important to spell this out in that the reality of the class struggle infinitely exceeds the effects of the class struggle that we will encounter in the objects analyzed in Volume L. We state this principle clearly, in advance, so as to forestall criticisms based only on reason. The inevitable one-sidedness of our order of exposition, had we chosen the other order of exposition, beginning by talking about the class struggle before going on to talk about the state, just as many criticisms could have been raised, but from the other direction. On this point, therefore, we ask readers, not for their indulgence, but simply for their understanding. It is materially impossible to discuss everything at the same time if one wants to expound things with a modicum of order and clarity. To final remarks, we shall endeavor, precisely, to be as clear as possible. We must, however, warn our readers that, so as not to traduce our subject, we shall sometimes have to enter into explanations that are complex and call for sustained attention. This is not our fault. The difficulty of our explanations has to do with the objectively complex nature of philosophy, law, its apparatuses, and ideology. Finally, we ask readers to take the present book for what it is without asking that it do the impossible. For us, it is a simple essay, the beginnings of an investigation. While it is a product not of improvisation but of reflection, it obviously cannot avoid the risks of inadequacy, approximation, and, of course, error that all research involves. All that we ask is a certain indulgence for the one who takes these risks. At the same time, however, we ask for the assistance provided by the most severe sort of criticism on condition, of course, that it The real criticism, that is, seriously argued and backed up with evidence, not a simple judgment handed down without reasons to justify it. One last warning, if I may put it that way. Nothing of what is advanced here should be taken, on any grounds whatsoever, as the Bible truth. Marx demanded that his readers think for themselves. That rule holds for all readers, whatever the nature of the text one submits to them. 1 Tn. Elsewhere, Althusser refers to the manuscript as the reproduction of the relations of production. Yen, footnote crossed out in the manuscript. 1 I am deliberately using, for the time being, the term Marxist-Leninist philosophy. I shall propose another, more accurate term at the end of the present essay. 3. The present crisis is dominated by two events of crucial importance. 1. The 20th Congress and its consequences, which called aspects of Stalin's politics from the 1930s on into question, and 2. The split in the international communist movement, which called the political line that emerged from the 20th Congress into question. 4 Yen, Althusser incorporated into the second draft of his manuscript the basis for the present edition, the chapter that has here become Chapter 7. Brief remarks on the political and associated ideological state apparatuses of the French capitalist social formation. What is identified as Chapter 7 in his list as. Here become Chapter 8, and so on. Chapter 10, here Chapter 11, was ultimately given the different title Further Remarks on Law and Its Reality, the Legal Ideological State Apparatus. Chapter 11, here Chapter 12, was renamed on Ideology, and the title of Chapter 6 was truncated. What is philosophy? By common sense philosophy and philosophy everyone thinks she knows, spontaneously, what philosophy is. Yet philosophy is also supposed to be a mysterious activity that is difficult and beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. How is this contradiction to be explained? Let us look a little more closely at its two terms. Everyone thinks she knows, spontaneously, what philosophy is, on the basis of the conviction that all people are, more or less, philosophers, even when they are not aware of it. Like Monsieur Jourdain, he uttered prose without being aware of it. This is the thesis defended by the great Italian Marxist theoretician Gramsci. Everyone is a philosopher, and Gramsci provides interesting details. He observes that, in everyday language, the expression to take things philosophical lie designates an attitude that itself involves a certain conception of philosophy, bound up with the idea of rational necessity. Someone who, confronted with a painful occurrence, takes things philosophically, is someone who takes a step back, gets the better of her immediate reaction, and conducts herself in a rational way. She understands the event affecting her and acknowledges its necessity. Of course, says Gramsci, there can be a streak of passivity in this attitude. To be a philosopher is to cultivate your own garden, or mind your own business, or see only what suits you. In short, to be a philosopher is also, most of the time, to resign oneself to necessity and withdraw into this resignation, into one's private life, one's inner life, one's day-to-day affairs, while waiting for the dust to settle. Gramsci does not deny this, but he insists on the fact that such passivity contains, paradoxically, the acknowledgement of a certain order of things, one that is necessary and comprehensible. At the same time, however, as Plato already notes, we find another idea of what philosophy is in the popular conception of it, an idea embodied in the stock figure of the philosopher who goes around with his head in the clouds or in abstraction and falls down wells. There were no well walls in Greece, as there are today, because he keeps his eyes trained on the heaven of ideas instead of the ground. This caricature, thanks to which the people can make fun of philosophers, is itself ambiguous. On the one hand, it represents an ironic criticism of the philosopher, an affectionate or bitter settling of accounts with philosophy. On the other hand, it contains the acknowledgement of a fact of sorts. Philosophers practice a discipline that is beyond the ken of ordinary men and women of common people, while being, at the same time, a discipline involving serious risks. Gramsci takes the first term of the contradiction into account, but not the second. But it is not good method to chop things in half and keep only what suits us. We have to take every aspect of the popular conception of philosophy into account. When we do, it appears that, in the everyday expression to take things philosophically, what first meets the eye is resignation to necessity, conceived as something inevitable. One waits for things to settle down, or for the onset of death. To philosophize is to learn how to die, says Plato. The acknowledgement that it is a rational necessity thus takes a back seat. Indeed, it may be a necessity and nothing else. We may not know the reasons for this necessity, so that it is not rational. That is, it may be a fatality. There is no other way. That is usually the case. This remark is crucial. It is crucial, first of all, because it puts the accent on the idea that philosophy, resignation, One cannot say that this equation in fact contains, despite itself as it were, an idea of philosophy that has critical value. Indeed, we shall be showing that the vast majority of philosophies are forms of resignation or, to be more precise, forms of submission to the ideas of the ruling class, Marx, and thus to class rule. It is crucial, secondly, because it does in fact contain a distinction between two altogether different types of philosophy. There is, on the one hand, the passive, resigned philosophy of those who take things philosophically, while cultivating their gardens, and waiting for the dust to settle. We shall call this philosophy common sense philosophy. On the other hand, there is the active philosophy of those who submit to the order of the world because they know it by means of reason, either in order to know it or in order to change it. We shall call this philosophy tout court, writing its name with a capital letter. Take, for example, the Stoic philosopher. He is a philosopher to the extent that he actively adapts to the order of the world, and this rational order is, for him, rational because he knows it through the exercise of reason. Take, for example, the communist philosopher. She is a philosopher to the extent that she militates in order to hasten the advent of socialism, the historical necessity of which she has understood, by means of scientific reason. We shall say that all the adepts of Stoicism and all communist militants are, in this respect, philosophers in the second, strong sense of the word. They take things philosophically, if you like. In their case, however, this expression has to do with knowledge of the rational necessity of the course of the world or evolution of history. Of course, there is a big difference between the adept of Stoicism and the communist militant, but for the moment, it does not interest us. We shall discuss it in due course. What is essential for the moment is to see clearly that the common sense philosophy to which the everyday expression refers should not be confused with philosophy in the strong sense. The philosophy elaborated by philosophers, Plato, the Stoics, and so on, Marx, Lenin, which may or may not disseminate or, rather, be disseminated among the broad mass of the people. When, today, we encounter philosophical elements in the popular conceptions of the masses, we have to take this dissemination into account. Unless we do, we may mistake philosophical elements in the strong sense that have been inculcated, Lenin, Mao, into the masses as a result of the union of Marxist theory and the workers' movement for spontaneous mass consciousness. Moreover, the popular conception of philosophy, when it ironically shows us the philosopher with his head in the clouds, explicitly recognizes that philosophy can be something altogether different from common sense philosophy. This irony, which is a settling of accounts, indulgent, sardonic, or severe, with speculative philosophy, incapable of concerning itself with down-to-earth problems, also contains its grain of truth, Lenin, namely, that the true philosopher circulates in a world different from that of spontaneous popular consciousness. Let us call it, provisionally, the world of ideas. The philosopher knows and says certain things that ordinary people do not know. He has to negotiate the difficult roads of abstraction in order to attain this lofty knowledge, which is not immediately given to everyone. In this sense, one can no longer say that everyone is spontaneously a philosopher, unless one plays on the sense of the word philosopher, the way Gramsci does unless one confuses common sense philosophy with philosophy tout court. This brings us back to our question, what is philosophy? But at the same time, we can now see that our first question is pregnant with another, what is common sense philosophy? To answer this two-part question, we shall be developing a certain number of theses in orderly fashion. We will thus be brought to discover a certain number of realities. Only after we have put these realities in place can we come back to our questions and answer them. 11. Philosophy has not always existed. Let us begin with a simple observation. While common sense philosophy has, it seems, always existed, philosophy has not. Everyone knows how Lenin begins his famous book State and Revolution. He points out that the state has not always existed. He adds that the state is observed to exist only in societies in which social classes exist. We shall make a remark of the same sort, but it will be a little more complicated. We shall say that philosophy has not always existed. Philosophy is observed to exist in societies in which one, social classes, and therefore the state exists. Two science or one science exists. Let us be more precise. By science we mean not list of empirical findings, connaissances, which can be quite long. Thus the Chaldeans and Egyptians were familiar with a considerable number of technical procedures and mathematical results, but an abstract, ideal or, rather, idea-dependent, ideal discipline that proceeds by way of abstractions and demonstrations. For example, the Greek mathematics founded by Thales or those designated by this no doubt mythical proper name, to stick with our observation. The facts do indeed appear to show that we are right. We can confirm it in both past and present. It is a fact that philosophy as we know it begins for us with Plato, in the Greece of the 5th century before our era. We can see that Greek society comprised social classes, our first condition, and that the world's first known science, mathematics, began to exist as a science, our second condition. Shortly before the turn of the 5th century, these two realities, social classes and mathematical demonstrative science, are registered in Plato's philosophy and combined there. On the pediment of the school in which he taught philosophy, Plato wrote, "Let none enter here who is not a geometer," and he made use of the geometric proportion, which grounded the idea of proportional equality, in other words, inequality, to establish class relations among people that flattered the convictions of the reactionary aristocracy was, there are people who are made for work, others who are made to command, and, finally, still others who are made to ensure that the dominant class's order reigns over slaves and tradesmen. But let us not proceed too quickly, for we can observe another fact as well. Other class societies existed well before 5th century Greece, yet they did not possess the idea of demonstrative science, and, plainly, they did not have the idea of philosophy. Examples: Greece itself prior to the 5th century, the great Near Eastern kingdoms, Egypt, and so on. It would clearly seem that, in order for philosophy to exist, the two conditions that we have mentioned must obtain: the necessary condition, the existence of classes, and the sufficient condition, the existence of a science. It will be objected that there were men who called themselves philosophers before Plato, such as the 7 sages, Babylonian philosophers, and so on. We shall reply to this objection a little later. Let us return to the conditions that we have defined and pursue our observations. The unprecedented discipline of philosophy, founded by Plato, did not disappear with his death. It survived him as a discipline, and there have always been people to practice it. It is as if it were necessary that philosophy exist, and not just that it exist, but that it perpetuate itself in singular fashion, as if it were repeating something essential in its very transformations. Why did it continue, and why was it transformed even as it was perpetuated? Let us note that it was continued and developed in what we call the Western world, which was relatively isolated from the rest of the world until the advent of capitalism. The world in which classes and the state have continued to exist, and in which the sciences have seen great developments, but in which the class struggle has also seen great transformations. As for philosophy, what has happened to it? We may observe the following 111 political scientific conjunctions and philosophies. We note that philosophy, too, has seen major transformations. Aristotle is something other than Plato, Stoicism something other than Aristotle, Descartes something other than St. Thomas Aquinas, Kant something other than Descartes, and so on. Did these transformations occur for no reason other than that these great authors we inspired? Or, to put the question another way, why were these authors great authors, whereas a throng of other philosophers, who wrote a host of books, have remained, so to speak, in the shadows, without playing any historical role? Here, too, we can note certain things. We observe, perhaps to our surprise, that all great transformations in philosophy intervene at moments in history either when noteworthy modifications occur in class relations and the state, or when major events occur in the history of the sciences, with the additional stipulation that the noteworthy modifications in the class struggle and the major events in the history of the sciences appear, most of the time, to reinforce each other in their encounter in order to produce prominent effects in philosophy. Let us give a few examples. In view of the rudimentary facts we have provided so far, we have to present them in extremely schematic form. We shall modify it later, when we have other analytical principles in hand. As far as most of the great authors of philosophy are concerned, we can indeed observe, in the conjuncture in which they thought and wrote, a conjunction of political and scientific events representing important modifications of the previous conjuncture. Political events, scientific events, author's creation of the idea of a biological science. Aristotle, Macedonian Empire, and of the city-state, creation of the idea of a new physics, the Stoic slave-holding Roman Empire. Roman law, feudalism plus the first propagation of the Arabs. Scientific discovery, St. Thomas Aquinas, signs of the revival of Roman law, development of legal mercantile relations under the foundation of mathematical Descartes, physics by Galileo, absolute monarchy, rise of the new foundation of physics by Newton, bourgeoisie. French Revolution, contradictions of the first approaches to a theory of history, Hegel, French Revolution, threat of the Fourth Estate, eliminated by Thermidor and Napoleon. Civil law, code emergence, growth and first struggles, failures and victory of the workers, science of history founded by Marx, Lenin, dialectical materialism movement. Imperialism, rise of the petty bourgeoisie, axiomatization of Husserl mathematics, mathematical logic, crisis of imperialism, developments in technology, Heidegger, and soon, we shall leave it to our readers to breathe life into the elements of this schematic table. We shall restrict ourselves to putting them on the right track with a few simple remarks that are themselves extremely schematic. We shall take just one example, Descartes' God. The table should be read as follows. Descartes, philosophy, which marks a crucial moment in the history of philosophy, since it inaugurates what we may call modern philosophy, came into existence with the conjunction of important modifications in class relations and the state on the one hand and the history of the sciences on the other, in class relations. We are referring to the development of bourgeois law, which sanctioned, in its turn, the development of commodity relations in the manufacturing period under the absolute monarchy. The absolute monarchy was a new form of state representing a form of transitional state between the feudal and capitalist state in the history of the sciences. Galileo's foundation of the science of physics, which represents the great scientific event of the modern period, comparable in importance to only two other great discoveries known to us. The discovery that led to the foundation of mathematics in the 5th century and the discovery, due to Marx, that laid the foundations for a science of history in the mid-19th century. Let there be no mistake. We are not claiming that Descartes' philosophy can be deduced from the conjunction of these two decisive events, political, economic, and scientific. We contend only that the conjuncture in which Descartes' thought was dominated by this conjunction, which radically distinguishes it from the preceding conjuncture, the one in which, for example, Italian Renaissance philosophers had to think for the moment. We shall content ourselves with bringing Descartes' philosophy into relation with this conjuncture and this conjunction. What interests us in this conjuncture is this conjunction, which would seem to confirm the validity of the twofold condition that we stated in order to begin to account for what philosophy might be. We shall leave it at that for the moment. Reading the other examples in our table this way, we observe that the transformations of philosophy seem to stand in relation with the complex, unmistakable interplay between transformations in class relations and their effects, on the one hand, and major events in the history of the sciences on the other. We ask the reader to grant us no more than that. The conditions of existence of philosophy that we have defined are plausible, so much for the past. What about the present? We invoke the present in order to make our definition even more plausible, for we are referring not just to the present of societies in which philosophy exists, but also to that of societies without philosophy, for, in our world, there still do exist societies or groupings of people in which philosophy as we know it has never managed to arise. For instance, the so-called primitive societies, traces of which still subsist. These societies have neither social classes nor science. They know nothing of philosophy. For instance, great societies in which we cannot yet isolate what has been brought into them from outside in order to consider, so to speak, what they were before this importation of the sciences and philosophy. We might take the example of 19th century India or China in order to ask ourselves whether these societies which had social classes, even if they were disguised in the form of castes, as in India, but not science, as far as we know, but we may be mistaken, had what we call philosophies in the strict sense. People readily speak of Hindu philosophy and Chinese philosophy. In question here, however, may be theoretical disciplines that have only the external appearances of philosophy, so that it would doubtless be preferable to give them another name. After all, to have a theoretical discipline, theology, which, while plainly theoretical, is not, in principle, a philosophy. Provisionally, we can hypothesize that the question of the nature of soul, called Hindu or Chinese philosophy, is of the same order as the question of the pre-Platonic Greek philosophies. Later, we shall attempt to answer this question. Here, to sum up, is what we have found so far. Setting out from the simple observation that philosophy has not always existed, we have found empirically that the existence and transformations of philosophy seem to bear a close relation to the conjunction of important events in class relations and the state on the one hand, and the history of the sciences on the other. Let there be no confusion about what we have said and what we have not. So far, we have merely observed that there is a relation between these conditions and philosophy. We do not yet know anything about the nature of that relation. To arrive at a clear understanding of it, we shall have to put forward new theses, making a very long detour in the process. As I have indicated, this detour passes by way of an expose of the scientific results of historical materialism that we need if we are to produce a scientific definition of philosophy. To begin with, it leads us to the question, what is a societal? Once science, mathematics exists, We may say that the idea of science taken from it can serve to authorize theoretical constructions, not yet scientific, that are brought to bear on empirical facts. Hence the idea of a biological science that Aristotle's philosophy takes as its authorization. We shall go much further in due course, at the end of our study. What is a mode of production? With his discovery, Marx opened up the continent of history to scientific knowledge. He laid the groundwork for a theory constituting the foundation of all the sciences that bear on objects belonging to the continent of history, not just what is known as history, sociology, human geography, economics and demographics, but also psychology, social psychology, such as sociology, and generally the disciplines known as social sciences, and, still more generally, all the human sciences. The fact that these social and human sciences do not acknowledge that Marx's theory is the foundation for their true existence as sciences, the fact that they persist in upholding ideological notions which make them semi-scientists pseudo-sciences or mere techniques of social adaptation is due to the dominant influence. The bourgeois ideology, which prevents them from recognizing Marx as the founder of their true theory. Well, let us say no more about that. What matters for present purposes is the fact that Marx, with his discovery, provided us with scientific concepts capable, for the first time, of making intelligible what human societies and their histories are, that is, of making the structure, persistence, development, stagnation and decline of societies intelligible, along with the transformations whose sites they are. This does not mean that nothing important was ever said about the nature of human societies before Marx, by, for example, philosophers, Spinoza, Hobbes, Montesquieu, Rousseau and others, historians feudal or bourgeois, who discovered the reality of the class struggle, or economists such as Smith and Ricardo. Hailed the efforts of Marx's predecessors, however, their most positive aspects included, were dominated by ideological notions and depended in every instance on an explicit or implicit idealist philosophy of history, not on a true scientific theory of history, human societies. Let us note straight away that Marx very early, beginning in 1847 with his polemic against Proudhon, the poverty of philosophy, rejected the notion of society as non-scientific. This term is in fact fraught with moral, religious and legal overtones. In short, it is an ideological notion that must be replaced by a scientific concept, the concept of social formation. Marx, Lenin. It is not simply a matter of substituting one word for another. The concept of social formation is scientific insofar as it belongs to a theoretical system of concepts that has nothing whatsoever to do with the system of ideological notions to which the idealist notion of society must be referred. We cannot now elaborate on the system of concepts, in which the concept of mode of production plays the central role. Let us simply say, so as to be understood by one and all, that social formation designates every concrete society that has historical existence and is individualized, so that it is distinct from other societies contemporaneous with it, and is also distinct from its own past, by virtue of the mode of production dominant in it. Thus we can speak of so-called primitive social formations. 1. The Roman slave-holding social formation, the French social formation based on serfdom known as feudal, the French capitalist social formation, such as socialist social formation in transition towards socialism, and so on. Marx showed, precisely, that in order to understand how a given social formation functions and what occurs in it, including the revolutionary transformations that shifted from one mode of production to another, we have to bring the central concept of mode of production into play. I here recall four classical theses in order to show how the central concept of mode of production comes into play in Marx's theory. 1. Every concrete social formation is based on dominant mode of production. The immediate implication is that in every social formation, there exists more than one mode of production, at least two and often many more. One of the modes of production in this set is described as dominant, the others as dominated. The dominated modes are those surviving from the old social formations past, or the one that may be emerging in its present. The plurality of modes of production in every social formation and the current dominance of one mode of production over those that are disappearing or coming into being make it possible to account for the contradictory complexity of the empirical facts observable in every concrete social formation, but also for the contradictory tendencies that clash within it and find expression as its history, the observable real transformations in the economy, politics and ideology too. What constitutes a mode of production? It is the unity between what Marx calls the productive forces and the relations of production. Thus every mode of production, dominant or dominated, has, in its unity, its productive forces and relations of production. How should we conceive of this unity? Marx speaks of the correspondence between the productive forces and relations of production. Correspondence, however, is just a descriptive term. The theory of the very special nature of the unity between the productive forces and the relations of production of a determinate mode of production has yet to be constructed. This first theory commands the theory of an altogether different problem, too often confused with the first, the theory of another unity quite different, because necessarily contradictory between the dominant and dominated mode or modes of production in a given social formation. For example, when we say that the relations of production no longer correspond to the productive forces, and that this contradiction is the driving force behind every social revolution, it is no longer a question or no longer just a question of non-correspondence between the productive forces and relations of production of one given mode of production. In the great majority of cases, doubtless, it is also a question of the contradiction in the social formation under consideration between the productive forces of the whole set of modes of production in that social formation, on the one hand, and, on the other, the relations of production of the mode of production currently dominant. This distinction is crucial. If we fail to make it, we will talk wildly and inaccurately about correspondence and non-correspondence, confusing two very different types of unity. First, the unity internal to a mode of production between its productive forces and relations of production, and second, the always contradictory unity between the dominated modes of production and the dominant mode of production. 3. When we consider a mode of production and the unity productive forces relations of production that constitutes it, it appears that this unity has a material basis, the productive forces. But these productive forces are nothing at all if they are not rendered operational, and they can only operate in and under the aegis of their relations of production. This leads to the conclusion that, on the basis of the existing productive forces and within the limits they set, the relations of production play the determinant role. The whole of Capital and all of Lenin's and Mao's work comprise a commentary on this thesis. Marxists have not always acknowledged this. On this decisive thesis, the reader may consult A and X1. For this last thesis, which bears on the determinant element in the unity between productive forces relations of production, and thus in the economic base or infrastructure, should not be conflated with another classic thesis, which affirms that in another very complex unity, that which unites the superstructure, law, state, ideologies with the base, the unity of the productive forces and the relations of production. The economic infrastructure is determinant in the last instance. The thesis that I just presented, thesis 3, must therefore itself be placed under the present thesis. Thesis 3 can accordingly be stated as follows. In the base, which, in the last instance, determines everything that happens in the superstructure in the base, that is, in the unity productive forces relations of production, the relations of product drawn are determinate. On the basis of the existing productive forces, and within the material limits they set, we have to be very careful here. We need only compare these four theses with each other to see that we are virtually identifying the mode of production with the unity between productive forces relations of production, which is to say that we are classing the mode of production with the base, simply in order to evoke an issue that is the subject of still unsettled theoretical debates. We shall say that we are provisionally leaving aside the question as to whether we should ultimately define a mode of production in the narrow sense, as we are doing here, namely, by bringing only its productive forces and relations of production into play, or whether we should, rather, affirm that every mode of production necessarily induces or includes its own superstructure for some time. We favor the latter hypothesis. Provisionally, we now prefer to maintain the narrow sense of the concept mode of production unity of the productive forces and the relations of production peculiar to a given mode of production, while affirming, again provisionally, that the question of the superstructure pertains, rather, to the nature of the concrete social formation, in which at least two modes of production are combined under the dominance of one of them. In the present state of our knowledge, it seems to us preferable to retain the present hypothesis, while reserving the right to modify it, should that prove necessary. 11. The productive forces in what follows. We shall consider what happens in a single mode of production. A mode of production is, as its name indicates, the way or manner, a mode of producing. Of producing what? The material goods indispensable to the material existence of the men, women and children living in a given social formation. The way of producing is a way of tackling nature, since it is from nature and nature alone that all social formations, which do not live on thin air or the word of God, extract the material goods necessary for their subsistence, food, clothing, shelter, and so on, that is, for their stagnation or development, a way of tackling nature in order to wrest from it the goods required for subsistence, hunting, gathering, fishing, extraction of minerals, and so on, or make it produce them. Agriculture, animal husbandry, is not a state of mind, a behavioral style, or a mood. It is a set of labor processes that together form a system constituting the production process of a particular mode of production. The labor process is a series of systematically regulated operations performed by the agents of that labor process, who work on an object of labor, raw material, unprocessed material, domesticated animals, land, and so on, using, to that end, instruments of labor, more or less sophisticated tools, and then machines, and so on, in such a way as to transform the object of labor into, on the one hand, products capable of satisfying immediate human needs, food, clothing, shelter, and so on, and, on the other hand, instruments of labor for the purpose of ensuring that this labor process can continue to be carried out in future. In every labor process, the agents of that process must be qualified, that is, capable of properly using the instruments of labor in accordance with specific technical rules. Hence they must have technical experience of a kind that is rigorously defined by, because required by, the existing instruments of labor. If they did not have such experience, the instruments of labor would be improperly used or not used at all. Every generation of individuals always finds the existing instruments of labor to hand. They can improve them or not. In any case, the limits on these improvements or innovations depend on the state of existing instruments, those that the generation in question has inherited, not invented itself. The technical level of the agents of the labor process is thus always determined by the nature of the instruments of labor and, more generally see below, by the existing means of production. Hence the following important Marxist thesis: in the productive forces, in which people figure as agents of the labor process, it is not these people but, rather, the means of production which are the determining element. Marx was always categorical on this point. Only for the last 200 years has it been possible to observe, as a consequence of the capitalist mode of production, a constant revolution in the means of production. The consequence of the development of technology, linked in its turn to the development of the natural sciences. For millennia, however, modifications of the means of production were either virtually non-existent or all but imperceptible. The constant modernization of technology specific to the capitalist mode of production, including the spectacular developments that we have been witnessing for the past 30 years, above all, atomic energy and electronics, do not alter Marx's thesis by a. Throughout the labor process, its agents either work in a non-cooperative mode, isolated fishermen or hunters, small independent producers, or cooperate. The introduction of cooperation, and above all, its different forms also depends, in the final analysis, on the state of the existing means of production. People can fish all alone, angling with hook and line or using a small net. When, however, they possess long-range trawlers and huge nets, the kind of fishing they practice mandates a specific form of cooperation. The existing dominant relations of production and the politics that correspond to them can either impose or allow forms of cooperation which, with the same productive forces, make possible results that the previous relations of production and politics ruled out. For instance, cooperation based on colonial forced labor, on big plantations owned by whites, or for road building and other construction projects, made it possible to achieve using the same instruments of production as in the past, or other, almost equally rudimentary instruments, results that had previously been beyond the reach of the colonized social formations. For instance, the very large-scale cooperation practiced in China after the revolution in order to build gigantic earthen dams, especially in the people's communes, to cite just as one example, made it possible, without in any way altering the existing instruments of production, small baskets, carried on shoulder poles, hoes and shovels, to achieve results that were impossible and unimaginable in the older forms of familial cooperation, individual peasants, or cooperation based on a single village. Let us also simply note the following. Every productive process in a mode of production involves several different labor processes, which must therefore be carefully combined in such a way that the manpower needed to perform the various tasks, seasonal or not, suffices to accomplish the whole of the labor process called for by that one mode of production. By itself, this requirement necessarily implies a division of labor, even if it takes only rudimentary forms. To take an extremely simple example, we can observe, in the surviving primitive African social formations, divisions of labor between different labor processes. The men hunt and build the huts, in regulated forms of cooperation, while the women, for their part, tend the vegetable garden or raise the small barnyard animals, count the grain, and so on. We can also observe crossover phenomena. The same men switch from one labor process to the other, depending on the season. This simple example provides some idea of the extreme complexity that reigns even in a primitive social formation's productive process. As one can readily imagine, the process of production becomes infinitely more complex in our highly industrialized modern societies. Let us leave it at that and go back to our basic concepts. Our contention is that the productive forces of a mode of production are constituted by the unity of the complex, regulated interplay of factors that brings on stage the object of labor nature, in various forms including the natural energy, that must always, under all circumstances, be either harnessed, even if what is involved is simply wind or a flowing stream, or exploited gravity, but, above all, raw material, whether passive minerals or active animals, land, the instruments of production, the agents of production, or labor power. Marx uses the term means of production for the set encompassing the object of labor plus instruments of labor, or production. Marx uses the term labor power for the set encompassing the various ways in which activity, either physical or of some other kind, is expended by the set of agents of the labor process, that is, individuals who have the technical skills needed to utilize the existing means of production in the required cooperative or non-cooperative forms. If we recapitulate these terms, we arrive at the famous equation, productive forces unity, means of production plus labor power. All this holds for a single mode of production. This equation has the theoretical advantage of highlighting the set means of production, that is, it distinguishes this set from the set labor power. This distinction is essential to understanding what happens in every class society, for example, in a capitalist social formation, in which the means of production are held, not by those who dispose of labor power, but by individuals outside the labor process, capitalist exploiters. Before going further, let me bring a theoretical problem with far-reaching implications to my readers' attention, including those of my readers who may have illuminating suggestions as to how to resolve it. It will have been understood that it is, to begin with, crucial to distinguish the productive forces specific to one particular mode of production from the whole set of productive forces in a concrete social formation, in which several modes of production coexist under the dominance of one of them. The set of the latter forces of production is the set of the productive forces of the different modes of production coexisting in a social formation under the dominance of one of them. In this case, the plural productive forces seems to be justified by the plurality of the modes of production, although the set of these productive forces obviously cannot be a simple aggregate, a simple sum, but has to possess, even in its contradictions, a kind of unity. Unity conferred on it by the dominance of the mode of production that dominates the others. This is in itself a problem for which we do not yet have a real theory. The principal difficulty, however, has to do with the plural of the productive forces belonging to one given mode of production. We have, in a word, described the productive forces and presented their unity in the form of a list and its sum. Object of labor plus instruments of 10 production plus labor power. Hegel long ago warned us that a sum is just a sum, that is, to be very rigorous, it is the absence of a concept, if not, as Spinoza put it in another context, the sanctuary of ignorance. To be less rigorous, let us say that a sum is the index of a provisional lacuna that clearly has to be filled, for we clearly sense that the productive forces put into operation in the various labor processes in the productive process of a single mode of production are not just added up or added up any which way. Addition is the record of an observation that counts things up. We have to set out from it, of course, but we cannot remain at that level. We suspect that what we are describing in the form of a sum is not a random aggregation, but a specific combination that has, for each mode of production, a specific unity which, precisely, founds the material possibility of this combination, or conjunction. We come to terms with it empirically by breaking it down into the form of elements that we then add up. Among the important theoretical questions requiring clarification, then, we must include the question of the type of unity which, for each mode of production, organizes its productive forces in specific forms. However this last difficulty is resolved, we have, by bringing the concept of productive forces into play, begun to form a clearer picture of one of the two elements of the mode of production. In question here, after all, are facts that anyone who keeps his eyes open and is reasonably methodical can, if not discover, then at least recognize. It is not on the subject of the forces of production that we can decently pick a quarrel with Marx. The vast majority of experts, the economists, will agree, but will further observe that all that goes without saying. They will even add, we have understood what a mode of production is. productive force is set in motion in certain labor processes by agents with special skills. From the foregoing, a good many experts will conclude 1. That Marx invented nothing new, since all this is blindingly obvious, without suspecting that it has only been blindingly obvious since Marx, and above all, 2. That we have to do in all this with nothing more than technology pure and simple. Material technology, tools, machines, technical training of the workforce, and technical organization of the labor process. The experts will feel reassured, and their spontaneous tendency, which is technicist or technocratic, will be reinforced, since they find themselves, unfortunately, in certain Marxists' company in this matter. Everything will, for them, be for the best in the best of all bourgeois worlds. In fact, we must squarely rebut them. The productive forces do not suffice to account for a mode of production, since they are just one of its elements. The other is represented by the relations of production. Marx effectively shows in Capital, as does Lenin throughout his work, that the mobilization of the productive forces, means of production plus labor power, is incomprehensible unless we understand that it takes place under the aegis of definite relations of production, which play the determinant role in the unity productive forces relations of production. 111 The relations of production. What are the relations of production? They are relations of a very special kind between, in classless societies, the agents of production, when all the members of a social formation are agents of production, or between, in class societies, the agents of production on the one hand and, on the other, personages who are not agents of production, although they intervene in production. These personages hold ideological, the means of production, and appropriate a share of the products of the labor of the agents of production without providing anything in return. They appropriate a share of surplus labor. Thus they may, so to speak, be found at both ends of the productive process, since they own ideological law property, the means of production before the process of production and after appropriate its product, conceding only a share of it to the agents of production so that the latter may live and reproduce. They keep the remainder, in the capitalist regime, surplus value, for themselves of course. They do not consume the whole of this remainder at celebrations or spend it on other personal whims. They must consecrate a share of this remainder, that is of surplus labor, to renewing the means of production in the requisite proportions, because means of production are gradually depleted in line, or wear out, tools, machines. 12 If those who hold the means of production do not take care to renew them, they will end up, one fine day, no longer holding them at all, and be unable to avoid falling to the level of individuals of the sort, who have nothing to sell, but the strength of their two hands, when they do not sell their bodies. One can find, in Balzac or Zola, stories of rich heirs who fritter away the family fortune, and end up as wage workers in what was once their own factory or in the gutter. Thus we can, at the point we have now reached, define the relations of production in class societies as relations of a one-sided distribution of the means of production between those holding them and those without them. We can add that this distribution of the means of production determines the distribution of the goods produced. Here, however, we have to be very careful. We may be tempted to think, granted, there are people who hold the means of production and others without them. It is all a question of property, so what? What does that change as far as the labor process, for example steelmaking, is concerned and, generally speaking, as far as the mobilization of the productive forces is concerned? We have been told that the personages who hold the means of production and who appropriate surplus labor are, so to speak, at both ends of the process, before and after, but then the process of production remains what it is. Mobilization of the productive forces, full stop. Our economists will once again conclude. Process of production, the reign of technology relegating all that business about the ownership of this or that to the level of secondary considerations. Yes, precisely. We said that these individuals are, so to speak, at both ends of the process of production. If we take things at the level of pure appearances, our economists, there are even Marxists among them, are right. Who holds or does not hold the means of production is simply a matter of legal causes, a question of property. And the one, says the capitalist, who owns the means of production and the legal consequence, have a look at the civil code, is that I also own its products. I am free to concede a share of them to my workers in the form of wages, something that is, moreover, quite normal in exchange for their labor, but we said, so to speak, that was a way of suggesting that all this is not true. We can now show why. Capitalist relations of production are relations of capitalist exploitation. To demonstrate this, we shall, from now on, restrict our analysis to what goes on in the capitalist mode of production, to be very precise, in a social formation, such as the contemporary French social formation, dominated by the capitalist mode of production. The fact that the capitalist mode of production is dominant in this social formation means that there still exist elements of one or more earlier modes of production in France, which is to say, in the case-to-hand sectors in which the composition products of the feudal mode of production, the mode of production 13 based on serfdom, still endure big landed estates to begin with, the basis for ground rent, followed by the small independent producers, written on rural craftsmen referred to as small family farmers, and so on. However, the capitalist mode of production dominates these archaic forms, not just by virtue of the transformation of natural ground rent into capitalist ground rent, but also by virtue of the capitalist market's nearly total domination of the surviving small independent producers. As for buyers, sellers, or producers, cooperatives, the last named are extremely rare. They are incontestably part of the capitalist mode of production, constituting a direct anticipation of the socialist mode of production, only in the fancy of a handful of opportunists or superannuated utopian thinkers. The fact that France in 1969 is a social formation dominated by the capitalist mode of production means that production of socially useful goods or use values, marketed in the form of commodities or exchange values, thus the real, effective production of objects of real social utility, takes place under the aegis of capitalist relations of production. But these capitalist relations of production are simultaneously relations of capitalist exploitation, and we shall see in a moment that it is necessary to go further still. Here, we must beware. The point is not to conflate everything and, as soon as it has been understood that capitalist production simultaneously capitalist exploitation, to list production off stage and consider only exploitation. One of the effects of the capitalist mode of production, among others, is effectively to produce objects of social utility that are 114 consumed either individually, collectively, bread, sugar, apartments, automobiles, radios, airplanes, and also weapons, or productively as means of production. Every mode of production in every social formation, whether or not there are social classes in that social formation, has, among other effects, this basic material effect. In this regard, and depending on the existing today, international level of Soviet, or Chinese wheat as well in 15-1 technology, truly wheat, identical to capitalist wheat, and an automobile, Soviet or Chinese, as well and truly an automobile, identical to a capitalist automobile, simply because social and political categories such as socialist or capitalist do not apply to objects of social utility or even to means of production. To be sure, those wishing to efface all distinctions between social regimes invoke the international, because physical, nature of products of social utility of the overwhelming majority of such products, and technology in order to justify their theories of industrial societies, or other such drivel. We can even do them the favor of giving them, for free and to all appearances, an additional argument, by saying that all identical labor processes or even all labor processes in general, no matter what the mode of production or regime under which they are carried out, mobilize the invariable elements of the labor process, object of labor, instrument of labor, labor power. Here the imaginations of our utopian thinkers, apologists for neo-capitalism and reformists start churning and promise us the moon, either the disappearance of classes or communism, just as soon as automation becomes universal, because automation will put an end, to all intents and purposes, to nearly every intervention by labor power and, consequently, to the exploitation of labor power. Let us be serious. While the capitalist mode of production does indeed produce objects of social utility, it produces them only under the aegis of very specific relations of production. We have briefly seen which ones, in a very provisional way, that simultaneously make them relations of exploitation. The same thing holds for all class societies. But these relations of exploitation take a specific form in capitalist social formations. Let us now see in what respect capitalist relations of production are relations of capitalist exploitation in principle. This finds very concrete expression in the following way. The means of production, the unprocessed material processed in a factory, the factory buildings, the instruments of production, machines and them and so on, are the sole property of the capitalist proprietor or corporation. That makes no difference here. It likewise makes no difference whether the capitalist proprietor directs the process of production himself as orchestras, conductor, marks, or delegates this task to a factory director. In contrast, labor power, in each of its atomistic subdivisions, belongs to a large number of individuals who possess no means of production, but only their personal labor power, with different degrees of qualification. These individuals sell the use of their labor power for a set length of time to the owner of the means of production. In exchange for wages, they are hired by the day, the week, or, in certain cases, the month. Wage workers always advance the use of their labor power, as Marx shows, inasmuch as they are paid at the end of the day, week, or month. Among these wage workers, there are different categories of personnel: common laborers and unskilled workers at the lowest level, then skilled workers, technicians of various levels, supervisors of various kinds, production engineers, and various managers. There are also Office 16 workers, typists, accountants, and so on. As everyone knows, real production cannot take place unless the means of production, which do not work all by themselves, are set into relation with, and set to work by, labor power, that is, wage workers. But this act of bringing wage workers into relation with means of production belonging, not to them, but to the capitalist owner of those means of production. The act thanks to which material production can proceed takes place, precisely, in a capitalist regime, and only within relations of control of the means of production in the one case, and, in the other, non-control of the same means of production. Those who have no means of production at their disposal have nothing but their individual labor power. These relations automatically convert capitalist relations of production into relations of exploitation. We have already seen where this exploitation resides. This is Marx's great discovery, in the value that the capitalist conceives to the free workers in exchange for the purchase of the use of their labor power. The capitalist conceives to his wage workers, contractually, only their wages, that is, only part of the value produced by their labor. By law, all the products remain in the capitalist's hands. Their value represents 1. The value of the commodities that are used up in the process of production carried out by the workers, such as raw material, wear and tear on machines, and so on, and 2. The surplus product that is itself divided up unequally into two portions: the wage conceded to the workers and the surplus value extorted from them, which is pocketed by the capitalist without further ado, and everyone is happy, says the capitalist, because he has risked his capital. Because he surely must pocket a profit that rewards him for the risk he has run, and because the workers' labor has been paid for at its value. The trouble with this line of reasoning, which Marx took to pieces, is that 1. No category, legal or of any other kind, can register the necessity of giving the person who is lucky enough to hold capital or profit in exchange for the risk he has run, which, moreover, generally does not run at all, and 2. The value conceded to the individual worker in the form of a wage by no means represents the value of his labor, but only the value required to reproduce his individual labor power. A value that has nothing to do with the value of labor. An expression that, properly speaking, 17 is devoid of all theoretical meaning. This is why the capitalist relations of production that ensure the real production of use values, or products of social utility, simultaneously ensure, inexorably, capital's exploitation of labor power. That is why capitalist relations of production are simultaneously relations of capitalist exploitation. To this, we must add a determination specific to the capitalist regime. A number of readers will agree that the foregoing analysis is realistic. They will, however, add, granted, the capitalist mode of production is indeed a mode of production that produces objects of social utility, but the capitalist avails himself of the opportunity that this production provides in order to squeeze surplus value from workers. In sum, the capitalist is a man shrewd enough to outpassion on the real production of objects of social utility required to meet men's needs. This is not at all true. Marx shows that, contrary to most earlier modes of production, for which this explanation may perhaps hold, capitalism is a mode of production whose overriding objective is to produce, not objects of social utility, but surplus value in capital itself. That is what is meant by the common expression which has it that the driving force behind the capitalist regime is the profit motive. We should say, more rigorously, that the driving force behind capitalism is the production of surplus value by means of the production of objects of social utility. It is the uninterrupted growth, and thus the growth on an extended scale. With exploitation by means of production in the capitalist mode of production, the production of objects of social utility is wholly subordinate to the production of surplus value, that is to say, the production of capital on an extended scale, or what Marx calls the valorization of value. The capitalist mode of production does indeed produce goods of social utility use values, but it does not produce them as objects of social utility for the seemingly primordial purpose of satisfying social needs. It produces them as commodities that are produced through purchase of the commodity known as labor power, and it does so for one purpose and one purpose alone: to produce. surplus value, that is to say, to extort it from workers thanks to the unequal play between two values, the value of the surplus product and the value of wages, in a day and age in which both ideologues of neo-capitalism and neo-anarchists are sweeping exploitation under the carpet, the former by way of defense of the notion that the capitalist economy no longer exists, that we have a service economy, the latter by declaring that the essence of exploitation is repression. We need to recall this truth that Marx brought to light. Everything that happens in a capitalist social formation, including the forms of state repression that accompany it, we shall see which forms and why, is rooted in the material base of capitalist relations of production, which are relations of capitalist exploitation, and in a system of production in which production is itself subordinated to exploitation, and thus to the production of capital on an extended scale. Before we come to these notorious forms of state repression, however, we must examine more closely, even if only by adducing a few limited examples, the manner in which this primacy of the relations of capitalist exploitation is expressed and exercised in the forms of capitalist production itself, its technical forms included. I.e. the social division of labor is the reality behind the technical division of labor, production, exploitation, and the class struggle in production. The thesis that we shall be defending is a perfectly classical thesis. We find the basis for it everywhere in Marx's Capital, Lenin's work, and the work of their intellectual heirs. It runs as follows. 1. The relations of production radically determine all the seemingly technical relations of the division and organization of labor. 2. By virtue of what we have said so far, since the relations of production are relations of capitalist exploitation, the relations of capitalist exploitation radically determine, not in general and indistinctly, but in specific forms, all the apparently technical relations that come into play in material production itself. In other words, the relations of exploitation are not just expressed in terms of the extortion of surplus value, which is consecrated by wages and all the effects of the market economy. Exploitation has its primary effect in wages, but it has other specific effects in the practice of production itself, in the guise of the division of labor. To bring out the existence of some of these effects, we introduced the concept of the social division of 19 labor some time ago, in a sense different from the one in which Marx uses the term, opposing the social to the technical division of labor. Marx employs the expression social division of labor in capital to designate what we propose to call the division of social labor, that is, the division of social production into different branches, agriculture and industry, to begin with, but also different branches of industry. Because the term is convenient and seems to us to be very apt, we propose to retain the terminological innovation that we introduced then. Thus we shall use the term social division of labor to designate the effect that the relations of production, or relations of exploitation, have at the heart of the production process itself. Our adversary is, here too, the same as before, namely the technocratic technicist ideology that we may describe as economistic, as we have already seen. Every mode of production mobilizes a combination of labor processes which require that certain defined operations be carried out by qualified agents in a strictly defined order and in strictly defined forms. For each labor process, this entails a technical division into defined posts of various kinds, as well as organization of the labor process and thus management of the organization resulting from the defined division of labor. This holds for every labor process. It holds a fortiori when a process of production subsumes, as it always does, a large number of labor processes. From all this, our stalwart economists promptly draw the very simple conclusion that only purely technical phenomena occur in the production process, the purely technical division of labor, the purely technical organization of labor, and a purely technical management of labor. Invoking the requirements of production itself, they will argue that division, organization, and management of labor are surely needed to ensure production, that there must therefore be manual workers and intellectual workers, and thus workers and diversely qualified technicians on the one hand and, on the other, the whole hierarchy of managers, administrators, engineers, upper-level technicians, supervisors, and so on. These are all blindingly self-evident truths. Did Marx himself not acknowledge the fact? There has to be someone to supervise each department on the shop floor, and a whole orchestra needs a conductor to organize the division of labor and lead the resulting organization, to which our worthy economists add that all one has to do is to humanize relations in the enterprise between supervisors, engineers and managers on the one hand and workers on the other. This provides workaday proof of the fact that economistic ideology and humanist ideology are two faces of one and the same ideology. We need only read Louis Armand or Francois Bachelin. But all Marx's work is a commentary on the fact, and all the workers' practical experience their grinding. Revealist daily experience of the real relations that dominate and regulate the technical division and organization of labor is proof of the fact that these self-evident truths about the division, organization, and purely technical management of labor are pure and simple illusions, or, worse, pure and simple impostures, milked for all they are worth in the capitalist class struggle against the workers. Class struggle for the purpose of maintaining workers in the condition of the exploited. 28 is indeed in production itself that the implacable class struggle between exploiters and exploited is rooted, for it is present there at every moment. The primary argument of the capitalist class struggle consists, at this level, in the ideological imposture about the purely technical division, organization, and management of labor. Clearly taking our stand, with Marx, against this mystification, we affirm that all the forms in which the putatively technical functions of the division of labor are carried out are direct or indirect effects of the dominant relations of production, in our country, capitalist relations of production. Consequently, we maintain that every technical division of labor is in fact a social division of labor. As Marxists, we must take the view that all arguments to the effect that the currently existing forms of the division of labor are purely technical, and all such presentations of them should be rejected and denounced as pure and simple arguments of the capitalist class struggle. I will restrict myself to developing 3 points to prove it. 1. Every process of production entails the existence of several labor processes and thus of a set number of posts for qualified labor, including the post required to organize, coordinate, and manage that process of production. In the final analysis, the state of development of the means of production, first and foremost the technological unity object of labor 21 instrument of labor, commands the way these posts are defined in our capitalist class society. These posts are filled on the basis of an implacable, insuperable class division, posts requiring manual labor of the kind performed by workers, as well as certain posts for technicians and low-level supervisors, foremen, and, at the limit, the heads of the various departments on the shop floor, are held for life by members of the working class. The other posts, involving somewhat more elevated organizational tasks and, higher up, planning and partial management of the labor process, are monopolized by members of other social strata, engineers and technicians, as well as middle-level and upper-level supervisory personnel. Finally, the most important posts are held by the capitalists themselves or their direct representatives. The division into social classes is thus present in the division, organization, and management of the process of production, by virtue of the distribution of posts on the basis of the class affiliation of the individuals who hold them, and, correspondingly, the number of years they have spent in school getting an education, whether truncated or complete. The fact that a majority of these individuals, engineers, upper-level supervisory personnel, even directors, are 20 to increasingly simple wage earners makes no difference here. There are class differences among those who work for wages. The source of revenue does not determine 23 class affiliation. That this division into classes has inexorable effects on the division of labor is strikingly revealed by this circumstance that only a rare handful of workers ever succeed in climbing up a few rungs and, thanks to grueling efforts, acquiring somewhat better qualifications. As for the worker who becomes an engineer, or even a manager, he is, in our society, a museum piece exhibited to encourage belief in the possibility of the impossible, and the idea that there are no social classes, or that someone born a worker can rise above this class. Plain, unvarnished reality cries out against these disgraceful exhibitions. The immense majority of workers are workers for life. The opposite is still more indubitably true. An engineer or upper-level supervisor never falls to the level of a worker, except in the case, an exceedingly rare limited case, and even that is understated, of disastrous economic crises. The pitiless line of class demarcation unmistakably separates two categories of human beings. The technical division of labor is quite simply a mask hiding the fact that some people are permanently penned in the situation of the working class, while others can have either high-level posts that are immediately attributed to them, or fairly or very 124 broadly open-ended careers. 2. This line of demarcation exactly coincides with another, the one that justifies the first. Some people, engineers, upper-level supervisors and technicians, factory directors and all their assistants, hold a monopoly on certain content and forms of knowledge, and thus on a form of know-how, while others, common laborers, unskilled and skilled workers, are penned in other contents and forms of know-how. The monopoly of the managers, engineers, and upper-level supervisors and technicians has its counterpart in what is in practice a prohibition for the great majority of workers, exhausted by the production rate. The myth about all imaginable evening courses, notwithstanding, This prohibition prevents them from breaking out of the contents and forms of knowledge in which exploitation pens them. This segregation, internal to all productive processes, throws the social nature of every putatively technical division of labor into sharp relief. It is not always to the advantage of the supposedly knowledgeable engineers and other upper-level technicians, who are ignorant of very many things that the workers learn in their practice or through personal effort. This does not go unnoticed by the workers, who often resolve problems that baffle certain engineers. The workers judge them accordingly, a circumstance which, combined with the experience of being penned in one's position, contributes to class consciousness and the working class struggle. As far as the great mass of its effects goes, however, the official monopoly on certain kinds of knowledge and the practical prohibition that keeps workers from acquiring such knowledge maintain the omnipotence of the social division of the relations of production and the relations of the supposedly purely technical division of labor. They do so by virtue of the authority that monopoly and prohibition exercise over the relations of production. There is never organization, management and division of labor without hierarchical relations of authority. But authority is always on the same side. It is always the same people who wield it and the same who are subjected to it, for all intents and purposes their whole lives, law and theory. The proof is that no organization of the labor process in any factory can ever do without sanctions enforcing this class domination, without a form of repression, in no way beholden to policemen, since it is exercised in the division of labor itself and by its agents. Nothing unless a factory has an ultra-modern staff trained in the pseudo-scientific techniques of human resources social psychology, and perhaps not even then can eliminate the need for functions of surveillance and repression, which may or may not be performed by the same agents who are responsible for the organization of labor, supervisors, engineers, and so on. Fines, demotions, the attribution or withholding of bonuses, and dismissals are workers' daily law. An unspoken class struggle plays itself out at this level. In the mid-cases, it involves hiring procedures accompanied by more or less political checks, if not police-like inquiries, as well as constant surveillance of trade union representatives and activists, and even dismissals. Illegal dismissals included. In fact, many employers would rather be fined by a labor court they lump the fines in with overhead than tolerate the presence of an undesirable element, whose activity, they rightly fear, may end up costing them more than a court condemnation. Most labor inspectors, as everyone knows, have no power to stop abuses. When they do not collude with those who commit them, internal repression is brought to bear on wage workers by wage workers taking their orders from the management of an enterprise, which is always a class management implementing a policy of exploitation or super-exploitation. This completes the practical demonstration that the purely technical division of labor is just a facade for a very different kind of division, the social division of labor, which is an effect of the division between classes. It is no accident that the workers call engineers, very aptly, little bosses. The fact that a certain evolution is underway among some engineers makes no real difference as far as the overall problem is concerned. That is why the class distinction between manual labor and intellectual labor, to which Marx refers from the German ideology on, is indeed a reality. 25 Despite the crude, crass nature of the formula, it is produced by all class societies. It is still produced, and increasingly produced, by modern capitalist class society, despite the spectacular progress of science and technology, and the growing numbers of intellectual workers in new categories, such as researchers, whom we shall discuss when the time comes. That is why Marx was on the mark when he said that socialism should abolish the distinction between manual and intellectual labor. That is why Lenin's desperate insistence on the need to establish a new polytechnic school education. It unfortunately had small success, which would, moreover, combine manual labor and real production 26 with intellectual labor, was, and is, so important. That is why it seems to us that the news reaching us through what we can gather about certain experiments for the Cultural Revolution, mandatory training periods in basic production units for intellectuals of all orders, controlled shake-ups in the distribution of different manual and intellectual jobs among the producers. The real upgrading of jobs involving only implementation to posts of great authority and responsibility has something to do with the class struggle against the radical determination in our country of the technical division of labor. By the social division of labor, there is no further need, in my view, to demonstrate that it is a question of class struggle in all this, and that this class struggle is directly rooted in the effects of the relations of production in the process of production itself. Recapitulating the results of our analysis, we may say the following. 1. Capitalist relations of production are relations of capitalist exploitation. This exploitation is accomplished by way of an extortion of surplus value consecrated by the limit of the wage relation. Wages are paid in exchange for work performed in productive enterprises. 2. Within this production, the relations of production find expression in effects which, overlapping with and reinforcing the effects of class and class struggle, culminate in the following overriding result. The irreducible dominance exercised by the social division of labor over the purely technical, pseudo-division of labor. That social division of labor, in effect of the distribution of individuals and classes, culminates in double, joint line of demarcation, in the enterprise itself, between a monopoly on certain jobs associated with certain kinds of knowledge, reserved for one part of the personnel, and depending of another part of the personnel, the workers in subaltern jobs, plus a prohibition on knowing. 3. We can, then, put all of an enterprise's employees in three major categories. The category of those who perform only functions of production. It includes all the workers, common laborers, unskilled laborers, skilled laborers, and, sometimes, a handful of technicians. These are the proletarians in the strict sense. B. The category of those who perform functions of exploitation that are always simultaneously functions of production, engineers, upper-level technicians, production managers, and so on. C. The category of those who perform functions of repression that may be combined with functions of exploitation, supervisors, from foremen to certain engineers, or may not be. The goons expressly recruited in a number of factories to serve as informers and execute, among other tasks, all the police maneuvers of the gutter level anti-union struggle. All these employees are waged and must therefore be counted, on one ground or another, among the exploited. There are, however, major disparities in their wages and working conditions. Workers are subjected to exhausting work rhythms, while engineers work under completely different conditions. To say nothing of the basic distinction between functions of pure production on the one hand and the highly varied combination of functions of exploitation, production, and repression on the other. When all this is taken into account, it will be agreed that the forms of class struggle, unconscious and conscious, that obtain within the process of production alone are complex in the extreme. 4. It must in any case be understood that the sole basis and purpose of all the elements including the three functions just analyzed is exploitation of wage workers, especially those who are the most exploited, always more harshly exploited. Your agents of production are proletarians. It must be understood that the whole system of monopoly and penning and all the differences in function, including the repressive function, just one of the system's internal elements, converge to the sole end of accomplishing this exploitation or super-exploitation. It is an anarchist mistake to claim that production runs on repression. To do so is to foreground just one of the component elements of the process of production exploitation, and a subordinate one at that, repression. How does production exploitation work? First and foremost, it works because proletarians and other wage workers must, just to survive, take jobs in the production that exploits them, since none of the means of production are in their hands. That is why they show up all by themselves at the personnel office and, after they have been given work, set out all by themselves to take their jobs on the day shift or night shift. That is the absolutely determinant cause, but not the only one. Production exploitation also works thanks to the currently existing dispositive of the means of production, the assembly line, that pulls the workers in and inexorably forces them to adapt to its pace. As Marx long ago compellingly pointed out, workers have ceased to be working hands, and have become mere automatic extensions of their machines. Production exploitation also works thanks to the bourgeois ideology of work. The workers are the first to be subjected to its effects, because it is an ideology of the capitalist class struggle. This ideology that 127 makes the workers go comprises the following basic elements, which are so many illusions and impostures, yet are successful, as long as the workers' class struggle does not combat them. 1. The bourgeois legal illusion, according to which labor is paid for at its value. 2. The corresponding legal moral ideology which has it that one must respect one's labor contract and, through it, the enterprise's house rules and regulations. 3. The technicist economistic ideology which has it that there must, after all, be different jobs within the division of labor, and such individuals to fill them. This ideology does a great deal more to make workers go than repression does. Production exploitation works, finally, with the help of certain repressive measures, some spontaneous, others very carefully thought out, by the bosses on the front line. Goons plus house unions, consider Simca and Citron. It will readily be understood that, under these conditions, the workers' class struggle in production does not unfold all by itself. It is rooted in, and takes shape in, exceedingly harsh day-to-day realities of exploitation, of the experience of exploitation, and the experience of the class line between manual and non-manual workers. The line that is not blurred by one or another technicians or engineers' liberal or even progressive behavior, often just a mask for paternalism, and in the experience of the actual behavior of supervisors, engineers, and agents of repression. This class struggle, however, runs squarely up against the powerful weapons of the capitalist class struggle, which are the more redoubtable in that they do not always resemble weapons. Above all, after control of the means of production and extortion of surplus value, the illusions and postures of the bourgeois ideology of work just discussed, trade union activists, waging the class struggle, are well aware of this. They have to fight this ideology step by step, taking up the same combat day after day to root this mystification out of their own consciousness, no easy task, and their comrades. Struggle against exploitation, wages, production rates, unemployment, struggle against the impostures of the bourgeois ideology of work, struggle against repression. Such are the three always interlinked forms of the economic class struggle in production. If this is right, then we can understand 1. Why the class struggle is basically conducted in the forms of the division of labor and the working conditions prevailing in enterprises, and why the political class struggle is rooted in the economic class struggle. 2. Why the economic class struggle is a struggle against incessantly intensified exploitation, not only against the brutal material form of exploitation, capitalism's tendency to reduce wages, and against the class techniques for increasing productivity, speed up, and so on, but also around the question of the technical social division of labor that prevails in enterprises, and against bourgeois ideology and repression. The working class's class consciousness is built up thanks not only to its experience of its material exploitation, wages, production rates, but also to its experience of the forms in which it is penned in the division of labor. It can be built up only in an ongoing ideological struggle against the bourgeois ideology of work. It will be understood, then, why the capitalist class and its ideologues have so powerful an interest in presenting the technical social division of labor, which is, in the final analysis, the class division of labor, as a purely technical division. It will be understood why overt struggle against this mystification and imposture of the capitalist class struggle can acquire such importance to the proletariat's revolutionary class struggle, economism, in whatever form it appears, including that of self-evident truths about technology and technicity, is the primary danger threatening the very foundations of working class consciousness, at the point where capitalist exploitation is carried out. In production, it will further be understood why those who have an interest in disguising the class relations of the social division of labor as the neutral relations of a supposedly technical division of labor, denounced by Marxist theory in its entirety, also have so deep an interest in treating capitalist relations of production as mere property relations, mere legal relations. We are beginning to understand that, between a technicist economistic interpretation of the division of labor and legalistic conception of the relations of production, one and the same unity obtains. The unity of the bourgeois ideology of the capitalist class struggle. We shall see in a moment the practical consequences that this can have for the workers' movement itself. The conclusion. The relations of production must not be mistaken for purely technical relations or legal relations if what we have just said is on the mark. It is clear that the relations of production no longer have anything to do with mere property titles. Legal titles and, consequently, legal relations are merely a form that sanctions a real content altogether different from that form, namely, the relations of production and their effects. We have just seen at how deep a level the relations of production and class relations and, therefore, the class struggle deriving from them, operate in the real relations prevailing in the production process itself. The description with which we began our exposition for the sake of convenience is clearly untenable. The relations of production do not come into play, in the form of property titles, before and after the process of production, simply in order to justify and lend legal sanction to control of the means of production and its products, and thus, extortion of surplus value. The relations of production are not a legal umbrella under the protection of which a perfectly and purely technical productive process is realized. Hence a twofold ideological confusion that must be avoided at all costs. 1. The technical confusion. As we have seen, the relations of production are not purely technical relations, but rather relations of capitalist exploitation, inscribed as such in the concrete life of production as a whole. 2. The legal confusion. The relations of production are not legal relations. They are something quite different. They affirm class relations in production itself. If that is right, we begin to glimpse what is covered by the scientific Marxist concept of the mode of production. We have defined it as a way of tackling nature. We have seen that tackling here means mobilizing productive forces under the aegis of relations of production. In class societies, these relations of production are relations of exploitation. The mode of production of a class society or the social formation divided into classes is quite the opposite of a mere technical process of production. At the same time as it is the locus of production, it is the locus of class exploitation and of class struggle as well. It is in the productive process of the mode of production itself that the knot of class relations and the class struggle bound up with exploitation is tied. This class struggle pits the proletarian class struggle against the capitalist class struggle. It is an economic class struggle, but also, if on the outset and simultaneously, an ideological class struggle, and thus a class struggle that has, consciously or not, political import. Every other form of class struggle is rooted in this basic class struggle, including the political class struggle properly speaking, in which all forms of class struggle are tied together in a knot of critical importance. It is easy to understand the capitalists' interest in depicting the process of production as the opposite of what it is, as a purely technical rather than an exploitative process. It is also easy to understand their interest in depicting the relations of production as something quite different from what they are, as legal relations, not relations included in class relations and the class struggle. It is also easy to understand that the destiny of every class struggle, the victorious revolutionary class struggle included, ultimately depends on an accurate conception of the relations of production. To build socialism, it will be necessary to establish the relations of production that abolish, concretely, the exploitative effects of the previous relations of production, together with all their class effects. The construction of socialism can therefore not be settled with purely legal formulas. Ownership of the means of production plus better technical organization of the labor process. At the limit, these are formulas which, if they are not seriously criticized and corrected, and very soon at that, may end up trapped in the economistic technicist legal humanist bourgeois ideology at work. Every misunderstanding of these formulas and their inexorable logic does an objective disservice to the revolutionary cause and the construction of socialism. 1. See Emmanuel Terray, Marxism and Primitive Societies. 2. Studies, Trans-Mary Klopper, New York, Monthly Review Press, 1972. Analyzing the late 19th century Russian social formation, Lenin distinguished four modes of production. 3. See the famous preface to Karl Marx's 1859 contribution to the critique of political economy, Trends. S.W. Ryazanskaya, in Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, Collected Works, London, Lawrence and Wishart, 1975-2002, Volume 29, pages 261-51.4. An inkling of these debates may be found in Collins and Terray, for an analysis of the labor process. See Karl Marx, Capital, Vol. 1. Trans. Samuel Moore and Edward Aveline, in Marx and Engels, Collected Works, Volume 35, pages 187-95.6. In this connection, one is quite simply stupefied to read, in a recent official work by Soviet Marxist theorists, Fundamental Principles of Historical Materialism, the following phrase, which revises the classical thesis, cn. The phrase is missing from Althusser's manuscript. Marx points out time and again that one of the essential characteristics of the capitalist mode of production, one distinguishing it from previous productive modes, is that it incessantly revolutionizes the existing means of production. Thus what is occurring today comes under a classical Marxian thesis. 8.1. Note the incontestable topicality of this thesis of Marx's, at a time when the conjunction between the vogue of the Marxist humanist interpretation, on the one hand, and, on the other, the unbridled technocratic lyricism that the impetuous development of the sciences and technology inspires in certain Marxists, lead them to formulate theses tending to affirm man's primacy over the means of production. These theses are converted into hazy formulas about, say, the increasingly determinant role in production of intellectuals as elements of the collective worker, or the revisionist thesis that science has become a direct productive force. We shall return at our leisure to these seemingly theoretical questions. 9. Livestock and the land have a double status. They are objects of labor. Livestock must be raised and land must be cultivated, but, at the same time, machines of a sort, since they themselves work on an object of labor, with which they are provided, pasturage or animal fodder, and, in the case of the land, seed. This twofold character of livestock and land is of decisive importance when it comes to understanding the very special nature of agricultural labor, as well as the role played by the concept of the differential fertility of land in the theory of ground rent. 10. We find this sum in the form of a list in Joseph V. Stalin, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, New York, International Publishers, 1970, 11. In Reading Capital, A.D.N. Bolivar has undertaken this investigation for the transition from manufacturing to big industry. I would like to point out to those who have read or will read Bolivar's discussion that what he has given us, albeit in keeping with the spirit of capital, is not in capital. It is an original, fruitful contribution. This is worth noting. But in order to distinguish those who make the risky attempt to discover something from those who content themselves with repeating things they owe to others so as not to have to think for themselves. 12. Machines wear out not only materially but also historically. They are made obsolete by new, improved machines, the results of technological progress. 13. Let us recall one effect of the survival equals the class of big landowners. That has nothing to do with the capitalist mode of production. It is well known that Lenin defended the thesis, which is imaginary, but interesting from a theoretical standpoint, that, in a purely capitalist, social formation one without residues of the feudal mode of production, the land could or even should nationalize, that is, the property of the state, which would rent it to capitalist farmer entrepreneurs, and charge a purely capitalist rent, that is, a differential rent shorn of absolute rent. 14. Be it recalled that capital contains neither a theory of the basic unit of production, nor a theory of the basic unit of consumption. We need to elaborate both theories. 15. Technology has not always been international. It became international with the constitution of the global market, or universal history, which really only dates from the period in which the capitalist mode of production came into existence. 16.1. Leave aside two questions that are today on the agenda, and for good reason. That of the difference between productive and non-productive workers and that of the collective worker. Ink is being spilled on the latter concept in the same proportions as it is fueling hopes. Let me point out that the concept of the collective worker, if it is to be brought into play from the apposite theoretical standpoint, has to be paired off with an unprecedented concept that I submit to the reflection of collective worker, FEMS, the concept of the collective exploiter. The latter bears a name familiar from Marx H. himself. The holders and the agents or auxiliaries, direct or indirect, of capital. 17. Labor, the quantity of which serves to measure compare the value of products, cannot, by definition, have value. Marx, Yellow Logarithm. 18. The concept of the extended scale plays an altogether crucial role in the theory of the capitalist mode of production, as we shall have occasion to confirm. 19. In Problems Étudiants, an essay that was published in La Nouvelle Critique, we here rectify the technicist and theoreticist tendency that marks some of the arguments in that essay. 20. The fact that engineers, even young engineers, who are stuffed with a heavy dose of economistic humanist ideology in their school years, really experience for themselves, and even when they have the best of intentions, their status and work as purely technical makes no difference here, given that they are educated in their schools in conformity with an ideology which, by a happy coincidence, such is not always the case. Hence the friction that can indeed go quite far when circumstances are favorable, as happened in there, for example, also holds sway in the enterprises in which they are employed. How can anyone expect them not to experience their ideology as if it were the nature of things? It takes no ordinary experiences to disabuse them, assuming that they wish to be disabused when it is not in their interest to be. 21. See Bolivar's demonstration in Reading Capital. 22. Simple wage earners. We would have to examine the matter more closely even in this respect. An engineer's income, for example, allows him to invest his savings in the stock market. To cite only that case, from the standpoint of his revenue, such an engineer is no longer a mere wage worker, but takes part in capitalist exploitation by way of the redistribution of speculation on surplus value. 23. The last lines of Capital, unfortunately broken up, prove it. 24. Let me point out an extremely tenacious and, from a theoretical and political standpoint, noxious illusion here. What happens in an enterprise, since we are taking an enterprise as our example, is never more than an effect of what happens in the capitalist system as a whole, and thus an effect that can in certain cases be literally undecipherable at the level of the enterprise alone. Precisely that holds for the social distribution or penning in of people that we are here denouncing. Any engineer will tell you, fine, but so what? I need someone to run a milling machine, so I run an ad. A milling machine operator answers it. I hire him. Is it my fault that he's just a milling machine operator, literally, taken in its own limits? This is not wrong. But precisely, competencies, that is, qualifications or the lack of them, or their existence not to the enterprise as such, but to a system external to the enterprise, the school system that educates, more or less, different individuals. employing mechanisms that we shall be studying in ways that vary with the milieu from which they come. These mechanisms reinforce the practical, economic and ideological prohibitions, or cultural prohibitions, those studied by Bourdieu and Passerim, which distribute in advance, on a class basis, the individuals recruited by the enterprise. In this respect, the entrepreneur's sick reasoning is not wrong. It simply proves that he is not in control of events. But these events that are beyond his control nicely correspond in advance, by an amazing coincidence, to a dispositive for distributing penning in, people that is always already ready and waiting in his enterprise with the purpose, precisely, of exploiting workers. The reason is that the school system that supplies ready-made, at the national level, a predisposition for the distribution penning in. The people that becomes concrete reality in the enterprise is the capitalist school system corresponding to the capitalist class's system of exploitation, not some other school system. It cannot be other than what it is, whether certain dreamers like that or not, as long as the foundations of capitalist exploitation remain in place, namely, capitalist relations of production. 25 This opposition between manual labor and intellectual labor obviously has to be much more thoroughly elaborated at the theoretical level, for it is no more than a first formulation pointing to an incontestable reality. When Marx coined this phrase, he plainly had in mind very classical references to a situation in which those who either did nothing at all beyond enjoying their fortunes or giving orders to the exploited, have flattered themselves that they were all working with their intelligence alone, so as to make it clear that the lower classes, since they lacked intelligence, could plainly only work with their hands. Plato. Marx was also thinking of big industry, in which the worker is a pure and simple, automatic extension of the automatic machine. The reality of the matter is more complex. No manual labor is possible without a modicum of intellectual labor. However, as far as the basic principle goes, Marx's distinction is perfectly justified, in that it points to a real class distinction, the precise forms and effects of which require further investigation. 26 In schools forthcoming. We will publish a long text by Krupskaya on this question. The text leaves no room at all for doubt. It evokes Lenin's almost desperate efforts and the failure of his educational policies. The end. The projected book was not successfully completed as planned. See A.D.N. Bolivar's preface to the present volume. 27 Tn. Fate Marcher, a key phrase in On Reproduction. It means makes both function work fall into line march, and also hoaxes, bamboozles. The reproduction of the conditions of production. We have not yet finished with the mode of production. We must now bring out something that we glimpsed in the course of our analysis when we discussed the necessity of renewing the means of production, to make production possible. That was a passing hint. We shall now consider the matter in full. As Marx said, even a child knows that if a social formation did not reproduce the conditions of production while producing, it would not last a year. Thus the ultimate condition for production is the reproduction of the conditions of production. It can be simple, only just reproducing the conditions of previous production, or on an extended scale, expanding them. We shall leave this crucial distinction aside in Volume 1 and return to it in Volume What, then, is the reproduction of the conditions of production. The reader should be warned that we are here entering a domain that is both very familiar and singularly misunderstood. The tenaciously self-evident truths, the empiricist kind of ideological self-evident truths of the point of view of production alone, or even of simple productive practice, which is itself abstract with respect to the process of production, are so much a part of our everyday consciousness that it is extremely difficult, not to say practically impossible, to rise to the standpoint of reproduction. Yet, outside this standpoint, everything remains abstract, not just one-sided, but distorted. That holds even at the level of production and, before she'll run, at the level of simple practice. Let us try to examine matters methodically and clearly, to simplify our discussion, and bearing in mind that every social formation is characterized by a dominant mode of production. We may say that the process of production puts the existing productive forces to work under determinate relations of production. It follows that, in order to exist, every social formation must, while it produces and in order to be able to reproduce the conditions of its production. It must therefore reproduce 1. The productive forces. 2. The existing relations of production. A reproduction of the means of production everyone now admits, including both the bourgeois economists who work in national accounting and modern macroeconomic theorists, because Marx compellingly proved it in Capital Volume 2, that no production is possible unless it ensures reproduction of the material conditions of production in strictly regulated proportions. Reproduction of the means of production, The average economist is, in this respect, no different from the average capitalist. He will tell you that, every year, it is necessary to make provisions to replace what is used up or wears out in production. Raw materials, fixed facilities, buildings, instruments of production, machines, and so on. We say the average economist, the average capitalist, because both express the viewpoint of the enterprise. They content themselves with simply commenting on the terms of its financial accounting practice. We know, however, thanks to the genius of Kenne, the first person to pose this problem that was staring everyone in the face, and the genius of Marx, who solved it, that the reproduction of the material conditions of production cannot be thought of at the level of the enterprise, because it does not exist in its real conditions at that level. What happens at the level of the enterprise is an effect that only gives some idea of the necessity of reproduction, but does not at all enable us to think its mechanisms. A moment's reflection will convince us of this. Mr. X, the capitalist who produces woolens in his mill, has to reproduce his raw material machines, and so on. However, he does not produce them for his own production, other capitalists do. Mr. Y, a big Australian sheep breeder, Mr. Z, a big machine tool manufacturer, and so on. They too, in order to produce these products necessary for the reproduction of Mr. X's conditions of production, have to reproduce the conditions of their own production, and so on to infinity. And everything has to happen in proportions such that, on the national and even world market, the demand for means of production, for reproduction, is satisfied by the supply. To envisage this mechanism, which entails a sort of endless spiral, we have to take Marx's global approach. That is, we have to study the relations of the circulation of capital between Department L, production of means of production, and Department 11, production of means of consumption, as well as the realization of surplus value. In Capital Volumes 2 and 3, we shall not go into an analysis of this question here. It is enough to have evoked the necessity of reproducing the material conditions of production, 11 reproduction of labor. How or yet something will surely have struck the reader. We have discussed the reproduction of the means of production, but not that of the productive forces. Thus we have ignored the reproduction of that which distinguishes the productive forces from the means of production, the reproduction of labor power, observing what goes on in the enterprise, especially the financial accounting practice of anticipating investment and depreciation, gave us a rough idea of the existence of the material process of reproduction. Now, however, we are entering a domain in which observing what goes on in the enterprises is not totally blind, then very nearly so, and for good reason. The reproduction of labor power takes place essentially outside the enterprise. How is the reproduction of labor power ensured? It is ensured by giving labor power the material means of reproducing itself. Wages. Wages appear in every firm's account books, but as wage capitally 3 not at all is a condition of the material reproduction of labor power. Yet that is clearly how wages work, since they represent only that portion of the value produced by the expenditure of labor power that is indispensable for its reproduction. That is, indispensable for reconstituting the wage worker's labor power, what he needs to procure food, clothing, and shelter, in short, what he needs to present himself at the factory gate again the next day, and every further day God grants him. Let us add, what is indispensable for raising and educating his children as well, in whom the proletarian reproduces himself as labor power, and in copies wherein equals 0, 1, 2, and so on. Let us recall that the quantity of value, wages, required to reproduce labor power, is not determined by the needs of a biological minimum wage alone, but by those of a historical minimum. English workers need beer, Marx says, while French proletarians need wine. Thus it is a historically variable minimum. Let us also recall that this minimum is historical in a twofold sense, in that it is defined not by the historic needs recognized by the capitalist class, but by those imposed by the proletarian class struggle, the twofold class struggle, against lengthening the working day and against wage cuts. We can, however, leave this crucially important point aside, since it does not directly bear on what we are trying to show here, for it is not enough to guarantee labor. How are the material conditions of its reproduction, if it is to be reproduced as labor power? We have said that the available labor power must be competent. That is, it must be such that it can be put to work in the complex system of the productive process, in specific hosts and specific forms of cooperation. As a result of the development of the productive forces, and the type of unity historically constitutive of the productive forces at a given moment, for labor power must be diversely skilled. Diversely, that is, as required by the socio-technical division of labor, its different jobs and posts. How is this reproduction of diversely qualified labor power ensured in a capitalist regime? It is ensured differently from social formations based on slavery or serfdom. The reproduction of the qualification of labor power no longer tends. It is a question of a tendential law to be ensured on the job. Instruction during production itself, but increasingly, outside production, by the capitalist school system in other instances and institutions that we shall discuss at greater length in a moment. But what do people learn at school? Everybody knows the answer. They stay in school for longer or shorter periods, but, at all events, they learn reading, writing, and arithmetic. That is, they learn a handful of techniques, and quite a few other things besides, including elements rudimentary or, on the contrary, advanced of scientific culture, or literary culture, that are of direct use in different jobs in production. One curriculum for workers, a third to engineers, still. Another for technicians, the final one for senior managers, and so on. Thus they acquire know-how. What everybody also knows, however, that is, what nobody cares to know, is that, alongside these techniques, reading, writing, and arithmetic, and is learning elements of scientific and literary culture. That function is know-how alongside, but also in the process of acquiring these techniques and is learning, people also learn, at school, the rules of good behavior, that is, the proprieties to be observed by every agent in the division of labor, depending on the post he is destined to hold in it. These are rules of professional ethics and professional conscience. That is, to put it plainly, rules of respect for the social and technical division of labor, and, in the final analysis, the rules of the order established by class domination. People also learn to speak proper French, at school, to write properly, which in fact means, for the future capitalists and their underlings, to order workers around properly, which in fact means, the ideal case, to talk properly to them so as to intimidate or cajole them, in short, to con them. The literary curricula in secondary and higher education serve that end, among others. To put this in more scientific terms, we shall say that the reproduction of labor power requires not only that its qualifications be reproduced, but that its submission to the rules of respect for the established order be reproduced at the same time. This means, for the workers, reproduction of labor power's submission to the dominant ideology, and, for the agents of exploitation and repression, reproduction of its capacity to handle the dominant ideology properly, so as to ensure the domination of the dominant class verbally, in other words, the school, but also other state institutions such as the church or other apparatuses such as the army, which is as free and mandatory as school. To say nothing of the political parties, whose existence is bound up with the states, teaches no how, but in forms that ensure subjection to the dominant ideology, or else the practice of it, every agent of production, exploitation, or repression, to say nothing of professional ideologues, Marx, has to be steeped in that ideology in one way or another in order conscientiously, and with no need to have his own personal gendarme breathing down his neck, to carry out his or her task. The task of the exploited, the proletarians, the exploiters, the capitalists, the auxiliaries of exploitation, supervisory personnel, or the high priest of the dominant ideology, its functionaries, and so on. Thus we see that the sine qua non for the reproduction of labor power is the reproduction not only of its qualification, but also of its subjection to the dominant ideology or of the practice of this ideology. Let us clearly spell out that one has to say not only, but also, for it is in the forms and under the forms of ideological subjection that the reproduction of the qualification of labor power is ensured. With that, however, we discover a new reality, ideology. A long analysis is required to broach this question. We shall introduce it with 2 remarks. The first remark will round off our analysis of reproduction. We have just rapidly examined the forms of the reproduction of the productive forces, that is, the means of production and labor power. But we have not yet broached the question of the reproduction of the relations of production. This question is the number one question, the crucial question for the Marxist theory of the mode of production. To neglect it would be a theoretical omission, worse, a serious political mistake. We shall therefore discuss it. To acquire the means we need to discuss it, however, we have to make another long detour. We ask the reader to follow us patiently and attentively. The second remark is that, to make this detour, we have to ask our old question again. What is a society? 1 Karl Marx, letter of July 11, 1868 to Kubelman, selected correspondence, Moscow, 1955, page 209. We repeat, dominant. For in every social formation in a process of historical development, or non-development, there is a mode of production that dominates the earlier modes still surviving in that social formation. That is why we once wrote that, to the present day, there are at least 2 modes of production in every social formation, cf. Emmanuel Terre, Marxism and Primitive Societies, Transmary Clopper, London 1972, pages 178-9.3. Marx has provided the scientific concept for wages, variable capital, for C. ADM Oligarch. Reading Capital, 5C Schools, forthcoming in autumn 1969, see Chapter 2 and 26, 6 know-how. This can mean simple techniques, knowing how to read, write, count, read a map, find one's way in a chronology, recognize this or that object or reality, and so on. But it can also mean knowledge, savoirs, that is, the rudiments or elements, sometimes even relatively advanced of scientific learning. Let us leave literature aside. We must here introduce a very important distinction. One does not learn science at school, nor even at university, as a rule. One learns scientific results and methods of reasoning and demonstration. Basically, one learns to solve problems, or do practical exercises. That is not, however, science, but, rather, elements of methodology and scientific results that constitute byproducts of living science. Living science exists, let us say, in scientific research alone. Lengthy commentaries could be made on that simple sentence, to capture the difference in a phrase. Let us say that the essence of living science consists less in solving problems than in posing the problems to be solved. Thus what one learns of science in schools and universities is techniques for manipulating and exploiting certain scientific results and methods, completely detached from their real life. That is why we can range all of the following under a single rubric: know-how, elementary techniques, and elements, even if they are relatively advanced of scientific learning. Base and superstructure. We have already had occasion to insist on the revolutionary nature of the Marxist conception of the social whole. With regard to what distinguishes it from the Hegelian totality, we said Eicher's thesis simply restates well-known propositions of historical materialism, that Marx conceived the structure of every society is constituted by levels or instances articulated by a specific determination, the infrastructure or economic base, the unity of the productive forces and the relations of production, and the superstructure, which itself comprises two levels or instances, the political legal level, law and the state, and the ideological level, the various ideologies, religious, moral, legal, political, and so on, advantages of a topographical representation. This conception is of theoretical and didactic interest. It makes us see the difference between Marx and Hegel. It has a crucial theoretical advantage as well. It allows us to inscribe in the theoretical dispositive of its essential concepts what we have called the index of effectivity of each one. What does this mean? It will be readily agreed that this representation of the structure of every society is an edifice comprising a base, or infrastructure, on which the two floors of the superstructure are erected is a metaphor. To be quite precise, it is a spatial metaphor. The metaphor of a topography topic, like all metaphors, does one, too, suggest or makes us see something. What? Precisely the fact that the upper floors could not stay up in the air, all by themselves if they did not rest, precisely on their base and its foundations. Thus the object of the metaphor of the edifices, above all, to represent determination in the last instance, by the economic base. The effect of this spatial metaphor is accordingly to assign the base an index of effectivity known by the famous terms, determination in the last instance of what happens in the upper floors, of the superstructure by what happens in the economic base. Setting out from this index of effectivity in the last instance, the floors of the superstructure are obviously endowed with different indices of effectivity. What kind of indices? We can say straight away, with no risk of error, that the upper floors of the superstructure are not determining in the last instance, but are, rather, determined by the effectivity of the base, and that if they are determining in their own way, which we have not yet defined, they are such insofar as they are determined by the base. Their index of effectivity, or determination, as determined by the determination in the last instance of the base, is taught in two forms in the Marxist tradition. 1. The superstructure is relatively autonomous with respect to the base, and 2. The superstructure reacts back on the base. We can therefore say that the big theoretical advantage of the Marxist topography, that is, of the spatial metaphor of the edifice base and superstructure, is that it simultaneously makes us see that questions of determination or of index of effectivity are crucial. That it makes us see that it is the base which determines the whole edifice in the last instance, and consequently, that it requires us to pose the theoretical problem of the type of derivative effectivity that is specific to the superstructure, or in other words, that it compels us to think what the Marxist tradition designates with the linked terms of the relative autonomy of the superstructure and the action of the superstructure back on the base. On the other hand, the major disadvantage of this representation of the structure of all societies by the spatial metaphor of the edifice is, obviously, that it is metaphorical. In other words, that it remains descriptive. It now seems to us imperative to represent things differently. Let there be no mistake. We are in no sense rejecting the classic metaphor, since it is this metaphor itself which requires that we go beyond it. And we are not going beyond it in order to reject it as obsolete. We would simply like to try to think what it gives us in the form of a description. 11 limits of a topographical representation. Let us lay our cards on the table. We think that it is by setting out from reproduction that it becomes possible and necessary to envisage the existence and nature of the superstructure. Simply adopting the standpoint of reproduction sheds light on several questions whose existence the spatial metaphor of the edifice indicated, but to which it could not furnish a conceptual response. We have to make a new stipulation here. In the text we referred to a moment ago, we tended, taking up certain indications made by Marx and his successors, to emphasize the distinction within the superstructure between what we called, on the one hand, the legal-political superstructure, law and the state, and, on the other, the ideological superstructure, the various ideologies. To emphasize this distinction was itself a way of making the reader see that there are differences in indices of effectivity between these two levels of the superstructure as well. Here, the spatial metaphor of the edifice also helped us to show that the legal-political superstructure is, as a rule, more effective than the ideological superstructure, although the ideological superstructure too is endowed with relative autonomy in its relations with the legal-political superstructure and is capable of reacting back on it. However, in emphasizing this distinction between the two forms of the superstructure, we remain within the logic of our metaphor and, accordingly, within its limits, those of a description. Here too, it has become imperative to represent things differently. That is, we should represent the relations between, first, the law state and, second, the ideologies in a way different from that dictated by the logic of the descriptive metaphor of the edifice. Let us take our idea to its logical conclusion. We should also represent differently from how we have so far what is involved in the singular dyad designated by our expression legal-political superstructure. We should account for the hyphen that unites law and the state in the expression legal-political, asking exactly what we can and should think to justify or question this hyphen. Finally, we should also ask why we use, and whether it is legitimate to use, an expression that puts law before the state, and whether it would not, rather, be preferable to put law after the state, or whether these questions are before and after, for representing a solution, or merely the index of a problem that should therefore be posed in completely different terms. All these questions, which we are raising in summary fashion, but, we think, correctly, can be summed up in the form of the following problems. What is law? What is the state? What is ideology? What are the relations between law, the state and ideology, and what kinds of groupings, law state or state law, and so on, can we represent these relations in order to think them? Our basic thesis is that it is only possible to pose these problems, and therefore to resolve them, from the viewpoint of reproduction. We will briefly analyze law, the state and ideology from that viewpoint, and we will try to bring out what happens from the viewpoint of practice and production on the one hand and, at the same time, of reproduction on the other. Only by taking this difference between reproduction and production into consideration can we provide the solution to the problems that we are here posing. One final remark before we enter into this analysis, since we are looking for answers to complex questions that bear on the very order that they imply, and since we are, for the time being, ignorant of that order, we shall adopt a provisionally arbitrary order, which we shall of course have to rectify once we have made these analyses. We propose then to proceed in the following arbitrary order: law, state, ideology. We shall see that, as we proceed, we shall have to modify that order for an unexpected reason. We are going to discover a new reality, one in for Marx and reading Capital, Paris, Maspero, 1965. Louis Althusser, for Marx, Trans Ben Brewster, London. Verso, 2010, Louis Althusser and Adrian Bolivar, reading Capital, Trans Ben Brewster, abridged English version, London. Verso, 2091. Topography, from the Greek word topos, place. The topography represents, in a defined space, the respective places occupied by various realities. Thus the economic is at the bottom, the base, and the superstructure is on top. In this way, the topography makes visible what is at the foundations, the base, and what is determined by the base, the superstructure Tn. The following sentence in the footnote has been crossed out. Everyone knows and sees that the upper floors of a house do not stay up in the air all by themselves, but rest on a base and its foundations. Brief remarks and reading capital. Law. We shall here examine what is given the name law in the social formations that fall under the capitalist mode of production. It should be made clear in advance that we shall be making, for the moment, a purely descriptive analysis. We shall take up the same question in more theoretical form once we have acquired the means to do so. Chapter 11. Law is a system of codified rules. Consider the civil code, the penal code, public law, commercial law, and so on, which are applied, that is to say, both respected and circumvented, in day-to-day practice. To simplify our discussion, we shall focus on private law, contained in the civil code. Private law is, moreover, the legal base from which the other sectors of law set out to systematize and harmonize their own notions and rules. We can say, very schematically, the following. Private law states, in systematic form, rules governing commodity exchange, that is, purchases and sales, based, in the last instance, on property rights. Those rights, in turn, are derived as explicit from the following general legal principles. Legal personality. Civil personality, which defines individuals as legal persons endowed with defined legal capacities. The legal freedom to use and abuse the goods one owns, and equality before the law. For all individuals endowed with a legal personality in our present law, this means all human beings with the exception of a certain number of rejects, excluded from equality before that said. What shall we say about law? We should know three characteristics in which, moreover, Marx and Engels following Kant and, to some extent, Hegel, with the accent, by the systematicity of law. Law necessarily takes the form of a system which, by its nature, aspires to internal consistency and comprehensiveness. We beg the reader's pardon for introducing these two apparently technical concepts here. They are easy to understand. Insofar as law is a system of rules that are applied, that is, both respected and circumvented, there has to be consistency among all the rules of the system, such that one cannot invoke one rule against another. If that were possible, the effect of the first rule would be cancelled by the effect of the second. That is why law tends to eliminate all possibility of internal contradiction, and why jurists engage in the extraordinary activity of systematization that has, from time immemorial, elicited the admiration of ordinary mortals. That is what makes jurists jurists, with a maniacal concern for rules and the cases to which they apply. At the same time, however, law must be comprehensive satchel. In other words, it must represent a system of rules which, tendentially, cover every case that could possibly present itself in reality, so that one is not brought up short by something that is not juridically covered and put allowed on juridical practices to make their way into the law itself, undermining the integrity of the system. Hence another admirable aspect of the activity of jurists, who have from time immemorial striven to absorb the disparities of customary law, and the gaps and deviations of case law application of the existing rules to concrete cases that often go beyond them in the law itself. This activity of systematization is accordingly to be understood not only as elimination of the contradictions that can arise among the rules of existing law, but also, and above all, as elimination of the eventual contradictions that may arise between the rules already defined in the internal system of law and the paralegal in the practices of case law, the essential role of which is to identify cases that the law has not yet really integrated and systematized. In this regard, case law must obviously be brought into relation with laws outside, the existence of which the history of law recognizes in the form of what is known as customary as opposed to written legislation. Every system of legal rules gives rise to a written codification. Let us, however, leave this point aside. It interests us only insofar as it indicates, from the standpoint of the security of the law itself, the existence of a more or less threatening outside of the law. 11. Formalism of law. Law is necessarily formal, in that it bears not on the content of what is exchanged between legal persons in a purchase and contract for purchase and sale, but on the form of these contracts regulating exchange, a form defined by the formal acts of legal persons who are formally free and equal before the law. It is to the extent that law is formal that it can be systematized as tendentially non-contradictory and comprehensive. Law's formalism and its relative systematicity constitute its formal universality. The law applies to and may be invoked by every person legally defined and recognized as a legal person. The formalism of law is usually regarded as, and criticized for being, formalistic. Thus it is judged and criticized from a moral standpoint. The moral standpoint is a moral standpoint. It produces approval or condemnation, but law is indifferent to whether it is approved or condemned. Law exists and functions, and can only exist and function formally. The obvious effect of law's formalism is to bracket, in law itself, the different contents to which the form of law is applied, but it by no means makes these contents disappear by enchantment. Quite the contrary. The formalism of law makes sense only to the extent that it is applied to define contents that are necessarily absent from law itself. These contents are the relations of production and their effects, hence we can begin to see that 1. Law only exists as a function of the existing relations of production. 2. Law has the form of law, that is, formal systematicity, only on condition that the relations of production as a function of which it exists are completely absent from law itself. This singular situation of law, which exists only as a function of the content from which it abstracts completely. The relations of production explains the classical Marxist formula. Law expresses the relations of production while making no mention at all, in the system of its rules, of those relations of production. On the contrary, it makes them disappear. The distinction between the relations of production on the one hand and law on the other is fundamental in Marxist theory. Confusing them gives rise not only to very serious theoretical mistakes, but also to the very serious political errors that follow from those theoretical mistakes. It is in fact imperative that we make this distinction not only in order to analyze what happens in the capitalist mode of production, but also in order to anticipate what will happen in the socialist mode of production. It is perfectly obvious, to take just this one example, that it is wrong to define the socialist mode of production in terms of collective or socialist ownership of the means of production. It is wrong to define the socialist revolution as the transition from one kind of ownership to another, from ownership of the means of production by individuals or monopolistic groups reduced to a handful, to ownership of the same means of production by the collectivity, that is, the state on the one hand and cooperatives on the other. For to talk about collective ownership of the means of production is to talk about not socialist relations of production, but, let us say, socialist law, and to mistake so-called socialist law for socialist relations of production. If we stick to this purely legal definition of the socialist mode of production, we risk very serious disillusions. Experience is there to prove it not. We know that Marx always defined the relations of production constitutive of the socialist mode of production not in terms of collective socialist ownership of the means of production, but in terms of their collective or common appropriation by freely associated men and women. Thus he refused to define in terms of law that which cannot be defined in terms of law, even if it is called socialist law. This refusal goes very far in Marx, for in his view all law, since it is in the last instance the law of commodity relations, is marked by this indelibly bourgeois defect. Thus all law is by essence, in the last instance, inegalitarian and bourgeois. See on this question the admirable, but too brief, comments to be found in the critique of the Gotha program. What, then, are we to understand by collective, common appropriation of the means of production by freely associated men and women? Clearly, while the problem is posed by this programmatic formula, which eschews all reference to law and all legal domination, the solution is not provided. The debates that this problem has occasioned and continues to occasion in the history of the Marxist workers' movement are well known and far from over. Some do not go beyond state and cooperative ownership of the means of production. Socialism then becomes the matter of economic planning. They claim that good socialist law and good planning realize, spontaneously and concretely, the appropriation of the means of production of which Marx spoke. Others wish to move immediately to direct appropriation by the agents of production by establishing self-management, which, for them, is this appropriation. Slogans such as workers' power or economic democracy issue or have issued from this tendency. Things are not simple. They are not simple because we must not confuse the socialist relations of production enabling common appropriation of the means of production, and later, communist relations of production, with the relations to be established in the phase of the transition to socialism. For if socialism must not be confused with communism, the phase of the transition to socialism of the construction of socialism must of fortiori not be mistaken for socialism in the transitional phase in question. The phase of the dictatorship of the proletariat, one does not yet have to do, as Lenin repeated 1,000 times, with socialist relations of production, but with transitional relations in which so-called socialist law remains, by its form, inegalitarian and therefore bourgeois law, and in which state ownership and cooperative ownership are merely transitional forms that the dictatorship of the proletariat must utilize as such in order to prepare in them, patiently, tenaciously, over a long period, the constitution of the future socialist relations of production. Lenin repeated this incessantly, against all those who, ignoring the need to proceed step by step and, to boot, proposing petty bourgeois solutions already quite classic in utopian socialism, wanted to establish workers' power, self-management and economic democracy, or the democracy of production if, however, we can agree to leave the problems of the transitional phase of the dictatorship of the proletariat to that phase. The first of them consists in knowing whether or not one has gone beyond the phase of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and not confuse them with the problems of already constructed socialism. We can pose the question of the nature of collective, socialist, appropriation of the means of production in its own right. We can ask, to begin with, what Marx meant by this programmatic term. Marx obviously meant something like the withering away of law, a correlative of the withering away of the state. The withering away of law can only mean the withering away of commodity exchanges of goods in the form of commodities, naturally including, first and foremost, the commodity that labor power becomes in capitalist commodity relations, and their replacement by non-commodity exchange. We are thus inevitably led to the question as to how such non-commodity exchange is to be realized. The classic response runs through socialist planning. But what is socialist planning? It is plain that this is a burning question today. But it is one that bears the terrible mark of the very particular form that Stalin's politics impressed on Soviet planning from the 1930s on. We shall call it state, entity, planning rather than bureaucratic planning, since the bureaucracy effect is a secondary effect of the more general politics. All those trying, in the USSR, Czechoslovakia, Hungary and other countries, to make planning more flexible by introducing liberal measures are, even today, thrashing about within the limits established by this very particular form. The effect of such measures is to acknowledge and extend commodity relations at the very heart of these countries. Economies, likewise posed within the limits established by this very particular form, are the theoretical problems over which theorists in these countries are agonizing and arguing, and also proposing methods for resolving key questions. For example, the question of how prices should be determined and the labor theory of value, placed at the heart of these theoretical questions, as proper Marxist doctrine requires, is, if I may say so, put to a hard test in these debates. At the limit, an appeal is made to the double myth of automation and electronics, which are together supposed to make it possible, thanks to a hyper-centralization facilitated by gigantic computers, to resolve all these problems by magic mathematical planning, with a little help, which just happens to be indispensable, from the profitability criterion. In the enterprises, I doubt that this technocratic solution, tempered with a dose of economic liberalism which is uncontrollable in the long run, and the requisite sort of right-thinking humanist ideology, the necessary counterpoint, will provide us with a kind of socialist planning capable of materializing relations of appropriation of the means of production by freely associated men and women. We would do well to take a big step back from the form of planning imposed by Stalin's politics, which still commands these problems, in order to put things into historical, political and theoretical perspective and examine them from a more correct point of view. That, at any rate, is my personal opinion. I'll offer it as such. But this step back and its effects presuppose political and theoretical conditions which, if the present course of events is any indication, are not likely to prevail any time soon, and will not come about without serious transformations that it will be painful to carry out. For very serious questions lurk behind these problems, even in the socialist countries. Questions of class and the class struggle, a circumstance that should not surprise Marxists. However that may be, it is clear that by way of the various experiments in progress, the Yugoslav experiment, from which we may already draw the certain conclusion that it is only a stage in a transition regression towards capitalism. Soviet planning, marked by Stalin's conception, Chinese planning, the form and spirit of which are considerably different in these various experiments, I say. It is well and truly a question of a search for unprecedented forms in which these much discussed relations of socialist production may one day exist as relations of real appropriation. It is also clear that the search for such forms is not just a theoretical question, even a theory has a very important part to play in it, the theory of Marx and Lenin of course, but an eminently political question that can be settled only after the conclusion of political struggles at bottom, economic, political and ideological class struggles, of which we are now experiencing just the beginnings. Those are some of the reasons for which the Marxist distinction between the relations of production and legal relations is of the first importance. 111 The repressive nature of law is necessarily repressive. Kant sees and states this very clearly in his Metaphysics of Morals, a work that has very little of the metaphysical about it, its title notwithstanding. In this regard, the Hegelian conception of law, with its delirious idealism, trails far behind Kant's. Law is repressive in that it could not exist in the absence of a corresponding system of sanctions. In other words, there can be no civil code without a penal code, which is the realization of the former at the level of the law itself. This is easy to grasp. A legal contract can exist only on condition that it is applied. In other words, on condition that the law is respected or circumvented. Hence there must be a law of the application or non-application of law, that is, of the observance or non-observance of the rules of the legal contract. In a contract, two legal persons promise to make certain defined exchanges. At the same time, they promise to submit to sanctions if they fail to observe the terms of the contract, by way of the essential legal complement to law comprised by this system of legal rules for the sanction of non-observance of the terms of the contract by way of the legal complement of the civil code comprised by the penal code. Law recognizes internally that it could not exist, that is, be practiced by legal persons, without rules of repressive constraint. This is what Kant very clearly sees in his metaphysics of law. Law entails constraint. Naturally, however, he sees it from the standpoint of morality, hence as a difference between law, a formal, non-contradictory comprehensive repressive system, and morality, a formal, non-contradictory comprehensive system that includes an obligation duty which is without sanction and thus without repression. No one will be surprised to learn that our viewpoint on law is not Kant's, the viewpoint of its difference from morality, but an altogether different viewpoint, that of its difference from the relations of production. Things are now simple. Constraint implies sanction, sanction implies repression, and therefore necessarily an apparatus of repression. This apparatus exists in the repressive state apparatus in the narrow sense. It is called courts, fines, prisons, and the various detachments, corps of the police. It is by virtue of this that law is inseparably bound up with the state, fate corps avec état. At the same time, however, it is clear that the practice of law is not exclusively based on repression enacted. Most of the time, repression is, as the expression goes, preventive. It intervenes in legal state forms in a very small number of cases, over against the infinite number of contracts that are respected without the intervention in propria persona of the repressive apparatus or the initiation of a repressive process. In the vast majority of cases, things go without a hitch. The terms of the contract are observed. We must, however, pay close attention here. Law, legal ideology, and the supplement of moral ideology 12 common sense, that almanac rennet of public entities, will burst out laughing, with its coarse laugh. It is fear of the gendarme, which makes the parties to a contract respect the promises they make in the articles of the contract. For, as everyone knows, fear of the gendarme is the beginning of wisdom. 113 To which decent people will respond, to all appearances with good reason, that if the gendarme is plainly on the horizon of legal obligations, he is by no means present on the horizon of the conscience of the contracting parties. Better, he is absent in person. The decent people are right. Indeed, they are always right. But one must understand the reasons for which they are right. In the present case, we need only listen to what they say. If we observe the terms of the contract we sign, it is not, God forbid, out of fear of the gendarme, but out of simple decency. There do in fact exist honest people who sign contracts, people who do not at all need the fear of the gendarme to be honest. They are honest for reasons of simple professional conscience, or simple moral conscience, and they sometimes derive a certain pride from this, when they do not derive more or less discreetly commercial advantages from it, for everyone in the national or international market knows that such and such a company is perfectly law-abiding and punctual, or even that such and such a people is Germans, Japanese, and so on, whereas other companies or peoples do not know how properly to behave in business matters, that is, how to honor their promises. We had better take the decent people at their word, for, in spite of all the sarcastic remarks of the latent patriotism and the petty bourgeois bitterness that does not imagine that it, the petty bourgeoisie, could ever have gone to ruin if it had not been swindled, the decent people are fundamentally in the right, for good reason. Let us call that right reason by its name. Since, a moment ago, we gave the repressive apparatus part of the state apparatus required by bourgeois law its name, let us give its name to this right reason as well. It is legal ideology, and also moral ideology, which serves legal ideology as its supplement. The vast majority of legal persons observe the terms of the contracts they sign, and they do indeed do so without the intervention of, and even without preventive threats from, the specialized repressive state apparatus. They do so because they are steeped in the decency of legal ideology, which inscribes itself in their behavior of respect for law and, in the proper sense, enables law to function, enables, that is, legal practice to go all by itself, without the help of repression or threats. But we must pay close attention here, too. Legal ideology is obviously required by the practice of law, and therefore by law. Law that is not practiced is not law at all. But it is not the same thing as law. Law says, writes in its codes, for example, every individual except for the rejects comprising the exceptions we mentioned earlier is legally free, to sign contracts or not, to use and abuse his or her property, and so on. This is a legal definition of freedom, that is, the definition of freedom by law. By this system of its rules, a perfectly precise definition of freedom that holds only within the limits of law and has nothing to do with moral or philosophical freedom. For even, as we shall see, with the freedom of legal ideology, law says, for example, all individuals except for the rejects, and so on, are legally equal before every contractual act and its consequences, especially its penal consequences. This is a legal definition of equality, that is, the definition of equality by law. By this system of its rules, a perfectly precise definition of equality that holds only within the limits of law and has nothing to do with moral, political or metaphysical equality, or even, as we shall see, with the equality of legal ideology. Law says, for example, that we must respect the obligations we have signed. This is a legal definition of obligation, that is, the definition of obligation by law. By the system of its penal rules, a perfectly precise definition of obligation that holds only within the limits of law and has nothing to do with moral obligation or metaphysical obligation. But even, as we shall see, with the obligation of legal ideology, if we wish to talk about legal ideology with a modicum of respect for the facts and with some rigor in our terminology, we must say that, while it does indeed take up the notions of freedom, equality, and obligation, it inscribes them outside the law and thus outside the system of the rules of law and their limits. In an ideological discourse that is structured by completely different notions, to sum up the essence of these basic notions of legal ideology, we must pay attention to the following little difference. Law says, individuals are legal persons, legally free, equal, and bound to honor their obligations as legal persons. In other words, law does not leave the domain of law. It brings everything back to law, honestly. It should not be reproached for this. It honestly plies its trade as law. Legal ideology, for its part, utters a discourse that is apparently similar, but in fact altogether different. It says, men are free and equal by nature. Thus, in legal ideology, it is nature, not law, which founds the freedom and equality of men, not of legal persons. That is a little different. There remains, obviously, obligation. Legal ideology does not say that men are bound to honor their obligations by nature. It needs a little supplement on this point very precisely. The little moral supplement. This means that legal ideology can stand upright only if it leans on the moral ideology of conscience and duty for support. The reader will have understood what we wanted to show. Law is a formal, systematized, non-contradictory, tendentially comprehensive system that cannot exist all by itself. On the one hand, it rests on part of the state repressive apparatus for support. On the other hand, it rests on legal ideology and a little supplement of moral ideology for support. On the horizon of every legal practice there is, doubtless, the gendarme who keeps an eye on things and intervenes, part of the state apparatus. When he must, most of the time, however, he does not intervene and is even completely absent from the horizon of legal practice. What then is present, not on the horizon of the space, but in this space itself? Legal ideology plus a little supplement of moral ideology. It is quite as if legal and moral ideology played the role of the absent gendarme and were his representative in the space of the legal practice of contracts. Someone who is absent is someone who is absent. The representative of the one who is absent is not the one who is absent, but his representative. Our diplomats know well, and thank God, for they would otherwise be crushed under the weight of France that, unlike the Gaul, they are not France, they but only its representatives. This allows them to have a little life of their own, their family, holidays and prospects, career prospects included. Legal moral ideology thus stands in for the gendarme, but insofar as it stands in for the gendarme, it is not the gendarme. This is not nitpicking or an idle distinction. This distinction is manifest, in fact, very precisely, in the circumstance that the gendarme is a repressive force of physical intervention. He is accredited after taking an oath empowering him to arrest a delinquent and bring her, handcuffed if necessary, before the proper legal authority, qui de droit, who will require that she give an account of herself with detention, jail, the trial and condemnations. At the end of the process, the gendarme is the violence of the state cloaked by an inoffensive, or not so inoffensive uniform. Operettas are composed about him precisely so as to forget that he exists only by violence. We shall say that, in the guise of the gendarme, legal practice functions. On the violence, the regulated violence of the state apparatus, however, as a general rule, in the vast majority of cases, there is no need for state violence to intervene. For legal practice to function, legal moral ideology is sufficient. And things go all by themselves since legal persons are steeped in the glaringly obvious self-evident truths, that men are free and equal by nature, and must respect their promises by virtue of simple legal moral conscience. Baptized professional conscience, to mask its ideological grounds. We shall therefore say that the practice of law functions in the vast majority of cases on legal moral ideology. Of course, the consequence of the way law does functions on state violence and, at the same time, on nonviolent ideology, are incalculable as far as both the relations of production and the forms of existence of the relations of production and the division and organization of labor are concerned. We shall obviously have to come back to this. But for the moment we shall leave this crucial question in suspense in order to focus our attention on the following remark. Our analysis of the nature and functioning of law has brought us face to face with two realities. Although we have made no special effort to seek them out, in whose absence the existence and functioning of law are literally unintelligible, these realities are the state on the one hand and ideology on the other. It is time to discuss them, one because of pathologies mentally ill individuals who have been involuntarily detained, as a penal measure, or in accordance with non-statutory rules applying to children, minors, foreigners, women to a certain extent, and so on. The law recognizes that all people, as equal legal subjects, have a right to own property. No article of the law code, however, recognizes the fact that certain subjects, the capitalists, own the means of production, while others, the proletarians, have no means of production at all. This element, the relations of production, is accordingly absent from the law which, at the same time, guarantees it. See Chapter 11.3n. The manuscript includes the following crossed-out passage. For example, the formula seeking to define socialism is founded on collective ownership, as opposed to individual capitalist ownership. But the means of production remains caught up in legal relations, collective ownership, in that it maintains the basic principle of bourgeois law, legal personality, collective legal personality. The state or collective such as the causes instead of individual legal personality. This definition can be of some rough use when, starting from bourgeois law, we try to anticipate what will happen in the socialist mode of production. However, precisely because it confounds the relations of production with bourgeois legal relations, it completely anises its object, socialist relations of production. It is easy to understand the kind of theoretical and practical aberrations such a formulation can induce among those who are building socialism, since if the capitalist relations of production themselves can under no circumstances be confused with bourgeois law, it is a fortiori scandalous to define socialist relations of production not only in terms of law, but to boot. In terms of bourgeois law, one should beware of a potential trap for the imagination of readers who may be tempted to say, granted, we must abandon the standpoint of bourgeois law and adopt that of socialist law. This comes down to repeating the same mistake in different terms. For if law must necessarily subsist in the period of transition from capitalism to socialism, the law that subsists, even if it is called socialist because legal persons are collective, is still bourgeois law. For law as such is the law of commodity relations and thus bourgeois. The socialist mode of production will abolish all law. Marx understood this perfectly. He states it in his own terms in a passage of his critique of the Gotha program that is often quoted, but rarely understood. 410. As in many other passages of the reproduction of the relations of production, and note on the ISIS. Althusser is alluding to ideas defended by the French Communist Party, TCF, or leading TCF theorists. The immediate target here is the theory of state monopoly capitalism. TN. As a parenthetical phrase in the manuscript shows, Althusser intended to include passages from the critique and related in an appendix. 6. The slogan economic democracy is social democratic. From the standpoint of Marxist theory, it is a piece of nonsense. As Lenin reminds us, democracy is a political concept that concerns politics and has nothing to do with the economy. 7. Here, in a planned appendix, CN 5 above Lenin, over at vol.32. Page 19.8. Khrushchev very imprudently declared that the dictatorship of the proletariat had been transcended in the USSR, and that the USSR was on the way to constructing communism. 9. On these debates and the dead, and to which they lead, see Charles Bedeline, Les Problems des Prix dans la Pays Socialiste d'Europe, La Pensée, tend to get to the bottom of the question involved here, beyond all the theoretical technical discussions of the means of ensuring planning, it seems to me necessary to make the following observation. Basically, people think, or rather hope, that the essential aim of planning is to realize, to constitute, in short, to create socialist relations of production, the celebrated relations of real appropriation. In fact, to the extent that planning tends to be assigned sole responsibility, or the main responsibility, for solving this gigantic problem, its real function is misunderstood, which is less to create socialist relations of production than to organize, in the most rational way possible, the existing productive forces, and, essentially, the productive forces alone. Here we once again encounter a politics I discuss in the appendix, that of the primacy of the productive forces over the relations of production. This politics is false in its very principle and at odds with Lenin's famous slogan, "Socialism is the Soviets plus electrification." With this pithy phrase, Lenin states an accurate, fundamental thesis. Neglecting it always has fatal consequences. Lenin affirms, with this phrase, the primacy of the Soviets over electrification, and, thereby, the political primacy of the problem of the relations of production over the productive forces. I say the political primacy for the Soviets or the masses. Political organizations and socialist relations of production will not be established as a side effect of the planning of the productive forces, here symbolized by electrification, but rather by the political intervention of the masses, here the Soviets. Planning, the primary objective of which is to organize the productive forces, is one means of political intervention and of the political line that must constitute or invent. The masses invented the Soviets in 1905, after all. The new socialist relations of production. Planning, its conception and methods included, I say nothing about its objectives. That is self-evident, is thus not the solution, but a means subordinate to a political line based on the primacy of the relations of production that the political dictatorship of the proletariat has to put in place. This is a long and exacting business, the business of the class struggle at any event. The question has to be posed in the right terms and, against the tendency towards economism, humanism, politics has to be put in command, so that the primacy of the relations of production is ensured in actual fact, 11 unless, obviously, they can find legal means of circumventing them, either by discovering thanks to legal experts who are paid for the purpose, the legal rule that covers their operation, or by discovering the same way, in absence of legal rules, the loophole in the law that puts them beyond the reach of any appeal whatever to law, either law in the proper sense or case law. 12 TN, a conservative, folksy almanac with a mass readership, launched in 1886, 13 TN. The contrast is between and each gens. Decent people, and he can also mean honest, and gendarmes, which was earlier written gens d'armes, people of arms, and men knights. The state, the Marxist tradition is categorical, from the Manifesto and the 18th Brumaire on, and in all the later classic texts, above all Marx on the Paris Commune and Lenin in State and Revolution. The state is explicitly conceived as a repressive apparatus. The state is a repressive machine that enables the dominant classes, in the 19th century, the bourgeois class and the class of big landowners, to ensure their domination over the working class in order to subject it to the process of extorting surplus value, that is, to capitalist exploitation. The state is thus, above all, what the Marxist classics have called the state apparatus. This term covers not only the specialized apparatus in the narrow sense whose existence and necessity follows, as we have seen, from the requirements of legal practice that is the police, courts and prisons army, which, apart from its national defense role, the proletariat has paid for this experience with its blood, intervenes directly as the auxiliary repressive force of last resort when the police and its specialized corps, the riot police and others are overwhelmed by events. Presiding over this ensemble are the chief of state, the government, and the administration, presented in this form, the Marxist Leninist theory of the state touches on the essential point, and there can be no question at all of not recognizing that this is indeed the essential point. The state apparatus, which defines the state as a repressive force of execution and intervention at the service of the dominant classes, and but also to the class struggle waged by the bourgeoisie and its allies against the proletariat, is well and truly the state, and as well and truly defines its basic function. I from a descriptive theory of the state's a theory, in the full sense nevertheless. Here too this presentation of the nature of the state remains descriptive, as we have already noted about the metaphor of the edifice base and superstructure, since we shall often have occasion to use this adjective, descriptive, the word of explanation is in order to eliminate all ambiguity. When, in discussing the metaphor of the edifice or the Marxist theory of the state, we say that these are descriptive conceptions, representations of their object. We have no negative ulterior motives. On the contrary, there is every reason to believe that great scientific discoveries cannot avoid going through the first phase of what we shall call descriptive theory. This would be the first phase of every theory, at least in the domain that concerns us, that of the science of social formations. Accordingly, one could, and in our view, one must regard this phase as a transitional phase necessary for the development of the theory. We inscribe the fact that it is transitional in our expression descriptive theory, bringing out, by way of the conjunction of the two terms employed, the equivalent of a kind of contradiction. For the term theory is partially at odds with the adjective descriptive attached to it. This means, to be very precise, rule 1, that the descriptive theory really is, beyond the shadow of a doubt, the irreversible commencement of the theory, but 2, that the descriptive form in which the theory is presented requires, precisely as an effect of this contradiction, a development of the theory that goes beyond the form of description. Let us clarify this idea by returning to the subject to hand. The state, to say that the Marxist theory of the state at our disposal remains largely descriptive means, first and foremost, that this descriptive theory is, beyond the shadow of a doubt, the real commencement of the Marxist theory of the state, and that this commencement provides us with the essential point that is, the decisive principle of every later development of the theory, but that is not enough. We shall say that a theory is descriptive when we can perfectly well bring the vast majority of observable facts in the domain on which it bears into correspondence with its definition of its object. Thus the definition of the state as a class state that exists in the repressive state apparatus sheds a very revealing light on all the facts observable in the various orders of repression in whatever domain. From the massacres of June 1848 and the Paris Commune, of Bloody Sunday and May 1905 in Petrograd, of the resistance of Charon, and so on, through the simple, and relatively harmless, interventions of a censorship that banned Gaddy's play on Franco, or the translation of Diderot's La Religieuse into the cinematographer's moving pictures, to all the direct or indirect forms of the slaughter of the popular masses. Imperialist wars, their exploitation, and the subtle everyday domination in which is revealed, in the forms of political democracy, for example, what Lenin called, after Marx, the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. That is the first aspect of the definition of a descriptive theory. In its second aspect, it is, obviously, a stage in the constitution of the theory which itself demands that we go beyond that stage. For it is clear that, while the definition in question really does provide us with the means of identifying and recognizing the facts of oppression by linking them to the state conceived as repressive state apparatus, this linkage gives rise to a very special kind of obviousness, about which we shall soon have occasion to say a word. Yes, that's really how it is. That's really true. 13. And although accumulating facts under the definition of the state multiplies examples, it fails to advance the definition of the state to scientific theory of it by a jot, if this definition were to remain at the first stage, in which it functions as a descriptive theory, it would risk finding itself in unstable equilibrium, as if it were poised on a narrow mountain ridge, on the point, that is, of falling to one side or the other. This instability and the attendant risk of a fall have been very well analyzed in a recent book. For here we shall note only the book's reminder that, precisely because of the instability of the descriptive theory of the state, certain Marxists, and by no means the least of them, have fallen to the wrong side of the path on the ridge by presenting the state as a mere instrument of domination and repression in the service of objectives, that is, of the dominant class's conscious will. This is a bourgeois, instrumentalist, idealist conception of the state reinforced by a bourgeois, idealist, humanist conception of social classes as subjects. Such a conception has nothing to do with Marxism, because it perverts what is ultimately the most valuable thing the descriptive theory gives us. Hence the need to fall to the right side of the mountain path, or to drop the metaphor, the need to develop a descriptive theory into a theory in the full sense. Here too, we have to be careful to develop this descriptive theory into a theory in the full sense, that is, in order to grasp the mechanisms of the state and its functioning, rather than merely identifying and ranging the facts of repression under the concept of state apparatus. We think it is imperative to add something to the classic definition of the state as state apparatus. 11. The essentials of the Marxist theory of the state. What must be, if not added, then at least made very precise. It is to begin with the fact that the state and its existence and its apparatus is intelligible only as a function of state power. The whole political class struggle revolves around the state, around the possession, that is, the seizure or conservation of state power by a certain class or power block, in other words, an alliance between classes or class fractions. This first stipulation accordingly requires us to distinguish between, on the one hand, state power, conservation of state power or seizure of state power, the objective of the political class struggle, and, on the other hand, the state apparatus. We know that the state apparatus can remain in place even after political events which affect the possession of state power without affecting or modifying the state apparatus. This is proved by the 19th century bourge revolutions or coups d'état in France, the collapse of regimes, the political rise of the petty bourgeoisie, 1890-5 in France, and so on. Even after a social revolution, like that of 1917, a large part of the state apparatus remained in place after an alliance of the proletariat and poor peasantry seized state power. Lenin repeated that often enough. It was an anguishing preoccupation of his to the day he died. The book we have cited offers an illuminating, detailed discussion of this point. It may be added that this distinction between state power and the state apparatus has been an explicit part of the Marxist theory of the state from Marx's 18th Brumaire on, to summarize the Marxist theory of the state. On this point, let us recall that the classics of Marxism have always maintained that 1. The state is the repressive state apparatus. 2. State power and state apparatus must be distinguished. 3. The objective of the class struggle has to do with the possession of state power and, consequently, use of the state apparatus holding state power as a function of their class objectives by the classes, or alliances of classes or class fractions. And 4. The proletariat must seize state power in order to destroy the existing bourgeois state apparatus. In a first phase, the phase of the dictatorship of the proletariat, it must replace it with an utterly different proletarian state apparatus before going on, in later phases, to set a radical process in motion, the destruction of the state. The end of state power and all state apparatuses. From this standpoint, consequently, what we just proposed to the Marxist theory of the state is already there, black on white. It seems to me, however, that this theory, even completed in this way, remains partly descriptive, although it now contains complex, differential elements whose play and functioning cannot be grasped without the help of a decisive theoretical enrichment. 111 The ideological state apparatus is what has to be added to the Marxist theory of the state is therefore something else. Here we shall be advancing cautiously on a terrain on which Marx, Lenin, Stalin and Mao have long since preceded us, but without systematizing, in theoretical form, the decisive progress that their experiences and procedures implied. Why? Because these experiences and procedures were restricted in the main to the train of political practice. By that we mean to suggest that the classics of Marxism in fact treated the state, in their political practice, as a reality that is more complex than the definition of it given in the Marxist theory of the state, even when that definition is completed as we have just completed it. Thus they acknowledge this complexity in their practice without expressing it in a corresponding theory. We would like to try to sketch that corresponding theory. We know very well the sort of objection we will be opening ourselves up to, since we cannot put forward a single proposition that is not already contained in the records of the political practice of the proletarian class struggle. Thus it can be objected at every turn that we are not adding anything new at all, and in a sense, that is perfectly true. We nevertheless believe that we are adding something new, doubtless very little, since we are merely giving theoretical form to something that has already been recognized in the practice of the proletarian class struggle. Yet we know, thanks to the same Marxist classics, that this very little, casting the practical experience of the class struggle in theoretical form, is or can be very important for the class struggle itself. Without revolutionary theory of the state, no revolutionary movement. We shall lay our cards on the table. We are going to advance and defend the following thesis. To produce a theory of the state, it is imperative to take into account not only the distinction between state power and those who hold it in state apparatus, but also another reality that must clearly be ranged alongside the repressive state apparatus, but is not conflated with it. We shall take the theoretical risk of calling it the ideological state apparatuses. The precise point on which our theoretical intervention bears is thus these ideological state apparatuses and their distinction from the state apparatus in the sense of repressive state apparatus, be it recalled that the state apparatus comprises, in Marxist theory, the government, administration, army, police, courts and prisons, which together constitute what we shall henceforth call the repressive state apparatus. Repressive should be understood, at the limit, for there exist many, very varied and even very subtly occulted forms of non-physical repression in the strong, precise sense of using physical violence, direct or indirect, legal or illegal. What, then, are the ideological state apparatuses, ISIS? The following provisional list will give us a rough idea of them. 1. The scholastic apparatus. 2. The familial apparatus. 3. the religious apparatus 4, the political apparatus 5, the associative apparatus 6, the information and news apparatus 7, the publishing and distribution apparatus 8. The cultural apparatus. This list is provisional because, first, it is not exhaustive. See Chapter 12, and second, because it may be that apparatuses 7 and 8 are just one apparatus. The reader will perhaps bear with this last hesitation, for I have not yet made up my mind on this point, which calls for further research. This list, in which, for example, the family figures, and these terms will not fail to cause surprise. Let us be patient and proceed in orderly fashion, in order to arrive at a provisional, but clear definition. First remark. One can observe empirically that there exist institutions or organizations, as they are called, corresponding to each ISA. For the scholastic ISA, the various schools and their various levels, from the primary to the tertiary, the various institutes, and so on. For the religious ISA, the various churches and their specialized organizations, for example, youth organizations. For the political ISA, the parliament, the political parties, and so on. For the information and news ISA, the press, the various newspapers or newspaper groups, the RTF, and a large number of publications and organizations. For the familial ISA, all the institutions that have to do with the family, including the famous associations of parents of schoolchildren, and so on. For the cultural ISA, all kinds of entertainment, sport included, as well as a series of institutions that may dovetail with what we have called the publishing ISA. Second remark. For each ISA, the various institutions and organizations comprising and form a system. That, at any rate, is the thesis we are putting forward. We shall see what constitutes the unity of the system in each case. If this is right, we cannot discuss any one component part of an ISA without relating it to the system of which it is a part. For example, we cannot discuss a political party, a component part of the political ISA, without relating it to the complex tense system of the political ISA. The same holds for a trade union, which is a component part of the system constituted by the associative ISA, and so on. Third remark. It can be seen that the institutions existing in each ISA, the system they form, and, consequently, each ISA, although defined as ideological, is not reducible to the existence of ideas without a concrete material support. I mean by this not only that the ideology of each ISA is realized in material institutions and material practices, that is clear. I mean something else, that these material practices are anchored in non-ideological realities. Take the family. It is an ISA, but the ideology that it realizes is anchored in a reality that is not purely ideological, for the family is the site of the biological reproduction of representatives of the human race. For their rearing and training, and so on, let us say that it reproduces the existence of labor power. But the family is clearly also something else. Even in our capitalist societies, in which it is now disappearing, it preserves, at least in certain now disintegrating sectors, the role of a production unit, for example, in the countryside, family farms. In the mode of production based on serfdom, the family was the dominant production unit. In our mode of production, this is a survival. On the other hand, the family still is a unit of consumption in our societies. It is not the only kind of unit of consumption there is, but of those in existence, it is a kind that still plays an extremely important part, and it is not about to disappear. It subsists in the socialist regimes with which we are familiar, albeit in transformed or waning forms. For example, the cultural ISA, the ideology that it realizes is anchored in practices either aesthetic, the theater, film, literature, or physical sport, that are not reducible to the ideology for which they serve. As a support, the same holds for the political and associative ISAs. The ideology they realize is anchored in a reality irreducible to that ideology here, the class struggle. The same holds for the ISA we are calling the scholastic apparatus. The ideology it realizes is anchored in practices that make it possible to acquire and use objective irreducible to that ideology. An ISA such as the religious apparatus, in contrast, does in fact seem to exist up in the air, as a function of the pure and simple ideology that it realizes, but this is by no means certain. Later, we shall attempt to say why. These three remarks will allow us to state a provisional definition. It foregrounds the reality, namely, ideology which unifies, in systems, the various institutions or organizations, and the various practices present in each ISA. We shall say that an ideological state apparatus is a system of defined institutions, organizations, and the corresponding practices. realized in the institutions, organizations, and practices of this system is all or part, generally speaking, the typical combination of certain elements of the state ideology. The ideology realized in an ISA ensures its systemic unity on the basis of an anchoring in material functions specific to each ISA. These functions are not reducible to that ideology, but serve it as a support. When the time comes, we will explain what we mean by the state ideology, the existence of which accounts for the fact that the ISAs are ideological apparatuses and state apparatuses, and also for the unity that makes each ISA a specific system distinct from the other ISAs. We can now come back to the concept that we are proposing ideological state apparatus in order to examine each of its three terms and justify the fact that we have associated them in our concept. Readers will doubtless be surprised at seeing these realities diverse institutions or activities designated as apparatuses, a concept that obviously brings the expression state apparatus to mind, and they will be intrigued at seeing us attach the adjective ideological to the term apparatuses, only to discover, finally, at the tail end of this expression, the state itself, ideological state apparatuses. It is as if we wanted to bring out that the ideological is, as it were, stuck in 11 with the middle of the expression imperial. Data, the small difference that the term state apparatus tout port is in the singular, whereas our ideological state apparatuses are in the plural. All this obviously calls for explanation. In presenting our explanation, we shall set out from the singular situation in which ideology is stuck between imperial and état, precipitating the passage from the singular state apparatus to the plural ideological state apparatuses. We shall go straight to essentials. In our capitalist societies, what distinguishes the ideological state apparatuses from the repressive state apparatus is the following difference. Whereas the repressive state apparatus is by definition the repressive apparatus that makes direct or indirect use of physical violence, the ideological state apparatuses cannot be called repressive in the same sense as the state apparatus, because they do not, by definition, use physical violence. Neither the church nor the school nor political parties nor the press nor radio and television nor publishing nor entertainment nor sport have recourse to physical violence in order to function with their quinta. At any rate, the use of physical violence is not manifest or dominant in them. It is of our own free will that we go to church 12 or school, although school is mandatory. Join a political party and obey it, buy a newspaper, switch on the TV. Go to a cinema or a stadium, buy and consume records, paintings or posters, and literary, historical, political, religious, or scientific works. This is to say that ideological state apparatuses are distinguished from the state apparatus in that they function, not on violence, but on ideology. We have already uttered the sentence in discussing the way law functions on legal, moral ideology. We know what that means. These apparatuses apparently function all by themselves, without recourse to violence. In fact, they function thanks to means other than violence, namely an ideology or, rather, ideologization. With that, we have very clearly marked the distinction that sets the state apparatus apart from the ideological state apparatuses. It remains to explain why we consider it imperative to use the apparently enigmatic term state apparatuses to designate these institutions and activities: churches, schools, the political system, radio and TV, the theater, the press, publications, and so on. Why state apparatus? And why this plural state apparatuses? Our affirmation becomes still more enigmatic when we take the trouble to note, and it is in our interest to note this ourselves, for if we do not, others will not fail to take issue with us, that if some of these institutions are now state institutions in our country, the school, certain theaters, radio and television, not all of them are. The church in our country is officially separate from the state, as are some schools, and so on, the press, political parties, trade unions and other associations. The vast majority of cultural institutions and activities, entertainment, sport, publications, the arts are free, that is, part of the private sector, not the state sector. Better, in certain capitalist countries, a large proportion of the schools, for example 2/3, of higher education in the USA, and even radio and television in the USA and Great Britain, belong or can belong to the private sector. By what right, then, do we say that these institutions or activities fall into the category of ideological state apparatuses? By the public and private institutions, we have to clear away the following objection. By what right do we list private institutions such as those that belong to the religious apparatus, political apparatus, cultural apparatus, and so on, among ideological state apparatuses? This objection is in fact based on a distinction drawn in bourgeois law the distinction between public and private. This distinction concerns only the status, that is, the definition of the legal persons who hold formal title to this or that institution. Such persons can be individual private legal persons, Mr. Delamerd, or collective private legal persons, the Dominican Order, collective state legal persons, our state educational system, and so on. The legal grounds for personhood are legal grounds. Since law is universal and formal, we already know that it abstracts, by its nature, from the content of which it is the form. But since it is precisely that content that matters to us here, the objection based on the private-public distinction is trivial. Our point is that the legal objection that might be raised against us is not germane. Our subject is not law, but something quite different at the limit of the class struggle and class relations. Law is perfectly incapable of encompassing, even if it sanctions certain of its formal aspects. Since that is its function, which to put this in a way Marxists will understand, even certain non-Marxists know this, since they sometimes find themselves saying it. Marxists are well aware that the state itself, despite all the articles of constitutional law defining it, it is exempt from the civil code, and that is no accident, is always the state of the dominant class. It is not that the state is the dominant class's property in the legal sense, inasmuch as class does not yet figure, as far as I know, among the legal personalities recognized by law, although they are numerous. It is quite simply because the state is its state, the bourgeoisie state, in the sense that the bourgeoisie holds state power and exercises it by way of the repressive state apparatus and ideological state apparatuses. Let us take another example which, this time, will not admit the least objection. The papers that are legally owned by Mr. Provost, 14 like the peripheral radio and television channels that are owned by Mr. Sylvain Fourier and others and come under 15 the private sector, and are therefore part of the civil code, have a right to exercise their imaginations a bit. This credits the notion that they are free and independent, but everyone is aware that they know perfectly well how to toe the bourgeois state's political line when they have to, that is to say, day in, day out, and with great fanfare on the big days, and to disseminate, in variants suited to their respective audiences, the grand themes of the bourgeois state's never-ending ideological litany. The grand themes of the state ideology. Thus the private-public distinction cannot call our thesis about the ideological state apparatuses into question. All the private institutions we have mentioned, whether owned by this or that individual or the state, function willingly as component parts of determinate ideological state apparatuses under the state ideology, in the service of the state's politics, the politics of the dominant class. They do so in the form specific to them, that of apparatuses that function primarily in ideology not on repression, like the repressive state apparatus. That ideology is, as I have said, the state ideology itself. I mentioned, for good measure, one last argument, which completely invalidates the legalistic objection that might be raised against our concept of ideological state apparatuses. The legalistic argument applies, at best, to institutions. But as we have said, and repeat here, an institution is not an ideological state apparatus. What constitutes an ideological state? Apparatus is a complex system that encompasses and combines several institutions and organizations, as well as their practices, whether they are all public or all private, or whether some are public and others private, is a secondary detail, because what interests us here is the system they form. This system, its existence, and its nature owe nothing to law. They are indebted to the altogether different reality that we have called the state ideology, the ideological state apparatuses, and the ideological buyer. Products of their practice is precisely because we are foregrounding ideology. We have to draw a distinction of great importance. May we make a personal confession here? For years, we were baffled by a very brief hint of Stalin's that practically came down to saying, ideology and the institutions corresponding to it. What in the world did that mean? Was it not an astonishing slip and, what is more, an idealist slip, to grant that institutions could, in a list, follow their ideology, 16 that ideology could, in some sense, produce institutions, when a right-thinking materialist should, putting the horse before the cart, have talked first about the institutions, and then, only afterwards, because determined in the sense of derived about the ideology corresponding to them? Or do we not in fact daily see the institutions we know, the church, the schools, the political parties, and so on, producing, precisely, the ideology that corresponds to them, because they need it? Does a Sunday gardener not produce on his little fenced-off plot of land the vegetables and flowers that his wife needs him? Well, I'm afraid that, on this point at least, I will have to show a little personal gratitude to Stalin for his hint, 17 which I cite from memory, for in order to grasp the new concept that we are proposing ideological state apparatuses, it is necessary to grant the paradoxical fact that institutions do not produce the ideologies corresponding to them. Rather, certain elements of an ideology, the state ideology, are realized in, or exist in, the corresponding institutions and their practices. Let there be no mistake. We do not deny that the institutions in question produce, internally and in their practices, certain forms of ideology that would be inexplicable without references to those practices. Thus we shall say that religious practice produces, inside the church, certain forms of ideology, ecclesiastical ideology, for example. But there are other ideologies in the church. To stick with that example, these days, it 18 the letter is teeming with them. Consider Isolot of 19 by the 360 French priests, Father Cardinal's in 2021 sermon, Frères du Monde, and, lest we forget, 20 Esprit, which long ago had its avant-garde moment. Consider all the extraordinary developments in the religious ideology of certain groups among the lower clergy and even a few members of the high clergy in some Latin American countries, to say nothing of Father 23 who died fighting with the guerrillas, Taurus. Thus we shall say that scholastic practice produces particular forms that may be termed scholastic ideology, the ideology of elementary school teachers, realized 24 in the publications and initiatives of the SNE, or of teachers in secondary schools and higher education, and so on, and many other forms that we cannot, for material reasons, discuss here. We shall do so 25 elsewhere. For example, political parties too produce forms of internal ideology. There is no need to draw the reader a picture. Since we have already mentioned Stalin, let us simply note that the ideology of a certain practice of the USSR's political leadership became manifest at a certain point in the country's history. In what is called the personality cult, a purely, discretely descriptive term, as if a personality could by itself produce the ideology of its cult, and so on. We could go on indefinitely, discussing entertainment, sport, news, publishing, and so on. That would be fascinating. The examples already adduced, however, are enough to make our thesis clear. We must now state it, not negatively, but positively. We shall therefore say that a distinction must be made here. We must distinguish between, on the one hand, the determinate elements of the state ideology that are realized in and exist in a determinate apparatus and its practices, and, on the other, the ideology that is produced in this apparatus by its practices. To mark this distinction terminologically, we shall call the former ideology the primary ideology, and the latter, a byproduct of the practice in which the primary ideology is realized, the secondary, subordinate ideology. Let us note another important point. We shall say that this secondary ideology is produced by the practice of the apparatus that realizes the primary ideology. But that is just a convenient way of putting it, for no practice in the world produces its ideology all by itself. There is no spontaneous ideology, although it can be useful, in other words, terminologically convenient when making a specific point, to use the expression spontaneous ideology. In the case to hand, these secondary ideologies are produced by a conjunction of complex causes. Among them are, alongside the practice in question, the effect of other, external ideologies, other external practices, and, in the final instance, the effects, however veiled, of the class struggle, even its remote effects, which are in fact very close. No one will presume to deny it if he pays a little attention to what has been going on for a while now in the ideology of certain religious circles, in and around schools, from May on, and in families since May. Thus, institutions, the church, the schools, and so on, are, and on top of that, what the secondary ideological subformations secreted by the practices of these institutions are. We have to set out from the ideological formations deriving from the state ideology and realized in those institutions and their practices. For it is these ideological formations which provide us with the key to both the institutions in question and their practices, and also some of the causes that produce the ideological sub-formations that we see emerging in those practices. Doubtless none of this is very easy to envisage in the immediate notions offered us by the self-evident 26 truths in which we live, since we live in ideology. Even if we also have a few scientific concepts in our heads, but we have to think it. We want to understand what the initial form of the thought that occurs to us will of course be couched in terms of the famous common sense schemes that Hegel already dismissed as drivel, the interaction schemes. Someone will say, straining to make a big concession in the first part of his statement, true, the primary ideological formations, religious ideological formations, and so on, are realized in institutions. But he will add, since there is action and reaction everywhere in the world, institutions produce the secondary ideology that we observe in them by reacting back on the primary formations. It is with question of this sort that we make our peace with the dialectical. The reader will not be surprised to learn that, inasmuch as action and reaction are the night in which all cows are grayed, because they effectively mean that everything is in everything and the other way around. We shall be sending our gray cows back into their night. We think, on the contrary, that it is necessary to keep a firm grip on the first part of the statement. Primary ideological formations are realized in institutions. While temporarily leaving aside an element, that is, while abstracting from an element, as Marx does in order to carry out his scientific analyses in Capital, that can only confuse everything, since it is secondary, subordinate, and derivative, namely, the internal ideological formations that we have identified as byproducts. We shall say that a church is, qua institution, the realization of religious ideology. We shall say that a school, or educational system, is a realization of ideology. What kind of ideology? Let us leave the question in abeyance. We shall say that a political party is a realization of a political ideology, and so on. The same goes for all the institutions we have listed, but beware, a church, a school. The party do not each constitute one ideological state apparatus. Rather, each forms a component part of different systems, which we term ideological state apparatuses, the religious system, scholastic system, political system, and so on. We shall add, at the risk of repeating ourselves, the ideological formations that we can correlate with the practices at work in these institutions are not the product of the primary ideologies realized in these institutions, but by products of that ideology insofar as they are the products of practices at work in those institutions. It is perfectly plain that there also exist direct relations between the primary ideological formations, which are external to the institutions, and the secondary ideological subformations internal to them. However, these relations cannot be conceived in terms of action and reaction for the good reason that these relations do not always exist, and when they do, are realized in accordance with laws altogether different from the so-called dialectical laws of interaction. To put it very precisely, they are realized as a result of the intervention of another reality that we have not yet been able to discuss, because it is unfortunately impossible to say everything at once. We can, anticipating, call this reality by its name, the class struggle and its ideological effects. Provisionally, then, we shall content ourselves with our thesis, because we want to proceed in proper order. The ideological state apparatuses are the realization, the existence of the ideological formations dominating them. Yet the double functioning of the state apparatuses and their concerted action. Since I'll just introduce the clarification functioning primarily on the word of explanation is in order. It will account for the use of the common term apparatus in two different expressions. Repressive state apparatus, ideological state apparatus, can claim that all state apparatuses, repressive and ideological alike, function simultaneously on repression and on ideology, but with one very important distinction that precludes confusing the repressive apparatus with the ideological state apparatuses. The repressive state apparatus, for its part, functions in overwhelmingly preponderant fashion on repression, at the limit, direct physical repression, while functioning secondarily in ideology, the army and police for instance, internally. They train their own recruits both by repression and ideological inculcation. Externally, they act by violent repression, but also by discussion and persuasion. The latter watchwords appear black on white in the circulars issued by police chiefs and army generals possessed of a modicum of good sense. In May 1968, Mr. Grimaud, the Paris police chief, conducted discussions, in person with the Wild Ones, during the battles in the Place Maubert. The army and police also operate with the help of their own ideological aura. I joined the army and learned a chattel, and the prestige of their uniforms joined the riot police, and you'll stand guard over the Beachessel, and so on. Similarly, we may say, but the other way around, that the ideological state apparatuses, for their part, function in overwhelmingly preponderant fashion on ideology, while functioning secondarily on repression, even if it is, at the limit but only at the limit, quite attenuated and more or less symbolic. Let us give a few examples of the secondary repressive functioning of apparatuses that function in overwhelmingly preponderant fashion on ideology, the school and the church. To take only those two examples, train not just their officiants, teachers and priests, but also their wards, school children, the faithful, and so on, with the appropriate methods of punishment once exclusively and often still physical, and also, of course, moral, expulsion, selection, and so on. News and information. publishing, and entertainment carry out, with or, much more subtly without the backing of the law, daily censorship, which is unremitting and extremely vigilant. Since this censorship lodges itself in advance in the heads of authors who take the precaution of censoring themselves in the name, of course, of their professional conscience and decency, or the proper behavior, that one owes the fatherland, the dead, and families, leaving aside virtue, which has lost a bit of its luster these days, since intellectual freedom has to be lodged somewhere, for instance, in two-bit eroticism. I do not think I need to multiply illustrations for the reader to understand, from the ones just adduced, that very subtle combinations of repression and ideologization, explicit or tacit, are forged in and among all the state apparatuses, whether they are primarily repressive or primarily ideological, and that these very subtle combinations would allow us, if we succeeded in analyzing their mechanisms, to account for the manifest facts and unambiguous or even ambiguous objective forms of complicity that are forged among the various state apparatuses, not only on major occasions, when the bourgeois state is threatened by open working class struggle, but every single day of our humdrum lives, a little police or a lot, a little army on the move here, a little UNR or CDR 27 there, a little Paul Biel or Archbishop Marty in their sector, a little French Sorinitz, a little or a lot of de Gaulle, how for a 28 Cardinal de Neylau on the radio, the little Grand Rabbi in Israel, the little Jean-Jacques Servan-Schreiber on the American Challenge, the little Louis Armand on Teilhard 29 de Chardin, the little sign for the Club Med on the back of the bus, the police's posters of naked young mothers or tomato Jews on all the walls, inspired articles or works by our great ideologues, living or dead, in La Figaro and 30 the obligatory sermons on literature, the bookshops. Humanism, in our Lord in the universities and the churches alike in the domain of ideologization, all this constitutes the multiform arsenal of the power of the centers and remains the state, that is to say, the bourgeois, holders of state power, who exercise their class power through the various specialized apparatuses with which the state is endowed. The fragility and solidity of the ideological state apparatuses. Let us take the example of contemporary France, the state. Under the class leadership of the representatives of French imperialism, France is great, France is beautiful, France is generous. 131 who hold state power in France and are in command of its apparatuses, executes their class politics by means of those apparatuses, repressive and ideological. The apparatuses conscientiously do their daily duty. They constantly lend one another a hand in an overtly and tacitly concerted operation, and in the forms required by the ticklishness or brutality of the situation, that this does not take place without contradictions, and that, in particular, the ideological subformations produced in the apparatuses by their own practice should sometimes make the gears grate and grind. 52 is inevitable. It would even appear that the police hesitated at a certain point in May, and that people, in high places, did not have much confidence in how the troops would have acted had it become necessary to call on their services. Everyone knows that, because protest is infectious, some priests and even some teachers are balking, now that their pupils, those little devils, who, my God, but why, no longer have any respect for authority, and are no longer inclined to take the moon for green cheese, to the utter dismay of the most respectable associations of parents of 33 school children, the component part of a redoubtable ideological state apparatus. But, somehow or other, when an ideological state apparatus such as the school or family is ailing, the others, thank the Lord, manage to hold out for a while, and, with de Gaulle's help, and if the dominant ideology is still functioning properly among broad sectors of the population, the bourgeois state manages to hold up, and its various apparatuses do too. For how long, Doc? That is another story, until state power and the state apparatus themselves are taken by storm in what is known as a revolution. But, precisely, since we have just invoked revolution, we can spell out what we meant by grading in the ISIS. We may say that the stuff of which the ISIS are made is such, and that they function in such a way, that we must consider them to be relatively fragile apparatuses, given the shocks of the class struggle which affect them through the ideological subformations anchored in certain aspects of their practices. In this they differ from the repressive apparatus, made of completely different stuff that is much harder to put a dent in. Rather, we should say that the ISIS are apparently fragile apparatuses, for we have to say, at the same time, that they are extraordinarily strong and tough. It is enough to read the text that Lenin wrote in the last years of his life, in order to see how profoundly he was haunted by this problem after the victory of the revolution. The repressive apparatus of the feudal capitalist state, army, police, had basically been destroyed. This did not hold for the administration, yet that was not Lenin's essential concern. His essential anguished concern was, above all, with the proletarian state's ideological state apparatuses, its political apparatus, the party, the Soviets. The number one problem being their connections to the masses, their capacity to control the state administrative apparatus and root out its bureaucratic tendency, its trade union apparatus. Here, too, the number one problem was, what should a trade union do? A non-coercive apparatus, a school of communism, that could reliably ensure, via a series of transmission belts, the right connection to the masses. Finally, its scholastic apparatus, which was, for Lenin, the problem of problems. For he knew that the scholastic ISA is determinant, since it has the future in its power, the younger generations. What conclusions should we draw from this tragic concern of Lenin's after the seizure of state power, and the destruction of the better part of the bourgeois repressive state apparatus? The conclusion that follows: it is not enough to destroy the repressive apparatus. It is also necessary to destroy and replace the ideological state apparatuses. New ones have to be put in place, urgently. Otherwise, Lenin was right, the very future of the revolution will be jeopardized. For it is extremely hard to replace the old ISIS, in this case, the Russian bourgeois ISIS, and it takes a long time. A long time is needed, for example, truly to establish a whole new proletarian political, trade union, and school system. One must first know exactly what to put in 34 place, what new systems to invent, and how to put them in place. The right line must be found for each of these systems, down to the details. Finally, competent personnel loyal to the revolution have to be trained to apply the new, revolutionary politics in each ISA. In short, to imbue the practice and consciousness of all Soviet citizens with the new state ideology, proletarian ideology. If one does not succeed in this, and the force will arrive, if one does not make a serious, thoroughgoing attempt, with no concessions, to come to grips with this crucial problem, what happens? The old ideologies, ISIS remain in place, wholly or partially, for they are hardly undermined. If the old personnel remains in place, whatever one does and whatever one claims, the old model ISIS, either intact or half reformed, pursue their old work in new institutional forms. The proletarian ideology of the proletarian state is not realized. That is, the masses are not imbued with proletarian ideology, and the gigantic school of communism that the new ISIS should represent does not go into operation. Instead, what remains of the old ISIS in fact continues to imbue the masses with the old bourgeois or petty bourgeois ideology, even alongside new elements that clash with that ideology, elements that it is their mission to inculcate. In this matter, Lenin, who abhorred decrees, was perfectly well aware that things could not be settled by decree or from on high. He also knew that there existed no prefabricated, ready-made, priori plan or line for establishing these new ISIS. He knew that it was a task that had to be worked on every minute, better, that it was a long experimentation involving huge risks, to which all available resources of intelligence, imagination, and political dedication had to be committed. A long struggle that would brook no weakness or failure, a struggle that could not be waged simply by dint of coercive administrative measures, but that called for detailed knowledge, for education, and persuasion, as well as explanation, constant explanation, a struggle that could not be carried out by a handful of militants, however lucid and courageous, but that depended on appeals to the masses, to their judgment and their reactions, their initiatives and inventions. But this struggle is not won. It can certainly not be won in the space of a few months, or even a few years, and, before she arrive, if it is not truly, seriously begun, on the right political mass basis. The future of the construction of socialism may encounter forbidding obstacles and may even be compromised, if, instead of functioning ever more clearly on proletarian state ideology, the new proletarian ideological state apparatuses continue to function, by some mischance, on the old bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideology, or a questionable mix of the old and new ideologies. If the old ideology is not rooted out, it can prove to us that the old ideology will not, even under the official facade of socialist state institutions formally and officially socialist, survive, reproduce itself, and spawn a terribly dangerous effect, insinuating itself for good and all into one or another weak spot in the relations of production, or the political relations of the socialist state. What becomes of the Soviets in that event? What becomes of the trade unions? What becomes of the proletarian school system? When Lenin made such frequent reference, couched in the terms of a dramatic, solemn warning, to the danger of capitalist survivals in a socialist regime, to the terrible onus of tradition and, in particular, of petty bourgeois ideology, he plainly had in mind the reproduction of capitalist relations of production owing to the survival and reemergence of petty production, but he was surely also thinking of these questions, which haunted him, and which he hoped would find a temporary solution in the proper functioning of the workers and peasants' inspectorate. The questions of ideology, whose fate in the new proletarian states and ideological state apparatuses was still far from settled. Lenin died before he could see to settling these decisive questions. He handed them down to his successor Stalin. Did Stalin settle them? Where are the Soviets, the trade unions, and the proletarian school system today, after Stalin, in the USSR? If Stalin neglected these questions, as a number of effects give us reason to believe he did, precisely the effects of the personality cult, have they been seriously and thoroughly re-examined since? To spell out our preoccupation, is it not, to a great extent, the fact that these questions were not settled, or were only half settled, which explains the principles now commanding Soviet politics, its difficulties, the problems it is having with the reform of planning, and even some of its otherwise incomprehensible impasses and initiatives, such as the military intervention in Czechoslovakia. Very summary to close this long analysis, let us try to summarize our results. We can now put the essential elements of the state in place. The number one question when it comes to the state is the question of the possession of state power. The whole political class struggle revolves around this question, in a class social formation. Possession of state power is always possession of state power by a social class, or an alliance of social classes, the exploiting class or classes. The proletarian class in the transitional phase of the dictatorship of the proletariat that should lead to socialism. The social formation dominated by a mode of production without classes. With possession of state power comes power over the state apparatuses, which constitute the very nature of the state. The state apparatus comprises two types of apparatuses. 1. The repressive state apparatus, the government, administration, army, police, and specialized repressive corps, gendarmerie, courts, judiciary, prisons, and so on. This apparatus is a single, centralized corps. Point 2. The ideological state apparatuses in our social formations, scholastic, religious, familial, political, associative, cultural, the news and information apparatus, and so on. These apparatuses are multiple, relatively independent, and unified as a distinct system by all part of the state ideology. The repressive state apparatus functions primarily on repression, physical or not. The ideological state apparatuses function primarily on ideology. The overall unity of the system formed by all the state apparatuses is ensured by the unity of the class politics of the class holding state power, and by the state ideology corresponding to the fundamental interest of the class, or classes, in power. The object of the politics of the class in power and of the state ideology ideology of the dominant class, is to guarantee the conditions for the exploitation of the exploited classes by the dominant classes. Above all, the reproduction of the relations of production in which this exploitation takes place. Since these relations of production are the relations of exploitation of the class social formation under consideration, thus everything is clearly based on the infrastructure of the relations of production, that is, the relations of class exploitation. The base or infrastructure of the class state is thus well and truly, as Lenin said, exploitation. The effect produced by the superstructures simultaneously to ensure the conditions under which this exploitation is carried out, repressive state apparatus and the reproduction of the relations of production, that is of exploitation. Ideological state apparatuses. There can be no question of examining the functioning of the individual ideological state apparatuses in an essay whose sole aim is to establish that they exist and to indicate their function. Indeed, each ideological state apparatus, if its mechanisms are to be fully clarified, merits detailed, thoroughgoing analysis. We shall soon provide a first example with an analysis of the capitalist scholastic apparatus. What matters to us here is, first of all, to understand how ideology brings off the feat of making things and people go all by themselves. However, before we can get to that point, that is, before we can sketch a theory of the functioning of ideology in general, it is imperative, to avoid all misunderstanding, that we make a few remarks about what we call, using a term that may surprise readers, especially Marxist readers, the political and associated ideological state apparatuses. 1. Tn. A Paris underground station in which 9 demonstrators against the French colonial war in Algeria were killed by the police in 1962. Tn. Armand Gaudy, La Passion du General Franco, banned from the stage by the French government in 1968. Jacques Brevet, Suzanne Simon and La Religieuse de Denis Diderot, banned by the French government in 1966. The film was shown and the play was performed in France despite the bans. 3. See below, on ideology, Chapter 12, for Nikos Paulensis. Habor Politicae et Classes Sociales, Chapter 11, 5c Paulenses, who provides a very good commentary on Marx and Lenin, 6c Paulensavs, Political Power and Social Classes, Tien, Experiences, which also means experiments 8tien, crossed out, example, the administration 9tien, Radio Diffusion Télévision Française, French state television and radio 10tien, the word is missing in the manuscript 11tien, in the French term corresponding to ideological state apparatus, imperial ideology, data, apparatus comes first and state comes last, the object of a prepositional phrase which literally means of the state. 12. Let us therefore say that we apparently pursue our educations, beyond the mandatory period of our own free will. 13tien, Gaston Gallimard, owner of the major French publishing firm. 14tien, Jean Provost, the media magnate who at one point or another owned most or all of the right-wing newspapers Paris Sawyer, Paris Match, and Figaro, the TV guide Télé 7 Hours, and Radio Télé Luxembourg. 15tien, in the mid-19,505. Sylvain Fouer bought the radio station Europe 1, which had acquired a mass audience by the early 1960s, when the French state became the indirect owner of about a third of it. In 1969, some of its reporters were fired for excessively sympathetic coverage of the May events. Privately owned peripheral television, broadcast to France from countries nearby, such as Monaco and Luxembourg. 16.1 may find this list, in which we found our hint, in Joseph Stalin. Dialectical and historical materialism 17yen, crossed out, because without it, the author of these lines might never have arrived at the theses he is here expounding. 18tien, a Christian community established in the mid-19,505 by worker priests in the proletarian Florence suburb of Isolato, and maintained in the 1960s over the politically motivated protest of the church hierarchy. 19tien, a 1967 open letter urging clergymen in the United States to pressure their government into negotiating an end to the Vietnam War. 20tien, Jean Cardano, a Dominican who in 1968 delivered a sermon titled The New Testament and Revolution in the Mutualité, the big Paris conference center, prompting the church hierarchy to try to prevent him from speaking in public. 21tien, a radical journal published by Franciscans in Lyon from 1959 to 1974. 22tien, on May 5, 1967, Althusser gave a talk on Marxism and the workers' movement to a group associated with his left-leaning Catholic journal, in which he had published extracts from his first book in 1959 and in 1962. The essay on Bertolazzi and Brecht later collected in for Marx. 23tien, Camilo Torres Restrepo 1929 to 1966. The priest and Marxist sociologist who joined the Colombian National Liberation Army, ELN, in 1966. 2014, the Syndicate National des Instituteurs, then the main school teachers, Union 25C Schools, Maspero, forthcoming in autumn 1969 yen. See Chapter 2 and 26.26. If I may be allowed to add a supplementary definition of ideology to the list of famous definitions, I would say, like paraphrase, man is by nature an ideological animal. 2017, Union pour la Nouvelle République, the Gaullist ruling party, in existence from 1958 to 1976. Comités de défense de la République, created by an alliance of Gaullists and the far right in May 1968 to show support for the Gaulle, notably in a big demonstration staged in Paris on May 30, 2018. François was a conservative, middle-brow daily. Maurice Cal de Merville became prime minister after the June 1968 elections. Edgar Faure was his minister of education. The French Jesuit Jean de Nela, the moving spirit behind Vatican XI, became a cardinal on April 28, 1969, as did the Archbishop of Paris since March 1968, François Marty. 2019, Jean-Jacques Servin, Schreiber, a journalist and politician, published The American Challenge in 1968 and, in October 1969, became General Secretary of the Left Liberal Radical Party. The Jesuit Teilhard de Chardin was a paleontologist whose spiritual philosophy found favor with certain Marxist humanists in the PCF. Louis Armand wrote a preface for André Monastier's Teilhard while Marx, 30tien, Saint-Maurice Sinet, a French political cartoonist who also designed advertisements for the Club Med, founded the satirical review Ellen Rage in May 1968 and published Work in Action in the same period. Publicis is a big advertising agency. Le Figaro, founded in 1826, is France's main highbrow conservative daily. 31tien. The phrase is de Gaull's, 32, and for good reason, if we recall the effects of the class struggle that operate in them to produce these ideological Formations, 33 for a laugh. Although it is in fact no laughing matter, let us note that while every school child, orphans excepted, has a father and mother, not every father and mother considers themselves, thank God, the parent of a school child. To come forward as the parent of a school child is a political act, by virtue of which one joins this or that association, with a certain political tendency, obviously. It is doubtless no coincidence that the aforementioned associations of parents of school children, which are of different shades, for one association can, under cover of secularism, be more open to and crossed out, less reactionary than another, are, as one says, very concerned about the disorder reigning in the schools. Other associations, the CDR and the Gaullist organization of the modern university, cultivate a still saltier discourse. Their word is gangrene. High school and college students will not fail to note the delicacy of the language some of their parents of school children, precisely, use in talking about their own progeny. Things have come to such a pass that one wonders what has become of the family virtues. I mean, of course, the virtues of the aforementioned parents of school children. When will an association of children of parents of school children be founded to denounce the gangrene that threatens, on the parents' side of the line, the traditional paternalistic virtues of, among others, familial understanding, generosity and tolerance? I'm not joking. What is going on in families these days should be far greater cause for concern for our worthy vice principals TN, responsible for school discipline, than what is going on in the schools. The reader would do well to recall this when we speak, as we shall in a moment, of a certain school family diet. It is also no wonder that, in comparison with the big brouhaha about disorder in the schools, the discussion of what is going on in families is much more discreet. Honor obliged. Family. Business is settled in the privacy of the family. It is, in fact, as if some parents of school children were demanding that the state settle the problems that they are having in their own families with their own children by restoring order in the schools. So these are things that really should be kept hush-hush. Not. For if they were not, would we not have to admit that, in a certain regard, the family does indeed have something to do with an ideological state apparatus, and that the class struggle even produces some of its effects in families? We think so. Interestingly, the facts themselves are coming forward to lend support to our thesis. 34.4. With the exception of the Paris Commune, there were no precedents and there was no theory. Brief remarks on the political and associative ideological state apparatuses of the French capitalist social formation. 1. It is indeed imperative that we insert a few remarks here to enable readers to understand our concepts and perceive their theoretical and political utility, which is possible only if all misunderstanding is avoided. To misunderstandings complicate, from the outset, the extension of the concept ICE to the world of politics and the world of the unions. Indeed, as the present remarks will show us, they complicate any utilization of the concept of the ICE. Our aim here is to eliminate these two misunderstandings from the very beginning of our discussion. I shall go straight to the heart of what will inevitably pose an apparent problem for all readers. Classifying organizations of the proletarian political class struggle, the party or economic class struggle, the trade union under the rubric of ISIS of the bourgeois state, to make this only apparent problem disappear. We have to spell out 2 points. 1. A proletarian political party and a proletarian trade union have indeed figured among the ISIS of the French social formation since the 1920s, although they were outlawed for a certain period, under Pétain, and have managed to survive only at the price of constant repressive measures, the condemnation and imprisonment of communist leaders at various times between 1921 and 1939, the Rif War, and again in 1929, for example. They are officially registered as organizations, have been recognized, and enjoy the corresponding legal rights. They are component parts of the corresponding French ISIS. Their ideology, however, insofar as it is the proletarian ideology of class struggle, cannot be considered to be a realization of the bourgeois state ideology that is realized in the ISIS of which the party and trade union are component parts. It is, in its very principle, radically opposed to the bourgeois state ideology. Hence the paradox: how can a component part of the system of an ISA figure in the system of a bourgeois ISA, while being the realization of an ideology of proletarian class struggle? The answer is simple. It has to do, not with the logic of the system of the corresponding ISIS, but, rather, with the logic of the wrong class struggle that imposed legal recognition of the party and the proletarian class struggle trade union, as well as their inscription in the ISIS in question. It was as organizations of proletarian class struggle that these organizations, by dint of their struggle in the history of the French social formation, imposed this recognition and this inscription. Hence by force, It is by dint of class struggle that they are able to preserve their proletarian class ideology in the ISIS in question. Does the proletarian party and trade union have a place in these ISIS? Legally, they are part of them, and legally, they should enjoy all the rights that accrue to them as a result of their recognition and inscription in them. In actual fact, they are constantly treated as the object of special measures in them. In the parliament, communist votes are not taken into account. The Communist Party is declared to be the party of a foreign country or a separatist party and is walled off in a political class ghetto in the apparatus itself. The same tactic is applied to the proletarian trade union, except when there is no other choice. It is refused. Advantages granted to the others and negotiations are conducted with the others. There is an antagonistic contradiction here that the bourgeoisie is in principle incapable of assimilating. If it has consented to the compromise, it is because it could not do otherwise. There we have an effect of the development of the class struggle. Formally speaking, there is no contradiction in saying that one of the component parts of a system, while figuring in the system, does not radically compromise the nature of the system. Proletarian ideology has not conquered the system of the political or the associated ISO. On the contrary, bourgeois state ideology continues to dominate them. It is clear that this creates, under certain circumstances, problems for the functioning of the bourgeois political and associative ISIS. The bourgeoisie disposes, however, of a whole series of tried and tested techniques for meeting this danger. We shall see which ones point to the products of the class struggle external to the ISIS under consideration. The proletarian party and trade union wage their class struggle within the limits of the ISIS and, obviously, their legal forms. Great dangers obviously threaten this delicate practice of the class struggle by proletarian organizations and bourgeois ISIS. They can be collectively summed up as the danger of lapsing into class collaboration, parliamentary cretinism for the party and economism for the trade union, both of which are forms of reformism. We shall come back to this, however that may be. The class struggle that has imposed the presence of the proletarian party and trade union and the corresponding ISIS infinitely exceeds the very limited struggle that they can conduct in these ISIS. Created by a class struggle external to the ISIS, sustained by it, charged with furthering and sustaining it by all available legal means. The proletarian organizations that figure in the ISIS concerned would betray their mission if they reduce the external class struggle, which merely finds a reflection in very limited forms in the class struggle carried out in the ISIS. To this class struggle internal to the ISIS, the social democratic workers' parties are perfect examples of component parts of the bourgeois ISIS which allow themselves to be assimilated by both bourgeois state ideology and the rules of the political and associative game of these ISIS. These parties' ideology is merely a subproduct for workers' consumption of bourgeois ideology, petty bourgeois reformist ideology. Their politics is at the price of the right to get worked up now and again or work their jaws. The politics of class collaboration. We can then understand Lenin's categorical warnings against the social democratic parties or trade unions. Reformist ideology and politics of class collaboration, component parts of the ISIS in question. They let themselves be wholly integrated into them and assimilated by them. When their leaders are in power, that is, at the head of the government, bringing down a government must not be confused with taking state power. They conduct themselves, in Leon Blum's lovely phrase, as loyal managers of the capitalist regime, which they have no desire really to overthrow, at least not in deeds, whatever their declarations. I am well aware that, in certain conjunctures, they can let themselves be dragged into doing more than they would really like, but when that happens, they really cannot be blamed for it. It is no accident that the social democratic organizations are included with full rights in the bourgeois ISIS. From the bourgeoisie standpoint, they take their places as full-fledged members of them, and are not confined to any political or trade union ghetto. More, they are the essential component part of the corresponding ISIS, and the bourgeoisie makes very able use of them to counter the very troublesome component part represented by a proletarian party or trade union. The whole history of bourgeois politics for the last 80 years is based on this tactic of dividing the working class forces at the level of politics and trade union organization alike. Thanks to this technique, the bourgeoisie effectively annuls the presence of proletarian organizations in its ISIS. 11. A few historical facts to bring out the full significance of the 2 points I have just very schematically developed. I propose to recall a few empirical facts that will help us grasp how and why proletarian class struggle organizations figure in bourgeois ISIS. To begin with, it is enough to consider what happens in social formations other than the French or Italian. formation in order to understand that this result is unintelligible if the history of the class struggle specific to these countries is not taken into account. Let us first adduce two examples that simple comparison makes instructive: the bourgeois fascist regimes, whether in Europe or Latin America, to take only those two cases, created working-class organizations that were wholly in their service, fully integrated component parts of the ISIS of the fascist state. In fascist Germany and fascist Italy, as well as in Perón's Argentina, there existed labor fronts, or state trade unions. Perón even came up with the following admirable phrase: the bourgeoisie should organize the working class. That is the best way to protect it against Marxism. The Franco regime state trade unions exemplified this even today. The fact that, in these unions, things are not going for the best for Franco's politics is assuredly not the fault of the state. Ideology or the minister in charge of the state workers, or students, unions. Another example, in a number of capitalist countries, proletarian class struggle organizations are quite simply banned. The balance of power in the class struggle, especially in certain Asian, African and Latin American countries directly or indirectly controlled by U.S. imperialism, has not been able to impose recognition of these organizations. One final example, in a number of capitalist countries, workers' organizations are very well integrated into the system of the capitalist ISIS. For instance, in the Scandinavian countries, ruled by socialists, or in England. The course of the class struggle in England has culminated in the victory of a reformist line, trade unionist in the unions, Labourite in the Labour Party. There is of course unrest among the rank and file, but, for the moment, the trade union and Labour Party three leadership still basically work hand in hand. The result is that the trade unions and the Labour Party are indeed perfectly integrated component parts of the system of the political and associative ISIS of the capitalist imperialist English state. Is there any need to make the demonstration for the American trade unions, or the German trade unions and German Social Democratic Party? It is sometimes even the case that reformist political and trade union organizations are capitalist economic powers, as in England, the USA and Germany. How does it happen, then, that the situation is different in France? How does it happen that the French bourgeoisie has had to resign itself to recognizing, without being able to neutralize, organizations that the bourgeoisie in other countries and other circumstances has either succeeded in organizing by taking over their leadership itself, or in banning, or in purely and simply subordinating to itself and assimilating? The answer lies in the history of the French class struggle. The history of the French bourgeoisie is dominated by a great event that it botched. The French Revolution. From the bourgeois point of view, this was truly a dirty revolution. In a clean revolution, as in England for example, things would have been the object of a gentleman's agreement before between the leading classes, feudal aristocratic and bourgeois industrial mercantile. Unfortunately, thanks to the stupidity of a bankrupt rural petty aristocracy which, in the 1780s, had the bad taste to demand its feudal rights at all costs in a day and age in which, considered to ago, they were being quietly abolished and for other reasons as well. Of course, things took a nasty turn. The people made their entrance onto the scene and did not pull their punches. There were peasant uprisings in the countryside, where castles started going up in flames and journeys. Revolutionaries in the cities, especially Paris, where, very quickly, despite the night of August 4th and the Girondists, reformist politics, the most uncontrollable of the plebeians poured onto the streets of Paris, imposed their revolutionary committees, and brought Robespierre and the Committee of Public Safety to power, among other things. The counter-revolutionary war, the fraternal feudal states rushed to the rescue of the king and queen who had, together with the émigrés, requested that they intervene, made the class war even harsher and more radical. For a time, the popular masses, patriotism and the revolution, reinforced by the measures of public safety that the bourgeoisie has labeled the terror, confronted that bourgeoisie with the threat of something altogether different from its revolution, sinister prospects in which a certain fourth estate of sans-culottes poverty-stricken plebs demanded a social, egalitarian republic from which mercantile and industrial capitalism had everything to fear. On the horizon were the pamphlets and speeches of Marat and other agitators and propagandists for equality. There was something in the air that found expression in the communism of a Babeuf and a Buonarroti, in forms that were still primitive, yet unmistakable. The French bourgeoisie has not forgotten the terror. The commune filled it with the same terror, and it reacted with the same white terror in both cases. It had to take emergency measures to put the popular masses back in their place, not in power, but at work, under its exploitation and domination. The stages in this process were Thermidor, then the Consulate, then Bonaparte and Napoleon, Bonapartism is a typically French solution to the problem represented by the style of the class struggles unleashed in France by this unfortunate revolution of 1789. It is the standard bourgeois solution for putting the popular masses back in their place when conflicts between the dominant classes have not been able to prevent their direct, armed intervention on the stage of the overclass struggle, or, worse, have made it necessary. It is no accident that the bourgeoisie has entrusted power to a providential Bonapartist figure whenever the division between the dominant classes and the intervention of the popular masses has put the bourgeois class's domination in jeopardy. After the 1789 revolution, to put the people in their place and establish the apparatuses of the bourgeois state, its superstructure, law, the civil code, and ideological state apparatuses, its universities no less than its chambers of commerce and so on, as well as the Comédie Française, to say nothing of the Concordat, after the terribly frightening alert constituted by the proletariat's June 1848 intervention on the barricades, in the wake of the twofold crisis that divided the French bourgeoisie, the 1940 defeat and then the Algerian insurrection, Napoleon I, Napoleon 111 and de Gaulle are the price that the French bourgeoisie had or still has to pay for the history of its own class struggles, during which it has had to resign itself to the outpouring of plebs, and then the proletariat into the streets in order to achieve its own objectives. It was not enough that the bourgeoisie diverted the results of popular struggles to its own exclusive advantage. It also made the popular masses pay the very high price in blood, the White Terror, the 1,848 massacres, and in the mass arrests, condemnations and deportations of December 2nd. For contributing to its own class struggles, Bonapartism and ferocious repression have been its solutions. It is the French bourgeoisie's misfortune that the plebeians and, very soon, the proletariat were steeled in the struggles of the journey's revolutionaries, learning the art of building barricades and fighting the army on them, and that the bourgeoisie was in some sense forced by its own history to educate the popular masses and the proletariat, which saw that it could one day take up arms and fight on its own behalf. As a famous phrase has it, the emancipation of the working class must be the work of the working class itself. These words were inscribed in history by Marx and Engels. The manifesto was published in 1848 and 1864. The International was founded. The lesson was not lost on the French proletariat. There followed what is known as the Paris Commune. One of the disadvantages to the bourgeoisie itself of the Bonapartist solution is its instability. It always comes to a bad end. The reasons vary. The arbitrariness of personal power, which ultimately becomes an encumbrance. The providential man really takes himself for France and, in the long run, can maintain his position only by staging military expeditions which, since they meet with the resistance of the peoples occupied as a result, ultimately take a bad turn, culminating in adventurous military operations. Spain, Mexico, and so on. Things took a very bad turn at Sedan against Prussia. There occurred, after Sedan, an unprecedented event, one that left its stamp on human history, the history of socialism, but also the history of the class struggle as a whole. The Commune. While Mr. Thiers' big bourgeoisie was colluding with the Prussian occupiers in Versailles, the Parisian proletariat assumed the leadership of the patriotic resistance, wresting, for the first time in history, the cause of the defense of the nation away from the bourgeoisie. For class reasons, this sudden turnabout led to the first attempt to make a socialist revolution in human history, that reckless, unheard of, desperate, but formidable experiment in which the working class and popular masses invented what theory had only had a presentiment of the destruction of the state and its apparatuses. That experiment that left its mark on Marx and Lenin, and is still being invoked at the other end of the world, in China. Everyone knows how the French bourgeoisie, relying on the Prussian occupier, put the people back in their place, up against the walls, where tens of thousands of men and women were killed in broad daylight, before the people were sent back their post in production. In exploitation, I shall cut this short in order to say that the lesson of all these class struggles, which were exemplary angles, not for the bourgeoisie, but for the proletariat and the French people, was such that the bourgeoisie had to recognize the political and trade union organizations of the proletarian class struggle, once they had succeeded, despite tremendous difficulties and unheard of sacrifices, in imposing themselves. The bourgeoisie, taken at its word, not only the one it had uttered in the course of the struggles of its 18th century ideologues and writers, but also that of its democratic tradition, liberty, equality, fraternity, tricked up the fact that the working masses had offered it support that it had not disdained in 1830, nor in February 1848, nor in the ultimate paroxysms of its class struggle against the aristocracy, for instance. Its late 19th century struggle against the church, in short, taken by the throat by the power of the popular and then proletarian class struggle, the bourgeoisie opted to recognize the political and trade union organizations of proletarian class struggle in its ISIS. It did so in the hope of defeating them there, getting the better of them, perverting them, if need be, or neutralizing them by pitting the social democratic organizations against them. That is certain. But, reason or ruse, impotence or finesse, the facts are the facts. That the same does not hold for other countries is, in the final analysis, a question of the balance of power in a historical class struggle. What I have just said about this question in French shows, at any rate, the true nature of the class struggle. It can unfold, in the forms prescribed by the law prevailing in the ISIS under consideration, only as a simple effect, the simple relay of an altogether different class struggle, which infinitely exceeds all the legal forms in which it may also manage to find expression. 1tn. The French noun syndicate and the corresponding adjective syndical are used of both trade unions and a wide variety of organized interest groups, including professional and employers' associations, a key point in the argument of the present and the following chapter. However, as Althusser points out in Chapter 8, the word syndicate makes everyone think first of trade unions. Accordingly, syndical is here translated as associative or trade union, depending on the context. Cn. The specific reference of the party and the trade union are the French Communist Party and the Trade Union Confederation that explicitly allied itself with the PCF in 1947, the Confédération Générale du Travail, CGT, founded in 1895. Tn. Trade unions, and Labour Party are in English in the original, 4tn, in the spelled English in the text, 5tn. On August 4, 1789, the Constituent Assembly decreed the abolition of feudal privileges in France, which had until then been enshrined in law. 6tn. The May 13, 1958 putsch staged in Algiers to prevent the abandonment of French Algeria. It put an end to the French Fourth Republic and brought de Gaulle to power. The political and associative ideological state apparatus is one unnecessary preliminary remark. We here take up a question which is as important as it is hard to present properly, that is to say, without giving rise to the least misunderstanding. That is why we wish to repeat here, in the same terms, the solemn statement that we included in our preliminary remark to my readers. It is a question, in the political and associative ideological state apparatuses of the class struggle. But beware, it is not a question of the whole class struggle, nor even of the terrain in which the class struggle has its roots. It is a question of the domain in which the class struggle assumes legal forms, the conquest of which was itself the result of the history of class struggle that was necessarily external to those legal forms. Once they are conquered, the class struggle is pursued in them within the more or less narrow limits that they impose and, in any case, within rigorously defined limits. At the same time, the class struggle unfolds, massively, outside these forms, that the system of political and trade union forms which the dominant class has either taken control of in its class struggle, or has been forced reluctantly to concede as an effect of the conquest of the proletarian and popular class struggle, or again, has incorporated into the dominant class's state apparatuses ideological state apparatuses, so that it is, above all, the state ideology that is realized in these apparatuses. All this can be effortlessly understood, but it can just as easily be understood that the class struggle that has imposed these apparatuses, around which and in which part of the class struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat is unfolding today, profoundly marks certain of their component parts, conferring, in particular, an exceptional position, within these apparatuses, legal forms themselves, on certain institutions of proletarian class struggle. Examples are provided by the proletariat's organization of political class struggle and its organization of trade union class struggle. An exceptional position is an antagonistic position, for the bourgeoisie did not, after the tumultuous events that we shall discuss in a moment, recognize the existence of reformist and then revolutionary workers, parties with joy and gladness. The same holds a forcible right for its recognition of the existence of trade union organizations of the economic class struggle. The bourgeoisie knows that what is at stake, behind these organizations, legal forms of existence, goes infinitely beyond those legal forms themselves. It is given proof of this whenever a crisis that is at all serious brings into the broad light of day the reality that the legal existence of these organizations expresses but also obscures the fact that the class struggle is not confined, and for good reason, to this or that communist party's oppositional activity in parliament, or this or that trade union confederation's negotiations with the bosses or the government. The fact that an extremely violent class struggle is waged without let-up in every domain of the practice of production and also well beyond production, although it is silent and, observed from the outside, invisible. Since it does not find sanction in existing legality, this exceptional position both reflects and betrays a position that is in principle antagonistic except when the organizations in question lapse into class collaboration. We are thus confronted with the following paradox. Within an ideological state apparatus such as the apparatus of the political system, there can exist a proletarian party, as is already the case in a number of countries whose ideology is, albeit radically antagonistic to the state ideology, realized in the forms and practices of the ideological state apparatus in which that proletarian party figures. The fact remains that this antagonism unfolds in the very forms imposed by the state ideology, for example, bourgeois democracy, the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie in the forms of the parliamentary or presidential democratic apparatus. This singularly complicates the proletarian party's task. However, as Lenin has shown, this complicated task is not therefore impossible, on the absolute condition that certain imperative conditions are met. The first of them is that the proletarian party should not sink into parliamentary cretinism, or bourgeois democratic cretinism, and a fortiori, that it should not allow its ideology of proletarian class struggle to be sapped by the state ideology, the ideology of the dominant class. It must, rather, know how to make use of the political ideological state apparatus, including some of its forms and certain elements of its ideology, for example, certain democratic slogans, in order to foster, by way of elections and also from the high tribune of the bourgeois parliament, the development of the class struggle, which basically unfolds outside these legal, bourgeois democratic forms. The same holds a fortiori for workers, trade union activity. The things are very clear in this regard. We can set out on our analysis of the political and associated ideological state apparatuses to provide, straight away, the classic point of reference for my thesis. I shall refer to a well-known text of Lenin's, drawn from a speech he delivered on December 30th, 1920. The trade unions, the present situation, and Trotsky's mistakes, which one would do well to read in its entirety, and also supplement with a second text. The speech delivered shortly after the first, once again on the trade unions. Lenin is here talking about trade unions under the dictatorship of the proletariat, and thus about their existence in the framework of the proletarian state, which is a state in the strong sense, under the control of the Bolsheviks and their allies, and endowed with the repressive and ideological apparatuses characteristic of any state. Lenin declares, see, the trade unions have an extremely important part to play at every step of the dictatorship of the proletariat, but what is their part? I'll find that it is a most unusual one, as soon as I delve into this question, which is one of the most fundamental theoretically. On the one hand, the trade unions, which take in all industrial workers, are an organization of the ruling, dominant, governing class, which has now set up a dictatorship and is exercising coercion through the state. But it is not a state organization, nor is it one designed for coercion, but for education. It is an organization designed to draw in and to train. It is, in fact, a school of administration, a school of economic management, a school of communism. It is a very unusual type of school, because there are no teachers or pupils. This is an extremely unusual combination of what has necessarily come down to us from capitalism, and what comes from the ranks of the advanced revolutionary detachments, which you might call the revolutionary vanguard of the proletariat. A few pages later, Lenin adds these remarkable statements. Comrade Trotsky falls into error himself. He seems to say that in the workers' state it is not the business of the trade unions to stand up for the material and spiritual interests of the working class. We now have a state under which it is the business of the massively organized proletariat to protect itself, while we, for our part, must use these workers' organizations to protect the workers from their state, and to get them to protect our state. Let us single out Lenin's central statement here. He says, in so many words, that the trade unions are an organization of the ruling, dominant, governing class, which has now set up a dictatorship and is exercising coercion through the state. But, he goes on, the Soviet trade union is not a state organization, nor is it one designed for coercion. It is, in fact, a school. When we look between the lines of a text about the trade unions of the proletarian state for an answer to the question about the status trade union organizations, we shall see which ones can have under the bourgeois state. It appears that Lenin's formulation almost exactly coincides with our own, inasmuch as it distinguishes the state's coercive action from Soviet trade unions' non-coercive action. For Lenin, proletarian unions have an ideological educational mission. They are to act as a school of communism, keeping things in proportion, that is, paying due attention to the obvious differences between proletarian and bourgeois ideological state apparatuses, and with the aforementioned reservations. We may regard the trade union and associative system as an ideological state apparatus, and discuss the political system in terms of the same concept. 11. The political ideological state apparatus. We shall begin with the political ideological state apparatus. For reasons that will appear, the communist parties and the political ideological state apparatus, democracy for the people and socialist revolution. Of course, this does not at all mean that a political party such as the Communist Party, because of its topographical inscription in the system of the political ideological state apparatus, is necessarily reduced to the role of fulfilling the bourgeois state's wishes, or to the role of His Majesty's opposition. The latter role is played to perfection, with all the requisite tact, by the loyal managers of the capitalist system, known as the Social Democratic parties. They did not need to hear Leon Blum's marvelous phrase to understand that they had a vocation on course. The human scale, this famous human scale, does indeed offer a sizable advantage. It allows those who scale its rungs, that is, progressively attain the bourgeois honors, or even the honors of the nobility. Mr. Attlee was well and truly elevated to the dignified rank of Lord by her most gracious English Majesty, quite simply to rise above the small-minded class struggle standpoint in order to practice in all serenity proper class collaboration. Consider Mr. Wilson today. Lenin struggled hard enough, using vehement language ruthless enough, against the people who, even in the communist ranks, might be tempted by these mirages, that is, the impossible miracles of purely parliamentary democratic activity, parliamentary cretinism, to dispel all conceivable ambiguity. Since today, everyone is thinking about the transition to socialism, it must be recalled that there is no parliamentary road to socialism. Revolutions are made by the masses, not by parliamentary deputies, even if the communists and their allies should fleetingly, by some miracle, attain a majority in the parliament, for the bourgeois state will never consent to be seized and destroyed, for it is a question of seizing the state, not of bringing down the government or simply changing the regime. By 450 parliamentary deputies armed with nothing but their bare hands, even if they come marching out of the Palais Bourbon sporting their tricolored sashes, they will never consent, that is, to be seized and destroyed by a simple parliamentary majority, except in some unprecedented situation conceivable perhaps, once socialism has triumphed over 5/6 of the globe. In the present state of things, it is literally unimaginable, in the short or even the middle term, for the bourgeois state is something altogether different from the mere government. The state disposes of many ideological apparatuses besides its political ideological apparatus, in which the government has its place, which is, after all, just one apparatus among a multitude of others: the church, the schools, news and information, and so on. Furthermore, it has the day-to-day repressive apparatus at its beck and call: the police, specialized repressive units, riot police, mobile security forces, and so on, as well as its repressive apparatus. The last resort, the army, an organization of hundreds of thousands of people marshaled in the infantry, armored divisions, air force, and navy, to say nothing of the armies of the fraternal imperialist states, which can cross borders, land or other borders, to help out at the right moment. Even ignoring these extreme cases, the simple experience of the Popular Front or the post-1945 three-party government proves that a simple government with popular democrat is at the mercy of simple financial procedures. For example, the capital flight that sounded the knell of the Popular Front, or political procedures. The Socialist Remedier's 1947 dismissal of the Communist ministers. Unless the popular masses intervene directly and forcefully on the political stage to stymie or foil the maneuvers of the capitalist class struggle and force the parliament to take radical measures which, in that case, change the course of history, lending existing democracy class character and setting it on an irreversible course in the form of actions that ultimately culminate in the socialist revolution properly so called. Lenin said that one had to know how to anticipate, accept and practice transitional periods in order to reach the revolution. He himself practiced this theory at the head of the Bolshevik Party between February and October 1917. This was the period in which Kerensky presided over a bourgeois and petty bourgeois parliamentary majority that had been democratically elected after the February 1917 events, which had overthrown the Tsarist regime without overthrowing the feeble capitalist Russian state, even if its state apparatuses, beginning with the army, had been severely undermined. This very peculiar period of democratic transition, during which the Bolsheviks, albeit a tiny minority in the parliament, were able to win over the masses, mobilize them, and rally them to their leadership in a few months thanks to their correct line and correct actions, was truly a period of transition towards socialist revolution, not. After big electoral successes and even very big victories of popular mass struggles, the period of transition towards the restoration of democracy against the people, that is, reactionary bourgeois democracy culminating in Petain's fascism, if the Communist Party and its allies should, one day in our future, win a majority in legislative elections, and if the bourgeoisie were to allow them to assume the responsibilities of government in the framework of existing bourgeois legality, one must be aware. 1. That they would thereby open up the prospect of democracy for the people, popular democracy or new democracy. 2. But that, for as long as the bourgeois state remained in place, with its repressive apparatus intact, and with its ideological state apparatuses including the bourgeois political ideological state apparatus, the actions of the popular masses, assuming that they are educated, mobilized and committed to a struggle based on a correct line, will determine the nature of the transitional period thus initiated. 3. That, depending on the balance of power and the political line that the popular masses were mobilized to follow by the Communist Party, this transitional period could lead to either a victorious bourgeois reaction after a few popular successes, or the triumph of the socialist revolution. 4. That without the seizure of state power, without a dismantling of the repressive state apparatus, what Marx and Lenin called smashing the machine of the bourgeois state, without a long struggle to smash the bourgeois ideological state apparatuses, revolution is unthinkable, or can only triumph for a time, as was seen in Central Europe in the 1920s. Thus, for us, no parliamentary transition to socialism is even conceivable, for such a transition is impossible, nor is it conceivable that the transition to socialism can be brought about by combining mass political action, whose sole objective is to isolate the bourgeoisie in general and the action of an electoral majority that professes socialism, or even wants socialism, if it is supposed that bourgeois dictatorship can be overcome by isolating the bourgeoisie without seizing state power, without smashing the bourgeois state apparatuses, the bourgeoisie, even if it is isolated, will know, whatever the tendency of the government in power, how to use the existing state apparatuses, first and foremost the police and army, and it will find itself a chief of state capable of commanding the still intact state apparatus if need be, by means of a coup d'etat such as that of May 13th or of some other kind, if the masses do not decisively intervene, not to isolate the bourgeoisie, but to dismantle the repressive state apparatus. The transitional period initiated by an electoral victory promising democracy for the people will be, rather than a transition towards socialism, the transition towards bourgeois reaction and without a doubt, its most violent form, openly dictatorial and tendentially fascist. In that case, the repressive state apparatus and ideological state apparatuses, the political state apparatus included, will be put to full use by a bourgeoisie that will have dropped its mask, with the requisite massacres as well as the mass arrests that have become classic in a reaction of this type, perfected by the bourgeoisie in the century and a half or more in which it has ruled France. Thermidor, 1815, June 1848, the Commune. Daladier, Lavalpeden. What ultimately comes into being after such events obviously is not just the bourgeoisie's creature, but we know that there are massacres in overtly dictatorial regimes, whether they are called fascist or neo-fascist, that can crush the mass movement for years. But then, Lenin issued enough warnings, in terms categorical enough, to all unconditional partisans of the putsch and even the insurrection, to the effect that it was not just foolish, but even criminal not to utilize all forms of struggle, not just all legal forms, but also all parliamentary democratic, and thus electoral, forms in such a way that whatever parliamentary democratic action is undertaken by the Communist Party in the framework of the bourgeois political ideological state apparatus is something other than class collaboration. Lenin insisted, however, that the absolute condition for this was that such action be one form of struggle among others, subordinate to the system of mass class struggles led by the Communist Party, if we interpret these well. Note theses of Lenin's in the light of our distinction between the repressive state apparatus and ideological state apparatuses, and if we take into account the fact that a democratic system, in which a parliament elected by universal suffrage and a political contest among different parties designates a government representing the parliamentary majority, as part of the political ideological state apparatus, we will, I think, better understand the real but narrow limits on the parliamentary democratic activity of the Communist Party, when the party is in the opposition. Its parliamentary Activity is always confined to the framework of democratic legality prevailing in the political ideological state apparatus at a particular moment in history. That activity does not directly impact, or does not affect at all, the state's other ideological apparatuses. Despite all the bills the party may propose, its activity has virtually no effect on the news and information apparatus. No one can claim that democracy extends to the regime of radio, TV, or the press, the publishing apparatus, the 13 religious apparatus, the scholastic apparatus, and so on. What is more, this is the most serious limit on the party's activity. The absolute limit it obviously puts not the least dent in the repressive apparatus, and if a democratic government in which the party participates is able to exact obedience from the radio-TV regime and a part of the administration, it is with many reservations, and on condition that it remain within the confines of their politics, ensuring, at the very least, the defense of the national currency and other national interests. It is a different story as far as the police and, the fortiori, the army are concerned. They obey when they want to, and know how to blow the whistle when they judge that the situation threatens to reach the critical point for bourgeois class domination. The army then steps in directly, as was seen with the Algiers putsch that brought Gaul to power. Although the existence of the bourgeois state was not even in jeopardy, only the unity of the dominant class, the unity of a bourgeoisie divided by the Algerian people's struggle for national liberation. What would have happened if the bourgeois class state itself had been threatened by the French popular masses? The distinction between the repressive state apparatus on the one hand and the ideological state apparatuses on the other, as well as the thesis that the latter include the political ideological state apparatus, within which the struggles of parliamentary democracy take place, thus grounds and illustrates Leninist principles concerning the distinction between the communists' activity in a parliament or even a parliamentary government, where the existence of the state is not in question, and the masses' revolutionary activity for the conquest of the bourgeois state by way of, first, the destruction of its repressive state apparatus and, subsequently, its ideological state apparatuses. To grasp these fine points, it suffices to consider 1. The seemingly paradoxical validity of our classification of the political system of bourgeois democracy, including, consequently, the political parties that bourgeois democracy encompasses, and therefore, the party of the working class is Louis XIV, under the concept of the political ideological state apparatus. 2. The possibility that a revolutionary party such as the Communist Party can and should find its place in the play of the system of the ideological state apparatus comprised by the political apparatus. A place circumscribed by very narrow objective limits, to be sure, and pursue objectively revolutionary politics there, on the absolute condition that the party's parliamentary politics in the forms of bourgeois democracy be subordinated to its overall politics, which can only consist in mobilizing the proletarian masses and their natural allies. 15. For the purpose of seizing bourgeois state power and transforming it into 16. The power of the socialist state. The possibility, for the party of the working class, to intervene in revolutionary non-reformist fashion in the play of the system of the political ideological state apparatus, rest on the possibility of circumventing the law even while respecting it. Very precisely, in the case of the parliamentary struggle in bourgeois democracy, it is a question for the party of the working class, but invoking the constitutional law recognized by the bourgeoisie itself so as to make it produce effects of agitation and propaganda favoring overt struggle against the bourgeoisie's politics. In other words, it is a question of taking bourgeois democracy at its word in order to help, only to help, for one must steer clear of all forms of parliamentary creationism, the masses to engage ever more deeply in a course of action that will ultimately overturn bourgeois democracy in favor of the socialist democracy in which, during the dictatorship of the proletariat, the dictatorship of the working class, and its allies will be exercised over their class enemies. Stalin happened to utter a historic phrase when he declared that the Communist Party should pick up the banner of democratic freedoms that the bourgeoisie had dropped. However, he spoke a little too quickly, for history has shown that even a man like de Gaulle, who is contemptuous of those freedoms, also knows how to wave the flag of democratic freedoms in skillful speeches that, as election results prove, still have a certain effect. De Gaulle can find successors to wave the same flag. Stalin's remark likewise betrays his failure to see that, as Lenin has shown, there is democracy and democracy, and that the question of the nature of democracy is, in the last instance, the class matter. The same holds for Stalin's other historic phrase about the banner of national independence, abandoned by the bourgeoisie, which the party of the working class was supposed to pick up. Here too, he spoke a little too soon, for de Gaulle, who is not in the least contemptuous of national independence, has proven that he knows very well the electoral results. Prove here, to how to wave the flag of national independence, to the appropriate kind of anti-American music. Stalin's remark also betrays his failure to see that, as Lenin has shown, there are nations and nations, and that the nature of a nation is, in the last instance, a class matter. Under no circumstances should we forget that the themes of democratic freedoms and national independence are, first and foremost, integral parts of the bourgeois state ideology, especially in periods when the Communist Party can rightfully invoke them against bourgeois policies. Thus the reader will allow permit me to take for granted, or, at any rate, to treat as well-supported hypotheses, the propositions advanced in the preceding discussion, namely, that there exists a specifically political ideological state apparatus, and that it is constituted, in the French capitalist social formation, by the realization of the bourgeois state ideology, here liberal democratic nationalist ideology in the system comprising the electoral system, political parties, parliament, and so on. 111 The associative ideological state apparatus. The same demonstration applies to the associative ideological state apparatus, which falls under the same theory, but with an important difference that leads us to make a new remark. As early as 1791, as everyone knows, the 1789 Bourge Revolution strictly outlawed, with the Le Chapitre Act, associations of laborers, the former journeymen who were soon to become the new workers, that is, proletarians. The Civil Code clearly recognized the right to use and abuse all material goods. As for the good of association for journeymen and workers, the law was required expressly to prohibit the free use of it. The working class conquered the right to association in a long, fierce, bitter, bloody struggle. Notwithstanding the individualistic civil code, that right was enshrined in the labor code recently created to that end. Even civil servants employed in the administration or various ideological state apparatuses, such as the scholastic state apparatus or the news and state information apparatus, eventually saw their right to association enshrined in the 1946 Constitution, a circumstance that will give us some idea of the lag affecting this branch of the law. This should remind us of a parallel phenomenon, parliamentary democracy, in which suffrage was 17 initially based, under the Constituent Assembly, on tax-based qualifications, went through a jolting series of ups and downs in the course of the 19th century before finally gaining general acceptance with a misunderstanding that led to the proclamation of the Third Republic, which would doubtless have become a monarchy again for some time if had it not been for the stupidity of MacMahon and his friends. This proves that the ideological state apparatuses are very sensitive in nature and made of very sensitive stuff. Since it takes so much time and so many struggles to replace old ones with new ones and establish them in their apparently definitive function, this also proves that they can be highly vulnerable as soon as they are shaken up by the conjuncture. In that respect, they differ from the repressive state apparatus, which displays superb continuity and constancy, inasmuch as it has not changed for centuries, which have nevertheless seen many different regimes. Class regimes all, we can make the same demonstration, then, for the associative ideological state apparatus. We must, however, introduce a new stipulation. When we talk about political parties, we know that they extend from the right to the far left. The existence of parties of the right, center and left, and the fact that they have loyally shown up at all the major historical occasions of the capitalist class struggle to shield the bourgeois state with their bodies plainly shows that there is a connection of some kind between the political parties and the system of parliamentary democracy on the one hand, and, on the other, the dictatorship of the bourgeois state. We need only take one more step to understand Lenin's formula. Bourgeois democracy is the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. When we talk about unions, however, things are not as self-evident. The word makes everyone think first of trade unions, and of the most combative of them. 19 The CGTN, for a few years now, the CFDT. We tend to forget that workers' unions are not the only kind of unions in existence. There are also unions of civil servants employed by either the repressive state apparatus, tax inspectors union, and so on, and even a police union or the ideological state apparatus' unions of primary school, secondary school, and 20 college teachers, and so on. Yet there also exist unions of supervisory personnel and syndicates of small and middle-sized businesses. Above all, there exist very powerful professional associations of employers, crowned by the most powerful of them all, the National Confederation of French Employers CNPF, to make our thesis about the existence of an associative ideological state apparatus very clear. We would do well to look at things from the other end. Beginning, not with the class struggle workers, union the CGT, the only trade union to include this definition in its statutes, but with the CNPF, and proceeding back down the ladder. When we do, we discover that there exists an unbelievable number of employers, syndicates or interest groups charged with defending the interests of a profession. The system made up of these organizations forms an apparatus that realizes an ideology of defense of the interests of a profession. Naturally, this ideology goes hand in hand with an ideology of the inestimable services that the profession in question renders the public and the national interest. It thereby realizes one of the grand themes of the state ideology, that of the general and national interest in freedom of enterprise, and the defense of lofty moral values. Defense of the profession is, for associations of middle employers and big employers, a fig leaf hiding their class objective, that a workers' union waging an economic class struggle was able, at the price of battles lasting more than a century, to win recognition in such company, and that it can, moreover, wage a genuine class struggle in the margins of the very recent juridical legality 20 of the Labor Code, is the fruit of a kind of heroism. The heroism, precisely, of the working class. History proves that this trade union has been the constant target of indescribable pressure and repression, shameless blackmail, dismissal of activists, as well as corruption and payoff. Pure and simple 23FO, as is now official, was created with CIA money, and it has been a victim of the concomitant splits, not to mention the standing temptation to lapse into the economism of the 1906 Charter of Amiens. No. Politics and trade unionsal, or into anarcho-syndicalism 24. This, however, merely provides additional empirical evidence for our thesis about the existence of an associative ideological state apparatus. Better, this allows us to make a remark that may seem rather paradoxical when one considers the Marxist tradition. It is often said that, according to Marx and Lenin, the workers' movement is capable of organizing by itself. Without the help of Marxist theory, organizations of trade unions struggle capable, after weathering the trying ordeals of their apprenticeship, of leading fights that go beyond the merely local level, or corporatist limits to attain the national level. On the other hand, the argument goes, things are infinitely harder when it comes to making the transition to political organization, and there is a tendency to add that this is only natural, since the workers who daily experience the economic exploitation, whose victims they are not equally familiar with the mechanisms of political class struggle, and thus of political oppression and the ideological subjection exercised by the capitalist state. There exists, consequently, a tendency, at least on the part of some proletarian political leaders who are not of proletarian origin, and, the fortiori, among people, especially intellectuals of petty bourgeois origin, to consider the economic struggle as, in some sort, natural, but subordinate, and to believe that the political struggle is much harder to set in motion. It is, however, not certain that the reality of the matter corresponds point for point with this judgment. That is why we chose to begin by discussing the political ideological state apparatus, before going on to discuss the associated ideological state apparatus. The reason is simple. The terribly hasty promulgation of the Love Chakulture Act can put us on the right track. The reason is that the same bourgeoisie which demanded the benefit of the freedom to organize politically, and which thus imposed at a very early stage, by means of its own class struggle, in which it did not turn up its nose, had support from the people, its own political ideological state apparatus in opposition to the feudal aristocracies. The same bourgeoisie took great pains, from the word go, to repress by means of law and the worst sort of violence the slightest inclination to organize or to wage economic struggle on the part of those it exploited. The proletarians, i.e. the class struggle of the popular classes inside the political ideological state apparatus and outside it. It must be understood that the bourgeoisie discovered that it was incapable of preventing the popular masses for the good reason that it could not do without them from taking part in the bourgeois political class struggles against, first, the feudal class in 1789-93, and then against the landed aristocracy throughout much of the 19th century. Above all the first half of it, it was the French bourgeoisie's historical bad luck, that it had to do with the nobility and feudal church that were particularly tenacious, hard-headed, and even dumb, the proto. This revolt of the petty aristocracy in the years 1770-80 really spoiled everything. The result is well known. The violent revolt of the peasantry, peace to the huts, or on the castle, with the castles in question going up in smoke all over the place, where the peasants went about their business with a vengeance. The repetition of the journeys revolutionaires, in the cities, the reign of the plebeians in the streets and over Paris, the Committee of Public Safety, and the terror meeting the challenge of the frankly counter. revolutionary war that had been unleashed by the fraternal feudal states at the appeal of the highest-ranking French aristocracy, with the king and queen heading the list, prior to their execution, without the decisive support of the popular masses. Including the horrid, ominous Fourth Estate 26 the bourgeoisie of the Third Maccabees has described, the state would have been able neither to overturn feudal relations of production and exchange, nor to take power and destroy the feudal state of the absolute monarchy in order to create its state apparatuses, nor, finally, to exercise power in order to establish its own relations of production and its law. Engels says somewhere that France is an exemplary country in that, to be sure, class struggles are carried to an extreme there. With utter clarity, it is exemplary for the proletariat, but not at all for the bourgeoisie. From the bourgeois standpoint, the 1789 revolution was, in comparison with the English Revolution, the dirty revolution, that politically exacted infinitely too high a price from the bourgeoisie. The damage it caused had to be repaired as best it could be, under the worst of conditions. Above all, those unspeakable popular masses, peasant masses that were becoming increasingly urban and plebeian, had to be put back in their places. They had of course been vitally necessary for the bourgeoisie, but they were definitely a little too confident in how was once supposed to prevent that their day had come. A few good mass shootings, Thermidor, the White Terror, and, finally, Bonaparte the savior, the de Gaulle of his day, crowned emperor in exchange for the civil code and the French bourgeoisie's pre-imperialist wars throughout Europe, settled matters. But at what a price? A twofold price at least. First, the bourgeoisie had to pay the price represented by Napoleon Bonaparte. It thus inaugurated an original tradition, the typically French tradition of Bonapartism, disagreeable but rational and indispensable bourgeois solution designed to put the plebeian masses back in their place in 1798 and again in 1852, a tradition pursued down to 1958 with de Gaulle's May 13.27. This was a solution, certainly, but a costly one, for it showed one in all that bourgeois political liberalism could take the overt form, to the advantage of the bourgeoisie itself, of a non-democratic or non-parliamentary personal dictatorship that, while serenely grounding itself on the grand parliamentary democratic principles of 1789, betrays whenever its class dominations threaten the contempt in which it holds those principles. Second, the bourgeoisie had to pay the price for setting the popular masses a bad example that might prove contagious and, worse, be repeated. For in its class struggle against the aristocratic reaction of the Restoration, Louis V, Charles X, the bourgeoisie did not turn up its nose at the workers and common people of Paris who, side by side with the petty bourgeoisie, did the work in the Trois Glorieuses on July 28, 1830. Once again, then, journeys revolutionaires, on which the people poured into the streets and invented both the barricades and the art of fighting 20 men on them. Nor did the bourgeoisie turn up its nose at the proletariat's help in 1848, when, for the first time, the proletariat as such, in its first organizations, marched out to battle, launching an assault on the Orleanist monarchy alongside the petty bourgeoisie, and glimpsed hopefully, albeit still from a very great distance, something that spoke of socialism, even if it had to be discerned through the disavowals of the Louis Blanc and the sham of the national workshops. Every time, the bourgeoisie had to resign itself to the idea of armed intervention by the popular masses, by the petty bourgeoisie, to be sure, but also by craftsmen, journeymen, and, finally, in 1848, the proletarians themselves, in their first-class organizations. Every time, it had to resign itself to the paradoxical fact that its own bourgeois class struggle was educating the proletariat and preparing it for violent political class struggle, which it would one day wage in its own interests. Need we as well say something about the commune? At stake this time was the empire, which had become an encumbrance for the bourgeoisie in view of its inappropriate authoritarianism and the catastrophic consequences of its annexationist, adventurous foreign policy. This time, too, the help of the popular masses, proletarians who were increasingly well organized and politically conscious, despite their ideological divisions, partisans of Proudhon, of Blanqui, and so on, proved necessary. Although it was making the bourgeoisie increasingly uneasy to bring down the empire and proclaim the republic. To top things off, the defeat also did its part. The defeat? But what then becomes of nationalism, a key component of the bourgeois state ideology? This is where the French bourgeoisie found its cross. In the encounter between a military defeat and a popular revolution, think of 1917 Russia. The national resistance that the people of Paris put up against the Prussian occupier, the appeal to the popular masses to liberate the nation from foreign armed forces, was no longer the work of the patriotic petty bourgeoisie or, obviously, The big bourgeoisie of Mr. Thiers and their side, which was colluding with the victorious Prussians. It originated in fact without precedent. It was the work of the Parisian proletariat, which, for the first time in history, assumed the leadership of the patriotic resistance and the revolution. The consequence was the Commune, a transition from the popular national struggle against the occupier to the first socialist revolution in history. That reckless, unheard of, excessive, inconceivable, mad, but formidable experiment. The source of practical inventions and theoretical discoveries without precedent, which changed the entire course of the international workers' movement in a phenomenal way. For, this time, it was not one or another government or form of bourgeois state that was at issue, but the bourgeois state as such, and its apparatuses. It was from the Paris Commune that Marx derived the irrefutable empirical confirmation of his theses on the necessity of seizing state power, destroying the state apparatuses, and establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat. The head of a new state, a proletarian state, fitted out 30 with new proletarian state apparatuses. Everyone knows how the bourgeoisie went about rewarding the common people of Paris for their decisive help in 1830. By confiscating the Trois Glorieuses for Louis Philippe's benefit, they rewarded the proletariat for its decisive help in February 1848 by massacring proletarians in June 1848 and then pursuing the repression with the sentences of December 2nd, death sentences, prison terms, mass deportations. Everyone knows how the bourgeoisie responded to the Paris Commune's patriotic resistance and revolutionary audacity, by murdering tens of thousands of men and women who were murdered in broad daylight with everyone's full knowledge. They were stood up against Parisian walls in plain view of the beautiful ladies whom these comforting massacres helped to get over their dreadful fright, unforgettable and unforgotten. Unforgotten even today, however one assesses these terrible events, the bourgeoisie, once it had basically secured its political victory over the aristocracy, once it felt strong enough to tolerate its existence, that is, to control or even assimilate it, found itself unable to prevent the creation of workers, political parties, in the 1860s and 1870s in Germany and later in the 1880s in France, because its constitutional law formally authorized them. The workers' political party, even a socialist party, need not be dangerous if it plays the democratic game. The proof is that the German Social Democratic Party's huge electoral successes and the real, if more modest, successes of the Parti Ouvrier Français and later, the Section Française d'Internationale Ouvrière, culminated, as is well known, in the two unions secrets, the one that the German Social Democratic Party concluded with the German imperialist state, and the one that the French Socialist Party concluded with the French imperialist state, with Gued serving as minister without portfolio in the First War Cabinet after Jaurès was assassinated. This shows that what has, since Lenin, been known as imperialism always has the last word about even the most spectacular electoral successes of the workers' parties. Marxist parties not accepted, the bourgeoisie is very adept at maneuvering within its political ideological state apparatus, not only by utilizing the right electoral techniques to put more deputies in parliament the fewer votes it has in the country, but above all, by dividing the working class forces. Thus it tolerated the Communist Party in France after the First World War, while imprisoning its leaders every now and then, but alongside the Socialist Party, and constantly used the Socialist Party against the Communist Party. It knows the score and is not as stupid as Mr. Guy Mollet once had the audacity to say, the audacity? Rather, the complicity to create. The impression that the French bourgeoisie is stupid is also a way of deceiving the workers as to its real strength once again, and thus of once again serving the bourgeoisie, the division of the workers. Political parties went hand in hand with the division of the workers, trade union organizations. Such is the bourgeoisie's constant tactic. This is irrefutable proof that what the bourgeoisie fears above all things is listed in order of increasing importance. 1. Political unity between the workers' parties. 2. Trade union unity between the workers' unions. 3. And above all, unity between these two forms of unity, that is, the fusion, behind a unified line and a unified leadership of the mass trade union activity and mass political activity of the working class and its natural allies. These stages may be regarded as absolute thresholds and touchstones. Hence we must advance the following thesis. The bourgeois class struggle reaches the level state of alert with the first event, political unity between the workers' parties. It reaches the level state of emergency with the second event, trade union unity between the workers' unions. It reaches the level martial law with the third event, unity of the economic and political class struggles of the masses of workers and their allies. For at that point, one stage following another, It is the bourgeois state itself that is directly at issue. The bourgeoisie can tolerate a great deal, including an active communist party, active trade unions, the general strike, even if it is relatively politicized, as in May 1968, and the simultaneous ideological revolt of the young people in school, and one segment of the scholastic ideological state apparatus. But under no circumstances can it tolerate the mortal threat against the state itself, state power, the state apparatus is taken as a whole, with the repressive state apparatus that forms their core, represented by the irresistible popular power that looms up behind the unity of the workers' parties and the unity of the labor unions, that is, the real fusion of the economic and political struggles of the popular masses in the cities and countryside. May 1968, albeit miles from achieving this fusion, warned the bourgeoisie that it had to exercise extreme vigilance in the face of this mortal threat. The bourgeoisie is not at all stupid. It does everything it can to fend off this mortal threat, and as a good Cartesian, it divides up difficulties, that is, applies a strategic, patient, tenacious, shrewd policy of dividing, first, the political workers' movement, second, the trade union movement, and finally, the relations between them. To do this, it need only rely on the social democratic parties and the class collaboration as trade unions against the communist parties and the trade unions of economic class struggle. History verifies this empirically, beyond all question. It is up to communists, first of all, and then up to proletarians and their natural allies, to learn the lesson that this history has to teach. It is a vitally important lesson for the cause of the period of transition to socialist revolution and the socialist revolution itself, be the economic class struggle in the associated ideological state apparatus. We have now made many observations on familiar topics of the workers' parties' struggle in the framework of the political ideological state apparatus. It is time to say a word about the specificity of the struggle of workers' organizations in the framework of the associated ideological state apparatus, since politics is in the foreground, and since the political struggle always represents a higher level of consciousness than trade union struggle does. There is a tendency, as I have pointed out, to regard trade union struggle as both easier and less important, when it is not considered a secondary, if not, indeed, somewhat contemptible business. It is enough, for example, to read through the literature that has been turned out for years by 31 handful of revolutionary theorists of the MF, 32 but also of certain splinter groups and the Sioux, 33 not to mention ideologues such as Serge Mallet and others, or the organs in which they publish La Nouvelle of Singleture, in order to learn about a great revelation from them, namely, that quantitative demands must be clearly distinguished from qualitative demands. The former, the quantitative demands, which have to do with the defense of the material interests of wage earners and coincide with or comprise the major objectives of the economic class struggle of the workers' trade union organization, the CGT, are considered to be basely materialistic and without horizon or global strategic revolutionary perspective, to use these theorists' jargon. They are therefore treated as somewhat contemptible. The other demands, in contrast, the qualitative demands, are noble and worthy of universal history, that is, for the interest that these theoreticians bestow on them in order to elaborate their global strategy of world revolution, in which the proletariat had better hold onto its hat, that is, hold to the position they assign it. If I mention these errors or asininities, it is because they wreak havoc, not only among intellectuals, students and others, 34 but also in other strata of the petty bourgeoisie, supervisory personnel and engineers, progressive members of both categories, included, and even in certain working class strata. The CFDTS slogans themselves often echo the distinction between quantitative and qualitative demands, to the advantage of the latter of course, since the distinction was invented to that end in some. Only politics is noble and worthy of being practiced, since it is revolutionary, whereas material trade union demands are basely materialistic and non-revolutionary. It is all they can do not to dispatch someone to tell the workers they should be ashamed of themselves for demanding money with which to buy fridges, tellies, or even a car, since we know, as the good bourgeois theory of consumer society has it, that these things are, in and of themselves, alienating for the class struggle, because they corrupt the souls of their owners. The counter-argument leads to the eye. As everyone knows, the handful of theorists CFDT, Sioux, or intellectuals, a few students included, who graciously share with us the revelation that has been bestowed on them, all go without fridges, tellies and cars themselves, not to mention vacations on the Balearic Islands, the Riviera, or in Greece, so that they will not be alienated or corrupted, and can continue to be the pure thinkers, if not leaders. Of the proletarian revolution they are, inasmuch as they have themselves decreed that they are its thinkers and leaders fit to fight it. However, we abandon the global perspective adopted by these theorists, and simply pay a little attention to the trade union struggle. Its history displays a crucially important feature. We have stated the reasons that ultimately compelled the bourgeoisie to concede that the workers, political parties, even the Communist Party, have the legal right, which is, to be sure, at the mercy of the first band to come along, to exist, at least for the time being. The same reasons have produced a completely different result in the domain of the workers' trade union struggle, which comes under the associated ideological state apparatus. The workers' economic class struggle organizations have not benefited, unlike the workers' political class struggle organizations, from the events of the long, spectacular class struggle between bourgeoisie and feudal aristocracy in the 18th and 19th centuries. Thus they have not benefited from the instructive bourgeois precedents and examples of the political class struggle, or the occasional articles of liberal, egalitarian, bourgeois constitutional law, the grand principles of which were laid down from 1789 on. For the bourgeoisie not only had no need for assistance from the workers' economic class struggle, on the contrary, it had everything to fear from it, since this economic class struggle, which targeted capitalist exploitation, in fact targeted directly the material basis for the existence of capitalism, and thus for bourgeois society and the bourgeoisie's political domination. The bourgeoisie could therefore risk no political compromise whatsoever with the workers' economic class struggle, because it lives exclusively on the exploitation of workers. That is perfectly logical. However, the immediate conjuncture requires that we dot the one is here, since people are currently peddling old mistakes which, albeit long since refuted, are still dangerous. Let us here recall a fundamental classic thesis. The material base is the infrastructure, as Marx says, or the base, for the existence of every capitalist social formation is economic exploitation, not repression. Marx, Engels, and Lenin, particularly in their relentless struggle against anarchism, which claimed the opposite, and still does in the persons of its petty bourgeois theorists of the avant-garde, that is, the historical rear-guard, always carefully distinguished exploitation from repression, in other words, the economic base on the one hand, in which the economic relations of production of capitalist exploitation hold sway, and on the other, the political superstructure, in which, in the last resort, the repressive power of the capitalist state holds sway. It is here that the metaphor of the edifice base or infrastructure and superstructure or upper floor resting on the base renders absolutely decisive theoretical and political service to working class activists. It can even render important, salutary service to a number of those who, rather than letting themselves be intimidated by the authoritarian methods of ideological leadership utilized by a handful of intellectuals, the self-appointed theorists and leaders of the revolutionary movement, agree to reconsider the question seriously, scientifically, calmly and honestly, for the distinction between base and superstructure, as well as the thesis that the superstructure, and thus all forms of repression, all of which depend on the state apparatuses, are determined in the last instance by the base, that is, by the material exploitation of the proletariat and other workers working in relations of production that are relations of capitalist exploitation and nothing else. This distinction puts things definitively back in place. This is an elementary truth of Marxism. Those who today call it into question are nothing other, in this respect, 36th and pure and simple revisionists, for what is determinant in the last instance, and thus primary, is exploitation, not repression. What is determinant in the last instance are the relations of capitalist production, which are simultaneously relations of capitalist exploitation. What is determined, and thus secondary, is repression, namely the state, which is repression's ultimate center, from which all forms of repression emanate, both the repression that is exercised by the repressive state apparatus, physical repression both direct the police, army, courts, and so on, and indirect the administration of ideological subjection due to the ideological state apparatuses, and if, as we have tried to show, if not indeed to prove, the superstructure's effective function is to ensure the reproduction of the conditions of production through the system of the various forms of repression and ideologization, all of which are ascribable to the capitalist state. It follows that reproduction is merely the condition for the continuing existence of production. This means that it is in production, and in production alone, not in reproduction, that exploitation is carried out, the material condition of existence for the capitalist mode of production. If the state is, as Engels puts it, the concentrate of society, it is such only in consequence of its role in reproduction, and because we can, on that grounds, discover in it the significance of the political class struggles of which it is the object and objective. But these political class struggles are not materially grounded in the existence of the state, they are grounded in the existence of irreconcilable antagonistic classes, whose existence as antagonistic classes is grounded in, and determined by, the material conditions of class economic exploitation. On the one side stands the class of exploiters because they have the means of production in their hands. On the other stands the class of the exploited in all forms, because they have no means of production and are forced to sell their labor power, as if it were an ordinary commodity even in our supposed consumer society. Therein resides the essential, albeit paradoxical, difference distinguishing the working class's economic class struggle from the more or less officially recognized or tolerated forms of its political class struggle. The paradox is that, in order to destroy the class relations of capitalist exploitation, the working class must seize bourgeois state power, destroy the state apparatus, and so on, because the state is the key to the reproduction of capitalist relations of production. To overthrow the infrastructure of exploitation, therefore, the proletariat and its allies must take state power and destroy the state machine. This proposition is perfectly correct from the standpoint of the proletarian class war, which must direct a political attack against the state, because the state is that which guarantees the conditions of reproduction of the system of exploitation, or in short, that which maintains the capitalist system upright. By perpetuating it, however, as every soldier knows very well, a country's last military defense, this or that strategic battlefield is not the country itself, nor does the battle for this ultimate bastion sum up the whole of the war that preceded it. The same applies to the class war between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. What decides it is whether state power remains in the hands of the bourgeoisie or is seized by the proletariat. That, however, is the culminating point of a very long battle, an incessant, daily, extraordinarily difficult battle. A sort of interminable trench warfare that can never be abandoned, and is usually masked by the spectacular political battles in the foreground. This silent, obscure, interminable, bloody trench warfare is the economic class struggle. In this war, the bourgeoisie gives, in principle, no quarter. From 1791 on, it has been waging preventive battle, outlawing, with the La Chapelture Act, all associations of journeymen and craftsmen and later workers. One must read the stupefying history, 37 of the workers, as recounted by honest historians, economic class struggle associations. Then, they had initially to be organized behind the screen provided by various unlikely associations, relief associations, associations of mutual aid, correspondence societies, or even associations for the fight against alcoholism, generally in legal gray zones, when they were not purely and simply illegal with, on the one hand, all the obscure heroism, incessant sacrifice, tenacity, imagination, and subterfuge, and, on the other, the pitiless condemnations or, quite simply, mass killings. 38 Formies, to cite just one bloody example that this entailed, since these practices were, at the time, expressly prohibited by repressive bourgeois law. Simply to take the measure of this difference, let us simply note that it was infinitely harder for workers' unions to secure recognition of their legal, concrete existence and rights in the associative ideological state apparatus than it was for workers' political parties to gain recognition in their ideological state apparatus. The workers' unions had to assert their de facto existence in the face of the most cynical sorts of bourgeois legality and repression, in heroic, protracted battles, before they were formally recognized in 1884. And actually recognized only under the Popular Front in 19,361. It was only in 1946, after the resistance, that French civil servants' right to organize Union 39 was recognized. It was at Grinnell in May 1968 that shop committees were granted a legal right to exist in companies employing more than 200 workers. Is there any point in adding that, since the law is the law, and since applying it consists in respecting it while circumventing it, the bourgeoisie did not and still does not hesitate to make use of all the procedures in its power against union activists, by subjecting them to sanctions or, quite simply, firing them, or that labor inspectors either collude with employers or are quite simply helpless in the face of the procedures employers use, or that some employers write off, as overhead expenses, the fines they are condemned to pay by the labor courts for unfair dismissal of people with bad attitudes, who are just a little too politicized. Is there any need to add, on top of everything else, that the bourgeoisie is a taskmaster at exploiting the divisions between trade union organizations, which it carefully cultivates divisions between the CGT, CFDT, CFTC, 40 CGC, and FO. to say nothing of company unions, such as those at Simpit or Citroën. Thus it is no wonder, to take 1969 France as our example, that it is often easier to be a member of the Communist Party in France, that is to say, for certain activists, to carry a party card in their pockets, hold occasional meetings outside the firm, distribute leaflets for the party, sell newspaper by mail or in some other discreet way than to be a genuine trade union activist, for trade union activity can only be carried on in the firm. In the broad light of day, collectively, it is true, but also individually, under the constant, terribly vigilant surveillance of engineers, supervisors and foremen who in the overwhelming majority of cases are the direct agents, in forms that are sometimes brutal, but sometimes infinitely subtle of the bosses, exploitation and repression. The thesis that L in advancing by way of these empirical remarks is simple and classic in the workers' movement. It has been defined in very clear terms by 41 Lenin and the Red International of Labor Unions. It runs as follows: the economic class struggle, which cannot by itself determine the outcome of the decisive battle for the socialist revolution, that is, the battle for state power, is not a secondary or subordinate struggle. It is the material basis for the political struggle itself. Without bitter, uninterrupted, day-to-day economic struggle, the political class struggle is impossible or vain. There can be no concrete political class struggle capable of carrying the day that is not deeply rooted in the economic class struggle, and in it alone, because the economic class struggle is, to hazard a somewhat metaphorical expression, the base, determinant in the last instance of the political struggle itself, which is for its part, for such as its function, the only one that can lead the popular masses, decisive battle. Primacy of the political class struggle then, but this primacy will remain a hollow phrase if the basis for political struggle, the economic class struggle, is not waged daily, indefatigably, profoundly, and on the basis of a correct line. Obviously, this thesis pulverizes those of petty bourgeois theorists about the primacy of qualitative over quantitative struggles, and also Marxist pseudo-theses about the trade unionist E42. Limits on the workers' class struggle when it is left to itself. The latter theses are ascribed to Lenin when he is read a little too hastily, for Lenin by no means says that the working class, when left to itself, can wage only an economic class struggle. The trade unionism of which Lenin speaks is a political struggle, but one waged on the basis of an incorrect political line, the reformist line, which confines itself to calling on the bourgeois state and bourgeois government to make reforms, without ever calling the existence of the bourgeois class state into question. Trade unionism is the utilization and perversion of the struggle of workers, trade union organizations for the benefit of a reformist political line, that is, a class collaborationist political line. In this case, too, there exists a close relationship between trade unions and party. What would labor in England be without the trade unions? We can even grant that there exists a certain implantation of labor in the big British trade unions. We must, however, immediately add that the major trade union leaders, the Bevins, Wilsons, and so on, once they are in power, that is, at the head of Her Gracious Imperialist Majesty's government, are never slow to cut themselves off from their roots in the trade union struggle, and then to contain that struggle, before overtly combating it. This is always what happens when one is a government socialist, that is, the flunky of the bourgeois state. It is, therefore, completely wrong to interpret Lenin's statement that trade unionism is the furthest limit that the workers' movement can attain on its own power, as if it referred to the spontaneous economic class struggle of the workers' movement. It refers to something completely different, the absolute limit of the spontaneous political struggle of the workers' movement, which trade unionism pushes into the reformist trap of class collaboration. At the limit, trade unionism can set out to conquer the government, but never the capitalist state. The result is that it becomes the loyal manager of the capitalist regime. The political class struggle must be deeply rooted in the economic class struggle. We must, then, establish the facts again. And because the trade union struggle is today under attack from certain avant-garde theoreticians, and is also, in effect, treated as secondary by certain communists, who, be it added, cultivate for that reason an equally false notion of their role in the political struggle, we must also emphatically rehabilitate the trade union struggle, which takes on the character of a direct economic class struggle amid workers. Union federations, such as the miners, metal workers, rail workers, construction workers, and so on, are involved in civil servants' unions, for example, the relationship to economic class struggle is not direct. We must establish the facts again, and understand why no communist political class struggle is possible unless it is deeply implanted in the masses, economic class struggle, and unless the communists take up the correct position and carry out correct actions in the economic class struggle, that is, In the struggle for bread and butter demands, we have brought out the principle that ultimately justifies this thesis. Because the whole capitalist regime rests in the last instance on direct economic exploitation of the working class and other wage earners who are not workers, both urban and rural, the anti-capitalist struggle inevitably takes the path of the direct struggle against direct exploitation. It also takes the path, secondarily, of the struggle against indirect forms of 43 exploitation, because this struggle can be led as a mass struggle, it is led by mass organizations, which are by nature distinct, by virtue of their statutes, operating roles the broadest possible trade union democracy and practices, from the communist parties. It is plainly a question of the masses, for exploitation affects all workers and laborers without exception. It is their daily law. They experience it directly every day. Thus it is by way of the struggle for material demands that the masses can be rallied to objective actions against the capitalist system. The masses, not just the vanguard of the proletariat, not just the proletariat, but also the non-proletarian wage workers in town and country, poor peasants, small peasants in the process of becoming proletarians, and all those, including many civil servants working in the ideological state apparatuses, teachers for instance, or even certain repressive state apparatuses, for example, some categories of civil servants in the administration, who are objectively victims of capitalist exploitation. It is the masses who make history. But if the masses can lead history to the victory of the socialist revolution only in the political class struggle and under the leadership of the political organization of the vanguard of the proletariat, it is clear and correct that the masses, when they go into motion, will not accept the party's political leadership unless they have long since been unified and mobilized in the struggle against the economic exploitation of the capitalist regime by long, hard, heroic, tenacious, and spectacular trade union struggle for bread and butter demands on the basis of a correct line. This is an unmistakable sign. If the Communist Party disappears, as a party, from the enterprises, that is proof that its line and practice were not correct with respect to its own political function and its function vis-a-vis the trade unions. If in the enterprises, the party cell hides behind the trade union, the force awry, if it purely and simply disappears, leaving it to the trade union which can on no grounds assume this function to stand in for the party. If the party contents itself with supporting workers' struggles, trade union struggles, instead of leading them, which is its role. In short, if, at the national level, the party finds itself, in its non-electoral practice, objectively lagging behind the activity and initiatives of the organization of economic class struggle, this is, in all cases, a sign that something is wrong somewhere, for the party must be ahead of the masses by not 10 miles or 1,000 miles, as the famous revolutionary avant-garde theorists, about whom I have already said a word, would have it, speaking on behalf of their organization, which exists only in their imaginations, but, as Lenin's formula has it, by one step, and one step only. What holds at the national level holds a fortiori at the level of each enterprise. This presupposes correct definition of the communists' political line vis-a-vis the shop committee, as well as correct practice of it. To forge ties with the masses in the enterprise, the communists have to concern themselves, down to the details, with concrete trade union demands and questions, without, however, substituting themselves for the trade union. They have to carry out the work that is theirs, the work of political explanation, propaganda, agitation and organization. This presupposes, as its absolute condition, that the party exists in the enterprise, that it makes its presence felt there in actual fact and as such, with its own initiatives, itself, newspaper and so on. It presupposes that everyone in the enterprise knows and appreciates it, that it has a correct line there and occupies the position it should vis-a-vis the masses organized in the trade union, one step ahead of the masses, and thus one step ahead of the trade union organizations. For, to go back to what we have said about the union between the mass economic struggle and mass political struggle, in short, to discuss this fusion again, which is a deadly terror because it is, objectively, the mortal threat to the very existence of the capitalist system. This politically revolutionary fusion will never come about in forms capable of ensuring its victory if one does not begin to forge it far in advance, at the very heart of the enterprises. But the material basis for this fusion is the implantation of the political class struggle in the economic class struggle, which is, I repeat, determinant in the last instance. In more concrete terms, it is the implantation of the activity of the communists who are members of the shop cell in the activity carried out by the members of the shop committee to link concrete material demands. This is the basic principle of the communists' political practice with respect to the trade unions. The old militants who were formed in France by the CGTU and the Leninism of Maurice Thorez have not forgotten it. They know it. They have to teach it to the many young 44 militants who have flocked or will flock to the CGT. And then the party. This is not, be it added, their personal affair. It is the number one task of political education, which the whole party should take in hand, assuming responsibility for it and carrying it through to the end. And well aware, we are all well aware, that this is no easy task. That is especially true in the present conjuncture, in which bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideology, which always has an influence on the working class, because it is and remains the dominant ideology, never ceases to suggest two deviations to the workers' movement. The economistic deviation on the one hand and the hyper-political, revolutionary deviation on 45 the other, whether anarcho-syndicalist or anarchist. It is especially true in the present conjuncture, in which imperialism's death agony also assigns a high priority to the task of forming activists for the anti-imperialist struggle in France itself. 46 and in particularly delicate conditions at that, the split in the international communist movement and the resulting enfeeblement 47 of proletarian internationalism. In any case, this educational task remains the number one task of political education, and must be carried out. Implant the political class struggle as deeply as possibly in the economic class struggle, in the trade union struggle for the masses' material demands. Such is the golden rule of the revolutionary struggle, the workers' movement, in its fusion with Marxist theory, learned this golden rule in the course of struggles which cost the international working class unimaginable sacrifices. The workers' movement owes its great historical victories, the 1917 Russian Revolution, the 1949 Chinese Revolution, to its respect for this golden rule. Its great historical defeats, for example, that of the German social democracy before and after 1914, the defeats of the Central European revolutions in the 1920s, and so on occurred because of 48 forgot it or disdained it. It is clear that, even if this golden rule is neglected, the popular masses can still, in such and such a critical conjuncture, mobilize, or even launch a very powerful movement, capable, if the situation happens to be revolutionary, of taking state power by assault. However, if, by accident or for any other reason, the party has not forged profound ties with those masses through a very long practice of implanting the political class struggle in the economic class struggle, the movement of the popular masses can either fail to lead to the seizure of state power or, even if it should have the good fortune to take state power, risk not being able to keep it, for one has to go that far to give concrete content to the Marxist-Leninist thesis that it is the masses who make history. Since a history that interests us is the history of the revolution, the masses must be mobilized and led towards truly revolutionary objectives. Only the party of the vanguard of the proletariat can do that. But the party can assume this leadership role, which presupposes that it explains things to the masses and mobilize and organize them, only if it has forged deep ties with them, if it is at one with them. Nothing but the deep, irreversible implantation of the political class struggle in the economic class struggle, and thus in bread and butter trade union demands, can guarantee that it will be able to establish such ties. This classical thesis restores the trade union struggle as such, which is determinant in the last instance, to its true place. It does so at a time when some consider that struggle to be secondary, if not contemptible, while others would like to transform it into a pure and simple political struggle. I'll appeal to the activist of goodwill to whom I am alluding here. There are many 149 among those whom people call far leftists without making the necessary distinctions, especially among lycée and college students, as well as young intellectual workers, to think about the content of this classical thesis. About the fact that this classical thesis is the tried and tested result of this century of class struggle by the workers' movement across the globe, and about the fact that this result has cost hundreds of thousands of anonymous worker militants an unheard of price, paid in dedication, sacrifice and blood. Simply, they remain at their post in a combat infinitely harsher, riskier and more dangerous than the one facing the younger generations of today, thanks to the sometimes tragic sacrifices of their elders, whether they perished or survived. There is one repressive state apparatus. But there are several ideological state apparatuses. Let us briefly return to our thesis about the distinction between the repressive state apparatus and the ideological state apparatuses, for there is another difference. Apart from the one between repression and ideologization, between the repressive state apparatus and the ideological state apparatuses, it is that while there is one repressive state apparatus, there are several ideological state apparatuses. This difference is important. The state apparatus that we are identifying as repressive presents itself as an organic whole, more precisely, as a centralized corpse that is consciously and directly led from a single center. It must be borne in mind that this repressive apparatus, the specialized component, of which we singled out in discussing the physical and other sanctions imposed by the law, has a centralized organic dispositive that is particularly conspicuous in France, whose chief of state has announced that he is not interested in inaugurating chrysanthemums. At the head of the repressive state apparatus, then, is the real chief of state. Under 50 his direct orders is the government. Under his or their orders are the administration, the army, the police, the judiciary. The story goes that it is independent, the courts, the prisons, and so on. When it comes to repression, of course, there is a division of labor among these different courts, which 51 are merely members, and repression is exercised in different or even very different forms by them. The civil servant in the central administration does not, even if he is a tax inspector, use the same methods as a policeman. A customs officer does not use the same methods as an army officer, and so on. But the fact remains that all of these members belong to one and the same courts of repressive agents under the orders of those who hold state power, the political representatives of the dominant class, who implement its class politics. In France today, this dominant class is the imperialist French bourgeoisie. We may therefore say that the repressive state apparatus comprises an organic whole, because it is organized unified under a single leadership, that of the political representatives of the class in power. It is a different story with the ideological state apparatuses. They exist in the plural, and have a relatively independent material existence. The churches, despite the schools it still has, its chaplains in the public schools, and its ideological representatives in the state school system, an ideological state apparatus that can no longer, in 1969, be conflated with the school. That is the result of a ferocious class struggle which opposed, throughout the 19th century, the landed aristocracy allied with the church on the one hand, and on the other, the capitalist bourgeoisie that emerged from the French Revolution in alliance with the petty bourgeoisie. It was a very dearly purchased result that, today, is established fact. Similarly, although the church has its publishing houses and shows, masses, processions, pilgrimages, and so on, as well as ideological representatives in the other apparatuses, it cannot be identified with the ideological state apparatuses comprising publishing, the cultural apparatus, spectacles of all kinds, or the news and information apparatus. The same may be said of all the ideological state apparatuses, the political apparatus included. Despite the inevitable overlaps between them, they are objectively distinct, relatively autonomous, and do not form an organized, centralized corps with a single, conscious leadership. For example, there is no longer a ministry of religion in France, and de Gaulle, in spite of his highness, does not commend Archbishop Marty's ideological state apparatus, his complicity with Marty notwithstanding the way he commends Edgar Faur's ideological state apparatus or the news and information ideological state apparatus, the most effective part of which, the RTF, has been presided over by a Mardion Messin, in complete independence and 152 objectivity. But these ideological state apparatuses are distinct, relatively autonomous, more or less malleable, and under more or less direct state control, even when they are state institutions. Like the schools or radio, they are not all equally malleable, at least not in certain periods. They even grate on certain occasions, terribly, what makes them ideological state apparatuses. Above all, the ideology that is realized in them. This ideology, being the dominant ideology, is that of the dominant class, the class that holds state power and directly and imperiously commands the repressive state apparatus. At this point, we need to return to Marx's and Lenin's theses on the state and the ideology of the dominant class. We can now better evaluate their import and scope. To put things in a nutshell. 1. Marx's and Lenin's theory holds that the state is the concentrate and the machine of the dominant class's domination. If we take Marx and Lenin at their word, this means that the superstructure is concentered on the state as a class superstructure. This thesis thus allows us to rectify the useful, but overly cut and dry distinctions of the topography on which we insisted only recently, especially those between the legal, political, and ideological superstructures. That distinction remains correct, but on condition that we stipulate, from now on, that the difference between these superstructures exists and exist only under the domination of an absolutely determinate unity, that of the state, of state power and the state apparatuses, repressive and ideological. 2. Marx's and Lenin's theory holds, consequently, that the dominant ideology, that of the dominant class, is also, despite its internal variations and the differences between the apparatuses in which it exists, arrayed around and concentrated in the form of the ideology of the dominant class. The class holding state power, hence it is concentrated in the form of an ideological unity which, despite the contradictions internal to this unity, can and should be called the ideology of the class state in question. Thus what makes for the unity of the various ideological state apparatuses is the fact that they realize, each in its own domain and each in its proper modality, an ideology that, notwithstanding its differences or even its internal contradictions, is the state ideology. Definition: the state is therefore, under the power of the state. 7. The repressive state apparatus, and 2. The ideological state apparatuses. The unity of the state apparatus and the ideological state apparatuses is ensured by the class politics of those who hold state power, acting directly in the class struggle by means of the repressive state apparatus and indirectly by means of the realization of the state ideology in the ideological state apparatuses. What is the state ideology? We will discuss it at greater length in Volume 2. Suffice it to say, for the moment, that the state ideology brings together a certain number of major themes, borrowed from various ideological regions, religious, legal, moral, political, and so on, in a system that sums up the essential values which the domination of the class holding state power needs in order to make the exploited and the agents of exploitation and repression, as well as the agents of ideologization, go. That which it needs, therefore, in order to ensure the reproduction of the relations of production. As far as the bourgeois state is concerned, the essential themes brought together in the state ideology seem to me to be the following. 1. Nationalism. The theme of France, the France's world role, the mission and grandeur of France. France becomes, as need dictates, the eldest daughter of the Church. 2. Liberalism. The theme of free enterprise above all, and the theme of freedom in general, or the defense of freedom in the world, or the free world, and so on. 3. Economism. The theme of interest, not only the national interest, see above, but also the theme of the defense of the interest that one and all have in the general progress of the sciences and technologies, and the national economy. Appendix. The ideology of Workel. 55. For humanism, the obligatory counterpoint to the theme of economic interest. It forges the synthesis between nationalism and France's mission, man's freedom. And so on. Every ideological state apparatus accommodates, in its fashion, some or all of these themes, their component parts and their resonances. 1 Tn. See Chapter 7 and 1 Tn. See Chapter 7 and 2.3 Vladimir Lenin, The Trade Unions. The present situation in Trotsky's Mistakes in Lenin, Collected Works, Moscow, Progress Publishers, 1965, Volume 32, B20I Althusser's emphasis. Point forwarded. Page 24.5b. It recalled that the class struggle goes infinitely beyond those of its effects, which are inscribed in the forms of the ideological state apparatuses. Here we are analyzing those effects alone, to the exclusion of all others. 6. The Human Scale, Laquelle Humaine, was the title of a book Bloom published in 1945. It features a polemical account of the differences between the communists in human socialism and the socialist socialism on a human scale. Michel also means latter. Tien. For the first 18 months of the existence of the post-war French Fourth Republic, with the exception of the brief interlude from December 1946 to January 1947, successive French governments were formed by the PCF, the Socialists of the Section Française d'Internationale Ouvrière, and the conservative Mouvement Républicain Populaire, aided Marxist doctrine. The democracy can only be characterized by its class nature. Bourgeois democracy, petty bourgeois democracy's appendage and fig leaf, or popular democracy. Democracy for the people. 9. A correct line does not always triumph in 6 months. Transitional periods can be long and can unfold in stages. The international balance of power can impede their progress. With no correct mass line, however, it is pointless to invoke the need for a transition, which, in that case, is just idle chatter. 10 Tn. See Chapter 7 and 6. Point 11. Let us not forget that in 1908, at a critical moment in the history of the Russian workers' movement, Lenin was for maintaining the social democratic deputies in the Duma. He was opposed by the leftist-rightist Bolsheviks known as the Authusser, who were for recalling them Tn. Leftist-rightist means ostensibly leftist but actually rightist. See Louis Althusser, Lenin and Philosophy and Lenin and Philosophy. London, New Left Books, 1971, page 24. 12. Although the government is elected by Parliament, which is part of the political ideological state apparatus, the government is part of the repressive state apparatus. That is normal. See page 136 of this edition. 13. One need only consider all the bills for educational reform proposed by the Communist Party. They have never been translated into reality. That is normal. Point 1 for it succeeded in gaining recognition only after a long class struggle, throughout which it was constantly maligned as the party of a foreign country, or the separatist party. 15 These natural allies are, in order of priority: 1. The small, poor and proletarian peasantry. 2. Segment of the rural and urban petty bourgeoisie, some middle peasants as well as craftsmen, small merchants, employees, intellectual workers, secondary school and college students, and so on. 16n. Crossed out. This possibility attests the necessary effect of the existence of bourgeois law, here, bourgeois democracy is constitutional law, that we noted in passing when we noted that the essence of law consists in being applied, that is, respected and circumvented. This will have come as no surprise to jurists or politicians. 17tn. Law Constituent, the National Constituent Assembly created shortly after the French Revolution began. 18tn. Edmé Patrice Macmahon, who led the forces that bloodily suppressed the Paris Commune, was elected President of France in 1873. He proved unable to restore the monarchy. Shortly after his election, although the National Assembly was then dominated by monarchists, 19tn, the Confédération Française Démocratique du Travail, the second largest French trade union confederation after the CGT, is the successor organization to the French Christian Labor Union Confederation CFDC. The CFDTWS formed in 1964, when the CFDC majority adopted a class struggle line and changed its name. The CFDT and CGT collaborated between 1966 and 1970. 120 On the other hand, there are no unions or political parties in the army, the great new organization in which only generals have the right to speak, when, let us note, they are authorized to do so by the Minister of the Armed Forces, except on June 18, 1940, when de Gaulle made, in London, the radio declaration repudiating the French government's cessation of hostilities with the Axis powers, May 13, or during putches such as the Algiers putches, and so on. 21tn. Crossed out. The most resplendent jewels in the French associative apparatus are, incontestably, the Order of Physicians, the Order of Architects, the Order of Notaries, and so on. See Chapter 11 and 5 and note on the ISIS. P218 below. 22 poses serious logical problems, as far as the jurists' requirements of systematicity, formalism and universality are concerned. 23tn. CGT Force Al Rear. The third biggest French union, was created in 1947 with U.S. assistance following a split in the CGT. 24 Apparatuses is one of the themes of the state ideology realized in the associative ideological state apparatus. It proclaims a political defense of the interests of the profession and the interests of the nation. The struggle against trade union Apparatuses is thus the touchstone of the ideological class struggle of the workers' trade union organization. The history of the CGT illustrates this struggle. It was apolitical when it was founded, was combated by the CGTU, and was then reunified on the basis of a rejection of Apparatuses (TN), adopting the Charter of Amiens in 1906. The CGT declared its complete independence of both the state and all political parties. On the CGTU, CN 44 below, 25 the most plebeian segment of the common people, led by Marat, Duchin, and countless other vigorous, courageous popular agitators. On the horizon was the communism of the Babeuf or Guanarati, which was still in search of its theoretical and political positions, as well as its forms of organization and action. 2016. Albert Mathies, La Révolution Française, Volume 3, Paris. 1922.27 Pétain was something else again, same end, but different means. The Bonapartist and fascist solutions should not be confused. De Gaulle has so far adopted not the fascist, but the Bonapartist solution, and what is more, the liberal Bonapartist solution, with the solution represented by his Bonapartism is distinguished by the fact that it has restored, as it did, moreover, in 1945 as well, the terribly jeopardized unity of the bourgeois class itself. The French bourgeois class split very dangerously down the middle between 1940 and 1945, in the face of the Nazi invasion, and in 1958, when confronted with the Algerian insurrection. In both cases, de Gaulle's historic role consisted in putting the pieces back together, that is, restoring the unity of the French bourgeoisie. Furthermore, beginning in 1958, he has presented French imperialism with the non-parliamentary democratic plebiscitary state demanded by the monopolies. 28tn. The three glorious days of July, 27th, 28th and 29th of 1830, when an uprising toppled Charles X, putting an end to the Bourbon monarchy of the French Restoration. 29 in May 1968. The people remembered that the street can belong to the people. They have not forgotten, they will not forget. 30. We should reread Lenin's State and Revolution. Whenever it is a question of destroying the bourgeois state apparatuses, the example of the commune surges up its example and practical political inventions. 31. Tn. Union Nationale des Étudiants de France, the biggest student union in France. 32. Tn. The Parti Socialiste Unifié, the small party founded in 1960, was close to the CFDT. Its candidate in the June 1969 presidential elections, Michel Rocard, joined the Socialist Party 5 years later and held the post of Prime Minister from 1988 to 1991 under the Socialist President François Mitterrand. 33. Tn. Sociologist, former member of the PCF, founding member of the SU, author of La Nouvelle Classe Ouvrière, the New Working Class. 34. Tn. The published French text, Étudiants d'Autres Garbled. The only partially crossed out manuscript version reads, students of normal age or those who hang on as students for the sake of the cause, that is, in order to be able to continue to play a political role in the UNA. 35. By what miracle do some intellectuals and students possessed of all the advantages of consumer society manage to escape the alienation that the same objects of consumer society cause among workers? Answer. They escape it because they, for their part, are conscious of their alienation. It is not, however, consciousness that determines being, but being that determines consciousness. Marx. This truth admits of one and only one exception, that of the intellectuals who feel the need to believe that, in their case, and in their case alone, consciousness determines being. 36. One say emphatically, in this respect, and in this respect alone, for the masses of young people, for example, bear no responsibility for the erroneous declarations of a tiny handful of leaders. What is more, the ideological revolt of young workers and young people in the schools is, at bottom and as far as the great mass goes, profoundly progressive. It should be judged on the basis of the objective tendency informing it in the national and global class struggle, not on the basis of a simple mistaken formula put forward by someone who is temporarily a personality. This holds a fortiori for proletarians and other wage workers in the CFDT. 37. Jean Bruet, Le Mouvement Ouvrier Français et début du siècle pour la survivance de l'ancien régime vacancy. 38. Tn. The site of the massacre of May Day demonstrators perpetrated in 1891 by French army units in the center of the textile industry in the Pas-de-Calais. 39. Tn. The Grenelle Accords crown negotiations involving the French government, employers, organizations and trade unions. The concessions made to the labor movement, although rejected by much of the rank and file as insufficient, were subsequently institutionalized. 40. Tn. The CGC Confédération Générale des Cadres was founded in 1944 to defend the interests of supervisory personnel. 41. Tn. The Relouer Profondeur, in existence from 1921 to 1937, was affiliated with the Third International. The manuscript includes a note here. See the documents in the appendix. See Chapter 5, NN.5 and 7. 42. Tn. Trade unionist is in English on the original, as is trade unionism, in the following paragraph. 43. For non-proletarian wage workers, for example, white-collar workers, civil servants in various state apparatuses, and so on. 44. Tn. The CGT Unitaire, resulted from a 1921 split led by revolutionaries in the CGT, which had rallied to the Union Secrete in 1914. The strong anarchist and libertarian currents in the CGTU grew gradually weaker as it settled into the PCF orbit in the first half of the 1920s. The CGT and the CGTU were reunited in 1936. Maurice Torres was the PCF's General Secretary from 1930 to his death in 1964. 45. Tn. Anarcho-Maoist has been crossed out and replaced by anarchist. 46. Not only with correct slogans, victory for the Vietnamese people, victory for the Palestinian resistance, and so on, but also in practical struggles. Think of the doctors, refusal to load war material for the Indochina Expeditionary Corps, and of the many different actions undertaken by the working class in this period. Think of Henry Martin, and so on. Tn. Martin, a communist sailor, was imprisoned for treason in 1950 for agitating inside the armed forces against the French colonial war in Indochina. He was freed in 1953 after a broad PCF-led campaign. 47. At the point we have reached in this regard, it is clear that we should objectively take stock of the current blockage produced on both sides by this split and of its effects, and that we should take action in the field of these effects itself, without underestimating the split. That would be a serious political error that would directly serve imperialism, in order to conduct a real struggle against imperialism, and thus for the international revolution. 48. Obviously, other causes were also to blame for these failures. I shall ignore them here. 49tn. Gotchas, which had heavily negative connotations in PCF circles, designated a broad range of radical leftists at the time Althusser wrote, including Trotskyists, Luxemburgists, anarchists, Louverists, and Maoists, some of whom he himself had inspired. 50. The government really belongs to the repressive state apparatus, even if it formally belongs, in parliamentary democracy, to the political ideological state apparatus, since it is elected by the parliament. But its formal inclusion in the political ideological state apparatus can fool only those who, lapsing into parliamentary cretinism, believe that an elected government stands above state power and the state apparatuses. 51tn. The French word corps means, among other things, human body. 52tn. The French equivalent of highness is Hauteur, which also means haughtiness and tallness. De Gaulle was both haughty and tall. François Marty became Archbishop of Paris in March 1968 and was made a cardinal on April 28, 1969. De Gaulle appointed Edgar Faure Minister of Education after the May events. Vladimir d'Ormesson was named head of French State Radio and Television, RTF, after it was reorganized as the Office de la Radiodiffusion et de la Télévision Française, ORTF, in 1964, for the ostensible purpose of giving it greater autonomy. 53n. This projected appendix is not to be found in the manuscript. The reproduction of the relations of production. Only here and only now can we at last answer our central question, which has been left in suspense for many pages. How is the reproduction of the relations of production ensured? In topographical terms, base, superstructure, we can say that it is ensured by the superstructure, by the legal political superstructure and the ideological superstructure. However, since we have argued that it is imperative to go beyond this still descriptive terminology, we shall say, it is ensured by the exercise of state power and the state apparatuses. The repressive state apparatus on the one hand, and the ideological state apparatuses on the other. Let us also take what was said earlier into account. It can be assembled under the following 3 points. 1. All the state apparatuses function both repression and ideology. The difference is that the repressive state apparatus functions in overwhelmingly preponderant fashion on repression, whereas the ideological state apparatuses function in overwhelmingly preponderant fashion on ideology with all the requisite nuances in each case. See. Whereas the repressive state apparatus constitutes an organized whole, whose various components are centralized under a commanding unity, that of the class struggle politics supplied by the political representatives of the dominant classes holding state power. The ideological state apparatuses are multiple, distinct, relatively autonomous, and prone to providing an objective field to contradictions which express, in forms that are as a rule limited, but in some cases extreme, the effects of the clashes between the capitalist class struggle and the proletarian class struggle, as well as their subordinate forms. For instance, the struggle between the bourgeoisie and the landed aristocracy in the first 2/3 of the 19th century, or the struggle between the big and the petty bourgeoisie, and so on. 3. Whereas the unity of the repressive state apparatus is ensured by the fact that it is organized in centralized, unified fashion under the leadership of representatives of the classes in power who carry out those classes, class struggle politics. The unity of the various ideological state apparatuses is ensured by the dominant ideology, that of the dominant class. To account for its effects, we have to call it the state ideology, a certain division of labor, in the reproduction of the relations of production. If we agree to take these characteristics into account, we can represent the reproduction of the relations of production in the following way. Along the lines of a kind of division of labor, the role of the repressive state apparatus, insofar as it is a repressive apparatus, consists essentially in guaranteeing by force, physical or not, the political conditions for the reproduction of the relations of production. The state apparatus not only has a very large part in its own reproduction, it also, and above all, guarantees the general political conditions for the operation of the ideological state apparatuses by means of repression. From the most brutal physical force to simple administrative orders and prohibitions, open or tacit censorship, and so on, for the ideological state apparatuses, by definition, ensure the reproduction, as such, of the relations of production. Behind the shield of the repressive state apparatus, it is here that the state ideology comes massively into play, the ideology of the dominant class, holding state power. It is by way of the dominant ideology, the state ideology, that the sometimes grating harmony between the repressive state apparatus and the ideological state apparatuses is ensured, as well as that among the different ideological state apparatuses, we are thus led to envisage the following hypothesis. As a consequence, precisely for the diversity of the ideological state apparatuses in their single, because shared, role of reproducing the relations of production. We have listed relatively large number of ideological state apparatuses in contemporary capitalist social formations. The religious apparatus, scholastic apparatus, familial apparatus, political apparatus, associative apparatus, news and information apparatus, publishing apparatus, cultural apparatus including sport and so on. In contrast, in the social formations dominated by the mode of production based on serfdom commonly called feudal, we observe that, while there existed a single repressive state apparatus which, not only in the absolute monarchy but indeed, in the earliest known states of antiquity, was formerly very similar to the one we know today, the number of ideological state apparatuses was smaller, and they were individualized differently. For instance, we observe that the church, the religious ideological state apparatus, combined a number of functions which have today devolved upon several distinct ideological state apparatuses that are new with respect to the past we are evoking here. Alongside the church, there existed a familial ideological state apparatus, which played an incomparably bigger role than it does in capitalist social formations. The church and family were not, despite appearances, the only ideological state apparatuses. There also existed a political ideological state apparatus, the Estates General, the Parliament, various political factions and leagues, the ancestors of modern political parties, and the whole political system of the free communes, and then the Ville. There also existed a powerful proto-associative ideological state apparatus, if we may hazard that necessarily anachronistic expression, the powerful merchants and bankers, guilds as well as journeymen and other associations. Even publishing as well as news and information undeniably underwent development, as did entertainment. Initially integral parts of the church, they became more and more independent of it. 11. There is one dominant ideological state apparatus today. The school system in the pre-capitalist historical period that we are examining in very broad outline, there patently existed dominant ideological state apparatus, the church, which concentrated within itself not just religious but also educational functions, and a very large part of the functions of information, culture and publishing as well. The absolutely dominant position of the religious ideological state apparatus explains why all ideological struggle from the 16th to the 18th century, beginning with the first shocks of the Reformation, was concentrated in anti-clerical, anti-religious struggle. The main objective and result of the French Revolution was not just to transfer state power from the feudal aristocracy to the mercantile capitalist bourgeoisie, destroy part of the old repressive state apparatus, and put a new one in its place, for example, the National Popular Army, but also to attack the number one ideological state apparatus, the church, hence the civil constitution of the clergy, the confiscation of church property, and the creation of an ideological state apparatuses to replace the religious ideological state apparatus in its dominant role. Naturally, things did not happen all by themselves. Witness the Concordat, the Restoration, and, throughout the 19th century, the law and class struggle that the industrial bourgeoisie waged against the aristocracy to establish bourgeois hegemony over functions earlier fulfilled by the church. We can say that the bourgeoisie relied on the new political, parliamentary democratic ideological state apparatus, established in the first years of the Revolution and restored after long, violent struggles for a few months in 1848 and for decades after the fall of the Second Empire, in order to conduct its struggle against the church and wrest its ideological functions from it. In a word, in order to ensure not only its political hegemony, but also its ideological hegemony, essential for reproducing capitalist relations of production. That is why we believe we are justified in advancing the following thesis. With all the risks it involves, we think that the ideological state apparatus that has been elevated to the dominant position in mature capitalist formations, at the end of a violent political and ideological class struggle against the old ideological state apparatus, is the scholastic ideological apparatus. This thesis may seem paradoxical, since it plainly seems to everyone according, that is, to the ideological representation that the bourgeoisie was at pains to forge for both itself and the classes it exploited, that the ideological state apparatus dominant in capitalist social formations is not the school, but the political ideological state apparatus, that is, the parliamentary democratic regime, accompanied by universal suffrage and struggles between parties. Yet history, even recent history, shows that the bourgeoisie has been and is still easily capable of accommodating highly variegated forms of its political ideological state apparatus, other than parliamentary democracy, the First and Second Empires, the constitutional monarchy based on the Charter Louis XVLLL and Charles X, parliamentary monarchy Louis Philippe, or presidential democracy de Gaulle, to consider only France. Matters are even clearer in England. There the revolution was especially successful from the bourgeois standpoint, for in contrast to what happened in France, where the bourgeoisie thanks, be it noted, to the petty aristocracy's stupidity had to consent to be brought to power by peasant and plebeian journeys revolutionaries, for which it had to pay dearly. The English bourgeoisie was able to strike, more or less adroitly, they compromised with the aristocracy, sharing possession of state power and the state apparatus with it for a very long time. Peace to all men of goodwill in the dominant classes. In Germany, things were even more striking. Here, the imperialist bourgeoisie made its sounding entrance onto the stage of history behind the political ideological state apparatus in which the imperial Junkers, symbol, Bismarck, their army, and their police provided it with a shield and leading personnel before it put itself in the hands of a very national, very socialist, but not particularly democratic political apparatus known as Nazism. Thus we believe we have solid reasons for thinking that, behind the theater of the political struggles which the bourgeoisie has offered the popular masses, as a spectacle, or imposed on them as an ordeal, what it has established as its number one, that is, its dominant, ideological state apparatus is the scholastic apparatus, which has in fact replaced the previously dominant, ideological state apparatus, the church, in its functions. We may even say that the school-family dyad has replaced the church-family dyad. Why is the scholastic apparatus the dominant ideological state apparatus in capitalist social formations, and how does it function? We shall explain that in a forthcoming book. 3 for the moment, suffice it to say that 1. All ideological state apparatuses without exception contribute to the same end, the reproduction of the relations of production, that is, of capitalist relations of exploitation. 2. Each of them contributes to this single end in its own way. The political apparatus does so by subjecting individuals to the political state ideology, indirect parliamentary or direct plebiscitary or fascist democratic ideology. The news and information apparatus does so by stuffing every citizen with his daily doses of nationalism, chauvinism, liberalism, moralism, and so on, by means of the press, radio, and television. The same goes for the cultural apparatus. The role of sport in fostering chauvinism is of the first importance, and so on. The religious apparatus does so by reminding us, in sermons, the grand ceremonies of birth, marriage and death, and so on, that man is only ashes unless he loves his neighbor enough to turn the other cheek to the neighbor who smites him on the first. The scholastic apparatus does so. We shall soon see in detail how. The familial apparatus, leave it at that, but let us read. This concert is dominated by a single score, in which we hear a few false notes, among others, those of the proletarians and their organizations, which are terribly discordant, and those of petty bourgeois dissidents are revolutionaries as well. The score of the state ideology, the ideology of the current dominant class, which knows very well how to integrate into its music the great themes of the humanism of the great ancestors, who wrought the miracle of Greece before Christianity, and thereafter, the grandeur of Rome, the eternal city, as well as the themes of interest, particular and general, as is only proper, nationalism, moralism, and economism. Platon said, more cynically, work, family, fatherland, for in this concert, nevertheless, one ideological state apparatus well and truly plays the dominant role, although no one, or almost no one, lends an ear to its music. It is so hard to hear. This is the school, from nursery school on. The school takes children from all social classes, and, from nursery school on and for years thereafter, the years when children are most vulnerable, stuck fast as they are between the scholastic and familial ideological state apparatuses, pumps them full, with old methods and new of certain kinds of know-how, French, arithmetic, natural history, science, literature packaged in the dominant ideology, or simply, the dominant ideology in the pure state, ethics, civics, philosophy. Somewhere around the age of 14, an enormous mass of children are dumped into production, to become workers or small peasants. Another segment of the school-age population sticks with it and somehow manages to go a bit further, only to fall by the wayside and find jobs as lower-level supervisory personnel or junior managers, white-collar workers, minor or middle-level civil servants, and petty bourgeois of all kinds. The last group makes it to the summit, either to sink into intellectual underemployment or semi-unemployment, or to fill the posts of agents of exploitation or agents of repression, professional ideologues, priests of all kinds, most of whom are convinced secularists, and also agents of scientific practice, Every mass that falls by the way is by and large, the few errors and miscarriages aside, practically provided with the ideology that suits the role it is to play in class society, the role of the exploited, with a highly developed professional, moral, civic, national and apolitical conscience, the role of agent of exploitation knowing how to order workers around and talk to them, agent of repression, knowing how to issue orders and exact obedience without discussion, or how to put the demagogy of political leaders, rhetoric to work, or professional ideologue knowing how to treat conscience with the appropriate respect, that is, the appropriate contempt, threats and demagogy, couched in the accents of morality, virtue, transcendence, the nation, France's world role, and so on. Of course, many of these contrasting virtues, modesty, resignation and submissiveness on the one hand, and cynicism, contempt, confidence, self-importance and arrogance, even smooth talk and suavity on the other, are also acquired in families, in the church, in the army, from good books, from films, and even in the stadiums. No other ideological state apparatus, however, has a captive audience of all the children of the capitalist social formation at its beck and call, and this is the least it can do at no cost to them, for as many years as the schools do, 8 hours a day, 6 days out of 7, the relations of production of a capitalist social formation, that is, the relations of exploited to exploiters and exploiters to exploited, are primarily reproduced in this process of acquiring what comes down, in the end, to a handful of limited types of know-how, accompanied by massive inculcation of the ideology of the dominant class. I here anticipate demonstrations that we shall soon be providing when I say that the mechanisms that produce this result, vital for the capitalist regime, are of course covered up and concealed by a universally reigning ideology of the school, since it is one of the essential forms of the dominant bourgeois ideology. An ideology which depicts the school as a neutral environment free of ideology because it is not religious, where teachers respectful of the conscience and freedom of the children entrusted to them, in complete confidence by their parents, who are free in their turn, that is, are the owners of their children, set them on the path to adult freedom, morality and responsibility by their own example, and provide them access to learning, literature and the well-known emancipatory virtues of literary or scientific humanism. I beg the pardon of those teachers who, in impossible or appalling conditions, are striving to turn the scientific and political weapons that they manage to find in the history and knowledge that they teach back against the ideology and the system and practices in which they are trapped. They are heroes of a kind, but they are very rare. How many others, the immense majority, for do not even begin to suspect the work that the system, which overwhelms and crushes them, forces them to do, or worse, put their whole heart and all their ingenuity into performing it with extreme conscientiousness. The celebrated new methods in, say, the pilot classes of nursery school and elementary school, secondary school and trade school, so little do they suspect it that they are helping, by their very devotion, to sustain and cultivate this ideological representation of the school, which makes the school today as natural and useful, indispensable, or even beneficial for our contemporaries as the church was natural, indispensable, and generous for our ancestors of a few centuries ago. The fact is that the church has today been replaced by the school. It has succeeded in and occupies its dominant sector, even if there are certain limitations on that sector, because the school system is carefully flanked by the church, which is not mandatory, and by the army, which is mandatory and free, like school. It is true that the school can count on help from the family, despite the snags that are troubling the family's previous functioning. Ever since the manifesto announced its disintegration is an ideological state apparatus. That functioning was once sure, it no longer is. Since many bourgeois families of the highest rank themselves know something about that something irreversible that is shaking them up, and, often, even has them trembling. Once, just as there once existed hereditary monarchical dynasties, there exist, in the capitalist state, dynasties of politicians and dynasties of military men, considered the naval officers who are traditionally recruited, like the diplomatic corps, from the straw of the old aristocracy, over and above its other functions, if one may put it that way, for the church was directly involved in feudal exploitation and possessed immense ecclesiastical fiefs. Thus it was an economic power, 3 schools, forthcoming in autumn 1969. The Sparrow. En. This project was not realized. See Adrian Bolivar's preface to the present volume. Let us, however, here and now point out the very big difference between the capitalist school system and the feudal church. The former, unlike the feudal church, is not an economic power, and takes no part in capitalist exploitation. To be sure, we cannot say as much even with all the required nuances, about certain domains of scientific research. 10. The reproduction of the relations of production and revolution. There follow just a few words on a vast subject. I beg the reader's pardon for their presumptuousness and, at the same time, their extremely schematic character. By summary so far we have seen, in very broad outline, what a mode of production is. And we have understood that we had to rise to the standpoint of reproduction in order to understand the existence and functioning of the superstructure, law state ideology, which is erected on the infrastructure or base of a mode of production. We have discovered, contrary to ideas that we once developed and repeated after a certain number of classic texts, that it is not enough to represent the relationship between the base on the one hand and the legal political superstructure and ideological superstructure on the other by means of the spatial metaphor of the topography of an edifice, despite the very great services, indispensable in some cases, that this topographical representation in levels or instances can render. We have come to the conclusion that we have to rise to the standpoint of the reproduction of the conditions of production in order to see what the function and functioning of the superstructure are. For while mere observation of the mechanisms of the economic base, we are here discussing the capitalist mode of production alone enables us to account for the reproduction of the conditions of the productive forces, labor power included. It by no means enables us to account for the reproduction of the relations of production. We know that what characterizes a mode of production in the last instance is the relations of production and exchange specific to it marks. Since the relations of exchange are a function of the relations of production, a mode of production is ultimately characterized by the relations of production. Hence we can advance the following very simple proposition. The mode of production subsists only insofar as the reproduction of the conditions of production is ensured. Among these conditions of production, the reproduction of the relations of production plays the determinant role. The superstructure ensures the conditions of this reproduction by means of the repressive state apparatus and this reproduction itself, by means of its ideological state apparatuses. It follows, as we saw, that the entire superstructure is grouped around and centered on the state, considered in its two aspects as a class force of repression and a class force of ideologization. It further follows that ideology, which we earlier tended to treat as an instance clearly distinct from the legal political, must itself be brought into relation with the state and conceived of in the unity masking its complex diversity. As the state ideology, if this is right, the problem of the duration of a social formation dominated by a given mode of production, in the case before us, the capitalist mode of production, depends on the duration of the superstructure that ensures the conditions of that reproduction as well as that reproduction itself, that is to say, the duration of the class state, considered as the unity of its repressive apparatus and ideological apparatuses. 11. What is a revolution? Given these conditions, it is no wonder that every revolution in the relations of production either consequence and confirmation of the disintegration of the state, which can be brought down by an accident such as the barbarian invasions, but I am here advancing a hypothesis that is at once very partial and, what is more, very precarious, if not doubtful, or is the effect of the overthrow of the existing state pursuant to a conquest or state power, that is, the confiscation of its apparatuses and their replacement. That is why political struggle inevitably revolves around the state. This is an altogether classic Marxist thesis, implying where a capitalist social formation is concerned. The capitalist class struggled to maintain state power and reinforce the state apparatuses, among other ways, by reforming them, and a proletarian class struggled to take state power, destroy the state's bourgeois apparatuses, and replace them with proletarian apparatuses under the dictatorship of the proletariat, in the strong sense. Consequently, a social revolution consists in dispossessing the dominant class of state power, that is, the control over the state apparatuses that ensure the reproduction of the prevailing relations of production and establishing new relations of production, the reproduction of which is ensured by the destruction of the old state apparatuses and the long and difficult construction of new ones. Examples of revolutions in the strong sense, social revolutions, are the 1789 bourgeois revolutions in France, the 1917 Russian Socialist Revolution, the 1949 Chinese Socialist Revolution, and so on. But there are also revolutions in the weak sense. They do not affect the relations of production, that is, state power and the whole set of state apparatuses, but only the political ideological state apparatus. Examples of these revolutions in the weak sense are the 1830 and 1848 revolutions in France. They consisted in revolutionizing the political ideological state apparatus. Very precisely, in replacing the constitutional monarchy of Charles X, based on the charter, with the parliamentary monarchy of Louis Philippe in 1830, and in 1848, in replacing Louis Philippe's parliamentary monarchy with a parliamentary republic. Thus they involved only modifications to the political ideological state apparatus, accompanied of course by modifications to other ideological state apparatuses, such as the schools. These revolutions were obviously only the effect of the two stages in which the bourgeoisie's and petty bourgeoisie's class struggle rid itself of the landed aristocracy's political representatives at the head of the state. In sum, they represented a family class struggle between dominant classes. In contrast, although the coup d'etat of December 2nd was also a revolution of this kind, formally speaking, it has not been deemed worthy of the honorable title of revolution, because it was not the result of popular mass action, but the work of a few individuals conspiring to bring off a coup de main. Only Pétain, taking his cue from Mussolini, Hitler and Franco, had the shameless cynicism to confer the name National Revolution on the political promotion that France's military defeat at the hands of the Nazi armies netted him toward the end of his career. He thereby demonstrated the servility of an imitator, which should not be mistaken for a sense for ideas. In contrast, de Gaulle, who was both cultivated and prudent, had the political tact not to call his May 13, 1958 coup d'etat revolution. Yet, formally speaking, it was one, because, like Pétain's, it changed something of importance in the political ideological state apparatus, reducing the parliament to an echo chamber and universal suffrage to a plebiscitary role. These are, however, intra-bourgeois affairs, since the personalization of power was never anything more than a simple variant of the impregnable, to date, state of the capitalist class. It answered to the needs of 1960s French imperialism. Let us therefore return to revolutions in the strong sense, those which transform the existing relations of production while destroying the state and its apparatuses. It is easy to see that, if a mode of production lasts only as long as the system of state apparatuses that guarantees the conditions of reproduction duration of its base, that is, its relations of production, one has to attack the system of the state apparatuses and seize state power to disrupt the conditions of the reproduction, equals duration existence of the mode of production and establish new relations of production. They are established under the protection of a new state and new state apparatuses which ensure the reproduction, equals duration existence of the new relations of production, in other words, the new mode of production. When it is a question of the socialist revolution, this new state passes into the hands of representatives of the proletariat and its allies, who hold state power, that is to say, control the state's apparatuses. This is the state of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This schema is simple, clear, and convincing. But it is formalistic, for we know that the revolutionary conquest of the bourgeois state, its destruction, and its replacement by the state of the dictatorship of the proletariat are not the effect of a simple logical argument, or of simple exhaustion of the old system of the capitalist relations of production, but are, rather, the effect of a mass class struggle, which can only be a long-term class war, to employ Mao Zedong's accurate formula. An excellent summary of Marx's and Lenin's theses. A moment ago, we evoked the absolute conditions which guarantee that this class struggle of the popular masses will culminate in victory, lasting victory. Now I would like to add a few words on one particular condition of this class struggle. 111. The two objects of the revolutionary class struggle. This condition becomes intelligible only if we once again recall the distinction between the repressive state apparatus and the ideological state apparatuses, the difference in the way they function. The repressive apparatus functions primarily on violence, while the ideological apparatuses function primarily in ideology, and the distinction thanks to which there exists only one repressive state apparatus, but several ideological state apparatuses. We may put forward a thesis in the light of these different distinctions. It can be presented in 2 points. 1. The hard core of the state is its repressive apparatus. It is endowed with a force and a power of resistance that are by definition meant to be fail-proof. The core of this hard core is made up of paramilitary repressive corps, police, riot police, and so on, and the army, as well as the armies of the fraternal imperialist states that readily cross frontiers when they are called to the rescue. This is the ultimate core, the last bastion, in that it comprises the dominant class's argument of last resort, the ultima ratio of pure violence. It is also a core in the sense that it comprises the densest element and is subject in its turn to iron discipline. Discipline is what makes the armed forces strong, and the most severe sort of internal repression. Deserters and mutineers are shocked. It is when this core itself is disabled, when it breaks down and disintegrates, as it did in Russia in 1917, under the impact of the terrible wartime suffering and the Russian defeats, that the state totters on the brink of the precipice, with no last resort available to it. This innermost core can be sapped by another, purely internal weakness, when it is not a professional army. Note that de Gaulle was in favor of a professional army, in opposition to the tradition of 1789, defended later by Joris. It is made up of conscripts, that is, privates of popular extraction who, like the brave soldiers of the 17th Regiment, facing the wine growers in southern France before the First World War, may refuse to fire, or refuse to market, like the boys in the army in Algeria, who nicked their officers during the 19,611 generals' purge. All in all, however, the police, the riot police, and the army are designed to weather the storm, and it is terribly difficult, if not impossible, to make a dent in them, except in the case of a lost war, or a revolution. 2. The ideological state apparatuses, in contrast, are infinitely more vulnerable, since they realize the existence of a state ideology, but piecemeal and in disorganized fashion, for each of them is relatively autonomous. And since they function on ideology, it is in them and their forms that much aid of the protracted war represented by the class struggle takes place, the class struggle which can eventually succeed in overthrowing the dominant classes, that is to say, in wresting state power from their hands. Everyone knows that the class struggle in the repressive state apparatus, the police, the army, and even the administration is in ordinary periods, if not a virtually lost cause, then, at least, a sharply limited undertaking. In the ideological state apparatuses, on the other hand, class struggle is possible, serious, and can go a very long way, for militants, and later the masses, acquired their political experience in the ideological state apparatuses before fighting the class struggle out to the finish. It is no accident that Marx said that people become conscious of their interests and fight out their class struggle in ideology. We have, so far, only formulated this intuition of genius by the founder of scientific socialism in somewhat more exact terms. I would, precisely, like to make a few remarks on the class struggle in the ideological state apparatuses. However, lest they confuse the reader, we need to recall a few fundamental facts first. IV relations of capitalist production are relations of capitalist exploitation. We have already discussed the class struggle of workers. Organizations in the political and associated ideological state apparatuses, upholding the classic thesis that the political class struggle should be deeply rooted in the economic class struggle, the struggle for bread and butter demands. We talked about enterprises in this connection, capitalist enterprises in the case to hand. Well then, let us set out from what is going on in French firms in 1969, in order to make it clear how Marxist theory accounts for things in all their complexity, so that we can try to provide a scientific explanation of the matter. The fact that 1969 France is a capitalist social formation means that the capitalist mode of production operates in an indominant fashion, and therefore that production, which takes place in enterprises, is dominated and regulated by capitalist relations of production. These relations of production are, at the same time, relations of capitalist exploitation. This is reflected concretely, empirically, in the fact that the buildings belonging to an enterprise, for instance the factory, the material processed in the enterprise, which can consist of semi-finished goods, the machine tools, and so on. In short, the enterprise's means of production belong to their capitalist owner, who can direct the enterprise's production himself or entrust that task to a salaried director. This is reflected, at the same time, for it is quite simply the same thing, but regarded, now, from the proletarian's standpoint, in the fact that the enterprise hires workers and other staff who are not workers, typists, accountants, engineers, supervisory personnel, and so on a daily, weekly, or, more rarely, monthly basis as wage workers. Wage workers are individuals who, since they do not possess means of production, cannot produce anything with their own means, their own two hands, and, consequently, can only sell the use of their two hands to the owner of an enterprise which, precisely, houses means of production. Once this basic situation, brought about by capitalist relations of production, has been well understood, we need to understand why these relations of production are simultaneously relations of exploitation. They are relations of production because, if the free workers were not put in relation with the means of production, there would be no production at all. Unfortunately for us, or for them, the means of production do not work all by themselves. They, like God, need people, and not just any people. They need qualified people, common laborers, professionals, workers with various levels of skills, supervisors, technicians, engineers, and so on, including the conductor of the orchestra, that is, of the organization of production. who can be the capitalist in person or his number manager. But these relations of production are simultaneously relations of exploitation of the exploitation specific to the capitalist mode of production. It takes the form of the extortion of surplus labor in the form of surplus value. Marx indicates that the relations of production are simultaneously capitalist relations of exploitation by saying that the process of the capitalist production of goods is simultaneously a process of production of surplus value, such as the material basis, that is, not only the material condition for the existence of the capitalist mode of production, but its material existence top court. It is in the process of production itself that the process of exploitation takes place. There is no capitalism without this material basis for exploitation, this material basis for relations of production that are identical to relations of exploitation. One has to say this over and over again in a day and age in which certain dreamers are once again spouting the old anarchist refrain that reduces the capitalist mode of production to repression, or, still worse, to authority. I said the material existence top court of the capitalist mode of production. However, when, in this analytical approach, we examine matters more closely, it appears that to say existence is to say duration, and therefore subsistence in time, and therefore reproduction of the conditions of production and, above all, reproduction of the relations of production. We know all this already, just as we know that the state apparatuses, both repressive and ideological, intervene at the level of the reproduction of the relations of production. The class struggle in the ideological state apparatuses. We now come to the subject before us, the nature of the forms of class struggle in the ideological state apparatuses. We shall take seriously Marx's formula, which has it that it is in ideology that people become conscious of the class struggle and fight it out. Let us begin by noting that Marx says ideology, whereas we say ideological state apparatuses. This terminological difference will be problematic only for those who have a bourgeois idealist conception of the nature of ideology, like the conception typical of the Enlightenment. For, despite appearances, that is, despite ideological prejudices about ideology and ideas, ideology does not exist in ideas. Ideology can exist in the form of written discourses, books, or oral discourses, sermons, courses, speeches, and so on, that are supposed to be vehicles for ideas. But, precisely, one's idea of ideas governs what occurs in these discourses. To anticipate demonstrations we will be making later, let us say that ideas by no means have, as the ideology of ideas tends to suggest, an ideal, idea-dependent ideal, or spiritual existence. They have a material existence. It would take too long to provide a general demonstration of that here. We can, however, verify it in the case of the ideological state apparatuses, if we are granted the following proposition, which is itself very general: ideology does not exist in the world of ideas, conceived as a spiritual world. Ideology exists in institutions, and the practice is specific to them. We are even tempted to say, more precisely, ideology exists in apparatuses, and the practice is specific to them. This is the sense in which we said that ideological state apparatuses realize, in the material dispositives of each of these apparatuses, and the practice is specific to them, an ideology external to them, which we call the primary ideology and now designate by its name, the state ideology, the unity of the ideological themes essential to the dominant class or classes of force. These apparatuses and their practices take as their objects and objectives the individuals who occupy the post of the social-technical division of labor in production and reproduction. Ideology, therefore, exists by way of ideological apparatuses and their practices, precisely in the practices of these individuals. I say their practices. This includes both what are called their ideas or opinions, including their spontaneous ideas about the practice, productive, scientific, ideological, political, and so on, that the division of labor assigns them, but also their customs or habits, that is, their concrete comportment, whether once unconscious or unconscious. It is because the dominant class's ideology thus attains individuals themselves in their most inward consciousness conscience, and their most private or public conduct that ideological state apparatuses can ensure the reproduction of the relations of production down to the most secret levels of individual consciousness conscience, professional, moral, paternal, maternal, religious, political, philosophical, and so on and so forth. We shall see, in the next chapter, by virtue of what general mechanism it does so, of course, since ideological state apparatuses are the realization of the dominant ideology, the dominant class's ideology, on which the unity of the state confers the unity of the state ideology. All talk of dominant ideology automatically implies that there also exists something that likewise involves ideology, but is dominated, and thus involves the dominated classes. Hence we suspect that ideology and, therefore, the ideological state apparatuses in which it exists, brings social classes on stage, metten and sen, des classes sociales, the dominant class and the dominated class, and also what we shall provisionally call the middle classes. These are, in the capitalist mode of production, the class of capitalists, and its allies, and the class of proletarians, and its allies. Hence we conclude that the class struggle unfolds in the forms of the ideological state apparatuses. Although it goes far beyond those forms, the class struggle around, and in the dominant ideological state apparatus everyone knows that the class struggle unfolds in the political ideological state apparatus struggle between political parties, and so on. Everyone? No, for only a minority of the population realizes that what everyone calls politics is in fact the form that the class struggle takes in the political system, which we call, in our terminology, the political ideological state apparatus. On the other hand, only the best trained militants are aware that the class struggle simultaneously unfolds in the associative ideological state apparatus, in the form of the economic class struggle. The same remark applies here too. How many people know that the struggle for bread and butter demands is the economic form of the class struggle? How many people know that employers, associations such as the National Confederation of French Employers, for their part, wage their capitalist class struggle in its economic form? Well, I'm afraid that I will surprise some readers when I tell them that the class struggle also unfolds in all the other ideological state apparatuses, for instance, the schools, the church, news and information, publishing, entertainment, and the family itself. Of course it does so in forms specific to each of these ideological apparatuses. Moreover, because we have found reason to affirm that, in capitalist social formations, the scholastic ideological state apparatus, and the school system, or, more precisely, the dyad school family is dominant, I do not think there is any need for a long demonstration to make our contemporaries see that the class struggle unfolds there as well. The May 1968 events and all the ensuing events took it upon themselves to provide empirical verification of our thesis. Or rather, these events, in addition to the radical novelty that they introduced into this class struggle, whose existence the vast majority of people had never so much as suspected, showed that the class struggle had always existed, naturally in specific forms, in ideological state apparatuses such as the schools, family, church, and so on. The sole difference is that the balance of power in this class struggle was spectacularly reversed in May, and that this revealed, or, at least, so the suspicion, that the class struggle waged in the school family dyad, and even the church had been, overwhelmingly, the class struggle of the bourgeois class's representatives. The elementary school teacher, flanked by a school inspector, father, priest, and so on. To convince oneself of this, it is enough to read the newspapers. The muscular raids that groups from the Association of Parents of School Children have staged on the schools in support of outraged reactionary teachers and principals with their backs to the wall well and truly show that all these worthies are seeking vengeance for the secondary school students, their own children's scandalous revolt. This thirst for vengeance and this revolt clearly show what is what, before secondary school and college students, ideological revolt. The class struggle of the bourgeoisie's representatives or agents in the scholastic and familial apparatuses enjoyed an overwhelming advantage, so overwhelming that no one so much as suspected that it was a question. In the silence and the peaceful order of the lycées and universities, a form specific, to be sure, but a form of the class struggle, I hasten to reassure parents, secondary school teachers and soon, elementary school teachers, especially if they are militant advocates of the separation of church and state. They are not the only ones to have experienced the class struggle out in the open at last in their respective apparatuses. The same phenomena are occurring in the church, not only in the form of scandalous incidents between congregation and clergy, or some members of the lower clergy and the high clergy, or even some prelates above all in Latin America, and the Vatican, even after Vatican XI, but also, oh horrors, in the seminaries themselves, over which the political leaders of the church, who have long experience in public relations, have cast a veil of ecclesiastical discretion, as befits everything bearing on the sacraments and what is holy. People are raising holy hell in the seminaries, and the effects are irreversible here, too. However that may be, we may say that when the balance of power in the class struggle is reversed in the number one ideological state apparatus, or, at least in one part of it, the least dangerous for the bourgeoisie for elementary schools, the essential component of the scholastic apparatus, because these schools furnish the workers, have not yet been infected by the revolt. The apparatus charged, above all others, with reproducing the relations of production, above all others because it is the dominant apparatus. The least one can say is that this is a sign of the times. What is it a sign of? It is a sign, as Lenin used to put it, that the revolution is on the agenda. This does not mean, the nuance is crucial, that the situation is revolutionary. We are still a long way from that. Why does the ideological class struggle precede the others? Let us now take some distance from events that are still too recent to allow us truly to assess them. Let us take our distance from them in order to make the following observation. It is no accident that all the major social revolutions which we know at all well and in sufficient detail, the 1789 French Revolution, the 1917 Russian Revolution, and the 1949 Chinese Revolution were preceded by long class struggle that unfolded not only around the ideological state apparatuses in place, but also in these ideological apparatuses. This class struggle was at once ideological, economic and political, to employ distinctions that are classic to masters of Marxism. It is enough to consider the 18th century in France, the 19th century in Russia, or the half-century that preceded the 1949 Chinese Revolution, before the 1789 and 1917 revolutions. We observe extremely violent struggles in the dominant ideological state apparatuses, especially around the church, and even in the church, then in and around the political apparatus, and later in publishing and news and information. All these struggles mesh, crisscross, sustain one another, and confusedly target a final goal unknown to most of the combatants: the destruction of the apparatuses that ensure the reproduction of the prevailing relations of production for the purpose of establishing new state apparatuses and, under their protection, new relations of production whose reproduction will be ensured by the new ideological state apparatuses. The economic struggle always remains in the shadows. That is its destiny, for it is the most important class struggle. The political struggle eventually rages out in the open, regrouping all the forces in order to lead them in the final battle, the battle for state power. That is its destiny, for that is its function. The so-called ideological struggle, that is, the class struggle in the news and information apparatus and the publishing apparatus, the struggle for freedom of thought, expression, the press, and the dissemination of progressive and revolutionary ideas generally takes place in advance of the open forms of political struggle. Indeed, it takes place very far in advance of them. Suffice it to consider the history of the centuries that preceded the French Revolution, bearing in mind that the bourgeois class struggle, which was merely progressive before becoming pre-revolutionary, took its meaning at the time, as always, only as a function of the struggle of the dominant class in the same domains. Consider the incredible violence of this ideological class struggle waged by the feudal class and its state apparatuses. First and foremost the church. Its path is littered not just with bans and recantations, but also with torture and burnings at the stake. Galileo and Giordano Bruno, to cite just those two names, while leaving aside the untold multitudes massacred during the wars of religion, the intense class struggles waged in the religious ideological state apparatus, pitting heretics against the orthodox, the throngs of the possessed, of witches, of madmen condemned to torture, or the great confinement of which Michel Foucault was the first person in France to have the 12th courage to give us an idea. Consider the universal outcast that Spinoza was before his death, and for 3 centuries thereafter cast out of his church and out of philosophy, the demon to burn or bury alive. Since they could not burn him, they buried him. We have to bear in mind this terrible past of the pre-revolutionary bourgeoisie's ideological class struggle, if we are to put the undoubtedly glorious but infinitely less heroic 18th century Enlightenment back in its proper place. This was a period in which, with the help of books that were signed by their authors or were anonymous, were printed in France or abroad, and were disseminated under the counter or with the complicity of an enlightened minister, one could wage an open struggle in books and gazettes, as well as in theaters and operas, against the church and despotism, even if that despotism was enlightened in its turn. The despotism of the absolute monarchy had many adversaries on the right, a la Montesquieu, and very few on the left, a la Meslier or Rousseau. It also had a number of partisans, some sincere, others tactical. Diderot. Let us, however, leave these historical examples at that and return to our thesis. It allows us, perhaps, if not to understand, then at least to situate, albeit in an altogether provisional form, though I'm more keenly aware of this than anybody, phenomena that are the antecedents of any social revolution. We may say that these phenomena include all forms of the class struggle conducted in the ideological state apparatuses, in line with the modalities specific to each of these apparatuses. We may say that, of all these ideological state apparatuses, It is the ideological state apparatus dominant in the reproduction of the relations of production which is, or under normal circumstances should be, the number one object of the class struggle. That explains why the long class struggle of several centuries' duration was centered on the church and the positions it defended, a struggle marked by mass slaughters and unimaginable measures of violence, terror, repression, extortion and intimidation, the protracted war that paved the way for the final 1789-93 assault, a political assault, on the feudal state and its apparatuses. In attacking the apparatuses specialized reproducing the relations of production, the bourgeoisie sapped, from within, the most vulnerable part, not only because it was diversified, but also because it was in direct, daily contact with the popular masses of the state apparatuses. Once the ideological state apparatuses had been undermined, it remained only to take the last bastion of the state by force, state power. Dug in behind the last battalions of the Royal Guard, it seems to me that one could undertake an analysis of the same sort for both the 1917 revolution, after making due allowance for the differences, and the 1949 Chinese Revolution. With considerable differences, there was no church in China, at least not in the Western sense of the word, if our interpretation is on the mark. We have to rise to the standpoint of reproduction, not only in order to grasp the function and functioning of the superstructure, but also so as to have the concepts that will allow us to understand the concrete history of revolutions a little better, so that we can at last found the science of their history, which is at present still much more like chronicle than science. The history of revolutions that have already been made and of others that must still be made. This will also enable us to understand a little better the conditions that must be realized if we are to establish, under the dictatorship of the proletariat, the ideological state apparatuses required concretely to prepare the transition to socialism, that is, the gradual disappearance of the state and all its apparatuses. Instead of floundering around in contradictions that are more or less successfully camouflaged under police designations, of which contemporary history offers us all too many examples, value a word of caution. Primacy of the base. One last remark before we conclude this chapter, the remark that is also a warning. We have in no sense just put forward a short treatise on the practice of revolution that might be cast in the form of the following rules. 1. Begin by unleashing the class struggle in the ideological state apparatuses, while seeing to it that the spearhead of the struggle is directed against the dominant ideological state apparatus today, the school. 2. Combine all forms of the class struggle in all ideological state apparatuses in order to undermine them to the point of making their function of reproducing the relations of production impossible. And then 3. With all the popular forces marshaled under the leadership of the revolutionary political party, the party of the revolutionary class, launch an assault on state power by destroying its ultimate apparatus, its repressive apparatus, police, riot police, and so on, and the army. That would be absurd and infantile to boot, because voluntaristic, adventuristic, and idealist events cannot be commended that way. And even if, by chance, they could be, this is the place to recall that everything we have just described in discussing the class struggle in the ideological state apparatuses concerns the superstructure alone, which is determined in secondary, not determining in the last instance. The base is determinant in the last instance. What happens or what can happen in the superstructure thus depends in the last instance on what happens, or does not, in the base, between the productive forces and the relations of production. That is where the class struggle has its roots. Thus we can see that it infinitely exceeds the forms of the ideological state apparatuses in which it comes into view. It is a fact that, as the phrase goes, the superstructure reacts back on the base. This fact, however, is merely stated. We have tried to shed a little light on this reciprocal action, which is, fundamentally, not a reciprocal action at all, since the specific relation in which the superstructure stands to the base is that of reproducing the conditions of its functioning. It is doubtless in the light of this concept and of the effects of the class struggle that we should re-examine the cases flagged with the descriptive term reacts back on, our reciprocal action. This, however, does not at all provide us with the key to what happens in the base itself, very precisely to what happens in the base, in the unity forces of production, relations of production, that is capable of fostering and then unleashing the class struggle, which, in the superstructure, begins by attacking the ideological state apparatuses before proceeding to launch an assault on the repressive state apparatus. In order to culminate in the seizure of state power by the revolutionary class, there are, fortunately, a number of indications in Capital and the development of capitalism in Russia about what happens in the base that is of decisive importance for unleashing the revolutionary class struggle in the superstructure and for its victory. It must, however, be admitted that we are far from having worked out the theory of this process. It will be agreed that it is not with concepts as descriptive and tautological as the concepts of correspondence and non-correspondence between productive forces and relations of production that we can seriously hope to resolve the crux. On this precise point, then, the question is in suspense. We will one day have to propose a solution to it. One, be it recalled that I continue to speak from the standpoint of reproduction in general, leaving out of account the fact that, in a capitalist regime, reproduction is always reproduction on an extended scale. The latter point, which is crucial, will be discussed in Volume 2. Given the limited scope of the present discussion, I here leave the reproduction of the productive forces aside. One cannot discount the possibility that certain social formations have disappeared in history as a result of accidents which have to be studied very closely, of course, since there is no such thing as an accident, properly speaking, that made reproduction impossible, even simple reproduction of the productive forces, or of this ordered element determinant of the productive forces at the time. This hypothesis might enable us to account for the disappearance of what the ideologues of history call civilizations. We are indebted to Valery for the insight that they were mortal, since they died. 3tn. De Gaulle was often charged, notably by communist critics, with having established a regime centered on his undemocratic or even proto-fascist exercise of personal power. 4tn. This catchphrase comes from the French Armed Forces General Code of Discipline, in force from 1933 to 1966. Why the armies of fraternal states, however, are not always reliable. Consider the Black Sea mutineers of the French fleet that intervened in 1918. André Marty, Charles Tillon, and hundreds of others. 6tn. The brave soldiers of the 17th Regiment is part of the refrain of glory to the 17th Regiment, a song celebrating mutineers who refused to fire on striking winegrowers in southwestern France in 1907. 7tn. The French equivalent of marcher is the same word that is used in the phrase ideology makes subjects go marcher, all by themselves. See Chapter 2, and 27.8 in Volume 2. We shall see that the class struggle goes far beyond the ideological state apparatuses. We must keep this classic thesis carefully in mind in order clearly to understand the limits of the class struggle in the ideological state apparatuses, or subject here. 9. Non-qualification is a defined type of qualification. 10. Certain 18th century philosophers who had made considerable progress in the theory of what we call ideology understood that there is a certain practical relationship between, in their terms, opinions and customs. They even glimpsed the fact that customs are more important than opinions because they resist opinions. They even saw that laws are often powerless to affect customs when they are not in harmony with them. One had to be a right-wing dissident Montesquieu, or a left-wing dissident Rousseau, to perceive these realities. 11n. I shall take the risk of adding in families. 12. Histoire de la folie Paris plan. We have so far ignored what can, we think, justifiably be called, in our capitalist social formations, the medical ideological state apparatus. It deserves a study in its own right. Foucault's remarkable book, spurned by our medical authorities, unfortunately for them, they cannot burn it, provides us with a genealogy of important elements of this apparatus. For the history of madness, which is the history of a repression, is, even tempered by Pinel's humanism and Delay's pharmacology, an ongoing history. It goes very far beyond what many doctors find it convenient to call madness. 11. Further remarks on law and its reality. The legal ideological state apparatus. This chapter will contain just a few words. They are, however, indispensable if we are to assign law, about which we have already spoken in the form of a descriptive theory, in Chapter 5 its proper place. A review of the characteristics of law. It seems that, in the tradition of Marxist theoretical research and scholarship, especially in the USSR from 1917 until the disappearance of specialists, some of whom were quite remarkable. To judge by the questions it was their merit to pose, there was a great deal of discussion about whether law belongs to the superstructure or should, rather, be arranged alongside the relations of production. This is an altogether pertinent question, but the explanations just offered are well-founded. We can propose a schematic but clear, precise answer to it, at least in principle, for this crucial question warrants lengthy theoretical analyses, which, if we were to go into detail, could only be conducted on the basis of empirical concrete historical investigations and analyses. In several passages of Capital, Marx shows that the nascent constitution of new relations of production, when they are gradually forming at the heart of the dominant relations of production, hence under them and, consequently in opposition to them, is the object of a protracted process that, for a long time, remains a de facto process. without being juridically recognized as lawful. There can be partial legal recognition of constituted practices, even at the heart of the dominant relations of production, which create a localized, narrowly circumscribed place for the new relations of production or exchange on the absolute condition that those new relations are limited and subordinated to the dominant relations of production. That is what happened under feudalism, when bourgeois law spread to certain limited sectors of the social formations in question, for instance, mercantile law, followed by the law of the royal manufactories, and, still later, a private manufacture. The promulgation of laws belonging to a new, partial system of law antagonistic to feudal law simply registered a fait accompli, that of the real, undeniable and irreversible consolidation of new relations of exchange and production in social formations dominated by very different relations of production. Let us note, for historians who have in fact often recognized this phenomenon, that the renaissance of Roman law that began in the 12th and 13th centuries. Marx points out the theoretical interest of this fact in the closing lines of the introduction unpublished in his lifetime to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, issued in 1859, had its roots in problems that were at once economic, the development of commodity exchange, and political, the references of the legists, that is, the ideologues of absolute monarchy, to Roman political law. This conjunction is a sign there is no mistaking, and one that surely tells us something about the relation between law and the state, without claiming to draw the slightest direct general conclusion from these historical facts underpinning a theoretical hypothesis of Marx's. We will content ourselves with making the following remarks. We have seen the singular status of the bourgeois law at work in capitalist relations of production. It is clearly meant to regulate and sanction precise economic practices above all, in the guise of its different specialized codes. It regulates other practices as well. Practices of exchange, that is, the purchase and sale of commodities, which presuppose and depend on property law and the corresponding legal categories: legal personhood, legal freedom, legal equality, legal obligation. We have seen that bourgeois law tended and still tends, by virtue of an imperious necessity, towards formalism and universality, in spite of all the obstacles increasingly frequent and insurmountable that the process of formalization and universalization encounters. We have seen that formalism and universality were only possible on condition that law is abstract, that is, actually abstracts from all content, and that this abstraction from all content is the concrete condition for the effectivity of the law with respect to its content, the very content from which it necessarily abstracts. Finally, we have seen that the law is necessarily repressive and that it inscribes the sanction of law in law itself, in the form of a penal code. This showed us that law could function concretely realmente, only on condition that there exists a concrete repressive state apparatus that realizes the sanctions formally inscribed in penal law and handed down as sentences by the judges of the courts to which the infractions are referred. At the same time, however, we clearly saw that, in the immense majority of cases, law is respected by dint of the simple combined interplay of legal ideology plus a supplement of moral ideology. Hence, in the absence of any direct intervention by the detachment of the repressive state apparatus specialized in the practical, physical, violent realization of the sanctions inscribed in the penal code and pronounced, in proper legal form, by the competent courts, from these observations, we may deduce a few propositions with which we can initiate the transition from a descriptive theory of law to the threshold of a proper theory of law in capitalist social formations. 11 concrete reasons for the characteristics of law. 1. Law formally regulates the interplay of the capitalist relations of production, since it defines proprietors, their property assets, their right to use and abuse their property with complete freedom, and the reciprocal right to acquire property. As such, the concrete object of law is the capitalist relations of production insofar as it expressly abstracts from them. A word of caution: an abstraction is always, exactly like a negation, determinate. Bourgeois law does not abstract from just anything, but rather from the concrete determinate object whose play, or in other words, functioning, it is charged with regulating the capitalist relations of production. We must of course not succumb on this point to the ideological illusion that allows magistrates or jurists to act, with a clear moral or professional conscience, as servants of the capitalist state. This is the illusion that since all subjects are declared equal and free before the law, and since the law is the law of freedom and equality, magistrates and jurists are the servants of freedom and equality, not of the capitalist state too. Bourgeois law is universal, for the simple reason that in the capitalist regime the interplay of the relations of production is the interplay of an effectively universal commercial marchand law, since, in the capitalist regime, all, although and so on. Individuals are subjects of law, and everything is a commodity marked handies. Everything, that is, not only the products of social necessity that are bought and sold, but also the use of labor power. The fact without precedent in human history that founds law's pretension to universality on the very reality from which it abstracts. In Rome, slaves were commodities, but they were things, not subjects of law. It is because capitalist relations of production force individuals who have been stripped of all means of production, who are, that is, free of all means of production, freely to sell the use of their labor power as wage workers, that proletarians are endowed, before bourgeois law, with the same legal attributes as capitalists. They are free, equal, free to alienate, to sell their property, in this case the use of their labor power, since they own nothing else, and also free to buy what they need to live in order to reproduce their existence as owners of their labor power. The abstraction, formalism, and universality of the law are therefore merely the official, legal recognition of the formal conditions regulating the interplay, that is, the functioning of capitalist relations of production, and by extension of the sectors deriving from it: constitutional law, administrative law, military law. Since it would seem that the law of privilege no longer exists in this connection, one would do well to take a glance, if not at the church, which has basically been subjected to the principles of bourgeois law, then at secular orders such as the order of physicians, the order of architects, and so on. 3. But we have also seen that the law is necessarily bound up, first, with a specialized repressive apparatus that belongs to the repressive state apparatus, and second, with bourgeois legal moral ideology. On these grounds, law, which stands in a relation of determinate abstraction with the concrete reality known as the capitalist relations of production, stands at the same time in a relation of determinate abstraction, another, quite different modality of abstraction, to be honest, with another concrete reality known as the state apparatus, in two respects, repressive and ideological. This reveals, we think, both another function of the state apparatus, and at the same time perhaps, something that can help us define the status of the law. It is clear that we can no longer consider law equals the legal codes in isolation, but must consider it as a component part of a system that includes law, the specialized repressive apparatus, and legal moral ideology, the specialized detachment of the repressive state apparatus, let us say, to simplify, the gendarmerie plus the police plus the courts plus the prisons, and so on. Accordingly, it appears to us in a function that we need to determine more precisely, after everything we have said about the role of the state apparatuses in the reproduction of the relations of production. For this detachment plainly intervenes directly, not just in the reproduction of the relations of production, but in the very functioning of those relations of production, since it punishes and represses legal infractions of them better. Since the direct intervention of the specialized detachment of the repressive state apparatus is, albeit as frequent and always visible, exceptional in the day-to-day functioning of capitalist relations of production. And since law regulates the regular functioning of capitalist relations of production and legal moral ideology, in the vast majority of cases, it can be seen that this legal moral ideology intervenes not only in the reproduction of the relations of production, but directly and on a daily basis, indeed every second, in the functioning of the relations of production. From this we can perhaps draw two conclusions without great risk. 111. The legal ideological state apparatus. 1. We can see that, in a certain precise relationship, the reproduction of capitalist relations of production is ensured, within the functioning of capitalist relations of production themselves, and simultaneously with that functioning, both by the relatively exceptional intervention of the repressive state detachment specialized in legal sanctions, and by the constant, ubiquitous intervention of the legal, moral ideology that represents it in the conscience of the agents of production and exchange, that is, in their material comportment. 2. This emboldens us to make the following proposition. If we consider all that was just said, if we bear in mind the fact that the law functions primarily on legal moral ideology, reinforced by intermittent repressive interventions, if finally, we recall that we have upheld the thesis that every state apparatus simultaneously combines functioning on repression with functioning on ideology, we have solid reasons for thinking that law, or rather the real system that this term designates, while also masking it, since it abstracts from it, namely the law codes plus legal moral ideology plus the police plus the courts and their magistrates plus the prisons, and so on, ought to be thought of under the concept ideological state apparatus. However, we must add this proviso. The law is the ideological state apparatus whose specific dominant function is not to ensure the reproduction of capitalist relations of production, which it also helps ensure, in however subordinate fashion, but directly to ensure the functioning of capitalist relations of production, if our thesis is on the mark. It brings out a reality of the very first importance, the decisive role played in capitalist social formations by legal moral ideology, and its realization, the legal ideological state apparatus, which is the specific apparatus articulating the superstructure upon and within the base, just as we earlier said that in capitalist social formations, the scholastic ideological state apparatus played the dominant role in the reproduction of the relations of production, so we may now advance the thesis that, in the domain of what we shall provisionally call the practical ideologies, legal moral ideology plays the dominant role. We say legal moral ideology, but we know that, in this dyad, when it is a question of the operation of law, legal ideology constitutes what is essential, since moral ideology figures only as a complement, indispensable to be sure, yet still just a complement. We need to bear these last propositions in mind, including the sort of connection that is beginning to emerge between these two instances of dominance, each in its sphere and role, that of the scholastic ideological state apparatus and that of legal moral ideology. We will need these indications when we go back to our starting point, still in abeyance, the question of the nature of philosophy, now that we believe we have succeeded in defining law as an ideological state apparatus that fulfills an absolutely specific function in capitalist social formations. Now that we have thus answered our question as to the status of law by showing that it belongs, not to the relations of production whose functioning it regulates, but to the state apparatus, we can and must say a few words about ideology in general. One Marx here refers to the emergence of embryonic forms of capitalist relations of production under feudalism. These obstacles have become greater since the late 19th century. They have to do with 1. Monopolistic concentration, and 2. The effects of the class struggle. The capitalist class struggle, massive violations of constitutional law, and the workers' class struggle, which has imposed various articles of a code that is a monstrosity from the standpoint of the civil code. Labor law. 3. Whenever we say relations of production, it should be understood that we mean the relations of production and the relations deriving from them, such as exchange relations, relations of consumption, political relations, and so on, for this does not mean, however, that one cannot invoke such and such an article of existing law as a guarantee against such and such an abuse, or that honest jurists cannot put their science at the service of rightful claims et service du bon droit, although they have always to act within the limits of the law. 5tm. Law of privilege is here intended in the sense of feudal privilege. The orders mentioned here have a kind of hybrid legal personality in French law, which accords them the status of private entities charged with a public mission, the status of quasi-feudal corporations, in the view of some critics. See also Chapter 8 and 21. 12 on ideology. What is ideology? To begin with, why this term? By Marx, and the term ideology is as well known. The term ideology was coined by Descartes de Tracy, Habermas, and their circle, following a classic tradition in the philosophy of the Enlightenment, in which the notion of genesis holds a central place. They meant by it the theory logi of the genesis of ideas, ideo. Hence ideology when Napoleon uttered his famous phrase, "The ideologues are no use." He had them and only them in mind, not, obviously, himself, the number one ideologue in the Marxist sense, of the bourgeois social formation that had been saved from its error, who knew, or did not know, no matter, because he practiced it, that one cannot do without ideology and ideologues. This held first and foremost for him. 50 years after the expressions ideology and ideologues were first used publicly, Marx took them up again, but gave them a completely different meaning. He took these expressions up very early in his early works, and had to give them a completely different meaning. The reason was simple. From his articles in the Reichsweitung on, he was waging an ideological struggle, conducting himself like a radical left ideologue, and then a utopian communist ideologue, in combating other ideologues, his adversaries. Thus it was the practice of the ideological, and later political, struggle that compelled Marx to acknowledge very early on, beginning in his early works, the existence and reality of ideology, as well as the necessity of its role in ideological and, ultimately, political struggle, class struggle. It is well known that Marx was not the first to acknowledge the existence or even invent the concept of class struggle, since, on his own witness, it figures in the works of the bourgeois historians of the Restoration. It was most certainly for this reason, at once autobiographical and historical, the situation of opposition to the Rhineland bourgeoisie that propelled its young ideologues from radicalism to utopian communism, that Marx, once he started to become aware of his own class position, paid so much attention to the concept of ideology in the Holy Family, the 7,844 manuscripts, and, above all, the German ideology in this regard. There is a very big theoretical difference between the Holy Family and the 7,844 manuscripts on the one hand, and the German ideology on the other. Although the German ideology contains a positivist mechanistic conception of ideology, which is to say a not yet Marxist conception of ideology, we find a handful of phenomenal formulas in this text. They are material evidence of the tremendous power with which Marx's political experience erupted in the midst of a general conception that was still false. We find these two simple formulas, for instance. The ruling ideology is the ideology of the ruling class, and the definition of ideology as cognition, in this cognition unfortunately believing, first, that he had settled accounts with his former philosophical consciousness, in the German ideology, the text of which he had abandoned to the gnawing criticism of the mice, and believing, second, during the positivist transition represented by the German ideology, that all philosophy should be purely and simply abolished, because philosophy was nothing but ideology. Marx set out on his study of positive matters, that is, after the failure of the 1848 revolutions, the study of political economy. Aware that he had so far acquired only hearsay knowledge of the subject, he undertook a serious examination of it, deciding in 1850 to begin everything at the beginning. On the basis of this examination, as is well known, he produced, 17 years later, the first volume of Capital, 1867. Unfortunately, if Capital contains a number of elements for a theory of ideologies, especially the ideology of the vulgar economists, it does not contain that theory itself, which depends to a large extent, we shall see to what extent when the time comes, on a theory of ideology in general, that is still lacking in Marx's theory as such. I would like to take the considerable risk of proposing a preliminary, very schematic sketch of such a theory. The theses I am about to put forward are of course not improvisations, but they can be sustained and tested, that is, confirmed or invalidated, only by very long studies and analyses, to which the formulation of these theses will, perhaps, lead. I therefore ask the reader to be extremely vigilant and, at the same time, extremely indulgent towards the propositions that I am about to hazard. 11. Ideology has no history. Let me first say a word about the reason of principle that seems to me at least to authorize, but not to found, the project of a theory of ideology in general, as opposed to a theory of particular ideologies, considered either with respect to their regional contents, religious, moral, legal, or political ideology, and so on, or class orientation, bourgeois, petty bourgeois, proletarian ideology, and so on, in the second volume of the present work. I shall attempt to sketch a theory of ideologies in the two respects just indicated. It will then appear that a theory of ideologies depends, in the last resort, on the history of social formations, hence of modes of production combined in social formations and the class struggles that develop in them. In that sense, there can plainly be no question of a theory of ideologies in general, since ideologies defined in the two ways indicated above, with respect to region and class, do have a history, whose determination in the last instance obviously lies outside them, although it concerns them. On the other hand, if I can put forward the project of a theory of ideology in general, and if this theory is indeed one of the elements on which theories of ideologies depend, this entails an apparently paradoxical proposition. Laying my cards on the table, I shall state it in the following terms. Ideology has no history. That phrase may be found verbatim in a passage of the German ideology. Marx utters it with respect to metaphysics, which, he says, no more has a history than does morality or, by implication, any other form of ideology. In the German ideology, this phrase figures in a frankly positivist context. Ideology is sheer illusion, sheer dream, in other words, nothingness. All its reality lies outside it. Ideology is thus conceived of as an imaginary construct whose status exactly resembles the theoretical status of the dream in the authors before Freud. For these authors, dreams were purely imaginary, that is, nugatory results of the day's residues, presented in an arbitrary and sometimes even inverted arrangement and order. In short, in disorder, dreams were the empty, nugatory imaginary, patched together, arbitrarily, eyes closed, from residues of the only full, positive reality, that of open-eyed day. That is exactly philosophy's and also ideology's status in the German ideology, since philosophy is ideology par excellence here. Ideology is an imaginary assemblage, the pure dream, empty and vain, constituted by the diurnal residues of the only full, positive reality, that of the concrete history of concrete, material individuals materially producing their existence. Ideology in the German ideology has no history on these grounds, since its history lies outside it, where the only existing history, that of concrete individuals and so forth. In the German ideology, the thesis that ideology has no history is therefore a purely negative thesis, since it means both that one ideology is nothing, being pure dream, fabricated by none can say what power unless it is the alienation of the division of labor, but that too is a negative determination, and so ideology has no history, which does not at all mean that it has no history, quite the opposite, since it is but a pale reflection, empty and inverted, of real history, but, rather, that it has no history of its own, my thesis, although it repeats, formally speaking, the German ideology's terms ideology has no history, differs radically from the German ideology's positivist historicist thesis. For first, I think I can affirm that ideologies have a history of their own, although it is determined in the last instance by the class struggle in the apparatuses that reproduce the relations of production. Second, I think I can simultaneously affirm that ideology in general has no history, not in the negative sense its history lies outside it, but in an absolutely positive sense, a positive sense. If it is true that a peculiar feature of ideology is that it is endowed with a structure and functioning such as to make it a non-historical, that is, an unhistorical reality, in the sense that this structure and functioning are, in one and the same form, immutable, present throughout what is called history, in the sense in which the manifesto defines history as the history of class struggle, that is, the history of class societies. So that readers are not unsettled by this proposition, which will doubtless bring them up short, I would say, returning to my example of the dream one more time, this time in its Freudian conception, that our proposition that ideology has no history can and must, in a way that has absolutely nothing arbitrary about it, but quite the opposite, is theoretically necessary, since there is an organic link between the two propositions. He directly correlated with Freud's proposition that the unconscious is eternal, in other words, has no history, with eternal means, not transcendent to all temporal history, but omnipresent and therefore immutable in form throughout all of history. I will go so far as to adopt Freud's formulation word for word and write, ideology is eternal, just like the unconscious. I will add, anticipating the results of research that must be carried out and now can be, that this parallel is theoretically justified by the fact that the eternity of the unconscious is based, in the last instance, on the eternity of ideology in general. That is why I believe I am, let us say, authorized, at least presumptively, to propose a theory of ideology in general, in the sense in which Freud presented a theory of the unconscious in general, to simplify our terminology. Let us agree, taking into account what has been said about ideologies, to use the word ideology, without further qualification, to designate ideology in general, which, all just said, has no history, or it comes to the same thing as eternal. That is, omnipresent in its immutable form throughout history, meaning the history of the social formations comprising social classes. I am happy to restrict myself, as can be seen, to class societies, and their history elsewhere. However, I shall show that the thesis I am defending can and must be extended to what are known as classless societies. 111 Repression and Ideology. That said, let me make one more remark before entering into my analysis. The advantage of this theory of ideology, and that is also the reason I am elaborating it at this point in our discussion, is that it concretely shows how ideology functions at its most concrete level, the level of individual subjects, that is, people as they exist in their concrete individuality, in their work, daily lives, acts, commitments, hesitations, doubts, and sense of what is most immediately self-evident. It is here that all those who demand, vociferously, give us something concrete. One will, if I say so myself, be well served. We touched on this concrete level when we showed the role played by legal moral ideology. We did not, however, discuss it, but only pointed it out. And we did not know at the time that the legal system was an ideological state apparatus. Since then, we have brought the concept of ideological state apparatus into play and demonstrated that there are several such apparatuses, while also showing the function they have and the fact that they realize different regions and forms of ideology, unified under the state ideology. We have also clearly shown the general function of these ideological state apparatuses, as well as the effects of the class struggle of which they are both the object and the theater. We have not, however, shown how the state ideology, and the various ideological forms realized in these apparatuses and their practices, whether class forms or regional forms, reach concrete individuals themselves at the level of their ideas and acts. Pierre, Paul, Jean, Jacques, the metallurgist, the white-collar worker, an engineer, a working-class militant, a capitalist, a bourgeois statesman, a policeman, a bishop, a judge, a civil servant, and so on, in their concrete day-to-day existence. We have not shown the general mechanism by means of which ideology makes concrete individuals act by themselves in the technical social division of labor, that is, in the various posts held by agents of production, exploitation, repression and ideologization, and also of scientific practice. In a word, we have not shown by what mechanism ideology makes individuals act all by themselves, without there being any need to post a policeman behind each and every one of them. This is no gratuitous paradox I am formulating here, for there exist, in the anti-socialist class struggle, anticipatory works, depicting totalitarian socialist society as a society in which every individual will be doubled by his personal monitor, whether a cop or the big boss, who is at the same time a grand inquisitor, who is present in every bedroom. No matter how secluded, and using the refined means of avant-garde science fiction such as microphones in the walls, electronic eyes, or closed-circuit television observes monitors prohibits, commands each individual's every act and gesture. When we leave this political science fiction behind, the anti-socialist role of which is obvious but crude, in order to turn to the very contemporary forms that are also very widespread in the very narrow circles that are trying to take over the leadership of the movement that may have spawned among high school students, college students, intellectuals. They think they are leading it, however, since it is a mass movement, it eludes their grasp. We find exactly the same incredible myth. When the Weekly Action recently wrote, as part of a huge drawing on its cover, "Get rid of the cop in your head," it took up the same mythology unawares, without suspecting that it is, even in its anarchist guise, profoundly reactionary, for the totalitarian myth of the ubiquitous Grand Inquisitor, like the anarchist myth of the ubiquitous cop in your head, is based on the same anti-Marxist conception of the way society works. We have already had a word to say about this conception. We have shown that it stands the real order of things on its head, putting the superstructure in place of the base, and very precisely, with exploitation under the carpet, in order to focus on repression alone. In another, more elaborate form of the same mistake, it declares that, in the stage of state monopoly capitalism, which it presents as imperialism's final stage, exploitation has been reduced to its essence, repression, or, if one wants to put the dots on the i's, that exploitation has practically become repression, we can now, going a step further, point out that assimilating exploitation to repression simultaneously entails a second theoretical and political reduction, introduces the action of ideology to the action of repression pure and simple. This explains why Action could come out with the slogan, "Get rid of the cop in your head." That is a proposition that can be thought and uttered only if one whisks ideology under the carpet, or confounds it, purely and simply, with repression. From that standpoint, Action's slogan is a little theoretical gem, for instead of saying, "Fight false ideas, destroy the false ideas you have in your head, the false ideas with which the ideology of the dominant class pulls them wool over your eyes, and replace them with accurate ideas that will enable you to join the revolutionary class's struggle to end exploitation and the repression that sustains it," or Action declares, "Get rid of the cop in your head." This slogan, which deserves a place in the Museum of the History of Masterpieces of Theoretical and Political Error, quite simply replaces ideas, as is obvious enough, with the cop. That is, it replaces the role of subjection played by bourgeois ideology with the repressive role played by the police. In this anarchist conception, then, we can see that one. Exploitation is replaced by repression or is thought of as a form of repression. Anti-ideology is replaced by repression or is thought of as a form of repression. Repression thus becomes the center of centers, the essence of the society based on capitalist class exploitation. Repression simultaneously stands in for exploitation, ideology and, ultimately, the state as well, inasmuch as the state apparatuses, which comprise, as we have seen, both a repressive apparatus and ideological apparatuses, are reduced to the abstract notion of repression, the general synthesis, for there is an admirable hidden logic at work in the whole post-me development of this conception, including even its historical development. The general synthesis of this conception, that is, the resolution of the contradiction provided by the statement that one has a cop in one's head, in which, as everyone knows, after all, one can have only ideas, is furnished by the same theorists. It comes in the form of a discovery made by the leaders of the German student movement. They have discovered that knowledge is by nature directly repressive, hence the necessity of revolting against the authority of knowledge. Hence the anti-authoritarian revolt against the repression exercised by knowledge. Hence the retrospective interpretation of the May events and their sequel as having been naturally and necessarily centered on the university and schools, where repression, the essence of capitalist society, is exercised directly in the original nascent state in the form of the bourgeois authority of knowledge. That is why your daughter is mute. In other words, that is why May took place in the university and among intellectuals, first and foremost. And that is why the revolutionary movement, which the proletarians are invited to join, can, if not can, must be led by the aforementioned intellectuals. Publications of all sorts are currently providing the empirical demonstration of these theses and, above all, of the extraordinary labors of the old Molly 11 of the logic of the anarchist conception, which produces such pristine theoretical effects. This, then, is another reason why, after recognizing that exploitation is not reducible to repression, that the state apparatuses are not reducible to the repressive apparatus alone, and that individuals do not have their own personal cop behind them or in their heads, we have to show how the ideology realized in the ideological state apparatuses works. It produces the following class result, which is astonishing but quite natural, namely, that the individuals in question go, and that it is ideology which makes them go. Plato already knew this. He foresaw that cops, guardians, would be needed to monitor and repress slaves and craftsmen. He knew, however, that there is no putting a cop in the head of each slave or craftsman, and that it is not even possible to put behind each and every individual his own personal cop, otherwise the second cop would be needed to monitor the first, and so on, and there would ultimately be nothing but cops in society, with no one to produce. And then what would the cops themselves live on? Plato knew that the people had to be taught from childhood the beautiful lies that would make it go all by itself, and that those beautiful lies had to be taught to the people in such a way that the people would believe in them, so that it would go. Plato was, to be sure, no revolutionary, even though he was an intellectual. He was a reactionary and no mistake. He had enough political experience, however, not to tell himself stories to the effect that, in a class society, mere repression could by itself guarantee the reproduction of the relations of production. He already knew, although he did not have the concept for this, that it is the beautiful lies, that is, ideology, which ensure the reproduction of the relations of production better than anything else. Our modern revolutionary anarchist leaders do not know this. This proves that they would do well to read Plato without letting themselves be intimidated by the authority of the knowledge they will find in him, for they can find in Plato, let us say, elementary lessons, albeit purely ideological, 12 about the way a class society works. This proves that knowledge altogether different from repressive authoritarian knowledge is possible, precisely the scientific knowledge that, since Marx and Lenin, has become emancipatory, because revolutionary, scientific knowledge, that is why. I hope that things have become clear and that I can rest my case. It is absolutely necessary to show, theoretically and politically, the mechanisms by means of which ideology makes people, that is, concrete individuals, march, fate marcher, whether they march in the service of class exploitation, or march in the long march that will culminate, sooner than one might think, in the revolution in the Western countries, and thus even in France. The revolutionary organizations, too, go on ideology. However, when it is a question of Marxist-Leninist revolutionary organizations, they go on the proletarian ideology above all political, but also moral, that has been transformed by the persevering educational activity of the Marxist-Leninist science of the capitalist mode of production, and thus of capitalist social formations, and thus of the revolutionary class struggle and socialist revolution. The ideology is an imaginary representation of individuals' imaginary relation to their real conditions of existence. To broach my central thesis on the structure and functioning of ideology, I shall first present two theses, one negative, the other positive. The first concerns the object represented in the imaginary form of ideology, the second concerns the materiality of ideology. Thesis I. Ideology represents individuals' imaginary relation to their real conditions of existence. We often call religious, moral, legal, political, and other ideologies so many world outlooks. Of course, unless we experience one of these ideologies as the truth, unless, say, we profess or believe in God, duty, justice, the revolution, and so forth, we admit that these world outlooks are largely imaginary and do not correspond to reality. We take a critical standpoint on the ideology we are discussing, examining it as an ethnologist examines the myths of his little primitive society. However, while admitting that these ideologies do not correspond to reality and, accordingly, constitute An illusion, we also admit that they do make allusion to reality, and that we need only interpret them to discover the reality of this world beneath the surface of their imaginary representation of it. Ideology equals illusion. There are different types of interpretation. The best known are the mechanistic type common in the 18th century. God is an imaginary representation of the real king, and the hermeneutic interpretation introduced by the first church fathers and revived by Feuerbach and the theological, philosophical school which descends from them, such as the theologian Barth and the philosopher Richter. For Feuerbach, for example, God is the essence of real man. The essential point is that, provided we interpret the imaginary transposition, an inversion of ideology, we arrive at the conclusion that in ideology, people represent, in imaginary form, their real conditions of existence. This interpretation leaves one small problem in advance. Why do people need this imaginary transposition of their real conditions of existence in order to represent their real conditions of existence? The first interpretation, the 18th centuries, has a simple solution to hand. Priests or despots are to blame. They forged beautiful lies so that people would, in the belief that they were obeying God, in fact obey the priests or despots, generally allied in their imposture with the priests working in the despots' service, or, depending on the aforementioned theorists' political positions, the other way around. There is therefore a cause for the imaginary transposition of real conditions of existence. That cause is a small handful of cynics who base their domination and exploitation of the people on a skewed representation of the world, which they have imagined in order to enslave minds by dominating imaginations. Thank God, the imagination is a faculty common to one and all. The second interpretation, Feuerbach's, which Marx repeats word for word in his early works, is more profound, that is, just as false. It too seeks and finds a cause for the transposition and imaginary distortion of people's real conditions of existence, in short, for the alienation in the imaginary of the representation of people's conditions of existence. This cause is no longer priests or despots, or their active imaginations and the passive imaginations of their victims. It is the material alienation reigning in people's very conditions of existence. This is how Marx defends, in the Jewish question and elsewhere, the 100% Feuerbachian idea, enhanced with economic pseudo-considerations in the 7,844 manuscripts, that people devise an alienated, that is, imaginary, representation of their conditions of existence, because those conditions of existence are themselves alienating in the 7,844 manuscripts, because those conditions are dominated by the essence of alienated society, alienated labor. While these interpretations thus take literally the thesis which they presuppose and on which they are based, that what is reflected in the imaginary representation of the world found in an ideology is people's conditions of existence, and their real world. Here, however, I return to a thesis that I advanced few years ago, and reaffirm that people do not represent their real conditions of existence in ideology, religious ideology or some other kind, but, above all, their relation to those real conditions of existence. That relation is at the center of every ideological, hence imaginary, representation of the real world. It is that relation which contains the cause that must account for the imaginary distortion of the ideological representation of the real world. Or rather, to suspend the language of causality, we have to advance the thesis that the imaginary nature of this relation sustains all the imaginary distortion that we can observe in all ideology unless we live in its truth. To put this in Marxist terms, if it is true that the representation of the real conditions of existence of individuals holding posts of agents of production, exploitation, repression, ideologization and scientific practice arises, in the last instance, from the relations of production and relations deriving from them, we may say the following: every ideology represents, in its necessarily imaginary distortion, not the existing relations of production, and the other relations deriving from them, but, above all, individuals' imaginary relation to the relations of production and the relations deriving from them. What is represented in ideology is therefore not the system of real relations governing individuals' existence, but those individuals' imaginary relation to the real relations in which they live. If this is so, the question of the cause of the imaginary distortion of real relations in ideology disappears. It must be replaced by another. Why is the representation that individuals make of their individual relation to the social relations governing their conditions of existence and their individual and collective lives necessarily imaginary? And what kind of imaginary is involved? Posed in this way, the question 114 rules out the solution that turns on a clique individuals, priests or despots, identified as the authors of the great ideological mystification. as well as the solution that turns on the alienated character of the real world. We shall see why later in our discussion. For now, we shall go no further. The ideology has a material existence. Thesis 11. Ideology has a material existence. We touched on this thesis when we said that ideas, are representations and the like, which seem to make up ideology, have not an ideal, idea-dependent, ideal, or spiritual existence, but a material one. We even suggested that the ideal, idea-dependent, spiritual existence of ideas is a notion that belongs exclusively to an ideology of the idea and of ideology, and, let us add, to the ideology of what seems to have founded this conception since the appearance of the sciences, namely, what the practitioners of the sciences represent as ideas, whether true or false, in their spontaneous ideology. Gorse, presented in the form of a claim, this thesis is unproven. We ask only that the reader entertain a favorable prejudice towards it, say, in the name of materialism. We shall prove it elsewhere than in the present volume 1. We need this hypothesis that ideas or other representations have, not a spiritual, but a material existence in order to progress in our analysis of the nature of ideology. Or rather, we simply find it useful the better to bring out whatever even slightly serious analysis of any ideology at all will immediately and empirically show any even minimally critical observer. In our discussion of ideological state apparatuses and their practices, we said that each apparatus was the realization of an ideology. The unity of these different regional ideologies, religious, moral, legal, political, aesthetic, and so on, being ensured by their subsumption under the state ideology. We now return to this thesis. An ideology always exists in an apparatus and in the practice or practices of that apparatus. This existence is material. Of course, the material existence of ideology in an apparatus and its practices does not have the same modality as the material existence of a paving stone or rifle. However, at the risk of being called a neo-Aristotelian, let us note in passing that Marx held Aristotle in very high esteem. We shall say that matter is expressed in several senses, or, rather, that it exists in different modalities, all rooted, in the last instance, in physical matter. That said, let us take the shortest way and see what goes on in the individuals who live in ideology, that is, in a determinate representation of the world, religious, moral, and so on, whose imaginary distortion depends on their imaginary relation to their conditions of existence. In other words, in the last instance, to the relations of production, ideology, and imaginary relation to real relations. We shall say that this imaginary relation is itself endowed with material existence. No one can accuse us of dodging the difficulty or of being inconsistent. We observe the following. An individual believes in God, duty, justice, or the like. This belief has its source for everyone, that is, for everyone who lives in an ideological representation of ideology that reduces its ideas endowed by definition with spiritual existence in that individual's ideas, and thus in her as a subject possessed of a consciousness containing the ideas of her belief. On this condition, that is, given the perfectly ideological conceptual dispositive thus established, a subject endowed with consciousness in which she freely forms or freely recognizes ideas in which she believes the material comportment of the subject follows naturally from her ideas. The individual in question behaves in such and such a way, adopts such and such a practical line of conduct and, what is more, participates in certain regulated practices. Those are the ideological apparatus on which the ideas that she has as subject depend freely and in all good conscience chosen. If she believes in God, she goes to church to attend Mass, kneels, prays, confesses, does penance. Penance was once material in the ordinary sense, and naturally repents, and so on and so forth. If she believes in duty, she will act in the corresponding ways inscribed in ritual practices, observing proper rules of behavior. If she believes in justice, she will unquestioningly submit to the rules of law and, when they are violated, may well protest in the profound indignation of her heart, or even sign petitions, take part in a demonstration, and so on. If she believes in Maréchal Pétain's national revolution, she will do the same. If she believes in the socialist revolution, she will do the same. That is, obviously, something altogether different. I have deliberately chosen the last examples, which are almost provocations, so as not to duck the difficulty. From first to last in this schema, we observe that the ideological representation of ideology is itself forced to recognize that every subject endowed with consciousness or conscience and believing in the ideas that it inspires in her or freely accepts should act in accordance with her ideas, and therefore inscribe her own ideas as free subject in the acts of her material practice. If she fails to, that is not good thought. Indeed, if she does not do what she ought to do according to what she believes, then she does something else. And that implies still according to the same idealist scheme that she has in her head ideas other than those she proclaims, and acts on them, as someone who is either inconsistent, no one is deliberately evil, or cynical or perverse. At all events, the ideology of ideology thus recognizes, despite its imaginary distortion, that a human subject's ideas exist in her acts or ought to, and, if they do not, it ascribes to her other ideas corresponding to the acts, even perverse, that she does perform. This ideology of ideology talks about acts. We shall talk about acts inserted into practices, and we shall point out that these practices are regulated by rituals in which they are inscribed within the material existence of an ideological apparatus, even if it is just a small part of that apparatus. The small mass in a small church, the funeral, a minor match at a sport club, a school day or a day of classes at university, the meeting war, rally of a political party, or of the rationalist union, or whatever one likes. We are, moreover, indebted to Pascal's defensive dialectic for the marvelous formula, which will enable us to invert the order of the notional schema of the ideology of ideology. Pascal says, more or less, kneel down, move your lips in prayer, and you will believe. 115 He thus scandalously inverts the order of things, bringing, like Christ, not peace, but strife, and, what is more, in a way that is hardly Christian. For woe to him who brings scandal into the world, scandal itself. The fortunate scandal which makes him speak, with Jansenist defiance, language designating reality as it is, with nothing imaginary about it. We may perhaps be allowed to leave Pascal to the arguments of his ideological struggle with the religious ideological state apparatus of his day, in which he waged the little class struggle in his Jansenist party, constantly on the brink of being banned, that is, of excommunication. And we shall try to use, with the reader's permission, the more directly Marxist terminology, if possible, for we are advancing in domains still poorly explored by Marxist theorists. We shall therefore say, considering only a single subject, such and such an individual, that the existence of the ideas in which he believes is material, and that his ideas are his material acts inserted into material practices regulated by material rituals which are themselves defined by the material ideological apparatus from which, hardly by accident, his ideas derive. Naturally, the four inscriptions of the adjective material in our proposition have to be endowed with different modalities. The materiality of the walk to church to attend Mass, of kneeling, of making the sign of the cross, of eating one's breast, of a sentence, a prayer, an act of contrition, an act of penance, the gaze, the handshake, an outer verbal discourse or inner verbal discourse consciousness is not one and the same materiality. I do not think that anyone will seek a quarrel with us here if we leave the theory of the difference between the modalities of materiality in abeyance. The fact remains that, in this inverted presentation of things, we are not dealing with an inversion at all, that magic formula of Hegelian or Feuerbachian Marxists, because we can see that certain notions have purely and simply disappeared from our new presentation, that others, in contrast, survive. And that new terms appear, disappear, the term ideas survive. The terms subject, consciousness, belief, acts appear. The terms practices, rituals, ideological apparatus. It is therefore not an inversion, renversement, except in the sense in which we say that a government or a glass has been overturned irreversible, but a rather strange reshuffle of the non-ministerial type, since we obtain the following result: ideas have disappeared as such, insofar as they are endowed with an ideal or spiritual existence. Precisely insofar as it has appeared that their existence is material is inscribed in the acts of practices regulated by rituals defined in the last instance by an ideological apparatus. It accordingly appears that the subject acts insofar as he is acted by the following system, set out in the order of its real determination: ideology existing in a material ideological apparatus, describing material practices regulated by a material ritual, which practices exist in the material acts of a subject acting in all good conscience in accordance with his belief. It may be objected that the subject in question could act differently, but let us recall that we said that the ritual practices in which a primary ideology is realized can produce, in the form of byproducts, a secondary ideology. Thank God, since, otherwise, neither revolt nor the acquisition of revolutionary consciousness nor revolution would be possible, but our presentation reveals that we have retained the following notions: subject, consciousness, belief, acts. From this sequence, we shall immediately extract the decisive central term on which everything depends, the notion of the subject, and we shall immediately state two conjoined theses. 1. There is no practice whatsoever except by and under an ideology. 2. There is no ideology except by the subject and for subjects. We can now come to our central thesis. 17. The ideology interpellates individuals as subjects. This thesis simply comes down to making our last proposition explicit. There is no ideology except by the subject and for subjects. In other words, there is no ideology except for concrete subjects such as you and me, and this destination for ideology is only made possible by the subject. In other words, by the category of the subject and its functioning. We mean by this that, even if it appears under this name, the subject, only with the advent of bourgeois 18 the category of ideology, legal ideology in particular, the subject, which may function under other names. For example, the soul in Plato, God, and so on, is the category constitutive of all ideology, whatever its regional or class determination and whatever its historical date. Since ideology has no history, we say that the category of the subject is constitutive of all ideology. But we also immediately add that the category of the subject is constitutive of every ideology only insofar as every ideology has the function, which defines it, of constituting concrete subjects such as you and me. The functioning of all ideology exists in the play of this twofold constitution, since ideology is nothing but its functioning in the material forms of existence of that functioning. Clearly, to grasp what follows, we must bear firmly in mind that both he who is writing these lines and the reader who is reading them are themselves subjects, and therefore ideological subjects. The proposition is itself tautological. That is, we have to be aware that both author and reader of these lines live spontaneously or naturally in ideology, in the sense in which we have said that man is by nature an ideological. And Emily 19. The fact that an author, insofar as he writes the lines of a discourse which claims to be scientific, is completely absent as a subject from the scientific discourse, for all scientific discourse is by definition a discourse without a subject. There is no subject of science, accepting an ideology of science, is a different matter. We shall leave it aside for the moment. God, as St. Paul admirably puts it, it is in the logos, in other words, in ideology, that we live and move and 120 have our being. It follows that the category of the subject is a primary self-evident fact. For you and me, self-evident facts are always primary. It is clear that you are a free, moral, responsible, and so on, subject, and that LM2. Like all self-evident facts, including those that make a word name a thing, or have a meaning, including therefore the self-evident facts of the transparency of language, the self-evident fact that you and L are subjects and that is not a problem is an ideological effect, the elementary 21 ideological effect, where it is characteristic of ideology to impose self-evident facts as self-evident facts, without in the least seeming to, since they are self-evident, which we cannot not recognize, and before which we have the inevitable and eminently natural reaction of 20 to exclaiming, aloud or in the silence of consciousness, "That's obvious. That's right. That's true." At work in this reaction is the function of ideological recognition, one of the two basic functions of ideology. The other is the function of miscognition. To take a highly concrete example, we all have friends who, when they knock on our door and we ask who's there, one through the closed door answer, since it's self-evident, it's Mel, and we do indeed recognize that it's him, or it's her. The purpose is achieved, we open the door, and it's always really true that it really was she who was there. To take another example, when, in the street, we recognize someone we already know, Juan Malsreed, connaissance quoquam denoter connaissance, we show him that we have recognized him, and have recognized that he has recognized us, by saying hello, my friend, and shaking his hand, the material ritual practice of ideological recognition in everyday life, at least in France. Elsewhere, there are other rituals. With this preliminary remark and these concrete illustrations, I wish to point out only that you and L are always already subjects and, as such, constantly practice the rituals of ideological recognition, which guarantee for us that we are indeed concrete, individual, unmistakable and, naturally, irreplaceable subjects. The writing L and currently doing and the reading you are 23 currently engaged in are likewise, in this respect, rituals of ideological recognition, including the self-evidence, with which the truth of my reflections may impose itself on you, and may make you say that's to recognize that we are subjects, however, and that we function in the practical rituals of the most elementary daily life, handshakes, the fact of calling you by your name, the fact of knowing that you have a name of your own thanks to which you are recognized as a unique subject, even if I do not know what your name is. This recognition gives us only the consciousness of our incessant, eternal practice of ideological recognition, its consciousness, that is, its recognition. It by no means gives us the scientific knowledge of the mechanism of this recognition, or the recognition of this recognition. Yet it is that knowledge that we have to attain if we want, while speaking in ideology and from within ideology, to outline it. Discourse which tries to break with ideology, and to risk inaugurating the scientific discourse of discourse without a subject and ideology, thus, as a way of representing why the category of the subject is constitutive of ideology, which exists only by constituting concrete subjects you and me, I shall employ a special mode of exposition, concrete enough to be recognized, yet abstract enough to be thinkable in thought, giving rise to a knowledge, as a first formulation. I would suggest, while ideology hails or interpellates concrete individuals as concrete subjects, through the functioning of the category of the subject, this proposition implies that we should distinguish, for the moment, between concrete individuals on the one hand and concrete subjects on the other, although, at this level, there is no concrete subject that does not have a concrete individual as its support. We shall go on to suggest that ideology acts or functions in such a way as to recruit subjects among individuals it recruits them all, or transforms individuals into subjects it transforms them all, through the very precise operation that we call interpellation or hailing. It can be imagined along the lines of the most commonplace, everyday hailing, by or not by, the police. Hey, you there, 124th, to offer readers the most concrete sort of concreteness, we suppose that the theoretical scene we are imagining happens in the street. The hailed individual turns around. With this simple 180-degree physical conversion, he becomes a subject. Why not? Because he has recognized that the hail really was addressed to him, and that it really was he who was hailed, not someone else. Experience shows that the practical telecommunications of hailing are such that hailing hardly ever misses its mark. Verbal call or whistle. The one hailed always recognizes that he really was the one hailed. This is a strange phenomenon after all, one that cannot be explained by guilt feelings alone, despite the large numbers of people with something on their consciences. Or is it that everyone always has something on his conscience, and that everyone confusedly feels, at least, that he always has accounts to render or obligations to respect, if only the obligation to respond to every hailing? Strange, naturally, with the convenience and clarity of exposition of our little theoretical theater, we have had to present things in the form of a sequence with a before and an after, that is, in the form of a temporal succession. There are individuals walking along. Somewhere, usually behind them, the hail rings out, "Hey, you there," an individual 9 times out of 10. It is the one who his men turns around, believing, suspecting, knowing that he's the one recognizing, in other words, that he really is the person the interpellation is aimed at. In reality, however, things happen without succession. The existence of ideology and the hailing or interpellation of individuals as subjects are one and the same thing. We may add that what thus seems to happen outside ideology, to be very precise, in the street really happens in ideology. What really happens in ideology thus seems to happen outside it. That is why those who are in ideology, you and I, believe that they are by definition outside ideology. One of the effects of ideology is the practical denegation of the ideological character of ideology by ideology. Ideology never says one am ideological. One has to be outside ideology, in other words, in scientific knowledge, to be able to say one am in ideology. A quite exceptional case, or the general case, one was in ideology. As is very well known, the accusation of being in ideology applies only to others, never to oneself unless one is truly a Spinozist or Marxist, which, as far as this point goes, is to take exactly the same position. This amounts to saying that ideology has no outside for itself, but at the same time, that it is nothing but outside for science and reality. Spinoza explained this perfectly well 200 years before Marx, who practiced it without explaining it in detail. But let us leave this point there, although it is fraught with consequences which are not just theoretical, but also directly political, since, for example, the whole theory of criticism and self-criticism, the golden rule of the Marxist-Leninist practice of the class struggle, depends on it. Just one word. How are we to ensure that criticism is followed by self-criticism leading to a rectification, in line with Mao's Leninist formula? This is possible only on the basis of Marxist-Leninist science applied to the practice of the class struggle. Thus ideology hails or interpellates individuals as subjects. Since ideology is eternal, we must now suppress the temporal form in which we have represented the functioning of ideology and say, ideology has always already interpellated individuals as subjects, which amounts to making it clear that individuals are always already interpellated by ideology as subjects. This ineluctably leads us to one last proposition. Individuals are always already subjects. Hence individuals are abstract with respect to the subjects they always already are. This proposition may seem to be paradoxical or to be intellectual acrobatics. One moment, please, that an individual is always already a subject, even before she is born, is nevertheless the plain fact of the matter, accessible to everyone and not a paradox at all. Freud shows that individuals are always abstract with respect to the subjects they always already are, simply by noting the ideological ritual that surrounds the expectation of a birth, that happy event. Everyone knows how much, and how, a good deal could be said about that how, an unborn child is expected. This comes down to saying, very prosaically, if we agree to leave aside sentiments, in other words, the forms 25 of familial ideology, paternal, maternal, conjugal, fraternal, in which the unborn child is expected, that it is certain in advance that it will bear its father's 26th name and so have an identity and be irreplaceable before its birth, then, the child is always already a subject, marked out. The signal is a subject in and by the particular familial ideological configuration, in which it is expected once it has been conceived deliberately or by accident. There is no need to add that this familial ideological configuration is, in its singularity, terribly structured, and that it is in this implacable, more or less pathological, if any meaning can be assigned to that word, structure that the quondam subject to be has to find its place, that is, become the sexual subject, boy or girl. It already is in advance. It needs no genius to suggest that this ideological constraint and marking out, in all the rituals of family child rearing and training and family education, bears some relation to what Freud studied in the forms of the pregenital and genital stages of sexuality, and thus to the take priest of what he identified, by its effects, as the unconscious. But let us also leave this point there. This business of the infant that is always already a subject in advance, and accordingly, not a veteran but a future fighter, is no joke, since we can see that it is one entryway into the Freudian domain. It interests us, however, on other grounds. What do we mean when we say that ideology in general has always already interpellated as subjects individuals who are always already subjects? Apart from the limited case of the prenatal child, this means, concretely, the following. When religious ideology begins to function directly by interpellating the little child Louis as a subject, little Louis is already subject, not yet religious subject, but familial subject. When legal ideology later, let us suppose, begins to interpolate little Louis by talking to him about, not Mama and Papa now, or God and the little Lord Jesus, but just as he was already a subject, familial, religious, scholastic, and so on. I shall skip the moral stage, aesthetic stage, and others. Finally, when later, thanks to autobiographical circumstances of the type Popular Front, Spanish Civil War, Hitler 1940 defeat, captivity, encounter with the communist, and so on, political ideology in its differential forms begins to interpolate the now adult Louis as a subject. He has already long been, always already been, the familial, religious, moral, scholastic, and legal subject, and is now, lo and behold, political subject. This political subject begins, once back from captivity, to make the transition from traditional Catholic activism to advanced semi-heretical Catholic activism, then begins reading Marx, then joins the Communist Party, and so on. So life goes. Ideologies never stop interpellating subjects to subjects, never stop recruiting individuals who are always already subjects. The play of ideologies is superposed, crisscrossed, contradicts itself on the same subject, the same individual always already, several times, subject. Let him figure things out. If we can, what will now occupy our attention is the way the actors in this mise en scène of interpellation, as well as their respective roles, are reflected in the very structure of all ideology. Value an example. Christian religious ideology. Since the formal structure of all ideology is always the same, we shall content ourselves with analyzing a single example familiar to everyone, that of religious ideology, with the proviso that it is extremely easy to produce the same demonstration for moral, legal, political, aesthetic, and philosophical ideologies. We shall, moreover, expressly return to this demonstration once we are in a position to speak of philosophy again. Let us therefore consider religious ideology, using an example everyone can grasp: Christian religious ideology. We shall use a rhetorical figure and make this ideology speak. In other words, we shall condense in a fictional discourse what it says, not only in its two testaments, its theologians, and its sermons, but also in its practices and rituals, its ceremonies and sacraments. Christian religious ideology says this, more or less. It says, "I address myself to you, a human individual called Peter." Every individual is called by his name, in the passive sense. It is never the individual who gives himself his own name. in order to tell you that God exists and that you are answerable to him. It adds, it is God who is addressing you through my voice, since Scripture has collected the Word of God, tradition has transmitted it, and papal infallibility has fixed it forever on ticklish points, such as Mary's virginity or papal infallibility itself. It says, this is who you are Peter. This is your origin. You were created by God from all eternity, although you were born in 1928 Anno Domini. This is your place in the world. This is what you must do. In exchange, if you observe the law of love, you will be saved, you Peter, and will become part of the glorious body of Christ. And so on. Now this is a very well-known, commonplace discourse, but, at the same time, a very surprising one. Surprising, because if we consider that religious 27 ideology is indeed addressed to individuals in order to transform them into subjects, interpellating the individual, Peter, in order to make him a subject free to obey or disobey the call. That is, God's commands. If it calls these individuals by their names, thus recognizing that they are always already interpellated as subjects with a personal identity, so much so that Pascal's Christ says, my word, this Pascal, it is for you that I have shed this drop of my blood, if it interpellates them in such. The way that the subject answers, yes, it really is no, if it obtains from them the recognition that they really do hold the place it marks out for them in the world, if fixed to vote it really is me. LM here, a worker, boss, or soldier, one in this vale of tears, if it obtains from them the recognition of the destination eternal life or eternal damnation, according to the respect or contempt they show for God's commandments, law become love. If everything really does happen this way in the familiar practices and rituals of baptism, confirmation, communion, confession, extreme unction, and so on, we should note that this whole procedure, which stages met on scale of Christian religious subjects, is dominated by a strange phenomenon. There can only be such a multitude of possible religious subjects on the absolute condition that there is a unique, absolute, other subject, namely, God. Let us agree to designate this new, singular subject by writing subject with a capital S in what follows. To distinguish the subject from subjects such as you and me, it then emerges that the interpellation of individuals as subjects presupposes the existence of a unique and central other subject, in whose name religious ideology interpellates all individuals as subjects. All this is clearly 28 written in what is called, precisely, Scripture. And it came to pass at that time that the Lord God, Yahweh, spoke to Moses in the cloud. And the Lord called out to Capella Moses, Moses, 11 LLT really is me. 11 said Moses, LM your servant Moses. Speak, and I shall listen and obey. And the Lord spoke unto Moses and said to him, Lam God thus defines himself as the subject par excellence, he who is through himself and for himself. LM that LM, and he who interpellates his subject, the individual subjected to him by his very interpellation, that is, the individual named Moses, and Moses, interpellated God, have pellate his name, having recognized that it really was he who was called by God, recognizes, yes indeed, recognizes that he is a subject of God's, the subject subjected to God, the subject by the subject and subjected to the subject. The proof is that he obeys him and makes his people obey God's commands. And we are on the way, ladies and gentlemen, to the promised land. For God interpellates and commands, but at the same time, promises a reward if one recognizes his existence as the subject and recognizes his commands, and if one obeys him in all things. If one disobeys, he becomes the terrible God. Beware his holy wrath. 129 God is thus the subject, and Moses and the countless subjects of God's people are the subjects interlocutors, those he has hailed, his mirrors, his reflections. Was man not created in God's image so that God might, with the accomplishment of his grand strategic plan of creation for redemption, contemplate himself, that is, recognize himself in him as in his own glory, as all theological reflection proves. Although he could perfectly well have done without men, God needs them. The subject needs the subjects. Just as men need God, by all that's holy, just as the subjects need the subject. Better, God needs men, the big subject needs subjects, even in the frightful inversion of his image in them, when the subjects wallow in debauchery, that is, in sin. Better, God duplicates himself and sends his Son into the world as a simple subject forsaken by him, the law and complaint of the Garden of Olives which ends on the cross, subject but subject, men but God, to accomplish that which prepares the final redemption, the resurrection of Christ. God himself thus needs to make himself man, the subject needs to become a subject, as if to show the subjects empirically, in a way the eye can see and the hand feel, see St. Thomas, that, if they are subjects, subjected to the subject, It is solely so that they may finally re-enter, on Judgment Day, the bosom of the Lord, like Christ, that is, re-enter the 30 subject. Let us decipher this admirable necessity for the duplication of the subject into subjects, and of the subject itself into a subject, and translate it into theoretical language. We observe that the structure of all ideology, interpellating individuals as subjects in the name of a unique and absolute subject, is speculary, in other words, the mirror structure, and doubly speculary, and that this speculary duplication is constitutive of ideology and ensures its functioning. This means that all ideology is centered, that the absolute subject occupies the unique place of the center and interpellates around it the infinity of individuals as subjects in a double speculary relation such that it subjects the subjects to the subject, while giving them in the subject in which each subject can contemplate its own, present and future, image the guarantee that this really is about them and really is about him, and that since everything takes place in the family, the Holy Family, the family is in essence holy, God will recognize his own in it, that is, those who have recognized God and have recognized themselves in him, and they will be saved and sit on the right hand of God. The place of the dead in our countries, where the driver sits on the left, incorporated in the mystical body of Christ, thus the duplicate mirror structure of ideology simultaneously ensures 1. The interpellation of individuals as subjects. 2. The mutual recognition between subjects and subject and among the subjects themselves, as well as the recognition of the subject by himself. 31 and 3. The absolute guarantee that everything really is so. God really is God. Peter really is Peter. And if the subjection of the subjects to the subject is well respected, everything will go well for the subjects. They will receive their reward. Result? Behind this triple system of subjection, universal recognition, and absolute guarantee, the subjects, unsurprisingly, go. They go all by themselves, without a cop behind them, and as need sorts, when it is truly impossible to deal otherwise with the bad sorts, thanks to the intermittent, carefully deliberated assistance. The intervention of the detachments specialized in repression, namely, the magistrates of the Inquisition, or, when it is a question of ideologies other than religious ideology, 32 of other specialized magistrates and police officials. The subjects go. They recognize that it's really true, that this is the way it is, not some other way, that they have to obey God, the priest, the gall, the boss, the engineer, and love their neighbor, and so on. The subjects go. Since they have recognized that all is well, the way it is, and they say, for good measure, so be it. That is the proof that this is not really the way it is, but that that is the way it has to be, so that things are what they should be, and let us come out with it, so that the reproduction of the relations of production is ensured, every day, every second, in the consciousness. That is, the material behavior of the individuals holding the post that the social and technical division of labor assigned them in production, exploitation, repression, ideologization, and scientific practice. We know that, in capitalist social formations, religious ideology, which exists in the religious ideological state apparatus, no longer plays the same role that it did in social formations based on serfdom. Other ideological apparatuses play a more important role in them. Their convergent effect always has the same objective: the daily, uninterrupted reproduction of the relations of production in the consciousness, that is, the material comportment of the agents of the various functions of capitalist social production. But what we have said about the functioning and structure of religious ideology holds for all other ideologies as well. In morality, the speculary relation is that of the subject, duty, and the subject's moral consciousness is consciences. In legal ideology, the speculary relation is that of the subject, justice, and the subject's men who are free and equal. In political ideology, the speculary relation is that of the subject variable, the fatherland, the national or general interest, progress, the revolution, and the subjects, the members of the organization, the voters, the militants, and so on. Revolutionary Marxist-Leninist political ideology is of course distinguished by the fact, without historical precedent, that it is an ideology which has been heavily reworked, and thus transformed by a science, the Marxist science of history, social formations, the class struggle and revolution. This distorts the speculary structure of ideology without doing away with it altogether. No savior from on high, no prince or peer, says the Internationale, and consequently, no subjected subjects. In this way, the Internationale seeks to decenter political ideology itself. To what extent is that possible, or, rather, since it is relatively possible, within what limits has it proven possible so 33 far? That is another question, whatever the truth of the matter, and within the limits set by the resistance to attempts to decenter, that is, to despecularize Marxist-Leninist mass political ideology. We will find the same structure in all ideologies, and the same principles of functioning. It would be easy to show this since we have, in passing, already let the phrase slip. Let us turn back to the question that is surely on the tip of everyone's tongue. What is really, concretely in question in this mechanism of the speculary recognition of the subject and the subjects, and in the guarantee given to the subjects by the subject on condition that they accept their subjection to the commands of the subject? The reality in question in this mechanism, the reality that is miscognized in the very forms of recognition, which is thus necessarily miscognition, is, in the final analysis, the reproduction of the relations of production and the other relations deriving from them. That how ideology can credibly functions, it remains to show, using a few concrete examples, how this whole extraordinary and simple machinery functions in its actual, concrete complexity. Why simple? Because the principle of the ideology effect is simple: recognition, subjection, guarantee, the whole centered on subjection. Ideology makes individuals who are always already subjects, that is, you and me, will, quite complexer, because each subject, you and L, is subjected to several ideologies that are relatively independent, albeit unified under the unity of the state ideology. For there exist, as we have seen, several ideological state apparatuses. Hence each subject, you and L, lives in and under several ideologies at once. Their subjection effects are combined in each subject's own acts, which are inscribed in practices, regulated by rituals, and so on. This combination does not go all by itself, hence what is called a conflict of duties, in the marvelous terminology of our official philosophy. How are familial, moral, religious, political, or other duties to be reconciled when certain circumstances present themselves? One has to make a choice, and, even when one does not choose consciously, after the crisis of conscience, that is one of the sacred rituals to be observed in such cases, the choice makes itself. Thus, in 1940, after France's strange defeat in the Phoney War, de Gaulle made a choice and paid and did. Two Frenchmen, who had neither an aristocratic surname like de Gaulle's nor his means of transport, also made a choice to remain in France and fight there as best they could, in the shadows, with makeshift weapons that they had wrested from the Germans before proceeding to form armed resistance groups. There exist other conflicts of duties and other choices that, albeit less spectacular, are quite as dramatic. To take just one simple example, the Catholic Church, not God the Father, has for several years now been forcing Christian couples to bear the very heavy cross of the conflict between familial ideology and religious ideology. The object of the conflict is the pilgrim. I leave it to the reader's imagination and experience to reconstruct other cases of conscience, that is to say, other instances of objective grading and grinding between different ideological apparatuses. For example, cases of conscience involving jurists, magistrates, or other civil servants who find themselves torn between the orders they receive, or the objective functions they assume in the state apparatus and their ideology. Whether moral justice or political progress in the revolution, no one is invulnerable to such cases of conscience, not even certain police officials. Let us leave this point there. It would be easy to expatiate on it and return to our general thesis in order to show in what sense and why one can say that every social formation functions on ideology, in the sense in which one says that a gasoline engine runs on gasoline. We noted in passing, in connection with law, that law's basic function was less to ensure the reproduction of the relations of production than to regulate and control the very functioning of production, and of the apparatuses ensuring the reproduction of the relations of production. We can now grasp something else, for we have taken note of the fact that, because law can run only on legal moral ideology, it helps ensure, while also regulating the functioning of the relations of production, the uninterrupted reproduction of the relations of production in the consciousness of each subject, each agent of production, of exploitation, and so on, by means of its legal ideology. We can now say the following. It is characteristic of the ideological state apparatuses that they form part of the superstructure and, as such, ensure the reproduction of the relations of production behind the protective shield of the repressive state apparatus and the possibility of resorting to it. However, since they ensure the reproduction of the relations of production in the consciousness of subjects who are agents of production, agents of exploitation, and so on, we have to add that this reproduction of the relations of production by the ideological state apparatuses and their ideological effect on subjects, the agents of production, and so on, is ensured in the functioning of the relations of production themselves. In other words, The externality of the superstructure with respect to the base, a thesis that is justified in principle, a thesis without which nothing in the structure or functioning of a mode of production or social formation would be intelligible, is an externality exercised, in large measure, in the form of interiority. I mean by that, very precisely, that ideologies such as religious ideology, moral ideology, legal ideology, and even political ideology, aesthetic ideology, too. Think of the craftsmen, artists, and all the others who need to consider themselves creators in their work, ensure the reproduction of the relations of production. In their capacity as ideological state apparatuses forming part of the superstructure, at the heart of the functioning of the relations of production, which they help to make go all by themselves. In contrast, the repressive state apparatus does not intervene in the same way in the very functioning of the relations of production, except when there is a general strike in local transport and military vehicles ensure public transport, as best they can, at least in the greater Paris region. Neither the army nor the police nor even the administration as a whole intervenes directly in the functioning of the relations of production, or in the ideological state apparatuses. There exist well-known limit cases, in which the police, the riot police, and even the army are used to quash the working class. But that happens when it is on strike and thus when production has ceased. Production, however, has its own agents of internal repression, factory directors and all their underlings, from supervisory personnel to foremen, as well as most engineers and even upper-level technicians, whatever they may think and whatever others think, whose existence becomes comprehensible once we have understood that there is no purely technical division of labor, but a social-technical division once we have understood, in other words, that what is determinant in the unity between productive forces relations of production, which form the base that determines, in the last instance, what happens in the superstructure, is not the productive forces but, within limits set by the 34 existing productive forces, the relations of production. However, this social-technical division of labor in production, and a fortiori in other spheres, including the division of labor in the state apparatuses, itself runs on ideology, legal moral ideology above all, but also, secondarily, religious, political, aesthetic and philosophical ideology. This shows us, clearly, if I may say so, the extreme simplicity and, at the same time, extreme complexity of the way production and the other spheres of activity of the social formation function. This also shows us that it is imperative to rectify our old topographical representation of the relations between superstructure and base. Once again, IX base and superstructure. The base is dominated by the relations of production. The relations of production function, on the basis of course, of material labor processes that produce objects of social utility as commodities simultaneously as relations of production, thus making possible the interplay of the labor processes and relations of exploitation. This functioning of the relations of production is ensured 1. By agents of exploitation and of a repression internal to the productive process itself, not external to the functions of surveillance control. Repression in the process of production are performed by, not policemen or soldiers, but agents of the productive process themselves, factory directors and all those under their orders, from supervisory personnel down to foremen, as well as most engineers and upper-level technicians. This personnel can deploy all the tact imaginable in exercising its functions, and all the avant-garde techniques of public relations or 35 of, that is, psychology and social human relations, psychology, accompanied by all the scruples and ethical considerations one likes, including their own crises of conscience and raised consciousness crises the conscience, which, in certain cases, can make it lean towards the proletarian camp, if not go over to it. This personnel nonetheless belongs, objectively, to the repressive personnel internal to the functioning of the relations of production. 2. By the interplay of the effects of the various ideologies, first and foremost legal moral ideology, the result to which this leads is that, in the vast majority of cases, everyone does his duty at his post, including proletarians at theirs, out of the conscientious sense of professional pride, and work well done, including proletarians when they do their bourgeois political duty as proletarians, accepting the bourgeois legal moral ideology that has it that their wages represent the value of their labor, and the bourgeois technological ideology that has it that after all, there have to be directors, engineers, foremen, and so on to make things work, and the whole song and dance in production. The functioning of the relations of production is ensured by a combination of repression and ideology in which ideology plays the dominant role. The whole superstructure is arrayed around the state. It includes the state apparatuses, which are at the service of the representatives of the class, or classes in power. the repressive apparatus and the ideological state apparatuses. The basic role of the superstructure, hence of all the state apparatuses, is to ensure the perpetuation of the exploitation of proletarians and other wage workers, that is, to ensure the perpetuation, hence the reproduction of the relations of production, which are simultaneously relations of exploitation. The repressive state apparatus fulfills several functions. One part of it, the detachment whose special task is to apply the sanctions decreed by the juridical state apparatus, is responsible for preventing infractions, apprehending offenders, and applying material sanctions after judgment that a legal offense has been committed. The general function of this part of the repressive apparatus plus the units specialized in violent class struggle, the riot police and so on, plus the army is to provide a material political guarantee of the conditions that the ideological state apparatuses require in order to function. Thus it is the ideological state apparatuses which assume the basic function of reproducing the relations of production and the relations deriving from them, including those obtaining among their own personal, since it too must be reproduced. But we have just seen that this function, although it goes well beyond the one purely internal to the normal operation of the interplay of the relations of production, is also exercised there. We have seen that law is an ideological state apparatus specialized, above all, in guaranteeing the functioning of the relations of production. Now it is apparent that we have to broaden this proposition and say that the other ideological state apparatuses ensure the reproduction of the relations of production only on condition that they simultaneously ensure, as one aspect of their own intervention, the interplay of the relations of production themselves. From this it follows that the knotting together of superstructure and base, which is not general and vague but extremely precise, is accomplished above all by the ideological state apparatuses, which figure in the superstructure only to the extent that most of their activity is accomplished in the interplay of the relations of production themselves in order to ensure the reproduction of the relations of production. This new stipulation does not call anything of what the topography shows us into question, namely, the determination in the last instance of the superstructure by the base. Quite the contrary. This crucial principle is not merely preserved but even reinforced by our analyses. On the other hand, we gain something by moving from a theory that was still too descriptive to a more theoretical theory. The latter brings out the precise complexity of the intrication of superstructure and base by means of the interplay of the ideological state apparatuses, as well as the fact that they ensure the reproduction of the relations of production largely by ensuring the interplay of the relations of production themselves. As a concrete example need we add so as not to remain at the level of concepts which, albeit precise, remain abstract, that all this can be empirically confirmed in the daily lives of individual subjects, whatever their post in the social, technical division of labor production, the social division of labor toward exploitation, repression, ideologization, or the scientific division of labor. Concretely this means, to give just a few examples that any reader can multiply at will, that 1. Proletarians would not work if they were not forced to by necessity, but, as well, if they were not subjected to work by legal ideology. Of course I have to work in exchange for my wage, by a moral economic ideology of work. Consider René Clair's theoretical mockery. Work is obligatory because work is freedom, or in the case of backward proletarians, by a religious ideology of work, we must suffer to merit salvation. Christ was the worker. The community of labor prefigures the community of spirit, and so on. 2. Capitalists would cease to be capitalists if their needs, and above all, competition in the final analysis, the competition between capitals confronting each other on the basis of the average rate of profit, did not force them to carry on, but, as well, if they were not sustained by their notion of themselves, shaped by a solid legal and moral ideology of property, profit, and the benefits that they themselves bestow on their workers thanks to their capital. I'll invest my money, do I not? I risk it, do I not? Surely I must have something in return, profit. What's more, there has to be a boss to tell workers what to do, and what would they live on if it weren't for me? 1 to read, the civil servant working for the Ministry of Finance, the primary school teacher, the secondary school or college teacher, the researcher, the psychologist, the priest, an army officer, the state minister, the head of state himself, the good family man, the mother, the student, and so on and so forth. The reader may provide an illustration for each category. To take an example of a different kind and observe the way the effects of different ideologies combine, reinforce one another, coexist or contradict one another, let us observe what goes on in a few practical rituals of the worker. Be it recalled that ideology ultimately exists in these rituals as well as in the acts that they determine in the practices in which they figure. Let us consider only the rituals of hiring, or, still more simply, the ritual of leaving a factory. At the end of the day, what follows is a faithful transcription of a conversation with a comrade who is a late operator in his Citroën factory, the proletarian, when his workday is over. The moment he has been waiting for since morning drops everything without further ado when the whistle blows, and heads for the lavatories and lockers. He washes up, changes his clothes, combs his hair, and becomes another man. The one who is going to join the wife and children at home. Once he gets home, he is in a completely different world that has nothing to do with the hell of the factory and its production rhythms. At the same time, however, he finds himself caught up in another ritual. The ritual of the practices and acts. Free and voluntary, of course, a familial ideology. His relations with his wife, the kids, neighbors, parents, Ephraims, and on Sundays, still other rituals. Those of his fantasies or favorite pastimes, likewise free and voluntary. The weekend in the forest of Fontainebleau, or in a few cases, his little garden in the suburbs, and sport, the telly, radio, God knows what. And then holidays, with still other rituals, fishing, camping, 36 tourism and work, people and culture, God knows what. Caught up in these other systems, my comrade added, how could he be expected not to become someone other than the man he is at the factory, for example, someone altogether different from the 37 he is. This other union militant or CGT member system is, for example, this is very often the case. The ritual of the petty bourgeois ideology of the family. Might that mean that this proletarian, conscious and organized, when he attends union meetings with his fellow workers, is caught up in another petty bourgeois ideological system once he gets back home? Why not? Such things happen, and that would explain a great deal. All the fuss with the kids, who have problems at school, naturally, and even some very apolitical goings-on of the sort that can culminate in certain unexpected electoral results, where everyone knows how it is when you vote. You happen to hear de Gaulle on the TV or radio. The old thoughts sounded the nationalist theme and the reconciliation of the whole French people, the greatness of France, and all the accompanying tralala. You go to vote with the family on Sunday and stuff an anonymous ballot in the ballot box. When you come out of the voting booth, no one sees, no one knows how you vote. It takes only a moment of conformist vertigo to succumb to petty bourgeois electoral political ideology, nationalist, above all, and so you vote for de Gaulle. Yet the union had declared that you should not vote for de Gaulle. The day after, it is a safe bet that there will be an article by 58 Jacques Favre. This suit is a ritual, in Le Monde, about the law of the pendulum that governs electoral results, obviously. The next day, however, the proletarian goes back to his factory and sees his buddies again. Thank God. They didn't all react the way he did. But it's hard to be a union militant and even harder to be a revolutionary militant all your life. Above all, when nothing is happening. When nothing is happening, the ideological state apparatuses have worked to perfection. When they no longer manage to function, to reproduce the relations of production in the consciousness of all subjects, events happen, as the phrase goes, more or less serious events, as in May, the commencement of their first dress rehearsal, with, at the end, some day or the other, after a long march, the revolution. By way of a provisional conclusion, I shall end here, at the close of Volume 1, the analysis I have undertaken. I shall pursue it in a second volume that will appear later, in the second volume. I shall examine the following questions in the order indicated. 1. Social classes. 2. The class struggle. 3. Ideologies. 4. Sciences. 5. Philosophy. 6. The proletarian class standpoint in philosophy. 7. Revolutionary philosophical intervention in scientific practice and in the practice of the proletarian class struggle. In this way, we will come back to the subject from which we set out, philosophy, and will be able to answer our initial question. What is Marxist-Leninist philosophy? By the time we do, however, our initial question will have been slightly modified. 1. Mignet, Augustin Thierry, Guizot, and Thiers themselves. During the Restoration, these ideologues historians depicted the history of the class struggle of the French Revolution, the struggle of the Third Estate against the two other estates, the nobility, the church of the Ancien Régime. Let us add that the notion of class struggle was present well before these historians, and even well before the French Revolution. To restrict ourselves to the period of the French bourgeoisie's pre-revolutionary ideological class struggle was explicitly taught, from the 16th century on, by the ideologues of the feudality and bourgeoisie alike, in the form of a so-called struggle between races in connection with the central ideological polemic over the origins of absolute monarchy. a struggle between the race of the Germans and the race of the Romans. The Germanists defended classic forms of feudality against the despotism of the absolute monarchy, which was allied with the bourgeois commoners roturiers. They cultivated the myth of the democracy of the classic feudality, in which the king had been his simple lord elected by his peers in a democratic assembly, against the pernicious influence of the Roman conquerors, who imposed the model of a prince ruling by despotic divine right. They then wrote the history of the Middle Ages. In line with this schema, Montesquieu was the most illustrious representative of this thesis. See the last chapters of Spirit of Laws. For their part, the Romanists, such as the Abbé Dubois, defended the opposite thesis, against feudal anarchy, the absolute monarchy, supported by the legists who invoked and commented on Roman law, and relying on the devotion of bourgeois commoners to the cause of the nation, had succeeded in bringing order, justice and reason to social relations. The Roman conquest of Gaul, the reactionary catastrophe for the Germanists, became, for the Romanists, an emancipatory enterprise. Let us note the singular destinies of these theses, which, albeit products of the exalted historical imagination, had, like all ideological theses, concrete objectives. When the balance of power began to tip for good, that is, in the latter half of the 18th century, it proved possible for certain ideologues struggling, if on the left this time, against the absolute monarchy's despotism, to wrest the Germanist democratic demands from their original advocates. Nabili, for example, the left Germanist, used the very same arguments employed by Montesquieu, the right Germanist. Here we may discern a true recognition of class struggle as the motor of history, in the ideological disguise of race struggle. Germans versus Romans were the other way round. The explicit object of this ideological polemic, the absolute monarchy. The real object of this ideological struggle, the rise of the bourgeoisie and its struggle against the feudal aristocracy. On the basis of an alliance between bourgeoisie and absolute monarchy, but within the limits of the dominant feudal relations of production. We may also point out that this ideological struggle around the absolute monarchy, Roman law, the struggle of the races, etc., is contemporaneous with the earliest existing theories of ideology, first among them, that of Hobbes, well known, and that of Spinoza, completely unknown, and then all the theories of ideology with which 18th century Enlightenment philosophy teams, as one knows or, rather, does not care to know. We may also point out, we will come back to this when we discuss philosophy again, that the emergence of modern, that is, bourgeois philosophy, inaugurated by Descartes, is unthinkable without the prelude of the revival of Roman law, in its mercantile and political forms. Cn. The word of Marx's that Althusser here translates as ideology is Jedinkin, usually translated as thoughts or ideas. 3. If I may be allowed a personal confession. Several years after I had laboriously produced a definition of the function of ideology as recognition, miscognition, reconnaissance, mechanisance, formula which takes up terms that Lacan, as a good Freudian, applies to the unconscious, I discovered that the formula figures verbatim in the German ideology. Tien. Marx's words are Erkennon and Berkennon, for this is the proof, be it noted in passing, that Marx was of the opinion that the German ideology which the vast majority of Marxists take for good coin, citing it copiously to prove their theory stood in need of a good critique, but that this critique was one within the capacity of, mais las. How many Marxist men have done what mais could do? 5. Tien. Written above the word hazard in the manuscript are the words expose confess, Tien. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. The German Ideology, Transinon, New York, Prometheus Books, 1998. Page 40. Morality, religion, metaphysics, and all the rest of ideology and all the forms. The consciousness corresponding to these does no longer retain the semblance of independence. They have no history. 7. One day, we shall have to find another positive term to name the reality that Freud designates negatively as the unconscious. In that positive term, all connection, even negative, with consciousness should disappear. 8. The anti-socialist theme of the Grand Inquisitor goes back to Dostoevsky. Since then, Kessler, the 25th hour, and so on. 19. Fate Marcher. See Chapter 2 and 27. 10. Provisionally, we are told but this provisional situation is sure to last, because, inasmuch as the basic conception on which this whole interpretation rests is wrong, and inasmuch as the mass of the workers will not fall for it, they mark rent Paul, since they know that the basis of bourgeois society is not repression but exploitation, the above-mentioned provisional leaders will, if they do not wish to abandon their error, have to persist in it to persist, that is, in their leadership. 11. Tien. Old Mole, Vieto, was the name of a Paris bookshop popular with anarchists and gauchists in the late 1960s and early 1970s. 12 ideological, not scientific, a distinction our theorists deem outmoded. They prefer to talk about knowledge as such, as if there were not true and false knowledge, ideology and science. The proletarians who are thirsting for true knowledge know that it is not repressive. They know that, when this true knowledge is that of Marxist-Leninist science, it is revolutionary and emancipatory. 13. This educational activity, which transforms spontaneous proletarian ideology into proletarian ideology with ever more distinctly scientific Marxist-Leninist contents, has historically been carried out in complex forms. It includes education in the current sense of the word, through books, brochures, schools and, in general, propaganda, but above all, through education at the heart of the practice of the class struggle itself, through experience experiment, criticism of it, rectification of it, and so on. 14.1 Purposely employed is a very modern term, for, even in communist circles, it is unfortunately routine to explain this or that political deviation, left or right, sectarianism, opportunism, as the result of the activity of the clique. The designation for left deviationism has been supplied by the editor. There is a blank space here in the manuscript. 15 Blaise Pascal, Conseil, 250, Brunswick edition, 16. Under what conditions? Essentially, they depend on the class struggle, as we shall see in Volume 2. In fact, the project to produce a second volume was never realized. 17 The verb interpeller and the corresponding noun are common words in French. In addition to the senses, Althusser mentions hailing to get someone's attention and, not infrequently, as a prelude to harassment such as disciplinary measures in school or police identity checks. Interpeller is often used in conversation to mean to shake up, to really get to. The report on our army's reliance on torture really got to me. And interpel, 18, which borrows the legal category of the subject of law and transforms it into an ideological notion. Man is by nature a subject. 19 see chapter 6 and 26.20 at 17.28, King James Bible. 21 Linguist and those who call poor suffering linguistics to the rescue to different ends run up against problems due to the fact that they ignore the play of ideological effects in all discourses, even scientific discourses. 22 Jean-Paul Sartre, Situations I, Paris. Gallimard, 1947, page 235. Maurice Merleau-Ponty, The Phenomenology of Perception, Trans-Colin Smith, 2nd edn, London. Rutledge, 2002, He's the I. 23 Note that this recurrent currently is further proof of the fact that ideology is eternal, since these two currentlies are separated by an undefined interval. Though I'm writing these lines on April 6, 1969. You may be reading the many turn. 24 Hailing is an everyday practice governed by a precise ritual. Takes spectacular form in the police practice of hailing. Hey you there. It functions in very similar forms in interpellating or summoning at school. Police hailing, however, unlike other kinds of hailing, is repressive. Your papers. 1 Papers means above all identity papers, a frontal photo of one's face. First and middle names, last name, date of birth, home address, profession, citizenship etc. Identity, concentrated in first and last names, and so on, makes it possible to identify the subject, presumed in police hailing to be more or less suspect. Initially presumed, that is, to be a bad sort, thus to identify him without confusing him with another subject and either let him go, it's alright, or take him in, follow me, with consequences familiar to all who have been taken in. At a popular demonstration, a shift to casual forms of address or casual beating, a night at the police station, and the whole terribly material ritual that ensues when a policeman recognizes a bad sort, motive sujet. He's the one who punched Mel, with the corresponding formal accusation for attempted violence against a law enforcement official, or other such descriptions. To be sure, there are also thieves and criminals, and policemen who do not care for certain practices. 25 We have already said that in a certain regard rapport. The family is an ideological state apparatus. 26 Think of the dramas that ensue when one child is substituted for another in a maternity ward, or the dramas of recognition of paternity, or the dramas of children put in the custody of their mothers, wrested from their fathers, and so on, and of all the horrors they spawn. 27 Although we know that the individual is always already a subject, if only a familial ideology, we shall continue to use this term. Convenient because of the contrasting effect it produces. 281 And quoting in a combined way. Appendix 1 On the primacy of the relations of production over the productive forces. Things must be as clear as possible when it comes to the absolutely fundamental thesis of the primacy of the relations of production, which may be the key. The one part of the history of the International Socialist and then the Communist movement, why as clear as possible, rather than perfectly clear? Why does limitation and a reservation of this kind? 1. Because things are not clear and are not easy to clarify, even in the minds of a number of Marxist and Communist militants, as a result of the history they have experienced. 2. Because, besides the confusion sown by this history, they are exposed to the influence of bourgeois ideology, which is basically economistic and constantly insinuates, or imposes, the self-evident but false idea that everything depends in the last instance on the productive forces and, especially, the impetuous development of the sciences and technology, on the prodigious mutation, that we are supposedly witnessing. 3. Because there unfortunately exist texts by Marx that are extremely ambiguous, to say the least. One in particular, the famous preface to the 1859 critique, and because this text was both the Second International's and also Stalin's Bible. 4. Because it is theoretically very hard to formulate the question in fully elaborated form, and because this will take effort and time. That said, here is the thesis in question, to which I give the following precise form. Within the specific unity of the productive forces and relations of production constituting a mode of production, the relations of production play the determining role, on the basis of, and within the objective limits set by, the existing productive forces. The polemic starts immediately. I shall start it myself. One will immediately oppose texts of Marx's to this thesis. To begin with, the well-known lines from The Poverty of Philosophy, in which Marx says, with the watermill, you have feudalism, with the steam engine, you have capitalism. The productive forces then, in line with their level of development, endow themselves with, as it were, their relations of production, that is, with the corresponding relations of production, those adequate to these productive forces. Every revolution in the productive forces, since it leads to non-correspondence with the old relations of production, precipitates a revolution in the relations of production that puts the new relations of production in new and adequate correspondence with the new productive forces. This is plainly preface published in 1859 by Marx himself, who does vouch for its accuracy to a contribution to the critique of political economy. Here is the core passage in this preface in my translation, based on the German text in the 1953 edition, stated in the famous in the social production of their existence, men enter into relations that are determinate and independent of their will, relations of production, which correspond to a determinate degree of development of their material productive forces. The ensemble of these relations of production represents the economic structure of society, the real base on which there arises a legal and political superstructure and to which there correspond determinate forms of social consciousness. The mode of necessary production of material life conditions, in general, the process of social, political and intellectual life. It is not men's consciousness that determines their being. On the contrary, their social being determines their consciousness. The material productive forces of society, at a certain degree of their development, enter into contradiction with the existing relations of production, or, this is merely a legal term designating them with the property relations within which they had hitherto operated. From forms of development of the productive forces, these relations are transformed into fetters on the productive forces. There then begins a period of social revolution. With the changes in the economic base, the whole immense superstructure is overturned. More or less slowly or rapidly, a social formation never disappears before all the productive forces that it is spacious enough to hold have been developed. And new, superior relations of production never take the place of the old ones before their material conditions have matured blossomed at the heart of the old society. That is why humanity only ever sets itself tasks that it can accomplish. For upon closer examination, one constantly finds that the task itself arises only when the material conditions for accomplishing it are already present, or, at least, caught up in the process of becoming, in broad outline, the Asiatic, ancient, feudal and modern bourgeois modes of production may be designated as progressive epochs of the economic social formation. Bourgeois relations of production are the last antagonistic form of the social process of production. Antagonistic not in the sense of individual antagonism, but of an antagonism that issues from the social conditions of individuals' lives. However, the productive forces that develop in the heart of bourgeois society simultaneously create the material conditions for resolving this antagonism. This social formation therefore closes the prehistory of human society, a detail. The words in italics in the text were italicized not by Marx but by me. We shall see why in a moment. A remark. There can be no question here of putting so short and, necessarily, sharply condensed text on trial. Be it noted, however, that there is no explicit mention of the state or social classes in this text, or even any implicit mention of the class struggle, although, as the manifesto had declared, it plays the role of motor in all of human history and, in particular, social revolutions, which are here evoked only in connection with the contradiction between productive forces and relations of production. This odd silence is perhaps not due solely to the constraints imposed by the brevity of the exposé. A second remark. This text is practically the only one of Marx's that contains an expose of the basic principles of historical materialism. That is why it has become classic. Stalin reproduced it nearly verbatim in his essay Dialectical Materialism and Historical Materialism. On the other hand, to my limited knowledge, Lenin never put it at the center of his thinking or action, nor did he ever suggest it was the Bible, even the heavily abridged Bible of historical materialism. He cites only the text's incontestable passages. One final remark. We know from correspondence with Engels that he happened to have reread, admiringly, Hegel's Science of Logic in 1858, the obvious Hegelian influence in Grundrisse, which dates from the 1857-59 period, seems to me to be conspicuous in this preface. Let us recall that Capital, which has a very different ring to it, dates from 8 years later. Here is my demonstration. All the terms that I have italicized belong to Hegelian philosophy, as anyone who has read any Hegel at all, especially the philosophy of history, above all the introduction, can confirm and must admit. More precisely, Marx has not just borrowed Hegelian terminology, but has taken up the Hegelian conception itself, with one difference that is important but basically changes nothing. The set of these Hegelian terms forms a system that functions in Marx's text in accordance with the Hegelian conception itself. This conception is that of alienation, which finds expression in the dialectic of correspondence and non-correspondence, or contradiction, antagonism between form and content. The dialectic of Marx's non-contradiction, correspondence, and contradiction non-correspondence between form and content, as well as the dialectic of degrees of development of the productive forces in Hegel. The moments of the development of the idea are 100% Hegelian. What belongs to Marx in this text are the concepts of productive forces, relations of production, base and superstructure, and social formation. These concepts stand in for the following Hegelian notions: content of the moment of the idea, internalization, objectivation, forms of development of this content, peoples. The new Marxist concepts are simply substituted for the Hegelian notions. The ensemble functions on the Hegelian dialectic of non-contradictory, then contradictory alienation between content and form, and thus on the theoretical basis of the Hegelian conception itself. This Hegelian conception has it that each historical people represents a moment, a degree of the development of the idea, that the content of this degree was formed at the heart of the previous developed moment of the previous people, like the kernel of an almond, and that, at a given moment, the new content, the almond, enters into contradiction with the previous form, the shell, and bursts it, in order to endow itself with its own forms of development, its new shell. Hegel thinks this process in the form of the content's externalization, alienation in forms specific to it. At the heart of these forms, the new kernel is once again constituted. It is embryonic at first, then becomes more and more substantial, a new almond, a new, superior degree of the development of the idea. This new kernel will enter into contradiction with the existing form, shell, and the process continues until the end of history, when the ultimate contradiction is resolved. For Hegel, in the unity of the French Revolution and the German religiosity consecrated by his own philosophy, going back to Marx's text, we find, word for word, the same schema, with the development of the material productive forces and progressive, superior degrees standing in for the development of degrees or moments of development of the idea. We also find the thesis that each degree of development of the productive forces has to develop all its resources in the space that the existing relations of production allow it before the intervention of the contradiction that proves fatal for those relations of production, no longer spacious enough to hold a new content as its form, and so on. We also find the finality sits by virtue of which the future that will replace the past is developing in its social formation at every moment. This grounds the famous thesis that humanity, a strange Marxist concept, only ever sets itself tasks that it can accomplish because the means needed to accomplish it are, every time, already completely ready providentially, as it were, and to hand. We also find the finality sits that was the delight of the Second International's evolutionism, later adopted by Stalin. The regulated, progressive succession of modes of production, tending toward the end of class society. Is it then any wonder that there is no mention at all of class struggle, since everything is apparently regulated by the play of the correspondence and subsequent contradiction between content, the productive forces and form, the relations of production? To repeat, there can be no question of putting Marx on trial for writing this handful of very equivocal lines, or even for publishing them, whereas he did not publish other, still more dubious manuscripts, such as the 7,844 manuscripts, or even the German ideology, for all of Capital protests against this Hegelianism, in its deepest spirit and, barring a few unfortunate but rare formulas, its letter as well. In Capital indeed, 1. The unity of the productive forces and relations of production is no longer conceived of at all as the relationship of the content to its form, and 2. The accent is put on the relations of production, the primacy of which is unquestionably affirmed. We must, however, take note of a historical fact of crucial importance for the history of the workers' movement. Here I consider just one element. It is only a symptom after all, but I believe it is serious enough to warrant reflection. The fact is that, in the history of the Marxist workers' movement, this famous, unfortunate 1859 preface has constituted the law and the prophets for some people, and been totally neglected by others. One could, in other words, write a history of the Marxist workers' movement by considering the answer given to the following question: within the unity productive forces relations of production, to which element should we assign primacy? Theoretically and politically, some have answered, in their texts and acts, primacy must be assigned to the productive forces. Their names are first, those of most of the Second International's leaders, beginning with Bernstein and Kautsky, and also Stalin. Others have answered, in their texts and acts, primacy must be assigned to the relations of production. Their names are Lenin and Mao. It is no accident that Lenin and Mao led their communist parties to the victory of the revolution. I simply ask the following question: how, if Lenin and Mao had ever taken the central thesis of the preface literally, a social formation never disappears before all the productive forces that it is spacious enough to hold have been developed, and new relations of production never take the place of the old ones before their material conditions have matured, blossomed in the old society. How could Lenin and Mao ever have taken the lead of the party and masses and secured the victory of the socialist revolution? This was the very thesis that Kautsky used against Lenin when he accused him of making the revolution too early, in a backward country whose productive forces were 1,000 miles from being sufficiently developed to warrant receiving, at the hands of the unspeakable voluntarist who just named Lenin, relations of production that were obviously premature. Kautsky might even have added, and perhaps did, he ought to be read, that capitalist Russia's productive forces, once freed of the burden represented by Nicholas XI, were far from having developed all their resources in the new capitalist relations of production that had already undergone considerable development before Tsarism fell. What should we say of China, whose productive forces were less developed at the time of its 1949 revolution than Russia's in 1917? Had Kautsky been alive, he might well have excoriated Mao's voluntarism and Putschism still more severely. But let us here say no more about these questions, which are still burning questions, and not just on account of what we can perceive from afar of what was at issue in China during the Great Leap Forward and, later, Mao's eviction from power and subsequent return to it in the proletarian cultural revolution. It seems to me that here too, this question of the primacy of the productive forces or relations of production must again have played a certain role. Let us discuss what is closer and more familiar to us. Not the personality cult, but Stalin's politics as it took shape around 1930 and was pursued with unremitting tenacity thereafter. I do not think it is any accident that Stalin took up the theses of the 1859 preface word for word in 1938. Incontestably, we can characterize Stalin's politics inasmuch as, from the 1930-32 turn onwards, Stalin was, in the last resort, the only one to take political decisions, by saying that it was the consistent politics of the primacy of the productive forces over the relations of production. It would be interesting to examine, in this regard, Stalin's policies in connection with planning and the peasantry, the role he assigned the party, and even certain stupefying formulas such as the one which, defining men as the most valuable capital, obviously treated men with regard to labor power alone, in other words, as nothing more nor less than a component of the productive forces, considered a related theme of Stepanovism, of course. One can justify this politics by citing the absolutely urgent necessity of annulling Soviet Russia, threatened by imperialist encirclement and aggression, with productive forces, and a heavy industry that would enable it to confront the predictable, because virtually inevitable, ordeal of war. Of course, it can also be said that primitive socialist accumulation could only be carried out in this urgent situation at the cost of the peasantry and by virtually all available means and so on. Of course, it can be added that the bulk of the working class, which had made the 1917 revolution, had been massacred in the overt civil war and the disguised civil war that reigned for years in the countryside, where untold worker militants were quite simply killed, and that Stalin's party could no longer be Lenin's party after these massacres and years of famine. Granted, yet I cannot help asking the question that haunts me, for it haunts us all. Might it not be that Stalin fell short of Lenin's politics, as his 1938 text attests, veering towards the tradition of the Second International's politics? The politics of the primacy of the productive forces over the relations of production. All the objective difficulties notwithstanding, would a different politics not have been possible for a very long time, down to the moment when the logic of the politics that was decided on had gained the upper hand over everything else and precipitated everything we know, the victory over Nazism, but also systematic massacres whose method and magnitude are stupefying, to say nothing else. Since I am on the subject, I am very well aware of how little I am advancing in the face of events that still dwarf our understanding of them, and aware as well of the risk I am taking. Let me go back to the USSR of the period following the 20th Congress and all the thorny problems being debated in connection with the issue of planning, liberalization of the plan, and so on. Might it not be that the contemporary USSR, now that an end has been put to the police abuses bound up with Stalin's politics, is pursuing the same politics of the primacy of the productive forces? All the Soviet texts one can read, all the conversations one can have with Soviet citizens, the improbable thesis put forward by Khrushchev and not repudiated since, to the effect that the USSR has moved beyond the dictatorship of the proletariat and is entering the period of the construction of communism, as well as the other thesis to the effect that economic competition with the United States will determine the fate of socialism in the rest of the world. The well-known talk of goulash communism. When they see what we produce, they will be won over to socialism. All this is food for thought. We cannot hold back the question on our lips. Where is the Soviet Union going? Does it know? I return to my proposition about the primacy of the relations of production over the productive forces. We have to perform a gigantic task of theoretical elaboration in order to pronounce on this question. That of knowing what productive forces and relations of production are, not only for a given mode of production, but for a social formation, in which several modes of production exist under the domination of one of them. That of knowing what becomes of this unity in a capitalist social formation in the imperialist stage, which adds supplementary determinations that are not secondary but essential to the question of this unity. How is it possible not to see, for instance, that if the 1917 Russian Revolution and the Chinese Revolution broke out at the end of world wars, at the weakest links, these weakest links were links in a chain known as imperialism? How is it possible not to see that if these revolutions, which triumphed in technologically backward countries, could and can overcome the backwardness of their productive forces in a relatively short span? The reason is the state of the productive forces at the international level, especially the very advanced state of technology. That is why, all things considered, and so as not to give the impression that I am indulging a theoretical penchant for voluntarism and adventurism, I have written, and here repeat, that the primacy of the relations of production over the productive forces should not be indiscriminately invoked, but invoked on the basis of and within the limits set by the objectively existing forces of production, taking into account the fact, the limits of which are also precise depend, that is, on precise conditions that the modern productive forces, namely, technology at the highest level, are now basically available to every country that, once it has successfully carried out its revolution, can overcome the backwardness of its productive forces in conditions unimaginable in the past. The USSR proved this between 1917 and 1941. China is proving it as well, if only by the sign represented by its atomic bomb. Many other considerations on the difference between revolutions we know should be discussed at a theoretical level. The French bourgeoisie had developed not just its productive forces, but also, to a great extent, its relations of production, before the 1789 revolution. The Russian capitalist bourgeoisie had done so as well before the February Revolution. The same holds for the Chinese bourgeoisie. In the case of the Russian and Chinese revolutions, the bourgeois revolution was made possible only by the participation of huge masses of common people, who promptly moved beyond the bourgeois revolution to the proletarian revolution. That can no longer occur in our country. The bourgeois revolution has already taken place. In the heart of Western capitalist social formations, contrary to what happened in the case of feudal social formations, at the heart of which very powerful element of the relations of production of the capitalist mode of production had indeed grown up, elements of the socialist mode of production that can be taken at all seriously do not develop anywhere, and for good reason. They do not exist there any more than they existed in Russia or China. The revolution will therefore necessarily take a different form in our country, without the least support or consent from the bourgeoisie, but with the support of its victims and its victims alone, grouped around the proletariat. 1 Tien. ATN. Crossed out. Note on the ISIS. The charge most often leveled at my 1960 and 70 essay on the ISIS is functionalism. Readers thought they saw in my theoretical sketch an attempt to subscribe, on behalf of Marxism, to an interpretation that defined organs by their functions alone, their immediate functions, thus immobilizing society within ideological institutions charged with functions of subjection, ultimately, and on dialectical interpretation, the deep logic of which excluded all possibility of class struggle. I do not think readers have paid enough attention to the notes at the end of my essay, which emphasize the abstract nature of my analysis and explicitly locate the class struggle at the heart of my concerns, for we can say that the specificity of the theory of ideology deducible from Marx consists in affirming the primacy of the class struggle over the functions and functioning of the state apparatus and ideological state apparatuses. This primacy is obviously incompatible with functionalism of any kind, for it is clear that we cannot regard the system by which the dominant class provides society with ideological leadership, that is to say, the consensus effects of the dominant ideology, which is the ideology of the dominant class, Marx, as a pure and simple fact, the system of defined organs that automatically duplicate the same class's violent domination, or are put in place by the clear political consciousness of this class trends defined by their functions. For the dominant ideology is never a fait accompli of class struggle that is itself exempt from class struggle, for the dominant ideology, which exists in the complex system of ideological state apparatuses, is for its part the result of a very long, very harsh class struggle through which the bourgeoisie, to take that example, can achieve its goals only on the twofold condition that it struggles simultaneously against the old dominant ideology, which lies on in the old apparatuses, and the ideology of the new exploited class, which seeks its own forms of organization and struggle. This ideology, by means of which the bourgeoisie succeeds in establishing its hegemony over the old landed aristocracy and also the working class, is constituted not just by an external struggle against these two classes, but also and at the same time by an internal struggle to overcome the contradictions of bourgeois class fractions and realize the unity of the bourgeoisie as the dominant class. We have to conceive of the reproduction of the dominant ideology in this sense. Viewed formally, the dominant class has to reproduce its material, political, and ideological conditions of existence. To exist is to be reproduced. But the reproduction of the dominant ideology is not simple repetition, simple reproduction. It is not even an automatic, which is to say mechanical, reproduction on an extended scale of given institutions, defined once and for all by their function. Rather, it is the combat for the unification and renewal of prior ideological elements, which are disparate and contradictory, within unity conquered in and through the class struggle in opposition to prior forms and new antagonistic tendencies. The combat for the reproduction of the dominant ideology is a combat that is never over. It has to be taken up again and again, and always under the law of the class struggle. There are several reasons for the fact that the combat for the unification of the dominant ideology is never over, and must always be taken up again. It is not just because of the persistence of the old dominant class's ideological forms and ideological state apparatuses, which put up a fierce resistance to what Lenin calls habit. It is not just because of the vital necessity of forging the unity of the dominant class, the product of the contradictory fusion one of various class fractions. Mercantile capital, industrial capital, finance capital, and so on, and the necessity of making that class realize its general interests, as a class, over and above the contradictions of the particular interests of individual capitalists. It is not just because of the class struggle that has to be waged against the nascent forms of the ideology of the dominated class. It is not just because of the historical transformation of the mode of production, which dictates that the dominant ideology be adapted to the class struggle. Today, the legal ideology of the classic bourgeoisie is yielding to technocratic ideology. It is also because of the materiality and diversity of the practices whose spontaneous ideology must be unified. This huge, contradictory task is never completely accomplished, and there is reason to doubt that the model of the ethical state, whose utopian ideal Gramsci borrows from Croce, will ever exist. Just as the class struggle never ceases, so the dominant class's combat to unify existing ideological elements and forms never ceases. This amounts to saying that the dominant ideology can never completely resolve its own contradictions, which are a reflection of the class struggle, although its function is to resolve them. That is why we can derive from this thesis of the primacy of the class struggle over the dominant ideology and the ideological state apparatuses another thesis. Its direct consequence. The ideological state apparatuses are necessarily both the side and the stake of a class struggle that extends the general class struggle dominating the social formation into the apparatuses of the dominant ideology. If the function of the ISIS is to inculcate the dominant ideology, the reason is that there is resistance. If there is resistance, the reason is that there is struggle. In the final analysis, this struggle is a direct or indirect echo of the class struggle, sometimes a close echo, more often a distant one. The May 1968 events brought this fact into the broad light of day, revealing a struggle that had until then been mute and suppressed. However, in revealing, in the form of a revolt, an immediate class struggle in the ideological state apparatuses, especially the scholastic apparatus, followed by the medical apparatus, architectural apparatus, and so on. They have somewhat obscured the basic phenomenon commanding these immediate events, the nature of the class struggle inherent in the historical constitution and contradictory reproduction of the dominant ideology. May 1968 was experienced in the absence of any historical or political perspective in the strong sense of those terms. That is why I considered it necessary to recall that, in order to understand the facts of the class struggle in the ideological state apparatuses and put the revolt in proper perspective, we had to adopt the standpoint of reproduction, which is the standpoint of the class struggle as an overall process. Propres d'ensemble, not a sum of confrontations that are punctual or limited to this or that sphere, the economy, politics, ideology, and as a historical process, not isolated episodes of repression or revolt. When I recall these perspectives, they'll find it truly difficult to understand how anyone can impute to me a functionalist or systems theory interpretation of the superstructure in ideology, one that ignores class struggle in favor of a mechanistic conception of instances. Other objections to my essay have to do with the nature of political parties, that of the revolutionary political party above all. In a word, readers have tended to ascribe to me the view that each political party taken by itself is an ideological state apparatus. This could have the effect of radically locking every political party into the system of the ideological state apparatuses, subjecting it to the law of that system, and excluding the possibility of a revolutionary party from the system. If all parties are ISIS and serve the dominant ideology, the revolutionary party, reduced to this function, becomes unthinkable. But I have never written that a political party is an ideological state apparatus. I have even said, only briefly, I'll admit something quite different, that political parties are merely the component parts of a specific ideological state apparatus, the political ideological state apparatus, which realizes the dominant class's political ideology in, let us say, its constitutional regime, the fundamental laws. Under the monarchy of the ancien regime, the parliament, and so on, the parliamentary representative regime under the bourgeoisie and its liberal phases. Though I'm afraid that readers have not clearly understood what I was proposing to think under the term political ideological state apparatus. To get a better grasp on it, one must carefully distinguish the political ideological state apparatus from the repressive state apparatus. What constitutes the repressive state apparatus, whose unity, even when it is contradictory, is still infinitely greater than that of the ensemble of ideological state apparatuses. The state apparatus comprises the chief of state, the government and the administration, an instrument of the executive, the armed forces, the police, the judiciary, and the courts and their dispositives, prisons and so on, within this ensemble. We have to distinguish what I will call the political state apparatus, comprising the chief of state, the government that he or she directly leads, in the system current in France and many other countries, and the administration, which carries out government policy. The chief of state represents the unity and will of the dominant class, the authority capable of seeing to it that the dominant class's general interests prevail over its members, or fractions, particular interests. French President Giscard d'Estaing very conscientiously laid his cards on the table, in announcing that if the left were to carry the 1978 legislative elections, he would remain in office to defend French people's freedoms, read, the bourgeois class's freedoms. The government, which is currently under the direct orders of the chief of state, executes the politics of the dominant class. while the administration, under the government's direct orders, applies it in detail. This distinction, which brings out the existence of a political state apparatus, indicates that the administration is part of that apparatus, notwithstanding the ideology which it lives on, like the bourgeois state. That has it that it serves the general interest and plays the role of a public service. It is not a question of individual intentions or of exceptions. The administration's function is, overall, inseparable from the application of the bourgeois government's politics, which is a class politics. The upper levels of the state administration, charged with applying that politics in detail, play a directly political role, while the administration as a whole increasingly plays the role of gridding for drillage. It cannot apply the bourgeois government's politics unless it is also charged with supervising the way individuals and groups execute them and denouncing those who fail to respect them to the repressive forces, or handing them over to them. Understood this way, the political state apparatus, chief of state, government, administration is part of the repressive state apparatus. It may legitimately be singled out within the state apparatus. We now come to the tricky part. The political state apparatus, chief of state, government, administration must be distinguished from the political ideological state apparatus. The former is part of the repressive state apparatus, whereas the latter is one of the ideological state apparatuses. What is to be understood by the term political ideological state apparatus? The political system, or constitution of a given social formation. Thus the French bourgeoisie, like all contemporary bourgeoisies in capitalist countries, has generally deemed the political system of parliamentary representation, which has realized bourgeois ideology in a political ideological state apparatus, to be the one best suited to it. However, it has, in class struggle situations dangerous for it, endowed itself with other regimes as well. Bonapartism and 11, the constitutional monarchy of the Restoration, paid as fascism. The parliamentary political ISA may be defined as an electoral mode of representation of the will of the people, by elected delegates, more or less universal suffrage, to whom the government, chosen by the chief of state or the parliament itself, is supposed to be answerable or responsible for its politics. It is, however, well known that the government in fact has at its disposal an impressive set of means for dodging and circumventing this responsibility. Therein lies the advantage of this apparatus for the bourgeoisie. To begin at the beginning, it can, every imaginable form of pressure aside, falsify the results of universal suffrage. It can, further, use the parliamentary rules and force to the same end, census suffrage, disenfranchisement of women and young people, indirect election, the separation of powers, bicameral system with different constituencies for each chamber, bans on revolutionary parties, and so on. Such are the real facts, but what justifies calling the political system an ideological state apparatus is the fiction, corresponding to a certain reality, that the component parts of the system, as well as the principle of its functioning, are based on the ideology of the freedom and equality of the individual voters and the free choice of the people's representatives by the individuals who make up the people. This choice supposedly depends on the idea each individual has of the politics the state should put into practice. It is on the basis of this fiction, where the state's politics is ultimately determined by the dominant class's interest in the class struggle, that political parties are founded, supposedly in order to formulate and represent the major divergent or convergent options for a basic national politics. Each individual can then freely express an opinion by voting for the political party of his or her choice, assuming it has not been condemned to operate illegally. Be it noted that there can be a degree of reality to political parties. Basically, if the class struggle is sufficiently developed, they can roughly represent the interests of antagonistic classes or class fractions in the class struggle, or again, those of social strata seeking to promote their special interests within class conflicts. By way of this reality, the fundamental class antagonism can ultimately emerge into the light, notwithstanding all the obstacles and impostures of the system. I say can because we know that there are bourgeois countries, the USA, Great Britain, federal Germany, and so on, in which the political development of class struggles does not succeed in attaining the threshold of electoral representation. In such cases, parliamentary antagonisms are only very remote, or even completely distorted, indices of real class antagonisms. The bourgeoisie in such countries is perfectly invulnerable, shielded by a parliamentary system that goes round in circles or simply idles. On the other hand, cases can occur in which the working class's economic and political class struggle becomes so powerful that the bourgeoisie fears the verdict of universal suffrage. France, Italy, although it also has considerable means to hand with which to overturn that verdict or reduce it to naught. It is enough to recall the chamber in the Popular Front period in France. It took the bourgeoisie just 2 years to break its majority and then hand it over to Payton with the chamber's own approval. I believe that. If we confront the principles of the parliamentary regime with facts and results, no one can doubt their ideological nature, bourgeois ideology in its entirety, from legal ideology through philosophical ideology to moral ideology, all of which have been disseminated for centuries, maintains the following self-evident truth of human rights. Every individual is free to choose his ideas and his camp, his party in politics. Above all, it maintains the idea underlying the self-evident truth, which is ultimately simply an imposture. The idea that a society is made up of individuals. Marx. Society is not made up of individuals, but of classes confronting each other in the class struggle, that the general will emerges from the ballot box in an election by majority vote, and that this general will, represented by the parties, delegates in parliament, forges the politics of the nation. In reality, it only ever forges the politics of the class, the dominant class. It is all too obvious that this political ideology is part of the dominant ideology and in full harmony with it. We find the same ideology everywhere in bourgeois ideology which, let us note, has for the last 10 years been undergoing a process of transformation. This will hardly surprise anyone who knows that the matrix of this dominant ideology is legal ideology, which is indispensable to the functioning of bourgeois law. The fact that an ideology can be found everywhere indicates that we have to do with the dominant ideology, and it is from this permanent reciprocal reference from one self-evident truth to the next, from the self-evident truth of legal ideology to the self-evident truth of moral ideology, from there to the self-evident truth of philosophical ideology, and from there to the self-evident truth of political ideology, that every ideological self-evident truth draws its immediate confirmation, imposing itself on every individual by way of the various practices of the ISIS. This ideology of the rights of men, freedom, equality, the freedom to choose one's ideas and one's representative, and equality at the polls, has in the end produced not by dint of the power of ideas, but as a result of class struggle, the ideological apparatus in which the political ideology of the rights of men has materialized and become, except for Marxist criticism, a self-evident truth that is accepted without visible coercion by the electorate or, in any case, the overwhelming majority of the electorate. We plainly have to do with an apparatus here, since it presupposes an entire rule-bound material dispositive, from the electoral rolls through the paper, ballot and the voting booth to election campaigns and the parliaments that result from them, and so on. But we also plainly have to do with an ideological apparatus, since it functions without violence, all by itself, on the ideology of its agents, who accept its rules and practice them by observing them, convinced as they are that they must fulfill their duty to vote, and that is normal. Subjection and consensus are one and the same thing. This self-evident truth, imposed by bourgeois ideology, is accepted as a self-evident truth by the voters. They consider themselves voters and take their places in the system. They play the game by the rules. If this analysis is accurate, no one can affirm, on any grounds whatsoever, as some have hastily done, in order to lock me into a theory that supposedly rules out all possibility of revolutionary action, that all parties, including the parties of the working class, are as parties, so many ideological state apparatuses, integrated into the bourgeois system and therefore incapable of waging their class struggle. If what I have just said is right, it is, on the contrary, clear that the existence of political parties, far from negating the class struggle, is based on it. And if the bourgeoisie constantly strives to exercise its ideological and political hegemony over the parties of the working class, that too is a form of class struggle. The bourgeoisie succeeds to the extent that the working class parties fall into the trap, either because their leaders are intimidated, the 1914-18 Union Secrete, or simply bought off, or because the bases of the working class parties fall into the trap, either because their leaders are intimidated, the 1914-18 Union Secrete, or simply bought off, or because the basis of the working class parties is diverted from its revolutionary task by material advantages. The worker aristocracy, or again, because it yields to the influence of bourgeois ideology revisionism. These effects of the class struggle appear even more clearly when we consider the revolutionary workers' parties, for example, communist parties. Since they are organizations of the workers' class struggle, the interests of the bourgeois class and its political system are utterly foreign to them, in principle, for they too can lapse into reformism and revisionism. Their ideology, on the basis of which they recruit, is inimical to bourgeois ideology. Their organizational form, democratic centralism, distinguishes them from bourgeois parties and even social democratic and socialist parties. Their objective is not to confine their activity to parliamentary competition, but to extend the class struggle to all workers, from the economic sphere to politics and ideology, in forms of action that are specific to them and obviously have nothing to do with stuffing a ballot in a ballot box once every 5 years, conducting the proletarian class struggle in all areas. And far beyond the confines of Parliament, that is a Communist Party's task. Its ultimate vocation is not to participate in government, but to overturn and destroy bourgeois state power. We must insist on this point, since most Western European communist parties today declare themselves to be parties of government. Even if a communist party does happen to participate in a government and it can be correct to do so in certain circumstances, it cannot, on any grounds, be defined as a party of government. Whether one is dealing with a government under the domination of the bourgeois class or a government under the domination of the proletarian class dictatorship of the proletariat, this point is crucial. For a communist party has no business entering the government of the bourgeois state, even if this government is a left government of popular unity bent on carrying out democratic reforms. In order to administer the affairs of a bourgeois state, it joins the government, in this case, in order to widen the scope of the class struggle and prepare the fall of the bourgeois state. But it also has no business entering a government of the dictatorship of the proletariat on the assumption that its ultimate vocation is to administer the affairs of the state, when it should be preparing its decline and demise. For if it devotes all its forces to such administration, that is, if the party is virtually intertwined with the state, as is the case in the countries of Eastern Europe, it will not be able to help destroy that state. The Communist Party can consequently not conduct itself on any grounds whatsoever as an ordinary party of government, that is, as a state party, since that comes down either to serving the bourgeois state or to perpetuating the state of the dictatorship of the proletariat, when its mission is, on the contrary, to help destroy it. It will be seen that even if a revolutionary party demands its place in the political ideological state apparatus in order to carry the echoes of the class struggle into parliament, and even if it participates in government, when conditions are favorable, in order to accelerate the development of the class struggle, it is defined neither by its place in an elected parliament nor by the ideology realized in the bourgeois political ideological apparatus. The truth of the matter is that a communist party has an altogether different political practice than bourgeois parties. The bourgeois party enjoys the resources and support of the established bourgeoisie, its economic domination, its exploitation, its state apparatus, its ideological state apparatuses, and so on. It does not need, in order to exist, to make a priority of uniting the masses that it wants to rally to its ideas. It is, first and foremost, the bourgeois social order itself which sees to this task of persuasion, propaganda and recruitment, ensuring the bourgeois parties their mass base. The bourgeoisie's political and ideological grip as such has been so firmly established, and for so long that, in normal times, the choices are virtually automatic allowance made for the variations affecting the parties of the different fractions of the bourgeoisie. Most of the time, the bourgeois parties need only do a good job of organizing their electoral campaigns, during which they mobilize effectively and rapidly, in order to reap the benefits of this domination, transformed into electoral convictions. That, moreover, is why a bourgeois party does not need a scientific doctrine, or even any doctrine at all, in order to exist. It needs only have a handful of ideas borrowed from the stock and trade of the dominant ideology in order to rally supporters convinced in advance, out of fear or self-interest. In contrast, the workers' party has nothing to offer its members, neither sinecures nor the material advantages with which the bourgeois parties buy off their clientele when it hesitates. It presents itself for what it is, an organization of workers, class struggle, whose sole strengths are the class instinct of the exploited, the scientific doctrine, and the free will of members who have made a commitment to it on the basis of the party's statutes. It organizes its members with a view to waging the class struggle in all its forms, economic in conjunction with trade union organizations, political and ideological. It defines its line and practices not solely on the basis of the revolt of exploited workers, but on the basis of the balance of power between the classes, which it analyzes concretely thanks to the principles of its scientific doctrine, enriched by all its experience of the class struggle. Hence it gives the widest possible consideration to the forms and power of the dominant class's class struggle, on not just a national, but also a world scale. It is on the basis of this line that it may deem it useful and correct to enter left government at a given moment, for the purpose of conducting its class struggle, and that government with its own objectives. At all events, it always subordinates the movement's immediate interests to the working class's long-term future interests. It subordinates its tactics to the strategy of communism, that is, the strategy of a classless society. Such are at any rate the principles. Under these conditions, communists are right to talk about their party as a party of a new kind, completely different from bourgeois parties, and about themselves as militants of a new kind, completely different from bourgeois politicians. Their political practice, legal or illegal, parliamentary or extra-parliamentary, has nothing to do with bourgeois political practice. It will doubtless be objected that the Communist Party constitutes itself the way all other parties also do, on the basis of an ideology, which the party itself calls, moreover, proletarian ideology. That is true in the Communist Party as well. Ideology plays the role of cement, branche, for a particular social group, unifying it in its thinking and practices. In the Communist Party as well, this ideology interpellates individuals as subjects, to be very precise, as militant subjects. One needs only a little concrete experience of the Communist Party in order to have seen this mechanism and this dynamic artwork. In principle, it no more seals an individual's fate than any other ideology does, given the play and the contradictions among the various ideologies. But what is known as proletarian ideology is not the purely spontaneous ideology of the proletariat, in which proletarian elements, Lenin, are combined with bourgeois elements and, more often than not, subordinated to them. For in order to exist as a class conscious of its unity and active in its fighting organization, the proletariat needs not just experience that of the class struggles it has been waging for more than a century, but also objective knowledges, the principles of which Marxist theory provides it. It is on the twofold basis of these experiences, illuminated by Marxist theory, that proletarian ideology is constituted, the mass ideology capable of unifying the avant-garde of a working class in its class struggle organizations. It is therefore a very special kind of ideology. It is an ideology because, at the level of the masses, it functions the way any ideology does, by interpellating individuals as subjects. It is, however, steeped in historical experiences illuminated by scientific principles of analysis. It presents itself as one of the forms of the fusion of the workers' movement with Marxist theory, a fusion that is not free of tensions or contradictions. For between proletarian ideology as it exists at any given moment, and the party in which it is realized, there can exist a form of unity that is obscure to Marxist theory itself, although Marxist theory is an integral component of that unity. Marxist theory is then treated as if it were simply an authoritative text, that is, the password or dogma. At the limit, it can quite simply disappear, albeit proclaimed as the theory of the party, and give way to a pragmatic, sectarian ideology that serves only partisan and state interests. No long speeches are needed here to recognize the situation currently reigning in the parties marked by the Stalin period, and to conclude that proletarian ideology is itself a stake of the class struggle that saps the proletariat's own principles of unity and action when the dominant bourgeois ideology and bourgeois political practice penetrate the organizations of proletarian class struggle and ideology. To be sure, proletarian ideology, however, is not just any ideology, for every class recognizes itself in a particular, by no means arbitrarily chosen ideology, but one that is rooted in its strategic practice and capable of unifying and orienting its class struggle. Everyone knows that the feudal class, for example, recognized itself, for reasons that need to be analyzed, in Christian religious ideology, and that the bourgeois class similarly recognized itself in legal ideology, at least in the period of its classic domination. For the very recent developments of imperialism, the working class, for its part, recognizes itself, even if it is receptive to elements of religious, moral, and legal ideology above all in an ideology of a political kind. Not in bourgeois political ideology class domination, but in proletarian political ideology, that of the class struggle for the abolition of classes and the construction of communism. It is precisely this ideology, the spontaneous ideology in its earliest forms, utopian socialism and, later, after the fusion of the workers' movement with Marxist theory, an informed ideology, which constitutes the kernel of proletarian ideology. It is obvious that such an ideology did not result from a teaching that intellectuals, Marx and Engels, dispensed to the workers' movement, which adopted it because it recognized itself in it. Were that the case, we would have to explain how bourgeois intellectuals managed to work as miracle, a theory tailored to the proletariat's measure. Nor was that ideology, as Kautsky claimed, imported into the workers' movement from without, for Marx and Engels would not have been able to conceive of their theory if they had not erected it on class theoretical positions, a direct consequence of the fact that they belonged organically to the workers' movement of their day. In reality, although Marxist theory was of course conceived by intellectuals with vast knowledge, they conceived it within and from within the workers' movement. Machiavelli says that to understand princes, one has to be people. An intellectual who is not born people has to become people to understand princes, and he can only do so if he shares the people's struggles. That is what Marx did. He became an organic intellectual of the proletariat, Gramsci, as a militant in its earliest organizations, and it was from the proletariat's political and theoretical positions that he was able to understand capital. The false question of the injection of Marxist theory from without thus becomes the question of the dissemination inside the workers' movement of a theory conceived inside the workers' movement. Of course, this dissemination was the result of a very long class struggle, with many rude shocks, and it continues today despite dramatic divisions determined by imperialism's class struggle. To sum up the essentials of this analysis of the nature of the Revolutionary Party, we can return to the thesis that the class struggle has primacy over the state apparatus and ideological state apparatuses. Formally, a party such as the Communist Party may seem to be a party like others, if it enjoys the right to send representatives to the parliament by playing the electoral game. Formally, it may seem to play the game by the rules of the political ideological state apparatus when it intervenes in parliament, or even participates in a popular unity government. Formally, it may even seem to ratify those roles, and with them, the whole ideological system realized in them, the bourgeois political ideological system. The history of the workers' movement offers enough examples of revolutionary parties which, playing the game, are taken in by it, and abandon the class struggle in favor of class collaboration under the influence of the dominant bourgeois ideology. The formal can thus become real under the impact of the class struggle. This standing risk reminds us of the condition that the workers' movement had to accept in order to come into existence. The domination of the bourgeois class struggle over the workers' class struggle. We have a mistaken notion of class struggle if we suppose that it results from the working class's revolt against social injustice, inequality, or even capitalist exploitation. In a word, if we reduce class struggle to the working class's struggle against given conditions of exploitation and the bourgeois class's response to that struggle, this would be to forget that the conditions of exploitation have primacy, that the process of creating the conditions for exploiting workers is the fundamental form of bourgeois class struggle, that, consequently, exploitation is already class struggle, and thus that the bourgeois class struggle has primacy. The whole history of primitive accumulation can be considered the production of the working class by the bourgeois class, and a process of class struggle that creates the conditions for capitalist exploitation. If this thesis is on the mark, we can clearly see in what sense the bourgeois class struggle dominates the workers' class struggle from the very outset, why the workers' class struggle was so long in taking form and finding its forms of existence, why the class struggle is fundamentally unequal, why it is not waged through the same practices by the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and why the bourgeoisie imposes, in the ideological state apparatuses, forms meant to forestall the revolutionary activity of the working class or to subject it to itself, as Assassinator. The working class's great strategic demand for autonomy reflects this condition. Subjected, soundness, to the domination of the bourgeois state and the effect of intimidation and self-evidence of the dominant ideology, the working class can win its autonomy only on condition that it free itself from the dominant ideology, that it demarcate itself from it, in order to endow itself with forms of organization and action that realize its own ideology. Proletarian ideology, characteristic of this radical distance taken, is the fact that it can be achieved only by a protracted struggle, which must take the forms of bourgeois domination into account and combat the bourgeoisie within its own forms of domination, but without ever being taken in by the game represented by these forms, which are not simple, neutral forms, but apparatuses that realize the existence of the dominant ideology. As I said in my 1970 note, for if it is true that the ISIS represent the form in which the ideology of the dominant class must necessarily be realized if it is to be politically actable, and the form in which the ideology of the ruled class must necessarily be measured and confronted, ideologies are not born in the ISIS, but from the social classes at grips in the class struggle, from their conditions of existence, their practices, their experience of the struggle, and so on. The conditions of existence, the productive and political practices and forms of the proletarian class struggle have nothing to do with the conditions of existence, the economic and political practices and forms of the capitalist and imperialist class struggle. This gives rise to antagonistic ideologies, which, like the bourgeois and proletarian class struggles themselves, are unequal. This means that proletarian ideology is not the direct opposite, inversion, or reversal of bourgeois ideology, but an altogether different ideology that is the bearer of different, critical and revolutionary values. It is because proletarian ideology is all the vicissitudes of its history notwithstanding, already the bearer of such values, which are already realized in the organizations and practices of workers' struggle, that ideology prefigures what the ideological state apparatuses of the transition to socialism will be, and, for that very reason, also prefigures the abolition of the state and ideological state apparatuses under communism. 1tn, crossed out. Inc. Appendix to Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses, notes towards an investigation translated from the French by Ben Brewster 1 on the reproduction of the conditions of production. I must now expose more fully something which was briefly glimpsed in my analysis when I spoke of the necessity to renew the means of production if production is to be possible. That was a passing hint.